Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 451 The Squeaky Wheel Gets the Grease. Snake demon Zhou Chun wasn't as famous as the 7 fiends of the primordial demons. He was still quite well known among the many Purple Mansion stage cultivators in the primordial demon legion. Even the demonic cultivators among the 7 fiends of the primordial demons would treat him with respect, believing he had a good chance of forming his core in the future. Now, however, he had died at Zhou Chun's hands after a fierce battle, a scene that naturally shocked many demonic cultivators who knew him. Therefore, when Zhou Chun saw that his subordinate Cheng Zhiming was in trouble and rushed to his aid, the Bloodbone Sect mid-stage Purple Mansion stage cultivator who had been dominating Cheng Zhiming in the fight was immediately frightened and hastily withdrew, not daring to face Zhou Chun at all. This situation deeply shocked Cheng Zhiming. He immediately bowed to Zhou Chun with gratitude and awe, saying, "Thank you for saving me, Commander, Vice Commander Cheng. No need to be so polite. We are colleagues. How could I stand by and do nothing when you were in danger?" Zhou Chun waved his hand and directly instructed, "Vice Commander Cheng, you can pay more attention to the situation of the younger members of our team. As for killing enemies and eliminating demons, do what you can." Hearing this, Cheng Zhiming was slightly taken aback, then replied respectfully with a pleased expression, "Yes, your subordinate obeys." He had already understood Zhou Chun's meaning. He didn't necessarily need to fight against cultivators of the same level. As a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, as long as there were enemy Purple Mansion stage cultivators on the battlefield, the priority should be to kill them first, even if one side had the upper hand. However, now that Zhou Chun had directly ordered him to take care of the Foundation establishment and key refining cultivators on his side, he had a perfectly legitimate reason not to fight against cultivators of the same level. Even if there was any accountability later, Zhou Chun would bear the responsibility for him. This was undoubtedly a special favor from Zhou Chun for his defection. This made Cheng Zhiming secretly delighted with his previous choice, knowing that he had chosen the right person this time. As for Zhou Chun, while he certainly had to bear some responsibility for issuing this order, it was entirely within his capacity. After all, he had consecutively killed 5 Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators, including Zhou Chun and the demon-possessed cultivator, both of whom were in the late Purple Mansion stage. Whether from an individual or team-wide perspective, he and his team were extremely outstanding. Even if Commander Wei Yong found out afterward that he had issued such an order, given his remarkable achievements, he would definitely not say anything. It has always been this way. Those with outstanding abilities inevitably enjoy privileges that ordinary people do not have. After instructing Cheng Zhiming, Zhou Chun moved swiftly, charging towards another chosen demonic cultivator. A comical scene ensued. Several times, just as Zhou Chun charged towards a Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivator, the one who had initially held the upper hand would instantly flee in terror, avoiding the fight altogether. Once or twice might not have been a problem, but after 5 or 6 such incidents, the impact on the local battle was significant. Because of Zhou Chun's unparalleled unpredictability, the Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators not only had to fight against a numerically superior Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators, but also constantly guard against his sneak attacks and sudden kills, which dealt a considerable blow to their morale. Crucially, not everyone could react in time to Zhou Chun's attacks. Soon, a corpse demon cult cultivator at the mid-Purple Mansion stage couldn't escape in time and was caught by a lightning python using lightning escape techniques. Zhou Chun himself followed up and easily killed this demonic cultivator of the same cultivation level in a few swift movements. This scene immediately terrified many demonic cultivators, causing them to flee at the mere mention of his name, with no one daring to oppose Zhou Chun anymore. Until one demonic cultivator appeared. A flash of blood-red light appeared on the horizon, and an old man with white hair, exuding a strong stench of blood, blocked Zhou Chun's path. This old man's white hair wasn't just waist-length, but reached his heels. However, his skin and face appeared incredibly young and delicate, like that of a young woman in her late teens. This stark contrast in appearance was enough to demonstrate his extraordinary nature. Generally speaking, someone with such a unique and outstanding appearance, if famous, would be easily remembered. Upon seeing this white-haired old man, Zhou Chun quickly recalled the information he had read about famous demonic cultivators, and then quickly remembered the information about the white-haired old man before him. He stared directly at the white-haired elder and slowly said, "White-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng was once briefly among the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, but was later injured and defeated by Qianangzi Li Qianang, one of the 7 heroes of the heavenly spirits. After that, he fell into obscurity and never appeared on the list again." Hearing this, the white-haired elder Jie Changshen, whose expression had been relatively calm, suddenly flashed a terrifyingly fierce light in his eyes. Clearly, Zhou Chun's words had displeased him greatly, touching upon his sensitive points. Indeed, his defeat to Qianangzi had not only caused him considerable internal injuries, but more importantly, it had damaged his reputation and prestige. As one of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, his defeat to Qianangzi Li Qianang, another of the 7 heroes of the heavenly spirits, undoubtedly disappointed many high-level demonic cultivators who had previously favored him, and also gave many Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators who had previously been unconvinced of him an opportunity. So, during his recovery period, he unsurprisingly was removed from the 7 fiends of the primordial demons list, and never made it back. This was arguably the biggest regret of his life, and something he least wanted to hear anyone mention again. Now, Zhou Chun was bringing it up in front of him, like reopening old wounds. How could he not be furious? He glared at Zhou Chun with a fierce look in his eyes and said coldly, "Since you know my name, you still dare to bring this up in front of me, Junior. You're very good, very good." Hearing his murderous words, Zhou Chun's gaze immediately sharpened, and he sneered, "What, this is a nerve? It seems you've only aged in vain, your mental cultivation hasn't kept up at all, you're courting death." Jie Changsheng roared, his white hair moving without wind, unable to suppress his anger any longer, and attacked directly. He raised his hand and swung it at Zhou Chun, his 5 fingers bursting with blood-red light, instantly unleashing a blood-red claw beam that tore through the air towards Zhou Chun. At the same time, a flash of blood-red light appeared in his sleeve, and a blood-red flying sword radiating a hazy crimson glow shot straight towards Zhou Chun. "Well done," Zhou Chun shouted, raising his hand and slashing a golden blade at the crimson claw-like light. Then, the golden rainbow sword also flew out instantly, transforming into a golden rainbow to meet the crimson flying sword. Simultaneously, the lightning python Bai beside him opened its mouth and spat out a thick bolt of silver lightning that blasted towards Jie Changshen, the white-haired blood demon. However, Zhou Chun ultimately suffered from a disadvantage in cultivation level. In their first exchange, his golden blade was shattered in mid-air by the crimson claw-like light, and he ultimately had to rely on a stone shield to block the attack. Moreover, the golden rainbow sword had previously been corrupted by the venomous snake-shaped flying sword of the snake demon Su Qinglan during their sword fight. Facing Jie Changsheng's blood transformation sword, a 3rd-tier superior grade weapon refined to its limit by drinking blood, Zhou Chun was also outmatched and fell into a disadvantageous position immediately upon clash. This was a problem faced by many frontline cultivators, whether from the Heavenly Spirit Legion or the Demonic Path, who all had to frequently replace their magical artifacts. In life-or-death battles against cultivators of the same rank, even a 3rd-tier magical artifact crafted from hard spiritual materials could be shattered and defiled by the opponent's artifacts or supernatural abilities. Although Zhou Chun hadn't been on the battlefield for very long, the number of times he had fought against cultivators of the same rank was already comparable to those who had been on the battlefield for several years, and many of his opponents were late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators with exquisite magical artifacts. In addition, he himself didn't particularly cherish his magical artifacts, often engaging in head-on clashes, making them even more prone to damage. Fortunately, he possessed many magical artifacts. Seeing that the golden rainbow sword was somewhat outmatched by the blood-red flying sword, he immediately patted his storage pouch at his waist, summoning a crimson gold flying sword to join the battle. This crimson gold flying sword was a spoil of war from slaying a demonic cultivator. It was itself a high-grade 3rd-tier magical artifact, just not as effective as the golden rainbow sword, which he kept as a spare. Now, with the 2 swords combined, they finally managed to hold their own against a blood-red flying sword. But white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng was clearly no ordinary person. Once ranked among the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, his magical artifacts and supernatural abilities were undoubtedly among the top in the Purple Mansion stage. Now that he was making his move, He wouldn't hold back like Zhou Chun. After a few tentative exchanges, he roused himself and unleashed his true power. He summoned a blood-red banner, which hovered above his head. Bloodlight surged from the banner, forming a thick blood-red protective shield around him. No matter how much lightning the Thunder Python Bye-Bye unleashed, the blood-red protective shield remained unmoved, demonstrating extremely strong defensive power and resilience. Having secured his own protection, he then patted his storage pouch at his waist, retrieving a longbow of white bone branded with countless blood-red runes, and a quiver of blood-patterned bone arrows also crafted from the bones of an unknown creature. He drew the bow and aimed at the Thunder Python Bye-Bye, firing the arrow. The arrow pierced the air like a streak of blood-red lightning, hurtling towards the Thunder Python Bye-Bye with the speed of true lightning. However, the Thunder Python Bye-Bye still managed to dodge the arrow using his lightning escape technique. But the arrow didn't lose its purpose. Instead, it changed direction and continued its trajectory towards the Thunder Python Bye-Bye, who had appeared thousands of feet away, demonstrating a tracking ability based on aura. In this way, it would be somewhat pointless for the Thunder Python Bye-Bye to frequently rely on lightning escape techniques to evade. After all, using the lightning escape technique consumes a considerable amount of mana, and as Zhou Chun's main attacker, its mana consumption has always been greater than Zhou Chun's. The previous series of battles had already reduced its remaining mana to only 30–40% of its peak. If it were to use the lightning escape technique frequently, it wouldn't be able to continue fighting. Therefore, it quickly opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of silver lightning that struck the long arrow. Unexpectedly, this lightning bolt failed to knock down or destroy the arrow. It only slightly dimmed the blood-red light clinging to it before shooting back towards it. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly called Bye-Bye to his side, and Shi Tao helped to block the arrow's attack. Defense was naturally Shi Tao's forte. Once Bye-Bye entered its protective range, it immediately added several layers of protection. The long arrow struck the defensive spell cast by the stone, only piercing the first layer of light barrier before being blocked by a stone wall behind it. However, this arrow was truly vicious and ruthless. After shattering upon impact with a stone wall, it instantly exploded into countless blood-red rays that struck the wall, carrying a strong, corrupting power that immediately riddled the stone wall with holes, leaving it shattered and mangled. It's not hard to imagine the terrifying consequences if this arrow struck flesh. Seeing this, the white-haired blood demon Zheqiang Shen, whose arrow had failed, frowned. He temporarily put down his bone longbow, then formed hand seals, quickly spreading his fingers and unleashing a blood-red beam of light towards Zhou Chun. The blood-red beam struck the earthen-yellow protective shield cast by the stone, instantly piercing a hole in it. It then powerfully slammed into the black light shield surrounding Zhou Chun, causing it to shake violently and revealing faint cracks. This power surpasses many high-grade third-tier spells, clearly indicating it's a formidable Bloodbone Sect secret technique. Zhou Chun also sensed the difficulty of dealing with this white-haired blood demon. If compared to the strength of corpse fiend General Zhang Zhang, killing him would likely require using all his strength, forcing him to use the Heavenly Divine Thunder twice. And even that was only a possibility. If the opponent possessed powerful secret techniques or magical artifacts to protect him, blocking or avoiding the Heavenly Divine Thunder's attack wouldn't be entirely impossible. In that case, not only would all his trump cards be exposed, but he might also gain nothing, a huge loss. Therefore, Zhou Chun hadn't yet decided whether to do that. He glanced at the overall situation on the battlefield. Generally speaking, the Heavenly Spirit Legion still held a firm advantage, given their significant numerical superiority. In this way, it seemed that even if Zhou Chun and the white-haired blood demon Zheqiang Shen were evenly matched, it wouldn't negatively impact his own situation. This made him even more determined to hold back. Therefore, in the ensuing battle, Zhou Chun and his two spirit pets primarily adopted a defensive strategy, engaging in a counter-attacking battle. It must be said that with Zhou Chun's current magical artifact configuration, coupled with the presence of the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone, once he chose to defend, it was truly difficult for anyone within the Purple Mansion stage to pose a fatal threat to him. Even though the white-haired blood demon Zheqiang Shen he faced possessed high cultivation, excellent magical artifacts, and numerous secret techniques, when confronted with Zhou Chun's all-out defense, he was like a mouse trying to pull a turtle, unable to find a way to break through Zhou Chun's defenses. "Young man, aren't you very arrogant? I heard you came to the battlefield to compete for a place among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit," Is this how you compete, hiding in a tortoise shell? After failing to gain the upper hand for a long time, white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng was also furious and couldn't help but verbally attack Zhou Chun in between his attacks. However, Zhou Chun completely ignored his insults and taunts, acting as if he hadn't heard a word he said. He had already made up his mind to just wait and see. As it turned out, Zhou Chun's approach was very wise. Because after he and white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng had been fighting for 3/4 of an hour, more reinforcements from both sides joined the battlefield. There was even a demonic cultivator who was among the 7 fiends of the primordial demon, and a cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit Legion who had served as one of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit for a period of time. It appeared. The two quickly clashed and began a fierce battle. If Zhou Chun had used his ultimate move to kill white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng earlier, his extremely poor condition would likely have made him a prime target for the Yuan Demon Legion, and perhaps even one of the 7 fiends of Yuan Demon would have come to kill him. Thus, after nearly an hour of intense fighting, both sides' lower and middle-level cultivators had exhausted their mana due to the fierce battle and were forced to retreat and defend. According to past practice, both sides would likely withdraw and return to their camps to fight again another day. Zhou Chun, too, was severely depleted of mana and didn't want to waste any more energy. So, he immediately had the Thunder Python unleash a powerful heavenly thunder slash with its limited mana, launching a fierce counterattack that extinguished Jie Changsheng's arrogance, forcing him to hastily retreat to defense. Zhou Chun then used this opportunity to have Stone retreat towards the area where his own army was retreating. At the same time, he didn't forget to utter a harsh threat. Today is not the time for us to fight to the death. Another day, when I'm in full strength, I'll take your head, you old demon. Upon hearing this, the white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng immediately understood his meaning. He glanced at Zhou Chun with resentment for a few moments, but ultimately chose not to pursue recklessly. Instead, he sneered, "Do you think I'm afraid of a junior like you? If I encounter you again, I'll definitely take your dog's life." With that, he retreated towards the area where his own army was retreating. Although his cultivation was a minor realm higher than Zhou Chun's, and his magical power was much deeper, the fierce battle had continued for so long, and facing the attacks of Zhou Chun and his 2 servants, his own magical power was dwindling. Under these circumstances, he knew in his heart that it was impossible to defeat Zhou Chun, who was determined to retreat. Before long, both sides retreated back to their respective formations, taking pills to recover their mana while observing the battle between the Golden Core cultivators and some Purple Mansion cultivators. Zhou Chun's focus, naturally, remained on the cultivator from his side who had once been among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. In the sky, a man in blue robes was surrounded by flowing blue light, a pale blue pearl protecting him atop his head. With each hand gesture, he unleashed bolts of blue lightning that struck his opponent. This man was Lin Qingxuan, a core disciple of the Qingmu sect of the Qing Kingdom. The Qingmu sect was roughly as powerful as the Anyang sect, boasting 2 early nascent soul cultivators. It was said that he not only possessed a superior spiritual root but was also a born, Yuwood spirit body. After successfully establishing his foundation, he mastered the innate divine ability Yuwood Divine Light, combined with his top-tier cultivation technique, the Yuwood True Scripture. He could easily defeat ordinary late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators with just the Yuwood Divine Light ability. The technique he was using at this moment was the legendary 5 Elements Divine Thunder Branch Divine Power, Yuwood Divine Thunder, which also had a slight restraining effect when dealing with demonic cultivators. However, although Lin Qingxuan's strength was formidable, his opponent was even stronger. The person fighting Lin Qingxuan was Yin Xiaoshan, a demonic cultivator from the Yin Ghost sect. He looked very young, about the same age as Zhou Chun, but his temperament was sinister, unlike Zhou Chun's sunny disposition. This person was also known as the Netherworld Prince, and had been in the position of 7 fiends of the primordial demon for more than 2 years. He was now commanding 3 third-tier high-grade ghost generals with different divine powers, surrounding Lin Qingxuan in a pin formation. Lin Qingxuan's Yuwood Divine Lightning struck the ghost generals, causing them only to grimace slightly before bearing it off. While not entirely insignificant, it didn't inflict serious injury. The 3-headed ghost generals, however, were either spitting eerie green ghost fire, spewing jet black poison, or wielding steel forks and sharp blades as their vanguard. Their supernatural abilities were quite formidable. Furthermore, the Netherworld Prince Yin Xiaoshan himself frequently used Yin Ghost sect secret techniques to attack and interfere with Lin Qingxuan. preventing him from fully engaging the three-headed ghost generals. After watching for a while, Zhou Chun had to admit that this person's strength was likely the strongest Purple Mansion demonic cultivator he had ever seen. Yin Xiaoshan's methods are indeed formidable. If I were to face him now, unless he were careless and underestimated his opponent, getting hit by bye-byes, Heavenly Gang Divine Lightning, or frozen by the Heavenly Frost Cold Beast Chill, killing him would be virtually impossible, he thought to himself, focusing intently on the battle. After all, he might very well face this netherworld prince in the future, so it was naturally beneficial to learn more about the supernatural abilities of such a potential opponent. As Zhou Chun watched, he realized that if Lin Qingxun couldn't kill the three-headed ghost general, even if the battle dragged on, Yin Xiaoshan could easily wear him down. This showed that even if Yin Xiaoshan lacked a powerful, one-hit kill technique like the Heavenly Divine Thunder, he was still among the strongest in the Purple Mansion stage in a war of attrition, capable of wearing down many enemies of similar strength. Fortunately, they were currently on a battlefield, not in a desolate wilderness. Even if Lin Qingxun was no match for Yin Xiaoshan, he couldn't be killed by him. After fighting for a long time, feeling his magic power waning, Lin Qingxun suddenly threw 3 azure lightning beads at the three-headed ghost general. Then, taking advantage of the three-headed ghost general's resistance to the exploding lightning beads, he suddenly used the wood escape technique to quietly escape the encirclement. Immediately afterward, this person flew back to where his own army had retreated, and like Zhou Chun, took pills to restore his magical power. Seeing this, Yin Xiaoshan, with his three-headed ghost general, swaggered over to the Heavenly Spirit Legion, mocking Lin Qingxun and Zhou Chun. Having stirred up enough hatred, he triumphantly returned to his demon army amidst the cheers and clamor of the demonic cultivators. For several days afterward, both armies fought relentlessly on this plain. Zhou Chun also clashed with the white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng several times. However, having decided to hold back for the time being, even though he could defeat Jie Changsheng at his peak, he never used his true killing move. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxun was still suppressed by Yin Xiaoshan in each battle, but he managed to restrain him, preventing him from freeing his hands to kill his other Purple Mansion cultivators. With several powerful cultivators tied down, the fighting among the other Purple Mansion stage cultivators on both sides became exceptionally fierce, with significant casualties every day. After 7 days of intense battle, with 1 golden core stage cultivator from each side falling, the fighting finally ended in a draw, and the war ceased. In this battle, Zhou Chun killed 6 Purple Mansion stage cultivators, including the renowned late-stage Purple Mansion demonic cultivator Snake Demon Su Qinglan, naturally taking the lead among Purple Mansion stage cultivators and making the greatest contribution. In addition, he restrained the old demon white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng, who was once among the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, preventing him from killing other cultivators on his side. His contribution was comparable to killing a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. Therefore, when rewards were distributed after the battle, his merit was very high. After this, young friend Zhou, your name will surely spread throughout the entire army once again, and your battle merits will rank among the top 20 of the Purple Mansion stage cultivators, making you a true dark horse with a real chance of competing for the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. Inside the main hall, after reviewing the statistics of everyone's battle merits, Wei Yong quickly summoned Zhou Chun and praised his performance. However, facing Wei Yong's praise, Zhou Chun did not show any joy. Instead, he bowed and said, "Commander, you are wise. I have a request." "Oh, what do you want to say?" Wei Yong was slightly taken aback, then looked at Zhou Chun with curiosity. Under his gaze, Zhou Chun calmly said in a deep voice, "After this great battle, I realized that my true strength is still somewhat lacking compared to those like Yin Xiaoshan. Therefore, I wish to obtain a pill to break through the barrier of cultivation, to help me break through to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm as soon as possible." At this point, Zhou Chun added firmly, "If I can break through to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, then I will be confident that I can personally kill demonic cultivators like white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng on the battlefield." What you say makes sense. You are indeed at a disadvantage compared to those people in terms of cultivation. Wei Yong nodded thoughtfully, quite agreeing with Zhou Chun's words. After a moment's thought, he quickly looked at Zhou Chun and said, "I understand. With your current achievements, it shouldn't be difficult for me to apply for a pill to help you break through the barrier of your cultivation realm. You should return to your camp and wait for news." "Thank you, Commander. I'll take my leave now." Zhou Chun was overjoyed and quickly thanked him before leaving the hall. After he had gone some distance, Wei Yong looked outside the hall and smiled faintly. No wonder Master Uncle wanted to help trick Qing Wei Zi back then. This kid really knows how to seize opportunities and climb the ladder. He's only just made some contributions, and he's already thinking about turning them into something that can enhance his strength. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he performs in the future. On the other side, after receiving Wei Yong's verbal approval, Zhou Chun happily returned to his brigade's camp. Exchanging for a pill to break through the barrier of the late Purple Mansion realm, through the Heavenly Spirit Legion's channels, was one of his original purposes for coming to the battlefield. His previous hard work on the battlefield was also a prelude to this. A mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivation level cultivator being able to fight to draw with a renowned old demon like white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng will undoubtedly raise expectations among golden core cultivators like Wei Yong, who witnessed this, for his strength after breaking through to the late Purple Mansion stage. They'll eagerly anticipate his future performance on the battlefield. Given this expectation, and considering his already significant contributions, Wei Yong certainly wouldn't refuse his request. After all, he currently works under Wei Yong, and every enemy he slays earns a share of the credit for Wei Yong, the commander. If he could truly become one of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit, it would be extremely beneficial for Wei Yong as well. With such shared interests and the support of the Moonwheel Sect, Wei Yong has no reason not to help him achieve this. Once I get the pills, I'll apply for seclusion to break through my cultivation level. Then, I'll dedicate myself to cultivating the god-slaying technique during my seclusion. It won't be too late to emerge after I've mastered this secret technique. By then, even if my trump card, the Heavenly Divine Thunder, is exposed, I'll still have another trump card to protect me, Zhou Chun thought to himself, feeling increasingly satisfied and happy. Judging from the current situation, coming to the battlefield was indeed the right decision. This battlefield, full of opportunities to make merit, was truly a treasure trove for him. Commander, the wounded brothers have all been taken care of. However, our brigade suffered considerable casualties this time. I'm afraid you'll have to put in a lot of effort to replenish our manpower. Just as Zhou Chun returned to the camp, secretly pleased with his plan, the situation reported by Deputy Commander Chang Zhiming immediately dampened his good mood. In the previous main battle, while Zhou Chun himself had made great contributions, the 1st Brigade he commanded had also suffered heavy losses. The entire force of 500 men set out at full strength, but only 325 returned, including 32 men with disabilities or whose foundations had been damaged and who needed to retire. Furthermore, more than half were wounded, and many were seriously injured. This enormous loss was unprecedented since he took office. Although it wasn't due to his poor leadership, but rather a common phenomenon caused by the brutality of war, it still made him feel a pang of sadness. After all, these men were his subordinates, who had always followed his orders. Even if he couldn't be a devoted son to his soldiers, he should still bear some responsibility for them. He replied in a low voice, I understand. You go back and rest. I'll visit the wounded brothers later and do my best to heal them. Hearing this, Chang Zhiming was slightly taken aback, not expecting a cultivator of the metal element to heal others. If it were Yu Feng here, he would definitely question him. However, Yu Feng himself was also injured and recuperating at his residence. Chang Zhiming, however, was solely focused on following Zhou Chun's lead and naturally dared not question him. Therefore, even though he was curious, he immediately and respectfully replied, Yes, your subordinate obeys. The update is a bit late, but there's plenty of content. Chapter 452 Breakthrough to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Zhou Chun himself certainly didn't possess any healing spells, but he had a wood spirit. Currently, he was the highest ranking person in the camp, and there were no golden core cultivators present. Releasing a wood spirit disguised as a 2nd-tier high-grade demonic beast to heal those injured wouldn't attract too much attention, even if some were surprised to find such a beast by his side. The people Zhou Chun was treating were at most at the late foundation establishment stage, so even a wood spirit displaying only the cultivation of a 2nd-tier high-grade demonic beast was sufficient to effectively treat them. After touring the wounded soldiers' camp with his spirit pet, treating each of the seriously injured soldiers and receiving a chorus of gratitude, Zhou Chun also took the opportunity to visit Yu Feng. Interestingly, in the past 6 months, Yu Feng had considered using connections to transfer, but Wei Yong had blocked him. The reason was simple: if Yu Feng, a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, were transferred, The replacement would only be a mid-stage purple mansion cultivator. For Wei Yong, this would clearly be a losing proposition. Therefore, Yu Feng's transfer was put on hold unless his backer was willing to transfer a late-stage purple mansion cultivator to swap with him. However, a late-stage purple mansion cultivator, unless he committed a serious offense, would not willingly serve as the deputy commander of a battalion. Because of this, Yu Feng's days in the 1st Battalion were quite dull, and he was almost withdrawn. He rarely left his residence unless he was on a mission or summoned by Zhou Chun. In any case, Cheng Haiming was very diligent in managing daily affairs, so Yu Feng didn't need his help at all. Zhou Chun could guess some of Yu Feng's thoughts, and he didn't actually intend to force him to stay. Whether Yu Feng left or not was of little concern to him. His visit was merely to maintain a facade of harmony. Therefore, after exchanging a few polite words, he said calmly, "Vice Commander Yu, please rest assured and recover from your injuries. Our main force suffered heavy losses this time. Even if there are further battles, it will be the turn of other battalions to fill the gaps. We will all have at least 6 months to recuperate." "Yes, I understand," Yu Feng replied calmly, then watched Zhou Chun leave with a complicated expression. He had to admit that although he wanted to leave this place that made him feel stifled, he had to acknowledge that Zhou Chun's strength was indeed much greater than his own, and he was more suitable to be the commander of the 1st Battalion. He had witnessed Zhou Chun's amazing performance on the battlefield and knew very well that Zhou Chun had held back when they fought that day. However, the conflict between the two had already begun on the first day, and he knew he couldn't be so arrogant at first and so respectful later. Meanwhile, after returning to his private residence, Zhou Chun began to tally up his gains from the previous battle. In the previous war, he had killed 6 demonic cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage, so his gains were naturally considerable. The belongings of the 3 in-ghost Sect demon cultivators and the 2 corpse demon Sect demon cultivators were mostly useless demonic materials, artifacts, and pills, only good for exchanging for battle merits. Their storage bags contained very few truly valuable items, totaling only about 70,000 to 80,000 spirit coins. However, the belongings of Su Qinglan, the demon cultivator from the Beast Demon Palace, gave Zhou Chun a pleasant surprise. The snake-shaped flying sword used by this demon, the green poison needle that attacked Zhou Chun, and the dark green demon banner were all rare and exquisite magical artifacts, capable of being used by cultivators. Especially the green poison needle, its material was extremely hard, made from an unknown crystal, and highly effective at breaking through protective barriers. It also contained a potent poison capable of easily killing even a Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Fortunately, Zhou Chun used the heart-to-heart golden lock secret technique to restrain the needle, otherwise, if it had hit him, even if it didn't kill him, it would have severely damaged his vitality. Furthermore, the serpentine flying sword was also quite remarkable. Not only was its material incredibly hard, but its potent poison could even corrode a treasure like the golden rainbow sword, making it an exceptionally rare and exquisite magical artifact. The dark green demonic banner was similar. It had demonstrated numerous wondrous uses in the hands of the serpent demon Su Qinglan, proving itself to be a fine piece. These magical artifacts are all poisonous, and the toxicity is quite high. Could it be that Su Qinglan is actually a rare poison cultivator? Zhou Chun couldn't help but wonder after examining the artifacts. The term poison cultivator is a term used by cultivators to refer to certain special types of cultivators. In the cultivation world, some cultivators, in pursuit of bizarre and powerful supernatural abilities, would take unorthodox paths, refining various potent poisons into their magical power or sealing them within their bodies using secret techniques, to be used as a means of combat. These cultivators are referred to as poison cultivators. Poison cultivators are far rarer than insect cultivators. Zhou Chun had only read about such cultivators in ancient texts, but despite traveling to many countries, he had never actually encountered one. With this question in mind, Zhou Chun painstakingly deciphered Su Qinglan's storage bag, hoping to find the answer within. Unexpectedly, this led to a very surprising and delightful discovery. Inside Su Qinglan's storage bag, Zhou Chun unexpectedly found 12 dark green snake eggs. After identification, he confirmed that these eggs were indeed those of the horned winged serpent, and none of them had yet been bound by a contract. That's right. It's not easy for a rare species of demonic snake like the horned serpent to reach adulthood. Even with Su Qinglan's experience in cultivating them, it would still take him 20 or 30 years to raise them to the 2nd tier. His current goal is to form his golden core, so why would he want to waste resources and effort on this? Once he forms his golden core, what use will these mere, horned serpents be to him? It's better to keep these serpent eggs as bargaining chips in trade. Even exchanging them for spirit coins could help him buy materials for forming his golden core. After a little thought, Zhou Chun understood why Su Qinglan didn't form a contract with these serpent eggs, and then happily accepted them. He then continued to check the contents of Su Qinglan's storage bag, and soon made other discoveries and gains. With a flicker of his eye, he took out a small jade box made of millennium-old cold jade from a pile of items. Millennium-old cold jade is a magical material, yet it was being used to make a jade box, showing the importance of what was inside. Just as Zhou Chun reached out to open the jade box to see what treasures it contained, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing a mysterious armor golden feather which landed on the lid. Sure enough, the mysterious armor golden feather immediately turned bluish and lost its life force upon landing, poisoned to death by the invisible, colorless, and odorless poison applied to the lid. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes darkened, and he muttered to himself, "It really is the work of a poison cultivator. Luckily, I had a backup plan, otherwise I might have fallen for this guy's trick." Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he opened the jade box from a distance. Inside the opened jade box was only a fist-sized fruit wrapped in a dark green leaf. The fruit resembled a lantern fruit, with a thin golden green outer shell, but inside was a round green fruit covered in countless purple spots. Looking at this peculiar fruit, Zhou Chun searched his memory for various records in ancient texts, and soon found a similar object for reference. This seems to be the legendary, golden dragon fruit, a rare poison capable of killing even golden core cultivators. What is Su Qinglan collecting this for? A look of surprise flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. After examining the incredibly poisonous fruit inside the jade box, he quickly closed it with a flick of his sleeve. He then cleaned the jade box with water and fire to remove any remaining toxins before storing it in his storage bag. Regardless of Su Qinglan's purpose in collecting it, such a potent poison capable of killing golden core cultivators was undoubtedly a rare treasure, and he might find it useful in the future. Next, Zhou Chun learned from his experience and released a large number of mysterious armor golden feathers to examine the other spiritual items left in Su Qinglan's storage bag. Only after confirming that they were not poisoned did he dare to examine them closely. However, whether it was because the poison was particularly rare or because he felt that repeating the same method was useless, Su Qinglan did not apply any more poison to the other items in his storage bag. After examining the books and jade slips, Zhou Chun quickly made a new discovery. With a wave of his hand, a dark green jade book landed in his grasp. Countless tiny silver characters, the size of grains of rice, formed a wondrous book called the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture. This 10,000 Poisons True Scripture was both a cultivation technique and a book teaching how to identify, create, and neutralize poisons. It recorded many rare and exotic poisons that Zhou Chun had never heard of, along with methods for their preparation. It also contained various extremely difficult and painful poison cultivation techniques, as well as methods for refining special magical artifacts, treasures, and poison pills, and methods for raising poisonous insects and beasts. In short, the 10,000 Poisons True Scripture was a complete lineage of poison cultivation. Any cultivator could establish a poison cultivation sect with it. However, this was an incomplete scripture. The cultivation techniques within could only be practiced up to the golden core stage, and the poison cultivation techniques only covered up to that stage. At the beginning, the creator of this technique calls himself True Lord of 10,000 Poisons, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Of course, whether it's a complete or incomplete scripture, Zhou Chun wouldn't cultivate it, so that's not important at this point. What truly interests Zhou Chun are the methods for cultivating poisonous insects and beasts. Because, aside from certain special methods requiring the cultivator to be a poison master, most only require gathering the relevant materials to refine into medicine for cultivation. This means that Zhou Chun and the Zhou family cultivators can also integrate this into their own beast-taming and insect-controlling techniques to cultivate some of the poisonous insects and beasts recorded above. This true Lord of 10,000 Poisons is truly a genius. He has single-handedly integrated the strengths of many schools, forging a new path to create this path of poison cultivation, and even reaching the late-stage nascent soul realm. It's truly astonishing. Truly admirable. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Chun withdrew his attention from the jade book in his hand, and couldn't help but express his admiration and respect for the book's creator, true lord of 10,000 poisons. Only after truly reading the contents of this jade book would one realize just how profound and mysterious this true scripture of 10,000 poisons truly is. The numerous poison techniques and secret arts recorded within it opened Zhou Chun's eyes, leaving him in awe. Furthermore, some of the poison-related magical artifacts and elixirs described within were incredibly tempting. Those skilled in poison making must also know how to detoxify. The true lord of 10,000 poisons was not only unparalleled in his poison skills, but also possessed extraordinary abilities in detoxification and healing. One special magical artifact recorded in the true scripture of 10,000 poisons is called the 100 Poison Pearl, which can invisibly poison enemies and neutralize all poisons. There is also the magical treasure, the Divine Pearl of 10,000 Poisons, which can neutralize all kinds of rare poisons and absorb various rare poisons to enhance the power of magical treasures. Additionally, there is a elixir called the Heavenly Fragrance Poison Repelling Pill, which, upon taking just one, grants immunity to all poisons, making one immune to most toxins and possessing extremely strong resistance to many rare poisons. What impressed Zhou Chun most was that the cultivation method of the 10,000 poisons true scripture, as well as the other poison cultivation methods recorded there, did not have high requirements for the spiritual root aptitude of cultivators. Even those with low-grade spiritual root aptitude could cultivate at a speed comparable to those with high-grade spiritual root aptitude, as long as they could endure the hardships of cultivation and gather the necessary poisons. This was because the late-stage nascent soul cultivator, 10,000 poisons true monarch, himself had very low spiritual root aptitude, being a true low-grade cultivator. Furthermore, after reading the 10,000 poisons true scripture, Zhou Chun understood why Su Qinglan had collected the golden cup poison dragon fruit. The 10,000 poisons true scripture recorded a special method for refining poison pills, the main ingredient of which was the golden cup poison dragon fruit. Once the poison pill was successfully refined and its potency could be withstood, the success rate of core formation would increase by 1 or 2%, and a poison-based golden core would be formed afterward. Su Qinglan wasn't actually a true poison cultivator, as he hadn't cultivated the 10,000 poisons true scripture. However, if he could form a golden core of poison Dao, it would be much easier for him to later cultivate the 10,000 poisons true scripture, allowing him to become a true poison cultivator. This poison pill, which could increase the success rate of golden core formation by 1 or 2%, was a unique secret medicine created by the 10,000 poisons true monarch. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun couldn't use this poison pill, and most cultivators couldn't either. Besides poison cultivators, perhaps only a purple mansion stage cultivator like Su Qinglan, who had fused with the blood of a poisonous snake demon and possessed extremely strong physical and poison resistance attributes, could withstand the potency of the poison pill and use it to condense a golden core. In addition to the 10,000 poisons true scripture, Su Qinglan's storage bag also contained a large amount of poisonous materials he had collected for cultivating poisonous arts and for future poison cultivation. These materials occupied about 60–70% of the contents of his storage bag. In addition, there were the relics of some Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators he had killed, including about 50 to 60,000 spirit coins, various magic weapons, talismans, and pills. For Zhou Chun, who was used to seeing the world, this was nothing special. After taking stock of his spoils, Zhou Chun sorted everything out, putting together what needed to be handed over and what he could use, and then disposed of it accordingly. In the following time, while waiting for news from Wei Yong, Zhou Chun quietly cultivated the God-slaying great technique and the Heart Lotus orthodox method. After waiting for more than a month, Zhou Chun finally received Wei Yong's summons. After receiving the message, he immediately summoned the deputy commander Chang Zhiming, gave him some instructions, and then hurriedly went to pay his respects. Your subordinate, Zhou Zhengchen, commander of the 1st Brigade, pays respects to commander. Inside the main hall, Zhou Chun respectfully bowed to Wei Yong as soon as he saw him. Young friend Zhou, no need for formalities. I'm sure you already know why I summoned you today, so I won't keep you in suspense. Wei Yong smiled faintly and waved for Zhou Chun to rise. Then, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, revealing a pill bottle, which he tossed to Zhou Chun. This is the breakthrough pill, the jade liquid flowing gold pill, which I obtained for you. It's the most suitable pill for a cultivator like you using the metal element technique to break through barriers. After using this pill, You'll only need about 6 months of recuperation to eliminate any hidden dangers and no longer be afraid to fight. Zhou Chun had just caught the pill bottle when he heard Wei Yong explain the origin and purpose of the pill inside. His understanding was now far broader than before, especially after becoming friends with the alchemy master Luo Qingni, which greatly improved his knowledge of various pills. He had heard of the jade liquid flowing gold pill before, and indeed, as Wei Yong said, it was the most suitable breakthrough pill for his current situation. If this elixir were auctioned in the Great Zhou Kingdom, it would fetch at least 1 or 200,000 spirit coins. It was only because the Heavenly Spirit Alliance had integrated resources from various countries and received funding from other regions that they were able to procure this most suitable elixir for him in just over a month. Even if he had the money, it would be incredibly difficult for him to acquire such an elixir on his own. Upon hearing Wei Yong's words, Zhou Chun was overjoyed and immediately bowed deeply again, saying, "This subordinate thanks Commander for his kindness. I will always remember your favor. This is a reward you deserve, so there's no need to thank me." Wei Yong shook his head slightly, then looked at him and asked, "Now that you have the breakthrough pill, when do you plan to go into seclusion to take it and break through?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied in a low voice, "This subordinate is ready. As long as Commander approves, this subordinate can go into seclusion to break through at any time. Then I will grant you a year's leave so that you can return to your family's mountain gate to break through." Wei Yong pondered for a moment before stating his arrangements. After speaking, as if afraid that Zhou Chun would think the time was too short, he explained with a serious face, "A year's leave is the limit I can get for you. After all, the war is urgent, and it is impossible to give you too much time to go into seclusion to cultivate." "Yes, this subordinate understands." Zhou Chun nodded, quite understanding. He hadn't expected to have much time for secluded cultivation. A year would already be quite good. Moreover, too much time would be meaningless for him, actually hindering his ability to achieve merit and compete for a place among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. Following Wei Yong's arrangements, Zhou Chun completed the necessary formalities, then handed over the daily management and command of the 1st Brigade to Deputy Commander Chang Zhiming, before temporarily leaving the battlefield and returning to the Zhou family with his gains. Due to the urgency, Zhou Chun didn't pay much attention to family affairs upon returning home. He simply gave the 12 horned serpent eggs to Zhou Ming, instructing him to hatch and nurture them for the family cultivators as needed. He also gave the damaged golden rainbow sword to Zhou Ming, asking him to send it to the Qinglian temple to have Qing Wezi repair it. Afterwards, Zhou Chun consumed the jade liquid flowing gold pill in his cave, focusing entirely on breaking through the late-stage purple mansion barrier. While barrier-breaking pills could help cultivators break through minor realm barriers, the success rate wasn't 100%. Even the jade liquid flowing gold pill, the most suitable elixir for Zhou Chun, could only increase his success rate by 40–50%. Therefore, true success in breaking through the barrier depended on the cultivator's own accumulation and foundation. Zhou Chun's accumulation was naturally not as profound as that of cultivators like Zhou Ming, who were stuck at the barrier for decades, but his foundation was not lacking. His cultivation technique, the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, was comparable to the top techniques of major sects, and he had spent decades at the early Purple Mansion stage, honing his foundation very solidly. With the powerful medicinal effect of the jade liquid flowing gold pill, he only tried a few times before successfully breaking through the barrier, officially entering the late Purple Mansion stage. However, using a barrier-breaking elixir to break through the barrier did indeed damage the cultivator's dungeon and meridians. After successfully breaking through, Zhou Chun was unable to meditate and cultivate for 3 or 4 months, only able to slowly recuperate and recover from the damage. Fortunately, the cultivation of the god-slaying great art did not involve much mana manipulation, so he could cultivate normally. After about half a year of seclusion, Zhou Chun not only recovered from the injuries caused by taking the breakthrough elixir, but also successfully condensed the sword of god-slaying and mastered the secret technique great art of god-slaying. As expected, my thinking was correct. After breaking through to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, my divine soul and consciousness have both increased, making the cultivation of the great art of god-slaying naturally easier than before. Now I have finally mastered this secret technique. Inside his cave, Zhou Chun used his divine sense to examine his inner self, and he could see a transparent sword between his hands within his Purple Mansion, the sword of god-slaying he had painstakingly crafted. In the future, if he were to fight again, He only needed to activate the incantation to send this sort of godslang out of his body to kill the enemy and slay their soul. After examining his purple mansion, Zhou Chun then lowered his consciousness into his danshan. There, the golden cauldron shone with spiritual light, suppressing a golden pond below. After breaking through to the late stage of the purple mansion realm, Zhou Chun's magical power increased by nearly half again, and its quality became even purer. Next, he only needed to cultivate steadily for a period of time, raising his magical power to its limit, before attempting to form his core. There's no rush to form the core. I used a breakthrough pill to break through, which is inherently weaker than a normal breakthrough, and the pill toxins in my body need time to dissipate. For at least the next 10 years, it's not advisable to attempt core formation. I should solidify my foundation and refine my magical power. It's not too late to attempt core formation when my magical power has reached its limit and refining has become ineffective. Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed. He had his own plan for his future cultivation and wasn't in a hurry to attempt core formation. All things considered, he was still under 200 years old. Successfully forming his core before 200 years old would be considered a very successful cultivator in the cultivation world. That meant he would have 700 or 800 years to cultivate, and he would almost certainly reach the late stage of the golden core realm, having the opportunity to attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. Conversely, if one only succeeds in forming the golden core at over 400 years old, then one's life will essentially be limited to the golden core stage. At this time, Zhou Chun's vacation was only halfway over. He still had 6 months of free time. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to emerge from seclusion, but instead continued to bury himself in diligent cultivation, devoting more energy to the practice of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method. Zhou Chun didn't expect to reach the third level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method in such a short time, but any progress in cultivation would greatly help him in his upcoming battles against demonic cultivators. After all, he was now at the late Purple Mansion stage, and his resistance to the bewitching sounds of the Bewitching Valley demonic cultivators had increased significantly. With the aid of this mind-clearing and concentrating mystic technique, he should be able to withstand the bewitching sounds of most Bewitching Valley demonic cultivators. He continued cultivating like this until about a month before the end of his vacation, when Zhou Chun finally emerged from seclusion. Emerging a month early, Zhou Chun naturally had things to do. He first went to the wilderness, returning the frostbite bees that had been treated with frostbite key from his spirit beast pouch to their hive, replacing them with the demonic bees that had been left there. Afterwards, Zhou Chun went to the Azure Lotus Temple to seek out Queen Wheezy to exchange magical artifacts. Previously on the battlefield, Zhou Chun's golden rainbow sword had been deeply corroded by poison and bloodthirsty ki, beyond repair. This left him lacking a powerful offensive weapon. Furthermore, Zhou Chun had discovered during previous battles that he lacked a versatile magical artifact like those demonic banners. His silver bale artifact was good for both offense and defense, but its offensive capabilities were somewhat lacking and its methods were rather limited. In clashes with demonic cultivators, facing their various strange secret techniques and magical artifacts, he often had to resort to defense. Therefore, Zhou Chun urgently needed 2 magical artifacts that could enhance his offensive and defensive capabilities. Faced with Zhou Chun's request, Queen Wheezy didn't refuse, but shook her head slightly, saying, "Disciple, it's not impossible for you to exchange magic weapons, but the magic weapons in our sect's treasury have already been selected by many disciples. What's left might not meet your standards." She knew Zhou Chun's strength. Even though many of the magic weapons stored in the Kinglian Temple's treasury were of the 3rd tier high grade, their power might not satisfy Zhou Chun. The truly good items had definitely already been exchanged. Zhou Chun was actually prepared for this, since this was basically the situation in their Zhou family's treasury. The good items had already been picked over by the higher-ups, and what was left were things that the higher-ups, didn't value. So, after hearing Queen Wheezy's words, he followed up by saying, "Then what about your personal collection, Master? What about the collections of your other senior uncles and aunts? I'm replacing my magic weapons now so I can better fight enemies and demons, and bring glory to our sect on the battlefield. You and your senior uncles and aunts should help me within your capabilities." However, upon hearing this, Queen Wheezy shook her head again, saying, "Since becoming the sect leader, I've rarely fought on the battlefield. What 3rd tier magic weapons would I have in my personal collection? As for your secular senior uncles, they also have their own disciples and grand disciples. Even if they had some magic weapons in their personal collections, I'm guessing they've given them to these younger generations for self-defense. I'm afraid they won't be able to fulfill your wishes." This clearly meant she had no intention of helping Zhou Chun. This made Zhou Chun's expression turn somewhat ugly. He didn't believe that the vast Qinglian temple couldn't produce a few suitable magic weapons for him. Qing Huizi's actions only showed that she no longer wanted to invest any more resources in him. This also illustrates one thing: even if you were to successfully join the ranks of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits in the future, King Huizi and Qinglian temple would absolutely not value him highly or cultivate him vigorously because of it. Having understood this, Zhou Chun instantly lost any desire to continue the pretense of politeness with King Huizi and immediately replied in a low voice, "Disciple understands, then disciple will take his leave." Upon hearing this, King Huizi didn't try to stop him at all, simply watching him leave. Even after Zhou Chun had gone far away, King Huizi coldly snorted with a gloomy expression, "HMPH, you killed demonic cultivators on the battlefield and gained so much, and you also pocketed everything that Zhang Zhong and the others plundered. Now you still want to set your sights on our sect. You're truly insatiable." From his perspective, Zhou Chun's act of demanding to exchange magical artifacts was nothing short of taking advantage of his kindness. Feeling he had already invested enough, he naturally didn't want to tolerate Zhou Chun's behavior any longer and was determined to teach Zhou Chun a lesson, letting him know who was in charge. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, already extremely disappointed with Qing Huizi and Qinglian temple, didn't return to his family after leaving the Qinglian mountains, but instead rushed to the Yang Sect territory. Since the Qinglian temple route was blocked, he could only activate his backup plan and seek help from the weapon refining master Zhu Huai. As a weapon refining master, aside from his own collection, his connections would certainly be able to help Zhou Chun achieve his goal. However, to get Master Zhu's help, Zhou Chun would definitely have to spend a considerable amount. Fortunately, he wasn't short of spirit coins, nor was he lacking in 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and magical treasure materials. With these 3 things, he should be able to impress Master Zhu and persuade him to help him again. Another 8,000-word chapter. Chapter 453 Top Secret Operation. Zhu Huai certainly didn't disappoint Zhou Chun. After Zhou Chun expressed his willingness to exchange magical treasures, spiritual materials, and 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, Zhu Huai readily acted as an intermediary, contacting several master craftsmen from the Yang Sect to find suitable magical artifacts for Zhou Chun. After careful selection, Zhou Chun chose 2 magical artifacts. One was named the Golden Flame Demon Suppressing Blade, and the other was named the Golden Light Demon Slaying Mirror. Both were high-grade 3rd-tier magical artifacts meticulously crafted by a master craftsman from the Yang Sect to combat demonic cultivators. Originally, the master craftsman had prepared these 2 artifacts for his own sect's cultivators. However, Zhou Chun offered far too much, making it difficult for him to refuse. 2 magical treasures and spiritual materials, each worth tens of thousands of spirit coins, were offered by Zhou Chun at once. Which master craftsman could resist such a temptation? Don't be fooled by the fact that some high-grade 3rd-tier magical artifacts also incorporate magical treasure materials during their crafting, assuming they are easy to find. The reality is far from that. Like the Golden Rainbow Sword, a high-grade 3rd-tier magic weapon, it's said to contain magic weapon materials, but in reality, it only contains a small amount of gold essence, iron essence, etc., costing no more than 10,000 spirit coins. More often, it's just scraps of magic weapon materials mixed in, euphemistically called magic weapon materials. Moreover, many times, weapon refiners deliberately exaggerate the amount of magic weapon materials mixed in. For example, if only a small amount of gold essence is mixed in, they'll say 3 ounces. Generally, unless you're a true weapon refiner master, it's difficult to determine the exact amount mixed in. You can only tell that the material is indeed present. The magic weapon materials Zhou Chun offered in exchange were indeed substantial, more than enough to refine a magic weapon. Such materials, suitable for refining magic weapons, are almost irresistible to any weapon refiner master aspiring to the Grandmaster level. That's why Zhou Chun considered the Flame Sun sect as his backup plan and was full of confidence. He wasn't unaware of the value of magical artifacts and spiritual materials, but he knew even better that keeping them would only leave them gathering dust, and there was no point in selling them for spirit coins. It was better to exchange them for magical weapons to enhance his combat power, helping him compete for a place among the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits, and to acquire materials for core formation. With his money-making abilities, Once he successfully formed his core, he wouldn't have trouble finding magical artifacts and spiritual materials to refine his natal magical artifact. After obtaining the magical artifacts, Zhou Chun thanked Zhu Wuye, the middleman who had made the connection, and hurriedly returned to Tu Yunling. Back in his family, Zhou Chun discussed some matters with Zhou Mingde before rushing to the Fen Kingdom's front lines in the last few days. Your subordinate, Zhou Zhengzhen, has returned on leave as ordered. Please give your instructions, Commander. Inside the main hall, Zhou Chun, upon returning to the front lines, immediately came to pay his respects to his direct superior, Wei Yong, to cancel his leave. Seeing that Zhou Chun had already reached the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, Wei Yong made no attempt to hide his admiration, praising him repeatedly. Excellent, excellent. Young friend Zhou has indeed not disappointed. Now, with you alone, I am better than with 1,000 troops. He didn't mention a word about Zhou Chun's timely return. Zhou Chun, ever quick to understand, immediately bowed his head respectfully and replied, I owe my current cultivation level to Commander. I have no way to repay your kindness except to give my life. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Wei Yong's face lit up with a hearty smile, and he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, with those words from you, young friend Zhou, I am relieved. He then nodded to Zhou Chun and said, now that you are back, young friend Zhou, you will continue to lead the 1st Brigade. I will give you half a month to get used to the situation. After half a month, there will be an important mission that requires your participation. Yes, sir, Zhou Chun replied and quickly took his leave, heading to his brigade's encampment. Upon returning to his unit's camp, Deputy Commander Chang Zhiming, seeing him return, beamed with joy and exclaimed, Great! Commander, you're finally back. With you back, my brothers and I feel much more at ease. Then, seemingly noticing Zhou Chun's improved cultivation, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Look, I was so confused. I should have congratulated Commander on his great progress. He then solemnly congratulated Zhou Chun, saying, Congratulations on your great progress, Commander. May you soon achieve the Golden Core stage? Zhou Chun, smiling broadly, waved his hand and said, Vice Commander Chang, you're too kind. I've been away this past year, and you've worked tirelessly to manage the team. I'll remember this and will certainly speak highly of you to the Commander in the future. Hearing this, Chang Zhiming's face instantly broke into a genuine smile, and he quickly replied humbly, Commander, you flatter me. These are merely my duties, nothing to mention. The two then entered the office, seemingly having a pleasant conversation. Zhou Chun listened to Chang Zhiming's report, learning about the various events that had occurred over the past year. While the two were talking, another vice commander, Yu Feng, arrived after hearing the news. Upon seeing Zhou Chun's breakthrough to the late Purple Mansion stage, Yu Feng's feelings were quite complex. If he had any advantage over Zhou Chun before, it was his late Purple Mansion cultivation. But now, he no longer possessed even that advantage. So, after reluctantly offering his congratulations to Zhou Chun, he left with mixed feelings. Zhou Chun naturally didn't care about his opinion. Half a month was more than enough time for Zhou Chun to understand all the major and minor events that had occurred over the past year, and to have a clear grasp of the current situation on the battlefield. After listening to Chang Zhiming recount the events of the past year, he summoned all the soldiers to announce his return and organized an internal drill to check the combat formation adaptability of his new and old soldiers. Thus, half a month passed quickly. Just half a month after Zhou Chun's return, Wei Yong summoned him again and assigned him the important task he had previously mentioned. We've received intelligence that a new batch of demonic cultivators will be arriving in the Yuanmo territory soon, carrying a large amount of supplies to support the Yuanmo Legion. Our predecessors have decided to dispatch elite troops to intercept and kill these cultivators, preventing the Yuanmo Legion from receiving their supplies and weakening their war potential. To ensure the success of this interception, we will launch a major counter-offensive on the main battlefield to distract the Yuanmo Legion. Zheng Chun, now that you've returned, I'll report your name as well. You will join the Demon Slang camp along with several other cultivators ranked among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit, as well as other powerful Purple Mansion stage cultivators, to intercept and kill the arriving demonic cultivators. At this point, Wei Yong looked at Zhou Chun with a solemn expression and said, The mission will be very dangerous, because even the seniors only know that a new batch of demonic cultivators is coming with resources to provide support, but they don't really know how strong those demonic cultivators are. At that time, You demon-slaying camp cultivators will not only have to deal with these demonic cultivators who are coming from the Yuan demon territory, but you will also face the support and encirclement of the Yuan demon legion. Even golden core cultivators will be at considerable risk of death. Hearing him say this, Zhou Chun was not frightened at all. Instead, he looked at him thoughtfully and said, "Since this mission is so dangerous and difficult, Commander, you still want to sign me up to participate? There must be considerable benefits involved." "Ha ha ha, I guessed right. You really did have this reaction." Wei Yong suddenly laughed, looking at Zhou Chun with a look of having expected it. He then nodded and said, "That's right, this mission is dangerous, but the rewards are equally great and very attractive. First, anyone who registers and is selected will receive a basic battle merit reward equivalent to killing a cultivator of the same level. Second, for every demonic cultivator you kill, you'll receive an additional 30% bonus on top of the original battle merit reward. Most importantly, those who participate in this mission will receive a certain number of demon-slaying tokens as a reward upon their return, based on their battle merits." He then explained proactively, without waiting for Zhou Chun to ask, "You might not know about demon-slaying tokens. What is this demon-slaying token? This is something the Alliance has only recently introduced. It has many uses and is extremely difficult to obtain. For example, if you have a demon-slaying token, you can have a master craftsman from the Alliance forge a high-grade 3rd-tier magic weapon for you free of charge, or have a master alchemist refine a batch of pills for you free of charge, or exchange it for exquisite treasures from the demon-slaying treasury. In short, you should know that the demon-slaying token has extremely wide-ranging and powerful uses. It's generally only issued to golden core cultivators, and even for golden core cultivators, it's extremely useful. Something only issued to golden core cultivators must be a valuable item. There's no doubt about that. After all, in any cultivation world, golden core cultivators are de facto high-level cultivators, even elders in major sects. Therefore, after hearing Wei Yong's explanation, Zhou Chun also took the matter to heart. Zhou Chun immediately replied, "Understood. When shall I depart?" "You may depart tomorrow. Meet me here on your own then," Wei Yong said, then transmitted the meeting point to Zhou Chun. Finally, he looked at Zhou Chun meaningfully and said, "This mission is an opportunity for you. If you want to compete for the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit, your performance in this mission will be crucial. You must seize this opportunity." "Understood. I will certainly not disappoint the commander and all the seniors." Zhou Chun nodded solemnly, making a firm promise. Afterwards, Zhou Chun didn't return to his own unit's camp but rested at the resting place provided by Wei Yong, waiting for the departure the next day. Early the next morning, Zhou Chun quietly left the main camp and headed to the meeting point provided by Wei Yong. To maintain secrecy, this meeting point wasn't on a sacred mountain, but rather in the ruins of a mortal city within the territory of Fen Kingdom. After flying to the ruins of the mortal city according to the map, Zhou Chun silently channeled his magic power into a Cyan J talisman given to him by Wei Yong. The talisman, activated by the magic power, emitted a faint cyan light, seemingly notifying someone. A short while later, a figure silently appeared 100 feet away from Zhou Chun, releasing its aura to attract his attention. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in black, a true golden core cultivator. After appearing, the man nodded slightly to Zhou Chun, who was looking at him, and said, "Fellow Taoist, since you have the token, please follow me to the rendezvous point." "This junior obeys," Zhou Chun replied, immediately following the middle-aged man in black as they traversed the ruins together. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhou Chun followed the middle-aged man into a basement concealed by an array. Dozens of cultivators had already gathered there, the weakest being at least at the Purple Mansion stage. Under the introduction of the middle-aged man in black, Zhou Chun quickly met the commander of this mission. The leader of the mission was a late-stage golden core cultivator named Zhang Dongyang from the Zhangyang Palace. Zhou Chun was now somewhat of a celebrity, so after hearing his name and background, Zhang Dongyang's eyes flashed with a golden light as he immediately began to scrutinize him. The man's eyes were clearly using some kind of spiritual eye technique to examine Zhou Chun. This behavior was extremely unfriendly and disrespectful. Unfortunately, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great, and although Zhou Chun felt very uncomfortable and angry, he dared not show it in the slightest, and could only lower his head and pretend not to see. At the same time, he secretly became wary. Since Zhang Dongyang had cultivated a powerful spiritual eye technique, The 100 illusions pearl on Lei Jiao Bai's body would most likely be difficult to hide from him. He probably needed to prepare early. Just as Zhou Chun was thinking about this, Zhang Dongyang seemed to see through him and withdrew his spiritual eye technique. Then, without any hesitation, he commented on Zhou Chun. He seems alright. Although his aura is somewhat weak, as if he took a breakthrough pill to break through, his foundation is solid. If he has enough opportunities in the future, he might be able to successfully form his core. This junior is humbled, Zhou Chun replied, bowing his head, his tone extremely modest. Zhang Dongyang seemed to have lost interest in him and immediately waved his hand, saying, sit down and wait. Once everyone is here, I will give you instructions. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, yes, this junior obeys. He then found an empty spot and sat down. However, he could clearly feel that many Purple Mansion stage cultivators in the basement were looking at him, each with a different meaning. He also secretly began to observe the other cultivators. Zhou Chun had been involved with a Heavenly Spirit Legion for some time, and even if he had never seen the real cultivators, he had at least seen their portraits. After observing them, he was secretly alarmed. He noticed several renowned late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators among them, much like Lin Qingxun. Furthermore, Wei Yong had mentioned that several members of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit would join the mission, making this operation a true gathering of heroes. In the following days, the Golden Core cultivator who had brought Zhou Chun would occasionally go out to meet other arriving participants. Some, like Zhou Chun, came alone, while others came in groups. After half a day, the once spacious basement was filled with about 150 to 160 cultivators. It wasn't until after sunset, when the number of cultivators in the basement exceeded 180, that no one else entered. At this moment, Zhang Dongyang coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention. Almost everyone is here. Now, I'll explain the mission in detail. Many of you probably already know the general outline of this mission, but I'll reiterate it. The Legion has gathered 180 of us here to form the Demon-Slaying Battalion. Our main objective is to infiltrate the Demon Legion's rear in the desolate Spirit Desert and ambush and kill demonic cultivators reinforcing from the Demon Realm. I don't need to elaborate on the dangers of this operation, you're all likely aware of them. Since you've chosen to come here, you should all be prepared. Now, I'll mainly discuss this operation. That's the rule, Zhang Dongyang said, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Chun and the others before he continued in a deep voice. This operation will be led and commanded by me, with the other 9 fellow cultivators at the Golden Core stage assisting me. All of you participating cultivators, regardless of your original military rank or background, must unconditionally obey my command and orders. Those who disobey will be executed without mercy. Furthermore, various changes may occur during the operation. Therefore, if you do not arrive at the agreed location to regroup and retreat in time, you will have to find your own way back. After saying this, Zhang Dongyang suddenly raised his hand and patted the storage bag at his waist, immediately taking out a large box. When the box was opened, it contained a series of white, transparent crystal balls. As Zhou Chun and the others' attention was drawn to the box of transparent crystal balls, Zhang Dongyang explained, these magical artifacts are specially made recording beads. Each of you should take one and carry it with you. During battle, inject a little magic power to activate it, and it will record your battles with the enemy, making it convenient for the rewards department to compile statistics later. Of course, if the magical artifact is damaged, or if you don't want the recording bead to record your trump cards, you can choose not to activate it. But then you'll need to use the enemy's corpse to prove your achievements. With that, he distributed the recording beads to everyone. After everyone had received a recording bead, Zhang Dongyang led the way outside. The remaining 9 Golden Core cultivators and Zhou Chun and the others quickly followed. Once on the ground, Zhang Dongyang waved his sleeve, and a beam of white light flew out from his sleeve and landed in the sky, revealing a pure white ship. Then he said to Zhou Chun and the others, this, hidden dragon boat, is a magic treasure-level flying artifact, extremely adept at stealth flight. Even Golden Core cultivators would find it difficult to detect. It was specially lent to us by a senior true person to ensure the success of this mission. After speaking, he had everyone board the boat. Afterwards, Zhang Dongyang alone piloted the hidden dragon boat, stealthily flying through the sky, leading Zhou Chun and the others around the heavily defended areas of the Yuan Demon Legion, heading straight for the desolate Spirit Desert in the southwest of Fen Kingdom. I don't know why, but today I feel completely exhausted. My mouth is dry, My liver is flaring, and I can barely eat. I'll stop here for today. Chapter 454 Ambush and Pursuit. The Desolate Spirit Desert. Ever since the demonic cultivators of the Yuanmo realm invaded the Xianling realm through the Desolate Spirit Desert, many rumors have circulated about this perilous place. According to these rumors, the Desolate Spirit Desert did not exist in ancient times. At that time, it was not only not the desolate place with no spiritual veins as it is now, but also a prosperous area of cultivation where spiritual veins converged. However, a great battle between sixth-tier powerhouses took place there in ancient times. In that earth-shattering battle, not only were the underground spiritual veins destroyed, but the life force of the earth was also completely extinguished by the powerful divine abilities of the sixth-tier powerhouses, and it has been difficult to recover for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The Desolate Spirit Desert today is not only thin in spiritual energy and devoid of life, but also retains dangerous areas formed by the influence of the powerful divine abilities of ancient times. Even nascent soul stage cultivators can be injured in those dangerous areas. The real Desolate Spirit Desert is actually far more treacherous than the rumors suggest. After Zhou Chun and his companions arrived at this place aboard the magical artifact, Hidden Dragon Boat, they saw that the land was riddled with ravines, covered with exposed rocks and hardened soil. Many areas appeared to have been scorched by intense heat, exhibiting a crystalline state. Some places had clearly formed ponds and rivers, but there wasn't a single fish or shrimp in the water, nor any vegetation growing on the banks. Even insects, which were usually ubiquitous, were extremely rare here. Zhou Chun had been to many places that could be considered desolate, but even the deserts and snowfields he had visited seemed like a paradise compared to this place. It felt desolate and lifeless, as if the earth itself had died. By the way, there's something I need to tell you all. In this desolate desert, the power of spells and magical abilities is significantly weaker than outside. Some spells and abilities that require communication with the spiritual energy of the outside world are impossible to use here. Therefore, when you fight, you'd better act according to your abilities and conserve your mana. In a ravine, Zhang Donggang, after landing his hidden dragon boat, saw Zhou Chun and many others worried about the situation in the desolate desert and shared some news that weighed heavily on their minds. Many of them had heard about this before, but without personally experiencing the desolate desert, they didn't have such a profound understanding. I'd heard that the spiritual energy in the desolate desert was thin, but I never imagined it would be like this. With such thin spiritual energy, how did those damned demonic cultivators manage to cross the entire desolate desert and reach my heavenly spirit realm? An old man with late-stage purple mansion cultivation muttered, voicing the doubts of many cultivators present. Even though the two sides have been at war for nearly 20 years, how the demonic cultivators crossed the desolate spirit desert from the Yuanmo realm to reach the Xianling realm remains a mystery. At least for cultivators like Zhou Chun, and Zhou Chun is certain that many golden core cultivators don't know either. Zhang Dongyan clearly had no intention of answering their questions. Simply waving his hand and saying, "Alright, you can complain about these things privately later. Now, prepare for battle at any time." Hearing this, Zhou Chun and the others could only suppress their thoughts and focus on conserving their energy. After waiting quietly for more than 2 days, Zhang Dongyan suddenly seemed to sense something and took out a mirror-like magic artifact to examine it. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "The target has appeared. Now, I will lead you to the path the target is sure to take and ambush them." With that, he recontrolled the hidden dragon boat away from its docking point and flew towards a certain location in the desert. After some time, the hidden dragon boat stopped and lay in ambush at a high point on the ground. After waiting for about half a day, Zhou Chun and the others finally spotted the demonic cultivators in the distance. On the rugged, desolate land of the Absolute Spirit Desert, giant centipede-like demonic beasts, each over 10 zang long, were linked together, moving at incredible speed. The blade-like structure of these giant centipede-like beasts was perfectly suited for this rugged terrain. No matter how steep the ravines and valleys, they moved as if on flat ground. On the backs of these giant centipede-like beasts were demonic cultivators from the Yuanmo realm, some sitting, some standing. Their cultivation levels varied, from the purple mansion stage to the key refining stage. They included men, women, young, and old. Above the giant centipede-like beasts, several demonic birds carried golden core stage demonic cultivators as escorts. A rough estimate suggested that the number of demonic cultivators on the backs of those giant centipede-like beasts was at least 20 to 30,000. Although we are outnumbered, Our forces are all elites, and we actually have the numerical advantage, Zhang Dongyang said, his voice low as he gazed at the approaching army of demonic cultivators. So, during the ambush, each of you should act according to your abilities. Those with strong strength should take care of the Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators, while those with weaker strength should try to kill as many low to mid-level demonic cultivators as possible. The goal is to maximize the casualties on the enemy, he then quickly added. Also, remember to kill the earth-walking centipedes first. Once these beasts are wiped out, even if the low-level demonic cultivators survive, they will have no hope of escaping the desolate spirit desert. Zhou Chun and the others naturally agreed. After waiting for about an hour, when the earth-walking centipede demonic beasts were within 30 miles of the hidden dragon boat, Zhang Dongyang suddenly steered the flying boat to the center of the demonic cultivator ranks. Zhou Chun and the others inside were then flung out, scattering in all directions like petals falling from the sky. Immediately afterward, Zhang Dongyang and the other Golden Core cultivators charged towards the Golden Core demonic cultivators, escorting the demonic army, preventing them from attacking Zhou Chun and his group. Meanwhile, after being thrown from the hidden dragon boat, Zhou Chun and the others immediately activated defensive artifacts and spells to protect themselves, while simultaneously attacking the ground-dwelling centipedes and demonic cultivators. Zhou Chun didn't have time to observe the others' actions. He first activated the mysterious and the silver bell artifact to protect himself, then unleashed his newly acquired, still warm golden flame demon-slaying blade to slash at a ground-dwelling centipede. At the same time, he pulled out his spirit beast pouch from his waist and waved it, unleashing a swarm of mysterious armor golden feather demonic insects that roared out, rushing towards the demonic cultivators on the ground. The golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone also flew out and landed on the ground. When it came to crushing weaker opponents, he was probably the most skilled among these cultivators. The demonic cultivators clearly hadn't expected that the Heavenly Spirit Legion would be lying in ambush within the desolate spirit wasteland. This place, now practically their rear, should have been a very safe haven. Because of this, whether to conserve their mana or simply due to their relaxed state of mind, these marching demonic cultivators were completely unprepared. After all, they had Golden Core stage demonic cultivators escorting them from the sky. Even if enemies appeared, those Golden Core stage demonic cultivators would give the warning first. Little did they know that the Heavenly Spirit Legion would exploit this psychological imbalance, ambushing them in the desolate spirit wasteland where they thought they couldn't be attacked. The result was obvious. The Heavenly Spirit Legion's ambush was a resounding success. Zhou Chun's first attack alone killed a ground-walking centipede demonic beast and instantly annihilated hundreds of demonic cultivators. The mysterious armor golden feather demonic insects that spread out and slaughtered in all directions, along with a golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone that landed on the ground, continued to create victories for him. Fortunately, he had activated the recording bead beforehand to document the events, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to collect all the corpses of the dead demonic cultivators and tally their battle merits. Only after his first attack succeeded did the demonic cultivators finally recover from the shock and launch a furious counterattack. On Zhou Chun's side, two demonic cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage roared and attacked, unleashing sinister demonic artifacts and spells. These two cultivators appeared to be from the Yin Ghost Sect. If Zhou Chun released the Thunder Python bye-bye, they would instantly learn what true suffering was. However, wary of Zhang Dongyang, who had cultivated the spiritual eye divine power in the sky, Zhou Chun didn't do so immediately. He activated his defensive silver bell artifact, sending rings of silver sound waves towards the several charging yin demons. These incorporeal yin demons were difficult to harm effectively with flying swords and similar artifacts, but the sound waves could have a certain restraining effect, destabilizing their souls. At the same time, Zhou Chun made a hand seal, and a golden crystal embedded in the golden flame demon-slaying blade suddenly shone brightly. The golden light transformed into flames that adhered to the blade, turning the precious blade into a flaming golden blade that slashed horizontally at a mid-stage Purple Mansion demonic cultivator. This blade was the masterpiece of a certain weapon refining master of the Flaming Sun Sect, and its brilliance lay in this golden flame. This golden flame was extremely effective in refining yin-sha demonic energy. With it attached to the blade, not only were many demonic and corrupt magical artifacts, supernatural powers and spells ineffective, but it could also inflict additional demonic flame damage when attacking demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivator Zhou Chun attacked was unaware of the blade's power. He had originally only summoned a ghostly gray-black shield magical artifact to defend against a flaming golden blade's attack, but after just a few strikes, cracks appeared all over the third-tier mid-grade magical artifact shield, and it quickly shattered into pieces. This fierce and domineering attack terrified the man, who hurriedly switched to defensive stance to resist Zhou Chun's attack. As for the other mid-stage Purple Mansion demonic cultivator, Zhou Chun used the newly acquired magical artifact, the Golden Light Demon-Slaying Mirror, to deal with him. A golden octagonal mirror hovered in the air. With Zhou Chun's manipulation of his magic power, golden light gathered on the mirror's surface, quickly unleashing a beam of golden divine light that blasted towards the opposing demonic cultivator. The golden divine light moved with lightning speed, reaching the demonic cultivator in an instant. This demonic cultivator had been using a thick cloud of yin-sha demonic energy to protect himself, hiding within it as he attacked Zhou Chun. However, the black demonic cloud, illuminated by the golden divine light, instantly melted away like ice and snow. The demonic cultivator inside only then realized what was happening, and in a panic, could only wave his demonic banner to shield himself. Although he narrowly escaped death, the yin soul banner he had painstakingly refined was shattered in the golden light, its surface and part of the flagpole broken, rendering it useless. This loss caused the demonic cultivator immense heartache. He had originally hoped to take advantage of this expedition to the heavenly spirit realm to collect the souls of cultivators and mortals to refine this magic weapon, aiming to quickly upgrade it to high-grade 3rd rank. However, before even setting foot on the heavenly spirit realm, this magic weapon, which had been with him since his foundation establishment stage, had already suffered severe damage. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, seeing his 2 newly acquired magic weapons suppress 2 mid-stage Purple Mansion demonic cultivators with a single strike, was very satisfied, feeling the money was well spent. Without these 2 magic weapons, even if he had broken through to the late-stage Purple Mansion realm, he would never have been able to suppress 2 mid-stage Purple Mansion demonic cultivators so easily. Since the 2 magic weapons were so powerful, Zhou Chun was even less in a hurry to release the Thunder Python. Immediately, while fiercely fighting the 2 demonic cultivators, he also took the opportunity to release his long-unused golden-winged tiger to bully the Foundation establishment demonic cultivators, thus gaining merit for himself. After battling the 2 demonic cultivators for about a quarter of an hour, Zhou Chun seized the opportunity and flicked his finger. A beam of green light shot out, instantly piercing through the demonic cultivator's protective shield and entering his body. Ah! The needle is poisoned. You're so despicable, the demonic cultivator who was hit by the needle screamed in agony. His face turning black as he hurriedly fell to the ground to take medicine to suppress the poison. But he had no idea that the poison from that needle was beyond the reach of most antidotes. It was practically a death sentence. After successfully ambushing the remaining demonic cultivator with a poison needle he had obtained from the demonic cultivator Su Qinglan, Zhou Chun quickly concentrated all his strength on the other demonic cultivator. Not long after, just as the poisoned demonic cultivator on the ground was about to die from the poison, Zhou Chun successfully used the golden flame demon-slaying blade to break through his opponent's defenses and behead him. These 2 demonic cultivators seem weaker than the Yin Ghost Sect demonic cultivators I encountered before. Could it be that the first batch of cultivators to arrive in the heavenly spirit realm were all elites from this demonic sect? Zhou Chun glanced at the 2 demonic cultivators he had just killed, secretly making comparisons and guesses. He then collected the corpses and belongings of the 2 demonic cultivators and charged towards the lower and middle-level demonic cultivators. Just as Zhang Dongyang had said, although this demonic cultivator team had a large number of cultivators, the number of Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators only amounted to about 160 or 170, barely comparable to the number of cultivators in their demon extermination camp. However, these people in their demon extermination camp were all carefully selected elites, many of whom, like Zhou Chun, possessed the strength to fight 2 opponents at once. Even 3 of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit had come. Therefore, by the time Zhou Chun killed the 2 demonic cultivators, almost all the Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators on the battlefield had already been targeted, and 20 or 30 had already fallen. In this situation, if Zhou Chun were to continue targeting the Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators who had been chosen as targets, he would be suspected of stealing credit. He didn't want to do something that would provoke public outrage. Anyway, even killing Foundation establishment stage demonic cultivators would still earn him battle merits. However, the demonic cultivators had already scattered and fled, so killing them was no longer as easy as mowing grass. Zhou Chun could only use a sledgehammer to crack a nut, taking down whoever he could, prioritizing the larger ones. Time slowly passed, and before they knew it, more than an hour had gone by in the ambush on the demonic cultivators. After this hour-long battle, nearly 70% of the Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators had been killed, and the rest had used their energy-draining escape techniques to flee in all directions. However, in this desolate wasteland, whether they could return alive to the Yuan Demon Legion after suffering such severe energy depletion was uncertain. Tens of thousands of low and mid-level demonic cultivators also suffered heavy casualties under the overwhelming attacks of Zhou Chun and his Purple Mansion stage cultivators, with less than 20% surviving. Such a victory was undeniably substantial. At this point, they could have easily retreated. However, Zhang Donggang, in command of the operation, seeing the situation progressing so smoothly, felt they could seize the opportunity to kill one or two more core formation stage demonic cultivators, and thus did not hastily order a retreat. After all, the opportunity was indeed rare. They were escorting only 8 core formation stage demonic cultivators, and not a single one was in the late core formation stage. Given more time, they could create even greater results. So he quickly shouted, "Yang Xiangshan, Gu Jinayan, Peng Wuji, the three of you, use your protective techniques to assist me in slaying the demons." The 3 he named were the 3 cultivators on the 7 Heroes of Heavenly Spirit list who had accompanied him. These 3 had previously displayed remarkable skill, each averaging 4 Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators killed, their strength truly terrifying. Now, being called upon by Zhang Donggang to deal with the core formation stage demonic cultivators, the 3 not only showed no fear or resistance, but instead exchanged glances, laughing heartily with high fighting spirit, and flew into the sky to join the battle. Zhou Chun then truly witnessed the terrifying strength of the 3. These 3 possessed either pseudo-magic treasures, or, like him, carried 4th-tier puppets, or were protected by 4th-tier demonic beasts. With these abilities, the 3 were fully capable of participating in battles against Golden Core cultivators and posing a significant threat. Indeed, once the 3 joined the battle, they quickly created excellent opportunities for Zhang Donggang and the other Golden Core cultivators. In less than a quarter of an hour, a Golden Core early-stage demonic cultivator had his natal magic treasure shattered on the spot and died directly under the claws of a 4th-tier wolf demon released by Gu Jinayan. The fall of this Golden Core demonic cultivator triggered a domino effect, with the Golden Core cultivators and Gu Jinayan and his group immediately joining other battlefields. Thus, in just 2/4 of an hour, 3 Golden Core demonic cultivators had fallen. The remaining Golden Core demonic cultivators, seeing this, were terrified and desperately tried to break through and escape. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. A sharp whooshing sound suddenly came from the distant horizon, and a white streak approached, quickly reaching the vicinity of the battlefield, revealing the silhouette of a bone-flying boat. On that bone-flying boat stood dozens of demonic cultivators, including 8 Golden Core stage cultivators, and the rest were mostly late-stage and mid-stage Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Seeing this, Zhou Chun and the others immediately understood that enemy reinforcements had arrived. Clearly, the arrival of these enemy reinforcements had suddenly turned the situation extremely unfavorable for them. Because in terms of the number of Golden Core stage cultivators, they were now the minority, outnumbering the enemy by 3. Not good, enemy reinforcements have arrived. You all must scatter and retreat immediately. After a brief change in expression, Zhang Donggang immediately shouted the retreat order, then took the lead and rushed towards the bone-flying boat. He knew that his momentary greed might have led to a grave mistake. But now that the mistake has been made, there's no use thinking about anything else. He can only try his best to make amends for his mistake. At the same time, the moment Zhang Donggang ordered a retreat, Zhou Chun acted instantly. He removed his spirit beast pouch and stored the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, along with other spirit pets and demonic insects, inside. Then, he activated the flowing golden rainbow secret technique with all his might, transforming into golden rainbow and fleeing. Hundreds of cultivators did the same. Everyone knew that staying would put them at a disadvantage, even if they could temporarily hold off the demonic cultivators' attacks, and they would likely be surrounded and killed by a second or even third wave of demonic reinforcements. After all, they were currently behind enemy lines, and even if the Heavenly Spirit Legion wanted to rescue them, it would be too far away. Instead, by each choosing a direction to escape, and with the demonic cultivators outnumbering them, many would surely escape, or at least gain an opportunity to fight one-on-one with a Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivator after avoiding the Golden Core stage ones. As Zhou Chun had predicted, the 3 extra Golden Core stage demonic cultivators immediately chose to pursue the 3 previously prominent 7 heroes of heavenly spirit. This relieved him, knowing that he was now safe. With his true strength, he feared no one except for Golden Core stage demonic cultivators. But his relief was short-lived. Zhou Chun's brow furrowed again. He too was being chased, and he even remembered the person chasing him. This was the same demonic cultivator he'd encountered on his first journey to the Fen Kingdom battlefield to deliver supplies to Zhou Chun, the one skilled in wind escape techniques. Back then, he'd even saved Zhou Chun's life from this man using the golden armor mountain carrying turtle stone. Could it be that seeing the stone just now reminded him of what happened back then? A thought flashed through Zhou Chun's mind, and he vaguely guessed the reason for the man's pursuit. But whatever the reason, since this man dared to chase him, his path to immortality had reached its end. Despite this thought, Zhou Chun had no intention of stopping to wait for the pursuit. His flowing light golden rainbow escape technique was naturally inferior to the opponent's wind escape technique, but with the advantage of distance, the opponent certainly wouldn't catch him without a chase of over 100 miles. Once they are more than 100 miles away, even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to see what's going on, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of revealing his trump cards. Chapter 455 Enemies Meet, all cards revealed. The Desolate Spirit Desert. After Zhou Chun had fled for over 100 miles, the winged demonic cultivator from the Beast Demon Palace, just as he had predicted, used his wind escape technique to close the distance to within 10 miles and began to harass him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun stopped flying and descended directly to the ravine-filled ground below. He then patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist and released the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone. It really is you. You were the one who saved that old man. Upon seeing Stone, the winged, blue-haired demonic cultivator's gaze sharpened, immediately confirming his suspicions. After Stone had saved Zhou Chun from his clutches years ago, he had developed a great curiosity about this third-tier turtle demon capable of earth escape, and had spent considerable effort trying to gather information. However, because Zhou Chun was focused on cultivating on Earth Cloud Ridge at that time, he naturally couldn't obtain any useful information and eventually had to give up. But today, seeing Zhou Chun collect the stone from the white bone flying boat, this long-buried memory resurfaced in his mind. Therefore, he unhesitatingly chose Zhou Chun as his target. Since he was going to chase anyone anyway, he would definitely choose Zhou Chun for both personal and public reasons. What do you mean you? What nonsense are you spouting, you demon? Zhou Chun frowned, looking at the blue-haired demon cultivator and muttered under his breath. Then, with an angry expression, he roared, "Enough nonsense, let's fight." With that, he flicked his sleeve, summoning the golden flame demon-slaying blade and slashing at the blue-haired demon cultivator. The stone instantly erected an earthen yellow protective shield, protecting both master and servant within it. Seeing this, a hint of doubt flashed in the blue-haired demon cultivator's eyes. Had he really misjudged him? With a flap of his wings, his figure vanished instantly, dodging the golden blade slash. Then, staring intently at the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone for a while, he suddenly sneered, "Whether you saved that person or not, I'll find out after I kill you." With that, he flapped his wings, and countless bluish-white wind blades materialized out of thin air, creating a wave of wind blades that slashed towards the rock-earth turtle and Zhou Chun. At the same time, he swung the keen and curved sabers in his hands, easily knocking the golden flame demon-slaying saber away. Immediately afterward, he reached for his spirit beast pouch at his waist, summoning a third-tier, low-grade, earth-yellow giant python demon beast. As soon as the giant python appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a yellow demonic wind, whipping up countless sand and stones that rained down on the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone and Zhou Chun. Simultaneously, it moved, quickly merging into the yellow sand and disappearing without a trace. This wasn't the end. After releasing his spirit pet, the blue-haired demonic cultivator quickly chanted a series of tongue-twisting incantations. A blue light surged from the blue horn atop his head, quickly condensing into a beam of blue light that blasted towards Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun only saw thick snake tail slam heavily onto the earthen yellow light shield amidst the flying sand and stones, causing it to shake violently. Then, the blue beam instantly pierced through the sands and the light shield, striking the earthen yellow shield magic artifact he had summoned and which was now swirling around him, instantly blasting the repaired third-tier high-grade defensive artifact away. Before the stone could repair the earthen yellow light shield, a barrage of wind blades and flying stones poured in through the opening created by the blue beam, striking Zhou Chun's black light shield and stone tortoise shell. Seeing this, Zhou Chun knew he had to change his strategy. He patted his storage bag and summoned the silver bale magic artifact, immediately unleashing bursts of silver sonic waves that impacted the flying sand and stones, scattering the yellow sands and pebbles to the ground. Simultaneously, the stones on the ground also reacted, condensing into a large, earthen yellow barrier that trapped the giant yellow python within. Then, the master and servant separated to face their respective opponents. Zhou Chun summoned several of his most prized magic artifacts, using a shield, the silver bell, and a precious pearl to form a three-tiered defense. Even though the green-haired demon cultivator's wind escape technique was unpredictable and difficult to defend against, it was difficult for him to break through 3 layers of defense and injure his body in one go. Furthermore, because the opponent's wind escape technique was too powerful, his golden light demon slaying mirror couldn't lock onto and hide him, let alone the heart-to-heart golden lock secret technique. It seemed that both had their strengths and weaknesses, making it difficult to determine a winner. However, both knew that Zhou Chun's defensive approach couldn't last. If he made even one mistake, he could be severely injured or killed by the blue-haired demonic cultivator's attack. However, Zhou Chun wasn't without a chance, because in the battle between the two demonic beasts, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle had the upper hand from the start. The yellow giant python's mistake was that it was also an earth elemental demonic beast, which meant that its spells and supernatural abilities were mostly ground-based attacks. As a result, it would be difficult for it to engage in a mobile battle with a golden armored mountain-carrying turtle like the thunder python had done. The stone had stuck to it from the beginning, sticking it tightly and not giving it any chance to escape. Even so, the blue-haired demonic cultivator wasn't in a hurry. He knew that if Zhou Chun was indeed the mysterious cultivator who had left his side, then Zhou Chun would definitely still have the earth escape technique, and he wasn't entirely confident that he could capture Zhou Chun who was using this technique. So, as long as he could stall Zhou Chun for a while until his own golden core cultivators or other powerful demonic cultivators arrived, he could easily capture Zhou Chun. Unfortunately, he had oversimplified things. He had underestimated Zhou Chun. After exchanging a dozen or so blows with a green-haired demonic cultivator, Zhou Chun realized that he and Shi Tao alone couldn't possibly defeat him. Therefore, to finish the battle quickly, he released the thunder python, bye-bye. The moment the silver thunder python appeared in the sky, the green-haired demonic cultivator's expression changed. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You're actually the cultivator who killed Jiang Zhong." Zhou Chun ignored him and directly had bye-bye interfere with him. While the wind escape technique was fast, if the activation speed was even slightly slow, it was impossible to dodge bye-bye's lightning strikes. The green-haired demonic cultivator knew this. After dodging several times, he failed and was struck by lightning. However, his body was always surrounded by an invisible layer of wind spirit armor, so the lightning failed to truly injure him. After this incident, he simply stopped trying to dodge, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he unleashed the wind escape technique and pounced on bye-bye. With a few swings of his scimitars, he easily pierced bye-bye's dragon scales, inflicting several wounds. Bye-bye's lightning attacks were completely deflected and neutralized. Wind and lightning are inherently intertwined forces. Bye-bye's cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than the blue-haired demonic cultivators, so ordinary lightning attacks were not only ineffective but also weakened. This was why the blue-haired demonic cultivator dared to engage in close combat. After taking several blows, bye-bye dared not fight him in close combat anymore, resorting to lightning escape techniques to evade. Zhou Chun was startled by the scene, realizing that bye-bye had finally met its match. Since he brought bye-bye to the battlefield, they had consistently displayed overwhelming superiority against demonic cultivators, only struggling against the demonic cultivators of the Enchanted Valley. This blue-haired demonic cultivator was the first to injure bye-bye in direct combat, and with such overwhelming dominance. This fiend's wind escape technique is already very proficient. If bye-bye were to use the heavenly divine thunder, I'm afraid he might not be able to hide it. Moreover, this place is not far from those golden core stage demonic cultivators. If we use the heavenly divine thunder, there's no guarantee that the commotion it causes won't attract golden core stage demonic cultivators. It seems that I have no choice but to use that newly mastered secret technique, Zhou Chun looked at the changes on the field, various thoughts flashing through his mind, and he quickly made a decision. After communicating with the Thunder Python bye-bye, he quickly withdrew most of his divine sense, firmly locking onto the blue-haired demonic cultivator, and released the god-slaying sword. In an instant, the colorless and transparent sword held by his divine soul in Zhou Chun's purple mansion broke through his brow and flew out of his body, instantly traversing space and appearing in front of the blue-haired demonic cultivator, directly piercing into his mind. Just like when Zhou Chun was attacked by the bandit cultivator Murin Luo with the sword of god-slaying, the blue-haired demon cultivator also screamed and lost his senses after being attacked by an invisible sword of divine consciousness, even dropping his twin swords. In that instant of distraction, the lightning python bye-bye spewed a thick beam of lightning at him. At the same time, Zhou Chun flicked his finger and launched the green poison needle magic weapon, activating the golden flame demon slaying blade to slash at the blue-haired demon cultivator. However, to Zhou Chun's utter surprise, the blue-haired demon cultivator only lost his senses for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. The speed of his recovery was even faster than when he faced the bandit cultivator Murin Luo's attack. Could this person possess some kind of treasure that protects against divine consciousness attacks? Or has he also cultivated some secret technique to protect against divine consciousness attacks? Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, vaguely guessing the reason for his opponent's rapid recovery. Although the blue-haired demonic cultivator recovered faster than Zhou Chun had anticipated, he was still momentarily distracted. By the time he recovered, the silver lightning bolt spewed by the white-haired thunder python had already struck him. Even if he wanted to use a wind escape technique to dodge, it was too late. He could only roar and unleash his magic power, his body radiating a blue light to meet the lightning bolt. Amidst the interplay of blue light and silver lightning, a green beam pierced through the wind and lightning, penetrating the blue-haired demonic cultivator's body. The blue-haired demonic cultivator was then sent flying backward. Even so, Zhou Chun's attack showed no sign of stopping. His golden flame longsword quickly tore through the wind and lightning, relentlessly pursuing the blue-haired demonic cultivator. The white-haired thunder python also unleashed lightning from its single horn, releasing another thick bolt of silver lightning that struck the blue-haired demonic cultivator. However, neither the silver lightning nor the golden flame longsword ultimately hit their target. The blue-haired demonic cultivator vanished from his spot during the backward flight, forcefully using a wind escape technique to evade the two attacks. He then glared venomously at Zhou Chun, suddenly raising his hand to retrieve a powerful blue talisman radiating a potent aura. He slapped it onto his body, unleashing a powerful burst of wind-based spiritual energy. With this energy, his wind escape technique became as effortless as eating or drinking, and in the blink of an eye, he had created a distance of over 10 miles between himself and Zhou Chun. Clearly, he was trying to escape. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly ordered the thunder python, "Chase him. Make sure you capture him. If you don't kill the snake, you'll easily get bitten in return." Today, to deal with this blue-haired demonic cultivator, Zhou Chun had even used the god-slaying technique. If he escaped like this, powerful demonic cultivators would be wary of him in the future, making it difficult for him to use this trump card for surprise attacks. Moreover, the green-haired demonic cultivator had already been hit by his poison needles and injured by the lightning bolts spewed by bye-bye, presenting an excellent opportunity to kill him. At this moment, Zhou Chun not only ordered the lightning python bye-bye to pursue the green-haired demonic cultivator with all its might, but he also decisively retrieved the 4th-grade low-rank puppet from his storage space, letting this 4th-grade puppet, equivalent to golden core cultivator, carry him in the pursuit of this fiend. The 4th-grade low-rank puppet that Qing Wei Zi lent to Zhou Chun was a golden giant tiger puppet, belonging to the beast puppet category of mechanical puppets. This puppet had a balanced offensive and defensive capability, and its speed was no slower than that of an ordinary early golden core cultivator using a magic weapon for flight. Zhou Chun was now riding on its back, controlling its flight with his divine sense, and its speed was now comparable to that of the lightning escape technique of the lightning python bye-bye. Upon seeing this 4th-grade puppet, the green-haired demonic cultivator dared not linger at all, desperately using wind escape techniques to flee. Unfortunately, he underestimated the toxicity of the needle. After only 7 or 8 uses of the wind escape technique, he plummeted to the ground due to the poison's effects, forced to circulate his full magical power to suppress it. He had only escaped 40 or 50 miles, still 70 or 80 miles from the nearest battlefield of golden core cultivators. Just as he landed and began suppressing the poison, Lei Mang Bai Bai and Zhou Chun arrived nearby and launched an immediate attack. To eliminate him quickly, Zhou Chun activated the attack of his fourth-tier puppet. The giant tiger puppet opened its mouth and unleashed a golden beam as thick as a wrist towards the blue-haired demonic cultivator. In this situation, the blue-haired demonic cultivator dared not take the fourth-tier puppet's attack head-on, hastily using the wind escape technique to dodge again. However, once he used the escape technique, he could no longer suppress the poison, and death was inevitable. A deep sense of despair enveloped the blue-haired demonic cultivator. At this moment, he seemed to understand the feelings of those cultivators who had died by his blade in the past. No matter how they tried to escape, they could not escape his ever-present demonic shadow. Only today, it was he who was running away. The hunter of yesteryear had become the hunted. Just as the blue-haired demonic cultivator was in despair, thinking he was doomed, he suddenly heard a loud shout from afar. "Brother Mew, hold on. I, Yan, am coming." Hearing this shout, the blue-haired demonic cultivator immediately perked up, like a drowning man grasping at a straw. He let out a fierce howl and once again used his wind escape technique to evade an attack from the fourth-tier puppet. Zhou Chun, on the back of the fourth-tier puppet, frowned slightly upon seeing this. Dozens of miles away, in the direction from which the shout came, a streak of blood-red light was moving rapidly toward them, its speed no less than that of the blue-haired demonic cultivator who had used his wind escape technique. A cultivator from the Bloodbone Sect, surnamed Yan. Could he be Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji? The thought flashed through Zhou Chun's mind, and a chilling killing intent instantly blazed in his eyes. If he were to arrive on the battlefield, the person he most wanted to kill would undoubtedly be Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji, the one responsible for the demise of Zhou Jiak, the fifth elder of the Zhou family. Very well, you've chosen the path to hell. Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he immediately activated his fourth-tier puppet to unleash several attacks on the blue-haired demonic cultivator. The poison-ridden blue-haired demonic cultivator managed to dodge the first and second attacks, but ultimately couldn't escape the third. He was struck on the shoulder by a golden beam of light spewed from the fourth-tier puppet. Instantly, half of his shoulder and right arm were shattered by the golden beam and fell to the ground. Then, a thick bolt of silver lightning struck him, blasting him to the ground. Without Zhou Chun needing to finish him off, the blue-haired demonic cultivator's internal poison erupted, instantly extinguishing his life force. After killing the blue-haired demonic cultivator, Zhou Chun seized the corpse and belongings before the blood-red light arrived, storing them away. He didn't linger to wait for the blood-red light, but instead quickly retracted the thunder python and fled on his fourth-tier puppet. "Where do you think you're going, you scoundrel? Today, I, Yan, will take your head to avenge Brother Mew." The rapidly approaching blood fiend Prince Yan Wuji roared again, relentlessly pursuing Zhou Chun, determined to kill him. The two, in their chase, soon returned to the place where Zhou Chun and the blue-haired demonic cultivator had fought. At this time, the golden-armored mountain-carrying turtle stone had already severely injured the earth-yellow giant python, and it seemed close to killing it. Upon returning, Zhou Chun immediately ordered the giant tiger puppet to unleash a golden beam of light that struck the earthen-yellow python's head, instantly killing the third-tier low-grade demonic beast. As usual, he gathered the python's corpse and stored it in his storage bag, but instead of fleeing, he stayed to await the arrival of the blood-red light. While waiting, he quickly removed the spirit crystal from the giant tiger puppet's body and replaced it with a new one. Qing Wheezy was extremely stingy. Although she had lent Zhou Chun this fourth-tier low-grade puppet for protection, she was unwilling to provide him with even one or two spirit crystals as backup energy. However, she probably hadn't expected that the Zhou family, after its dismantling, would still possess such a treasure as spirit crystals. Zhou Ming had obtained 3 spirit crystals from the storage bag of Han Yuan, a golden core stage insect cultivator. One was given to Lin Hongaiyu after she reached the core formation stage, and the remaining 2 were in Zhou Chun's possession, for him to use in activating the energy-intensive fourth-tier puppet. Even with 3 spirit crystals to rotate, the fourth-tier puppet's enormous consumption of spiritual energy couldn't sustain its operation for long. Zhou Chun had only used the puppet's normal energy-consuming form, and in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had used up half the spiritual energy in 1 spirit crystal, demonstrating just how severe its energy consumption was. From this energy consumption perspective, using spirit crystals to power a fourth-tier puppet was a very uneconomical deal. After all, The spiritual energy contained in one spirit crystal was more than enough to restore a golden core cultivator to over 80% of their mana after exhaustion. Perhaps this is the real reason why mechanical puppet artifacts haven't become widespread and popular in the cultivation world. At this moment, just as Zhou Chun finished replacing the spirit crystal, the blood-red light that had been chasing him stopped 1,000 feet away, revealing a handsome and alluring young man in a blood-red robe. "Are you Yan Wuji, the blood fiend prince among the 7 fiends of the primordial demons?" Zhou Chun looked at the blood-robed youth. Although he was already 80% certain of the other party's identity, he still asked again. Upon hearing this, the blood-robed youth's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he coldly replied, "Since you recognize my name, why don't you continue to flee?" "Ha ha ha ha, do you recognize my name?" Zhou Chun laughed loudly. Though he was laughing, his expression and tone were extremely cold and full of killing intent. This caught the blood-robed youth off guard. He was clearly stunned for a moment. Then, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly said, "Just now, when I saw you kill Brother Mu from afar, you were accompanied by a silver lightning python spirit pet. Could it be that you are the cultivator who killed Jiang Zhang?" After speaking, his tone turned cold, and he said in a chilling voice, "But do you think that by killing Jiang Zhang and Brother Mu, you can be my enemy?" "My enemy? No, not my enemy, but to make you pay with your life." Zhou Chun shouted loudly and directly activated the 4th order puppet to launch an attack. This time, it was not the ordinary energy-consuming form used against a blue-haired demonic cultivator, but a direct attack of the 4th order puppet. Golden light gathered in the mouth of the giant golden tiger, and with a swift motion, a golden sphere the size of a millstone hurtled towards Yan Wuji. But Yan Wuji, a member of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, was no weakling. With a flicker, he instantly conjured dozens of versions of himself, scattering in all directions. The golden sphere exploded where he had been, obliterating most of the figures, but allowing Yan Wuji's true form to escape easily. He reappeared 1,000 feet away in another part of the sky, immediately tapping his storage pouch. A blood-bone puppet, also radiating 4th tier aura, appeared in midair. This blood-bone puppet was 3 feet tall, resembling a giant skeleton. Its bones, which should have been white, were instead covered with countless intricate and profound blood-red runes. These runes intertwined, emitting a hazy blood-red light, as if flesh had been added to the skeleton. This unique blood-bone puppet is a secret technique of the Bloodbone Sect. It's a special puppet made primarily from the bones of cultivators, incorporating various special materials. Compared to the mechanical puppets used by Zhou Chun, the advantage of this blood-bone puppet is that it doesn't require spirit crystals. Instead, like a corpse refinement technique, it can absorb spiritual energy and baleful energy and convert them into its own magical power. The disadvantage is that it's more difficult to successfully refine than mechanical puppets, and only cultivators who have mastered the secret techniques of the Bloodbone Sect can control it. Moreover, it might backfire on its master. Yan Wuji's bloodbone puppet couldn't have been refined by himself. It was a treasure crafted by senior cultivators of the Bloodbone Sect and bestowed upon him for self-defense and protection. At this moment, as soon as he released this protective treasure, the bloodbone puppet, wielding a giant white bone shield and a giant white bone axe, charged towards Zhou Chun and the mechanical giant tiger, riding a crimson light. Seeing this, Zhou Chun could only restore the mechanical giant tiger puppet to automatic combat mode, letting it fight the bloodbone puppet on its own, while he focused on dealing with Yan Wuji, the blood fiend prince, in conjunction with his spirit pets. He knew he couldn't afford to prolong the fight, otherwise not only would the mechanical giant tiger puppet's energy consumption be difficult to replenish, but it might also attract golden core stage demonic cultivators. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his full strength when he made his move. He raised his hand and patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and 10 mature heavenly frost bees flew out together with dozens of juvenile heavenly frost bees. Today would be the first time these demonic bees would engage in swarm combat. At the same time, Zhou Chun also summoned all his magic weapons, going all out from the start. Despite his previous boastful tone and arrogant attitude, Yan Wuji, after recognizing Zhou Chun's identity, actually regarded Zhou Chun as an opponent of equal strength. Seeing Zhou Chun launch his attack, he didn't dare to be negligent and immediately summoned his most valuable magic weapon. As he waved his crimson banner, a thick cloud of blood enveloped him. The defensive power of this blood cloud was no less than the shield released by Zhou Chun's mysterious Even the golden light emanating from the golden light demon-slaying mirror only caused the blood cloud to churn, vaguely revealing Yan Wuji's figure within, but it couldn't truly harm him in the slightest. Yan Wuji's counterattack, however, was equally ruthless. A flash of blood light appeared, and a blood-bone spear shot towards Zhou Chun like a bolt of crimson lightning. He hurriedly activated his earthen yellow shield to block the spear, but this blood-bone spear wasn't a magic weapon, but a magical technique. Upon striking the earthen yellow shield, it instantly transformed into a cloud of blood-fiendish demonic light, adhering to the shield and greatly diminishing the corrupted spiritual energy of this high-grade third-tier magic weapon. Many runes on the shield's surface were corroded and obliterated by the blood light. A perfectly good, high-grade third-tier defensive magic artifact was suddenly on the verge of being destroyed. Zhou Chun was both shocked and furious at this sight, and could only grit his teeth and swallow this bitter pill, continuing to wield the golden flame demon-slaying blade, which was largely immune to such vile techniques, as he slashed at the blood cloud. At the same time, he activated the Silver Bale magic artifact to release silver sonic waves to assist his attack. Seeing their master suffer, the Thunder Python Bye-Bye and the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone felt the same way and roared as they unleashed their own offensive abilities at Yan Wuji. Against Yan Wuji, a demonic cultivator from the Bloodbone Sect, the Thunder Python Bye-Bye's lightning abilities undoubtedly gave it an advantage. Each of its lightning strikes managed to dissipate parts of Yan Wuji's protective blood cloud, and its Heavenly Thunder Slash ultimate move posed a significant threat, forcing Yan Wuji to use another Bloodbone Shield magic artifact for supplementary defense. Even so, Yan Wuji did not fall behind. He only needed to occasionally guard against Bye-Bye's powerful attacks. Zhou Chun's magical artifacts and spells were simply unable to penetrate his protective blood cloud. At this moment, after once again blocking Bye-Bye's Heavenly Thunder Slash attack, Yan Wuji immediately raised his hand, and 3 blood-red orbs shot towards Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun scanned them with his divine sense and immediately recognized them as Blood Fiend Thunder Orbs, specifically designed by demonic cultivators to corrupt their magical artifacts. He hurriedly activated his Golden Flame Demon Controlling Blade, unleashing several sword energies to slash at the blood-red orbs. However, this was merely a smokescreen by Yan Wuji. While Zhou Chun was focused on intercepting the 3 blood-red orbs, a white bone spear suddenly appeared in his hand. He then poured most of his mana into it, propelling this pseudo-magic weapon towards Zhou Chun. He'd been tricked. The moment the white bone spear appeared, its powerful aura immediately caused Zhou Chun's expression to change drastically. He knew he had fallen for a trap. He quickly dodged and hid beneath the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone. Unexpectedly, Yan Wuji, seeing this, immediately manipulated the bone spear to stab the ground, intending to bypass the stone and attack Zhou Chun from underground. But how could this be possible? The earth was the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle's home ground. Even though this was the desolate spirit-severing desert, where the earth's veins weren't active, it only meant the stone's endurance wasn't as stable as it was outside. With this way, its shell, which had been facing the sky, instantly turned to face the ground. However, the bone spear was, after all, a pseudo-magic weapon. This strike pierced the stone's indestructible shell, instantly creating a hole several feet deep, and numerous cracks appeared on the surface. Nevertheless, to withstand an attack from the pseudo-magic weapon's true form with only minor injuries, despite being a low-grade third-tier demon beast, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone truly lived up to its reputation as the best third-tier defensive beast. Zhou Chun, like many others, wasn't the type to take a beating without fighting back. Seeing Yan Wuji quickly pull out even a pseudo-magic weapon, he knew the other was also aiming for a quick victory. Therefore, while Yan Wuji focused on attacking him, he didn't hesitate to order the Thunder Python to unleash its true ultimate move. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and raging silver lightning painted the sky silvery white. Soon, a streak of blood shot out from the silvery white lightning zone, revealing Yan Wuji's rather disheveled figure. As one of the 7 fiends of the primordial demon, he naturally couldn't be killed by a single, heavenly divine lightning. However, this heavenly divine lightning had directly damaged and destroyed both of his protective magic artifacts. Just as he flew out of the lightning-ravaged area, more than a dozen white, icy arrows pierced the air and attacked. Seemingly sensing the extraordinary nature of those white, icy arrows, Yan Wuji dared not take them head-on. Instantly, he flashed, transforming into blood-red shadow to evade the attacks of the icy arrows. But as soon as he reappeared in the sky, before he could even catch his breath, an incomparably sharp golden blade of light pierced the air, reaching him in an instant. Having just used his teleportation technique, he couldn't use it again for a short time. He could only grit his teeth and spit out a streak of blood-red demonic light to meet the golden blade. Boom! The blood-red light and the golden blade collided before Yan Wuji, each unleashing a powerful energy shockwave. With no way to dodge, Yan Wuji could only endure the impact and fly backward. But before he could regain his footing, a bolt of silver lightning crashed down upon him. "Are you still not done yet?" Yan Wuji was filled with shock and anger. And a surge of blood-red light erupted from his body, blocking the relatively weak silver lightning. Then, he formed a hand seal, preparing to unleash the bone spear to counterattack Zhou Chun. But at that moment, an energy fluctuation, just like before, that made his heart tremble, reappeared. In an instant, he roared, his body transforming into dozens of blood shadows as he fled in all directions. His previous encounter had taught him that directly confronting a terrifying lightning technique that countered his power was the most foolish choice. So this time, he unhesitatingly used this escape technique to avoid the calamity. However, even with the correct choice, he couldn't completely avoid the lightning strikes after the explosion. When he reappeared in the sky, blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his blood-red robe was riddled with holes. Then, just like before, a dozen white, icy arrows shot towards him relentlessly, giving him no chance to breathe. But he could no longer dodge as before, he could only pat his storage pouch at his waist, take out a talisman, and throw it out. A burst of crimson light appeared, and a giant crimson fiery tiger materialized out of thin air, swallowing the icy arrows whole. However, this audacious act backfired spectacularly. As the chilling heavenly frost key erupted from its body, the crimson fiery tiger was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. This sight shocked Yan Wuji, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Just then, a golden chain suddenly pierced through the air and struck him directly. Chapter 456 Another Fiend Slayed. Golden chains pierced the air, and Yan Wuji had no way to dodge them. He could only watch helplessly as they easily pierced through his protective demonic light and struck him. What surprised him was that the chains didn't cause him any harm. The moment this thought crossed his mind, his expression changed drastically. He had already sensed the power of the golden chains. Both of them were at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Even though Zhou Chun's magic power was slightly inferior due to his recent breakthrough, it wasn't enough for him to break free immediately. With his magic power locked, 7 or 8 white, icy arrows shot towards him again. This time, he truly had no way to avoid them, nor could he activate any magical artifacts to defend himself. He could only watch helplessly as the icy arrows rained down on him. But just when Zhou Chun thought the outcome was decided, his expression suddenly changed. Because Yan Wuji, who was hit by the icy arrows, didn't turn into an ice sculpture, instead, his figure vanished instantly. Only a skeleton puppet frozen in ice remained. "This is the legendary substitute puppet." Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically as he stared at the skeleton puppet, instantly recognizing its origin. The cultivation world possesses numerous substitute techniques, allowing cultivators to withstand fatal attacks at crucial moments using purifying treasures or their own organs. However, these substitute techniques either require high cultivation levels or stringent material requirements, making them rarely seen in battles between low and mid-level cultivators. Furthermore, these techniques are extremely precious and rare. Even disciples of major sects often lack the opportunity to successfully cultivate them. Those who have mastered such techniques usually keep them secret to avoid revealing their trump card and being targeted. Yan Wuji, hailing from the Bloodbone Sect, a major demonic sect, and listed among the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, earning the title Blood Fiend Prince, is not surprising in his knowledge of substitute techniques. However, this means Zhou Chun's meticulously planned killing move has failed. At this moment, he scanned the area with his divine sense and quickly spotted Yan Wuji 100 feet away in midair. After using the substitute puppet, Yan Wuji not only avoided being frozen by the heavenly frost chill, but also broke free of the heart-to-heart golden lock, regaining his freedom. When Zhou Chun's divine sense relocked onto him, Yan Wuji launched a fierce counterattack. He raised his hand and patted his storage pouch, producing several high-grade third-tier magic talismans shimmering with spiritual light. He activated 2 of them, one transformed into blood-red armor he donned, and the other into blood-flame demonic eagle that swooped down on Zhou Chun. Simultaneously, he subtly formed hand seals, and the white bone spear spun, instantly piercing the sky and shooting towards Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun had not only witnessed the power of a pseudo-magic weapon in the previous battle against the demonic cultivators, but he had also experienced it firsthand. How could he dare use his own magic weapons to withstand it? For now, he could only remain hidden beneath the tortoise shell, relying on his spirit pet to shield him from the disaster. He was a beast-taming cultivator, the power of whose spirit pet was his own power. And he wouldn't foolishly try to prove himself by directly confronting a powerful enemy. Bang! With a loud explosion, the seemingly indestructible shell of the golden armored mountain-bearing tortoise was once again pierced by the bone spear, leaving a large hole. Since advancing to the third rank, this was the first time it had its defenses been breached so repeatedly. It hadn't experienced physical injury in countless years. Moreover, as a pseudo-magic weapon, the bone spear was not only sharp and hard, but also possessed the evil blood-sucking and blood-transforming abilities common to all magic weapons and artifacts of the Bloodbone sect. The moment its spearhead pierced the stone's flesh, it frantically drained the stone's essence and vital energy. In just a breath or two, a large area of flesh around the wound withered and decayed, its essence drained. The pain inflicted on the injured was 10 times greater than a simple flesh wound. Even the stone, with its incredibly high endurance, roared in excruciating pain. With a single breath, a golden light surged forth, instantly striking the bone spear embedded within it, sucking its blood. Although the bone spear appeared to be forged from the bones of some demonic beast, it actually incorporated a significant amount of spirit metal materials like iron essence. Therefore, it wasn't entirely immune to the golden magnetic light's control. Yan Wuji instantly felt a connection between himself and the bone spear severed, making it noticeably more difficult to control. His late-stage purple mansion cultivation was already straining him to activate a pseudo-magic weapon, and now, with the interference of the golden magnetic light, he had to exert even more mental effort to maintain the connection and control the bone spear to break free from its restraints. This gave Zhou Chun and the Thunder Python a golden opportunity. With a single strike, Zhou Chun's golden flame demon-slaying blade cleaved the charging blood flame demon eagle in midair. Amidst the violent explosion, the golden flames on the blade successfully withstood the corrosive power of the blood flames. Immediately, the golden light demon-slaying mirror flickered, radiating a dazzling golden light towards Yan Wuji. At this moment, Yan Wuji was still struggling to control his bone spear, trying to break free from the interference of the golden magnetic glow, and could only spare some of his attention to activate a bone orb magic weapon, unleashing a hazy white light to protect himself. The golden light struck the hazy white light shield, shattering and piercing it after only a brief struggle, finally exhausting its power when it struck Yan Wuji's blood-red armor. What followed was a triple lightning strike unleashed by the Thunder Python. Bye-bye. Boom. 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 3 thunderous booms resounded, instantly shattering Yan Wuji's blood-red armor. He himself groaned under the aftershocks of the lightning. Fortunately, he managed to forcefully break free of the golden magnetic light binding his bone spear. The bone spear was, after all, a pseudo-magic weapon, not a pure spirit metal weapon. It was unrealistic for the golden magnetic light, powered by Shi Tao's current cultivation level, to easily control it as it would with third-tier magic weapons. But at that moment, Yan Wuji's expression suddenly changed. Forgetting about attacking with a bone spear, he roared and slashed backward with his palm like a blade. A sharp, blood-red blade of energy erupted from his hand, striking a lashing silver snake's tail. Although he reacted quickly, the close proximity still caused him to be flung away by the inertia of the silver snake's tail, spraying blood into the air and spitting out a large mouthful. The Thunder Python, bye-bye, also convulsed with its tail, emitting a painful hiss. Its defense wasn't bad, but the difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Yan Wuji's secret technique could easily break through its defenses. At the same time, that blood-red blade energy, as a secret technique of the Bloodbone sect, also possessed the characteristic of blood transformation. Once it hit flesh and blood, it would cause unbearable pain, subjecting the victim to the agony of flesh and blood dissolving. Seeing both spirit pets injured one after another, Zhou Chun felt bad. But to avoid wasting his efforts and to keep one more trump card for himself, Zhou Chun resolutely refused to let the Thunder Python unleash its final, heavenly divine thunder, for nothing. He moved swiftly, leaping out from the protection of the stone and unleashing the dragon transformation secret technique, donning the pair of silver beast claw magic weapons he had obtained from the leopard-tailed witch of the Beast Demon Palace. This scene caused Yan Wuji's expression to change, and he hurriedly summoned back the white bone spear to attack Zhou Chun. This time, Zhou Chun didn't dodge. Instead, a fiery red magic talisman suddenly flew from his body, instantly transforming into a fiery red vermilion bird that pounced on the white bone spear. A fourth-tier magic talisman. That fiery red vermilion bird was clearly a fourth-tier magic talisman. This fourth-tier magic talisman, the vermilion bird fire talisman, was given to Zhou Chun by Zhou Ming for self-defense when he went to the battlefield. This item was a treasure passed down through the Zhou family ancestors, one of the 4 treasures obtained from the trader Yu Jingho during their transaction. Zhou Chun hadn't originally intended to use this precious 4th-tier magic talisman, not wanting to waste this ancestral treasure. But in this situation, if he still wanted to kill Yan Wuji and avenge Zhou Jiak, he had no choice but to use it. The power of a 4th-tier magic talisman was naturally no less than that of a pseudo-magic weapon. The white bone spear, struck by the vermilion bird firebird, immediately let out a mournful cry amidst the flames, losing its previous ferocity. Zhou Chun seized the opportunity, swiftly lunging towards Yan Wuji. With a swing of his claws, streaks of silver lightning shot towards Yan Wuji. Yan Wuji, not expecting Zhou Chun to produce such a powerful weapon as a 4th-tier attack talisman, realized it was too late to dodge. He could only grit his teeth, slap his chest, and instantly spit out a stream of blood essence that transformed into a blood-red light barrier in front of him. This helped him block Zhou Chun's attack, but it was only a temporary measure. Soon, Zhou Chun was upon him, directly striking him with his lightning-crackling beast claws. Yan Wuji was not a cultivator from the Beast Demon Palace. Although his physical body was stronger than that of ordinary cultivators of the same rank, it was still far inferior to Zhou Chun's current state, and he dared not engage in close combat with Zhou Chun. He made a hand seal, and his figure instantly transformed into a blood-red shadow, appearing dozens of feet away. But the moment he reappeared, a bolt of silver lightning struck him from the sky, instantly making his hair stand on end. After he managed to gather his magic power to dispel the paralyzing effect of the lightning, Zhou Chun's figure was already dozens of feet away, 2 silver claw-like beams striking him from afar. Left with no other choice, he hurriedly cast a talisman, transforming it into a blood-red light shield to protect himself. However, this shield formed by the 3rd-tier talisman was quickly torn apart by Zhou Chun's beastly claw strike. For cultivators of Zhou Chun and Yan Wuji's strength, even a high-grade 3rd-tier talisman could only play a minor supporting role. Their single strike often reached that level of power. Therefore, the two hadn't frequently used such methods in previous battles. Yan Wuji was currently overwhelmed by the excessive use of various supernatural powers and spells, and his magical artifacts were severely damaged. He had no choice but to use talismans to buy himself some breathing room. However, Zhou Chun's close-quarters combat style was precisely the best counter to his talisman tactics. Yan Wuji's speed in drawing talismans was almost identical to Zhou Chun's speed in striking. The moment one talisman was activated, Zhou Chun's attack had already landed. Moreover, Zhou Chun was clearly willing to trade blows for his life, not dodging even when facing Yan Wuji's attacking talismans at close range, directly enduring the attacks head-on, completely disregarding the risk of injury. In just over 10 breaths, Yan Wuji was forced to use 5 high-grade 3rd-tier talismans. At this moment, Yan Wuji was filled with regret. He didn't regret coming to hunt down Zhou Chun, but rather regretted using up his 2 4th-tier talismans on the battlefield. Otherwise, he could have easily killed Zhou Chun with just one of them. Unfortunately, even with his extraordinary status, 4th-tier magic talismans, things even golden core cultivators struggle to obtain, were not readily available and couldn't be replenished easily. He was currently without a single one. Finally, after enduring Zhou Chun's fierce attack, he regained his composure and used his teleportation technique, transforming into a blood-red shadow and creating a distance of several dozen feet between himself and Zhou Chun. Then, with a thought, he prepared to unleash the white bone spear, which had withstood the vermilion bird's attack, to counterattack Zhou Chun. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed something and involuntarily looked in a certain direction. He then saw a dazzling silver lightning blade slashing towards him through the air. It was Lei Mangbai, who had seized the opportunity gained from Zhou Chun's previous attack to unleash his powerful move, Heavenly Thunder Slash. At the beginning, this Heavenly Thunder Slash would have only warranted Yan Wuji's slight attention. but now it had become a deadly attack. Having just used his teleportation technique, he was unable to use it a second time. He could no longer use that life-saving technique that allowed him to multiply into countless forms and escape. He could only desperately activate the defensive spell attached to his cultivation technique, condensing a thick layer of crimson light to protect himself. Immediately afterward, silver lightning and crimson light intertwined, and the figure was sent flying backward like a fish swept away by a huge wave, instantly exiting the area of dazzling dual light. At the same time, as Zhou Chun's claws clashed, a bolt of silver lightning shot out, striking the flying figure squarely. Even so, he felt it wasn't enough and immediately activated a golden flame demon-slaying blade, slashing fiercely at the falling figure. Looking at Yan Wuji, already covered in wounds after enduring the attack of Heavenly Thunder Slash, he was further struck by the lightning released from Zhou Chun's beast claws, his consciousness becoming blurred by the intense electric current. When he regained a sliver of consciousness, he saw a golden blade of light rapidly approaching him. No, even the usually unyielding bloodthirsty Prince Yan Wuji couldn't help but beg for mercy at the critical moment. Unfortunately, his first attempt at pleading ended in failure. With a flash of blade, a fine head flew off. Alright, considering you guys helped me get over 2,000 monthly votes, I won't cook lunch today, I'll eat takeout and still finish this chapter. There'll be another chapter tonight. Chapter 457 Blood Soul Guide, The Great Escape. Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji is dead, killed by Zhou Chun. With this, Zhou Chun, having already set a record for the first kill of a member of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, has now broken his own record, killing a second member of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons. If this were to spread, it would likely cause a huge uproar. How the Heavenly Spirit Legion would reward him would be something to look forward to. Meanwhile, with the fall of Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji, the Bloodbone puppet, which was fiercely fighting the giant puppet tiger, quickly broke free of control and automatically fled the battlefield, speeding away in one direction. Seeing this, Zhou Chun didn't waste the giant puppet tiger's energy in pursuit, simply letting it go its own way. Perhaps for the cultivators of the Bloodbone sect, this Bloodbone puppet was of immense value, even more gratifying than obtaining a magic weapon. But for Zhou Chun, even if he obtained it, he would most likely have no chance of using it, or dare not use it. So why bother? More importantly, Zhou Chun had another important matter to attend to. He looked inward and discovered a crimson light swirling around his soul within his purple mansion. This was from a streak of blood-red light that had flown from Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji when he had just killed him. The blood-red light had no offensive capabilities, it was likely some kind of marking technique used to mark the murderer of Yan Wuji. Zhou Chun vaguely remembered this technique, something like a soul-tracking technique called Blood Soul Guide, usually cast by Golden Core cultivators on their direct descendants. It was said that even Golden Core cultivators expended considerable energy to cast this technique on their descendants, so it was rarely used on descendants who weren't particularly favored. However, once cast, anyone who killed a cultivator possessing the Blood Soul Guide technique would be marked with this blood-red mark that penetrated directly into their soul. The caster could then use the connection between the two to directly track and pinpoint the murderer's location. When Zhou Chun killed Jiang Zhang, he didn't encounter this situation. He hadn't experienced anything similar when killing the snake demon Su Qinglan or the blue-haired demonic cultivator, so he wasn't on guard. It wasn't until the blood-red light rushed towards him that he realized something was wrong, but it was too late. This is troublesome. If I had known this would happen, I should have sent a heavenly frost bee to kill him. Zhou Chun opened his eyes, muttering to himself with a hint of regret. But it was just a fleeting regret. He knew in his heart that in that situation, he couldn't possibly hold back, nor could he wait for another opportunity for the heavenly frost bee to kill Yan Wuji. If he was slow, Yan Wuji might escape. Then the Blood Soul Guide wouldn't be a problem, but all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Compared to that, killing Yan Wuji was clearly better. Moreover, while the Blood Soul Guide was troublesome, it wasn't impossible to eliminate. As long as Zhou Chun can return to the Heavenly Spirit Legion, both Wei Yong and Qing Wezi will definitely be willing to help him remove the mark. Even if they can't, they will find someone who can. So what Zhou Chun needs to do now is to return to the Heavenly Spirit Legion as soon as possible. Hopefully. The cultivator who planted this Blood Soul Guide on Yan Wuji is not on the desolate spirit wasteland right now, otherwise, Zhou Chun turned his head and glanced at the battlefield where Zhang Donggang and the other Golden Core cultivators were fighting. He hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield and quickly had the golden armor mountain carrying turtle stone use earth is a type of magic or technique, to take him away from the scene. Although he was marked with a blood soul guide, making it impossible for him to escape the lock of the golden core cultivator who used this technique, Zhou Chun still made all the necessary preparations for his escape. By leaving the battlefield using earth, even if a golden core demonic cultivator came to track him down, without the guidance of the blood soul guide, it would be virtually impossible for them to find his escape route. This was originally his greatest advantage in daring to kill the blue-haired demonic cultivator and Yan Wuji. Unfortunately, the blood soul guide created a major flaw in his otherwise flawless plan. After escaping over 100 miles using earth is a type of magic that allows one to escape through the earth. Zhou Chun, feeling sorry for Stone's injuries, gave it some blood replenishing and energy boosting pills before putting it back in his spirit beast pouch to rest. He did the same to the thunder python. Bye-bye. He then released the wood spirit to carry him on his journey. At this point, Zhou Chun dared not return the way he came. Otherwise, carrying the blood soul guide, he feared he might be intercepted by Yan Wuji's blood relative as soon as he left the desolate spirit desert. Therefore, he planned to first detour southeast, then see if he could enter the wilderness eastward, making a large detour back to the Heavenly Spirit Legion's territory. This was also extremely dangerous, as he had no idea what lay ahead. However, compared to being intercepted by a golden core stage demonic cultivator whose cultivation level and strength were unknown, Zhou Chun believed it was better. Moreover, operating in this wilderness gave him an advantage that even golden core stage cultivators lacked. He could meditate and recover his mana anytime, anywhere. Just as Zhou Chun began his desperate escape, on the battlefield between the two major forces on the front lines of Fen Kingdom, a mid-stage golden core cultivator from the Bloodbone Sect, during his battle with his opponent, suddenly sensed something and momentarily lost focus. His opponent, also a golden core cultivator, naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass and immediately launched a fierce attack. Although he ultimately failed to kill or severely injure him, he was forced to take a direct hit from his own divine power, spitting out blood. Then, this Bloodbone Sect golden core cultivator seemed to go mad, suddenly unleashing several energy-draining secret techniques at any cost, trading injury for injury and wounding his opponent as well. Ultimately, both were injured, and with the Bloodbone Sect golden core cultivator taking the initiative to retreat, the golden core cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit Legion didn't pursue further, but instead retreated to his own formation to recuperate. In contrast, the golden core cultivator from the Bloodbone Sect, after retreating, did not return to camp to heal his wounds. Instead, he left a letter explaining the situation and flew at full speed towards the desolate spirit desert. Soon after, astonishing news spread throughout the Yuan Demon Legion. Following Corpse Fiend General Zhang Zhang, the second demonic genius among the 7 fiends of Yuan Demon, Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji, had also perished in the desolate spirit desert. Even more shockingly, according to some eyewitnesses, the person who killed Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji was very likely the same person who killed Corpse Fiend General Zhang Zhang. If this was true, it would be a truly earth-shattering revelation. After all, killing Corpse Fiend General Zhang Zhang, who had penetrated deep behind enemy lines, could be attributed to good fortune and the help of a golden core cultivator. But this time, venturing deep into the desolate spirit desert to kill Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji, who was on his way to provide support, could not be explained by mere luck. It indicated truly overwhelming strength. In this way, although Zhou Chun is not yet among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit, who dares to say that the 7 among them are definitely stronger than him? Calling him the #1 cultivator in the Purple Mansion stage wouldn't be an exaggeration. This is too exaggerated. Too exaggerated. Is this news true? That little devil Yan Wuji really was killed by Zhou Chun, on the Heavenly Spirit Legion's side, Wei Yuang exclaimed repeatedly after hearing the news from the Yuan Mo Legion, calling it outrageous. He had already overestimated Zhou Chun's strength and knew the truth about Zhou Chun killing Corpse Fiend General Zhang Zhang. Therefore, based on what he knew, Zhou Chun shouldn't have an overwhelming advantage in the battle against Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji. Being able to fight Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji to a standstill was already his highest expectation of Zhou Chun. But now the news he received told him that Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji might also have died at Zhou Chun's hands. How could he not be extremely shocked? After all, he was someone who truly knew Zhou Chun's strength inside and out. Of course, now that knowing everything might be questionable, whether it's true or not, Zhou Chun is probably in big trouble this time. That little devil Yan Wuji is the most beloved son of a certain blood-born sect elder. He's not even 200 years old yet, and he might even reach the nascent soul stage in the future. If he really dies at his hands, that old devil will probably go crazy. Thinking of this, Wei Yuan couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly, no longer holding much hope that Zhou Chun could return safely. But he quickly muttered to himself, what if it's true, and Zhou Chun returns safely? Then he answered himself, if that's the case, if he's not included in the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit, the fairness and authority of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit list will be questionable. Some people aren't on a list because they're not qualified. Some lists don't include certain people, which is a regret for that list. In Wei Yuan's mind at this moment, if Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji was indeed killed by Zhou Chun, then Zhou Chun must be among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. Otherwise, not only would the vast majority of cultivators on the Heavenly Spirit Legion question the fairness and authority of the list, but the Yuan Demon Legion would also ridicule the Heavenly Spirit Legion. If even a golden core cultivator like him thought this way, one could imagine what those Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment cultivators would think. In view of this, after some consideration, Wei Yuan still sent a letter to the Moonwheel Sect's leader, Master Baiyu, and then sent someone to inform the Zhou family, telling them to prepare themselves mentally and be wary of retaliation from the demonic cultivators. News from the front lines quickly reached the ears of Zhou Mingde and Qing Huizi. The two reacted differently upon hearing the news. When Zhou Mingde first heard the news, his face changed drastically, and he was restless, filled with worry and concern for Zhou Chun, even having the idea of going to Feng Kingdom. But after a period of restless worry, his expression suddenly calmed down. He simply looked in the direction of Feng Guo, clenched his fists, and muttered to himself, it's alright, Zhang Chun will definitely return safely. He has never disappointed me before, and he certainly won't this time either. After comforting himself in this way, Zhou Mingde quickly sent a letter to Jilfang Ridge, instructing all members of the Zhou family on both sides to temporarily refrain from leaving their homes and to raise the alert level to the maximum. On the other hand, back at Qinglian Temple, Qing Huizi was initially shocked upon learning the news from the front lines. Then, with a complex expression, he muttered to himself, I didn't expect that kid to accomplish such a great feat less than a month after returning to the battlefield. It seems I underestimated his abilities. A glint flashed in his eyes as he whispered, however, regardless, this matter is indeed worth manipulating. As long as it's true, even if that kid doesn't ultimately return, as my disciple Qing Huizi, he deserves a decent compensation and honor. Even the dead must be squeezed for value. That was Qing Huizi's thinking. In fact, at this moment, he even wished Zhou Chun were dead. That way, Qing Huizi and Qinglian Temple would not only gain honor and praise, but also eliminate a potential threat. Zhou Chun, currently fleeing for his life, naturally had no idea what those connected to him were thinking. He dared not think of anything else but escape. About half a day after he killed Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji, he noticed a change in the blood-red light swirling around his soul within his Purple Mansion. He immediately knew this was the cultivator using the blood-soul guiding technique to lock onto his location. Therefore, he could only flee with all his might, daring not to linger. But he was, after all, only a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. Even ignoring the injuries and mana depletion of his 3 spirit pets, taking turns having them carry him, his speed was still far inferior to that of a golden core cultivator. After less than half a day, he noticed the blood-red light on his soul changing more and more intensely, indicating that the caster was getting closer. He realized that simply trying to outrun and outlast his pursuer was futile. Therefore, he had to change his escape plan. At this time, Zhou Chun was still in the desolate spirit desert, not knowing when he would be able to escape. The main problem was that he didn't have a map. When he entered the desolate spirit desert, Zhang Dongyang had been piloting the hidden dragon boat, so he had no idea where he was in the desolate spirit desert. Furthermore, he had encountered several treacherous places along the way, forcing him to spend time bypassing them, which may have inadvertently caused him to lose his bearings. Of course, none of that mattered now. His most important task was to shake off the golden core stage demonic cultivator who was tracking him. Therefore, after a brief hesitation, Zhou Chun risked turning back and venturing into a dangerous place he had previously passed through. It was an unfathomably deep abyss, hundreds of miles long and several miles wide. Zhou Chun had intended to fly across the abyss, but as soon as he stepped into its airspace, he was attacked by inexplicable sword energy, nearly costing him his life. His initial exploration revealed that the abyss contained a dense golden aura, which automatically condensed into sword energy to attack any creature attempting to cross or enter the abyss. However, Zhou Chun's keen perception of metal energy, honed by his golden cauldron profound technique, might help him detect and avoid sword energy attacks in advance. At the very least, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone and the fourth-tier puppet could still help him block some attacks. The main issue is that, apart from this place, Zhou Chun couldn't think of anywhere else to help him escape the pursuing golden core stage demonic cultivator. At this moment, less than half an hour after Zhou Chun entered the abyss, a streak of extremely fast blood-red light landed outside, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe. After landing outside the abyss, this man swept his divine sense across the area, seemingly already understanding the situation inside. HMPH, you killed my beloved son, and you think hiding in this perilous place will make everything alright, he sneered, openly announcing his arrival to Zhou Chun inside the abyss. Then, he raised his hand and patted his storage pouch at his waist, taking out a bloodbone puppet. This object was none other than the bloodbone puppet that Yan Wuji, the blood fiend prince, had fled after his demise. After releasing the bloodbone puppet, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe quickly used his divine sense to control it, propelling it into the abyss. It's truly astonishing what you all think. Why didn't you vote for me with all those monthly tickets before? I've gained almost 500 today alone, it's shocking. Back when it first launched, I shouted for an extra chapter for every 200 monthly tickets, but I only managed one. Since then, I've lost all motivation to ask for monthly tickets. Now, I don't have that same drive, yet I can get hundreds of monthly tickets with a single shout. Sigh. There's no going back, everything is gone. Chapter 458. In the desolate, nameless abyss of the desolate desert, Zhou Chun, after venturing into the abyss, indeed faced peril at every turn, encountering a barrage of attacks from Zhengjin's sword energy. Each of these sword energies was more powerful than a high-grade third-tier spell, making direct confrontation extremely difficult. Therefore, Zhou Chun mostly anticipated and dodged in advance. After all, these sword energies were attacks formed by the natural laws of this place. Once they missed, they could not continue their pursuit. Furthermore, their formation was often traceable, allowing Zhou Chun, sensitive to metal energy, to detect them early. However, sometimes the sword energies formed too closely together, making it difficult to dodge even with advance warning. Sometimes, several sword energies would form simultaneously from different directions, attacking him at the same time, making it impossible to avoid them all. In short, despite a stumbling and treacherous journey, Zhou Chun successfully descended to the bottom of the abyss, thousands of feet deep. Because of the intense golden ore within the abyss, cultivators' spiritual senses were extremely ineffective, and prolonged exposure could easily damage their souls. Therefore, Zhou Chun initially assumed the bottom of the abyss would be filled with water. The desolate spirit desert was indeed barren and lifeless, but it wasn't without rain. However, upon landing, he discovered the abyss's bottom was a dry expanse of sand and gravel. Moreover, this sand and gravel didn't seem to be ordinary, it appeared to contain some kind of high-quality spiritual gold. Zhou Chun could sense a pure golden aura precipitated within it. This looks somewhat like refined gold, or could there have been a refined gold vein here? Zhou Chun looked at the grayish-white ore in his hand, with faint golden specks in some areas, and a guess arose in his mind. He then opened his eyes and looked ahead, trying to see the abyss clearly. However, the bottom of the 10,000-foot-deep abyss was completely dark. This darkness was clearly mixed with a special power, causing even cultivators with night vision to have a visual range of less than 100 feet. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Zhou Chun still didn't dare to go any deeper. Instead, he carefully sensed the surroundings and headed towards an area where the golden energy was relatively thin, intending to find a safe place to hide. Just then, he suddenly heard a voice coming from the bottomless abyss. Upon hearing the voice filled with hatred, his expression changed, knowing the trouble was coming. He looked up and quickly saw a streak of blood-red light rapidly falling. The sword energies that attacked the blood-red light along the way were forcibly dispersed and shattered, seemingly unable to harm the blood-red light in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chun's heart sank to the bottom. But he naturally couldn't give up hope of survival. Gritting his teeth, he headed straight for the depths of the valley. Not long after, Zhou Chun saw the owner of the blood-red light and clearly saw the figure of the bloodbone puppet. This made him secretly regret not chasing after this fiend, so that this creature was now being used against him. The same fourth-tier puppet is completely different in the hands of a golden core cultivator and a purple mansion cultivator. Under the control of the golden core demonic cultivator of the Bloodbone sect. The Bloodbone puppet not only displayed its supernatural abilities to the fullest, but also seemed to possess boundless magical power. When sword energy attacked it, it was either blocked by its bone shield or shattered by its bone battle axe. Even those that did hit it barely caused any damage to its hardened, skeletal demonic body. It must be said that in exploring perilous terrain, puppets indeed possess advantages that cultivators lack. Seeing this, Zhou Chun no longer hesitated and immediately released his giant tiger puppet, then rode it at breakneck speed. Along the way, numerous sword energies launched fierce attacks on Zhou Chun and the giant tiger puppet, but all were withstood by the giant tiger puppet's hard puppet body and defensive supernatural abilities. After venturing dozens of miles into the abyss, the scene had changed again. Suddenly, the width of the abyss nearly doubled, and its depth increased by hundreds of feet. The giant tiger puppet, having just entered, was immediately attacked by several powerful sword energies. Even with its supernatural abilities, it couldn't completely block them, and was slashed across its body, sustaining several deep cuts. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression first changed, then brightened. He quickly controlled the giant tiger puppet back to its starting point, then glanced at the relentlessly pursuing Bloodbone puppet behind him, and instantly made a plan. He positioned the giant tiger puppet in the abyss, and soon they came face to face. Upon seeing Zhou Chun standing atop the giant tiger puppet, the Bloodbone puppet suddenly slowed its pace. Then it opened and closed its mouth, vibrating the air and saying, "Young man, why aren't you running away? I want to see how capable you are to have killed my son, Yan Wuji." "Oh, are you Yan Wuji's father? I'm truly sorry to have you, a white-haired man burying a black-haired one." Zhou, I'm deeply apologetic." Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he spoke with a hint of mockery. Sure enough, upon hearing his mocking words, the Bloodbone puppet, which had previously maintained a haughty attitude, instantly flew into rage. "You're courting death, young man." With a furious roar, it swung its white bone battle axe at Zhou Chun, and a fierce, incomparable blood-red blade of light pierced through the air. Zhou Chun, naturally, was not to be outdone. The giant tiger puppet opened its mouth and spat out a golden beam of light, which struck the blood-red blade of light, instantly killing it along with the puppet. Seeing this, the Bloodbone puppet immediately transformed into a streak of blood-red light and pounced towards the puppet tiger and Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun had long known that the Bloodbone puppet's fighting style leaned more towards close combat, so he wasn't surprised at all. He immediately flashed off the giant tiger puppet and commanded it to charge into battle against the Bloodbone puppet. His giant tiger puppet was capable of both close and long-range combat, with a stable output of spirit crystal energy, so its combat power wouldn't fluctuate based on the user's cultivation level. At this moment, the two puppets were locked in fierce combat, neither gaining the upper hand, and it was impossible to determine a winner for the time being. However, under Zhou Chun's deliberate guidance, after the battle lasted for a while, the Bloodbone puppet began to turn its back to the deep valley where it had previously suffered a fierce attack. It was time. Seeing that the Bloodbone puppet had fallen into the trap, a glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he suddenly unleashed the puppet tiger's ultimate killing move. The giant puppet tiger first swung its claws, and two golden chains suddenly landed on the Bloodbone puppet, locking it in place. Then, golden light gathered from the giant tiger's mouth, and it suddenly spat out a golden beam of light as thick as a bucket, blasting towards the Bloodbone puppet. Faced with such a powerful attack, the Bloodbone puppet hurriedly struggled to raise its bone shield to defend itself. But this time, the power of the golden beam of light seemed inexhaustible, quickly blasting the Bloodbone puppet away, sending it flying directly back into the deep valley where Zhou Chun had been attacked earlier. Then, the scene Zhou Chun had been waiting for appeared. Several powerful sword energies appeared out of nowhere, directly slashing at the now defenseless Bloodbone puppet, instantly creating cracks in many parts of its body, and some of the blood-red runes imprinted on its bones shattered under the pressure. Before the Bloodbone puppet could even struggle to escape, a dozen arrows of icy white energy suddenly struck it, exploding around it. The frigid air instantly froze its body and the surrounding air, accelerating its descent like a block of ice. Just as it began to shatter the ice that had frozen its body, another wave of sharp sword energy slashed towards it. After taking this hit, the Bloodbone puppet's cracks and gaps widened considerably. Fortunately, it finally shattered the ice that had frozen it, regaining its mobility. However, just as it tried to rush up into the valley and escape this perilous situation, a lightning blade and a golden beam of light descended upon it from above. In an instant, the bloodbone puppet plummeted instead of rising, crashing to the bottom of the valley. "Damn it! You wretched brat, I will tear you to pieces," a furious roar echoed from the depths of the valley, sounding like a dying wail. What on earth was happening in the valley? Looking down, Zhou Chun could only vaguely see flashes of blood-red light, the struggle of the bloodbone puppet. Several times, the bloodbone puppet, covered in wounds, tried to break free of the abyss, but Zhou Chun mercilessly knocked it back each time. After several such attempts, a roar filled with resentment rang out, and then all sound ceased. At the same time, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe, who was sitting cross-legged above the abyss, suddenly groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He then made several hand seals around his body, swallowed a blood-red pill, and after a while, opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. What a treacherous brat! He knew the dangers inside beforehand, deliberately luring me to fight him on the side, then waiting for an opportunity to knock me down and use the natural defenses of this place to kill me. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe's eyes blazed with anger. Recalling what he had witnessed while controlling the bloodbone puppet with his divided soul, he felt both ashamed and furious at being tricked and killed by Zhou Chun. He had always been arrogant and had never taken Zhou Chun, a mere junior in the Purple Mansion stage, seriously. Unexpectedly, he had fallen into the trap of this junior, suffering a humiliating defeat. He couldn't help but show a hint of lingering fear as he said, "Luckily, I was cautious and used the bloodbone puppet to test the waters first. Otherwise, I might have ruined my reputation at the hands of this brat." He hesitated for a moment, gazing at the abyss below, before shaking his head and saying, "Forget it. Avenging my son Wuji is important, but I mustn't be harmed. I'll first consolidate my injuries up here before going down to kill that brat." Being a member of the demonic path, even with the killer of his son right before him, he could suppress his hatred, prioritizing his own safety. Meanwhile, in the abyss, Zhou Chun waited for a long time. Seeing that no one had come down, he began to speculate. He didn't know that the middle-aged man in the blood-robed robe had been injured before arriving, but seeing that the man hadn't come down in his true form, he guessed that the man was afraid to die and wanted to stall for time. "Let's see who can outlast whom," Zhou Chun muttered to himself, immediately using the giant tiger puppet to dig a hole in the hard cliff below the abyss, where he hid and rested. The sword energy in this valley wasn't controlled by anyone. As long as Zhou Chun didn't move recklessly or release his aura carelessly, the chances of being attacked by the sword energy were extremely low. Time slowly passed, and 5 days went by in a flash. After 5 days of rest, not only had Zhou Chun's own condition fully recovered, but the injuries on his 2 spirit pets had also mostly healed. During his escape, he had summoned the wood spirit to treat the 2 spirit pets' internal and external injuries and fed them a lot of healing pills. Combined with their powerful regenerative abilities due to their demonic beast bloodline, this recovery speed was completely incomparable to that of cultivators. Now, the only thing that worried Zhou Chun was that the spiritual energy contained in the spirit crystal within the 4th-tier puppet was running low. The fierce battle between the 4th-tier puppet and the bloodbone puppet had almost exhausted the spiritual energy of a single spirit crystal. Previously, Zhou Chun had controlled a 4th-tier puppet to advance through the abyss, engaging in a fierce battle with the bloodbone puppet, which had consumed most of the spiritual energy of a spirit crystal. Now, the spirit crystal with the most spiritual energy he possessed was the one initially provided by the Azure Lotus Temple. However, the remaining spiritual energy in this crystal could only support the 4th-tier puppet at its full power for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. If the golden core cultivator from the bloodbone sect, who was pursuing him, were to descend personally, it would be difficult to ensure his safety within that short time frame. That deep valley already tricked him once, it's impossible for him to fall twice in the same place. I must find another way to increase my chances of victory. Thinking this, Zhou Chun suddenly released the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone. After giving some instructions, the stone used its earth is a technique of escaping into the earth, technique and disappeared into the ground below. Success. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's face lit up with joy. Originally, he had worried about the effectiveness of the stone's earth technique, given the concentration of golden energy in the area. Now it seemed that the stone's earth technique was even more powerful than he had imagined. Perhaps it's related to the stone itself possessing both metal and earth attributes, Zhou Chun thought to himself, then waited expectantly for the stone's return. After waiting for about half an hour, the stone emerged from the ground again, then opened its mouth and spat out several pieces of ore that landed in front of him. "What are these ores?" A look of surprise flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he couldn't help but take the ores in his hand to examine them carefully. These ores were shaped like a honeycomb, with countless fine pores. The outer layer was golden gray, and the inside was golden yellow. Zhou Chun could sense that they contained very pure metal elemental spiritual power. This kind of ore. I seem to have seen some records of it somewhere. Zhou Chun held the ores in his hand, lowering his head slightly as he pondered and recalled. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at the ore in his hand with great surprise, saying, "There's no mistake, this is the top-tier metal elemental magic material, Earth Mother Profound Gold, recorded in the outer chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique. It's the top-tier spiritual gold on par with Heavenly One Profound Gold, and Gen Gold, and even rarer than the former two. Earth Mother Profound Gold is extremely rare, and very few people know of its existence. Although it is as precious as top-tier spiritual golds like Gen Gold and Heavenly One Profound Gold, its reputation is far less widespread." Zhou Chun had read many books introducing various rare spiritual golds, but very few of them mentioned Earth Mother Profound Gold. Even when it was mentioned, it was only by name, compared to Gen Gold and other similar items, without any description of its specific properties. The only place with a detailed description of this item was actually in the outer chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique, which he was cultivating. The outer chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique records a method for refining a natal magic weapon, the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron. One of the essential materials for its refinement is Earth Mother Profound Gold, and the quantity must be substantial. Because it is an indispensable material, the method describes it in more detail. According to the description, the ore containing Earth Mother Profound Gold is honeycomb-shaped, gray on the outside and gold on the inside, perfectly matching the ore in Zhou Chun's hand. This is truly a blessing in disguise. I never expected to find Earth Mother Profound Gold here, and in my hands no less. Is the heavens helping me? Zhou Chun gripped the ore tightly, his eyes filled with joy. Originally, because Earth Mother Profound Gold was so rare, he hadn't had any interest in refining the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron, which required it. He had planned to refine another magic weapon after successfully forming his core, one whose materials were easier to collect. However, now that he had managed to collect the rare spiritual metal, Earth Mother Profound Gold, ahead of time, he naturally wanted to choose the more useful and potentially more powerful Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron as his future natal magic weapon. "Stone, where did you find this ore? Can you find more?" Zhou Chun put several pieces of Earth Mother Profound Gold ore into his storage bag and looked at his beloved pet expectantly, asking. If he wanted to refine the Myriad Transformations Golden Cauldron as his natal magic weapon, he would need to consume a lot of Earth Mother Profound Gold. These pieces of ore looked quite large, but in reality, the amount of Earth Mother Profound Gold that could be extracted would not be much. Therefore, he had to find more ore. After hearing Zhou Chun's words, the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone quickly told him about its experience after burrowing underground. It turned out that, just as he had worried, the dense metal energy here had a significant impact on stone's earth burrowing technique. It could not use earth burrowing to pass through many places with dense metal energy. However, after advancing to the third tier and awakening the bloodline of the mountain-bearing turtle, it also gained the ability to find treasures in the earth. Sensing a place rich in golden energy underground, it went there and used its mountain-bearing turtle talent to retrieve several pieces of ore. Those ore pieces were the Earth Mother Profound Gold, ore that Zhou Chun had now collected. Hearing its answer, Zhou Chun repeatedly praised, "Good, good, good. It's good that you know where the Earth Mother Profound Gold ore is. Even if we can't get it now, there will be plenty of opportunities later. He could get it after he successfully formed his core." Therefore, as long as he confirmed that the Earth Mother Profound Gold ore was still there, Zhou Chun was already satisfied. After pondering for a while, Zhou Chun gave another order, instructing the stone to go ahead and find a place that could help him fight against the Golden Core Stage demonic cultivator. Zhou Chun's current advantage was that the Golden Core Stage demonic cultivator had no idea that he still had the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone as a trump card. Perhaps he could exploit this to create a false impression and trick the other party again. Not long after, Stone returned with good news for Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun quickly boarded the tortoise's back and, carried by it, disappeared into the cliff face. When they reappeared, they were in a valley deep within the abyss. This valley was over 30 miles from where Zhou Chun had originally been, surrounded by extremely dangerous areas filled with sword energy. Only the underground area was relatively safe. However, even underground, golden energy raged. Stone, the golden armored mountain-carrying tortoise, had endured the cutting force of this golden energy to bring Zhou Chun to the valley. Once inside the valley, Zhou Chun used the same trick again, creating a hiding place. He then had the stone use its petrification ability to transform into a stone tortoise, blocking the entrance. Meanwhile, through his connection with the Blood Soul Guide, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe also noticed Zhou Chun's change in location. This made his expression hard, and he muttered to himself, how did that junior move such a long distance all of a sudden? Could he be setting a trap to lure me there again? He then muttered, his expression shifting, it seems I can't delay any longer. Delay might lead to unforeseen changes. Just as Zhou Chun was unaware of his situation, he also didn't know the true relationship between Zhou Chun and Qing Wei. Logically, a teacher would try every means to rescue such an outstanding junior trapped in enemy territory. Therefore, he worried that if time dragged on, Golden Core cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit Legion might track him down using something on Zhou Chun's person. That would make it even more difficult for him to avenge his son's death. Thinking this, he immediately stood up and flew directly towards the nearest location to Zhou Chun, following his senses. A moment later, the blood-robed middle-aged man arrived above Zhou Chun's position, practically facing him across an abyss. Although he was certain Zhou Chun was below him, the blood-robed man knew that only by personally venturing down could he possibly kill him. After surveying the area above the abyss, he opened his mouth and spat out a white-bone blood banner magic weapon. This white-bone blood banner magic weapon had been refined by him for hundreds of years, and its power was no less than that of an ordinary high-grade magic weapon. Holding the white-bone blood banner magic weapon, he slightly shook the blood banner in his hand, and a dense blood light enveloped him, carrying him as he plunged into the abyss. Along the way, numerous sword energies were generated, attacking the blood-robed middle-aged man, but all were blocked by the misty blood light surrounding him. In less than a quarter of an hour, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe had descended to the bottom of the abyss. However, as he approached the bottom, the power of the sword energy attacking him suddenly surged. Even the protective blood-red light released by the white-bone blood banner magic weapon was shattered by the sword energy, forcing him to unleash the maximum power of his magic weapon. Once his feet were firmly planted on the ground, he swept his gaze towards Zhou Chun's hiding place and said coldly, "Ignorant brat, I've come in my true form. Have you thought about how you want to die, old demon? You've already lost a fourth-tier puppet. Now you want to lose your own life here too? I advise you to think twice. After all, a son can be born again, but if you die, your wife and daughter will belong to someone else." Zhou Chun's mocking words echoed from the bottom of the abyss, causing the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe to bulge with veins on his forehead, his anger instantly flaring. "What a stubborn brat. Once I catch you, I'll see if you can still be so defiant," the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe said, directly waving the blood banner in his hand. A beam of bloodlight transformed into a blood fiend dragon several meters long, rushing towards Zhou Chun's location. Unfortunately, before he could launch his attack, Zhou Chun, guided by the golden armored mountain-carrying tortoise, had already used Earth. Earth is a technique of Earth is used in Chinese metaphysics, to leave the original location and head to another place. Because divine sense was difficult to use in this valley, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe didn't even notice how Zhou Chun escaped. He only knew that after his attack missed, he sensed Zhou Chun moving rapidly through the Blood Soul Guide. However, he wasn't stupid. After a moment's thought, his expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Earth is a technique? I didn't expect this brat to have such ability." From this moment on, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe knew that killing Zhou Chun would be much more difficult than he had previously anticipated. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, he sensed that Zhou Chun had appeared at another location dozens of miles away. Whether he went back to the surface first or traversed the abyss directly, he would face attacks from the sword energy within. HMPH, even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I will tear you, a mere junior, to pieces. After hesitating for a moment, The blood-robed middle-aged man let out a cold snort and flew directly upwards towards the abyss. Compared to the treacherous and unknown bottom of the abyss, going up, while also subjecting him to sword energy attacks, at least wouldn't pose a threat. Therefore, for the sake of safety, he naturally chose to go up first and then down. Afterwards, Zhou Chun played a game of hide-and-seek with the blood-robed middle-aged man. Every time the blood-robed middle-aged man descended into the abyss to catch him, he would have the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone carry him to a different location. This back-and-forth movement didn't actually consume much of his own energy, only the stone consumed more mana. However, the stone itself recovered mana quickly, and Zhou Chun could also transfer his own mana to it using the mana grafting secret technique. The blood-robed middle-aged man, on the other hand, consumed far more mana than the stone. In other words, as a mid-stage golden core cultivator, his magical power was incredibly abundant, allowing him to continue the pursuit even after several rounds of exhaustion. However, after chasing Zhou Chun 5 times in different locations without any success, he couldn't help but become impatient. Something's not right. How come that kid's Earth is a technique that allows one to escape without consuming magical power, seems to work so fast. After missing his target once again, the blood-robed middle-aged man also sensed something was amiss and noticed the anomaly. But even after noticing this, he was helpless. If they were outside, even if Zhou Chun is a technique that allows one to escape 1,000 feet underground, he would have ways to make Zhou Chun pay. However, the earth in this abyss was stagnant with the golden energy and extremely hard. Even if he used his magic weapon to bombard it, he could only destroy a small area, achieving less than 1% of the effect he would have had outside. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that his destruction of this place wouldn't violate any taboos and cause even more serious consequences. I refuse to believe it. How can a late-stage purple mansion cultivator really compete with me, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, in terms of mana density? The blood-robed middle-aged man gritted his teeth, took out a spirit crystal, and began absorbing its spiritual energy to refine and restore his mana while continuing his pursuit of Zhou Chun. After chasing Zhou Chun 6 more times without any success, he had no choice but to believe it. This junior must have a great secret. Above the abyss, the blood-robed middle-aged man, who had decided to stop the pursuit, stared at the bottom of the abyss with flickering eyes, his heart extremely unsettled. Before this, he never imagined that he would be forced to this point by a late-stage purple mansion junior. Zhou Chun's performance left him helpless, knowing that he alone would likely be unable to defeat Zhou Chun, who was hiding at the bottom of the abyss. Recalling the many golden core cultivators he knew, he quickly thought of someone who could help him. Fellow Taoist Zhang Kun of the Beast Demon Palace has fused with the bloodline of the golden armored Earth Escape Beast. His Earth Escape techniques have reached a state of perfection, and his physical defense is comparable to that of a low-grade 4th-tier demon beast. Withstanding the sword energy attacks from most of this area is no problem. It seems I must do him a favor and ask him to come and help. Thinking of this, the blood-robed middle-aged man immediately made a plan. He glanced back at the abyss below, then quickly transformed into a streak of bloodlight and left, returning to Feng Kingdom to fetch reinforcements. With his mid-stage golden core cultivation, he could return to Feng Kingdom in less than a day. The blood soul guidance on Zhou Chun's body could not be easily removed unless a nascent soul cultivator intervened. The blood-robed middle-aged man wasn't worried that Zhou Chun would escape after he left. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, below the abyss, seeing that the blood-robed middle-aged man hadn't come down to find him, immediately became suspicious and secretly sent the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone to check the situation. Upon learning that the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe was no longer there, Zhou Chun was slightly startled, his mind racing as he considered the man's whereabouts. Could it be a feint, a deliberate attempt to lure me out? This was his first thought, as it seemed the most likely explanation. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe could locate him using the blood soul guide, monitoring his movements even from 1,000 miles away. But this was only the most likely possibility, not a certainty. What if it wasn't a feint, but rather the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe had genuinely left temporarily? For Zhou Chun, this might be a good opportunity to escape. After all, even if he temporarily used this treacherous abyss to prevent the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe from attacking him, he was still essentially trapped here. If the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe went back to find help, and he didn't seize the opportunity to escape, he might not be able to outmaneuver him as easily as before. Should I take the gamble? Hesitation flickered in Zhou Chun's eyes as he struggled with a profound dilemma. Another 8,000-word update today, too lazy to split into 2 chapters. Tomorrow is June 1st, a new month begins. If you're willing to give me a monthly pass as encouragement, please do, otherwise, it's fine. Also, although I took 2 days off this month, I still managed to finish the minimum 180,000 words by working overtime. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, Exorcism and Devouring Demons. After thoroughly examining the spiritual energy contained within the spirit crystal of the giant tiger puppet, Zhou Chun decided to give it a try. Even if the blood-robed middle-aged man was indeed playing hard to get, the spiritual energy contained within the spirit crystal of the giant tiger puppet, along with the earth is a type of magical escape technique, of the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, could still protect him, giving him a chance to return to the abyss and hide. After reaching the surface and escaping for over 1,000 miles using the flowing golden rainbow without seeing the blood-robed middle-aged man again, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since that old demon isn't here anymore, he must have gone to Feng Kingdom to find help, and the help he found must be someone who can prevent me from escaping using Earth. In that case, I must seize this opportunity and earn myself a chance to survive. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun put all his effort into escaping. After he grew tired of flying, he switched to the Thunder Flood Dragon bye-bye, abandoning the relatively slower stone and wood spirit. After fleeing for most of the day, Zhou Chun and his dragon took turns riding each other, finally flying out of the desolate spirit desert. Finally entered the wilderness, above a lush mountain range. Zhou Chun, who had just emerged from the desolate spirit desert, felt the incredibly rich spiritual energy here compared to the desolate spirit desert, and breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the spiritually thin environment of the desolate spirit desert was absolutely disastrous for him. But the wilderness was much better. Here, he and his spirit pets could fully utilize their advantages. Zhou Chun had the wood spirit carry him, and while flying, he circulated his cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world to restore his mana. After flying for more than 2,000 miles, the mana he had taken, along with the rejuvenation pills, was almost fully restored. At this point, he had entered a region of the wilderness with normal spiritual energy, and even encountered third-tier demonic beasts. Zhou Chun, who had been traveling non-stop, found a place to land and carefully considered his next move. Judging by the time, a day should have passed by now. That old devil must have already set off again, if we calculate based on the time he appeared that day, and considering the distance I've flown in this day, he should catch up with me in a day at most. I still have a day to prepare. A day isn't actually that long. It certainly won't be enough for Zhou Chun to reach the Dragon Abyss swamp area. But after careful consideration and recalling the general map of the wilderness he had seen, Zhou Chun felt that he might be able to escape towards the headquarters of the Dragon Transformation Sect. Lin Hongyu, the current supreme elder of the Zhou family, was formerly a protector of the Crimson Dragon Hall of the Dragon Transformation Sect at that time, holding a high position. She had also seen the general map of the wilderness created by the Dragon Transformation Sect. After joining the Zhou family, she learned that the Zhou family had a secret base in the wilderness, and naturally shared that general map of the wilderness with Zhou Chun and other high-ranking members of the Zhou family. This map was drawn by the Golden Core stage elders of the Dragon Transformation Sect over many years, personally traveling to various places. Many details may not have been marked, but the general terrain features such as mountains, rivers, and lakes were definitely marked. If Zhou Chun could find the corresponding location, he should be able to determine his approximate position and know which way to go. Thinking this, Zhou Chun immediately began to act. First, relying on his memory, he roughly drew a map of the wilderness near Feng Kingdom on the large map, memorizing the contours of the mountains and rivers. Then he flew high into the sky and began his journey. After flying hundreds of miles, Zhou Chun finally determined his approximate location by comparing it with landmarks such as mountains, rivers, and lakes. The situation was roughly as he had expected. He was now relatively closer to the headquarters of the Dragon Transformation Sect, only about 5,000 or 6,000 miles away. Upon discovering this, Zhou Chun immediately rushed towards the Dragon Transformation Sect headquarters at full speed. Meanwhile, When the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe arrived at the location of the abyss from Fen Kingdom with a burly man in a yellow robe, he knew he had missed his target. However, using the Blood Soul Guide for location, he quickly persuaded the burly man in the yellow robe to join him in pursuing Zhou Chun's escape route. After chasing for several hours, they arrived at the desolate wilderness. Fellow Taoist Yan, said Zheng Kun, a burly man in yellow robes, standing at the border between the desolate desert and the wilderness. Further ahead lies the wilderness occupied by the demon race. It's said that the Dragon Abyss Dragon clan, who rules this land, deeply despises human cultivators and forbids any human cultivators from operating there. That junior who killed your son escaped there, likely intending to use the power of high-level demon beasts to deal with us. His tone suggested a hint of retreat as he looked at the middle-aged man in blood robes beside him. He had been summoned by the middle-aged man in blood robes to deal with the late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator the man mentioned, purely because the man in blood robes was willing to owe him a favor, and also because he was curious about the secrets of Zhou Chun that the man in blood robes had spoken of. However, venturing deeper into the wilderness, a favor from the middle-aged man in blood robes alone seemed insufficient to warrant the risk. The middle-aged man in blood robes, upon hearing his words, naturally understood his meaning. While inwardly cursing his greed, Yan immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Zheng, there's no need to worry. This wilderness is vast, and the Dragon Abyss Marsh is thousands upon thousands of miles away. That junior couldn't possibly have traveled that far in such a short time. Furthermore, with your mastery of Earth is a type of magical technique. Even if you encounter a high-grade 4th-tier demon beast, unless it's also skilled in Earth, it will be unable to harm you in the slightest." He gritted his teeth and added, "Of course, I also know, doing this will put fellow Taoist Zheng at some risk. Therefore, after killing that junior, I, Yan, am willing to give you another, blood essence replenishing pill, as a reward. What do you think, fellow Taoist Zheng?" Upon hearing the name, blood essence replenishing pill, the yellow-robed man's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he immediately chuckled, "Hey, fellow Taoist Yan is straightforward. Then let's not waste any more time and hurry up and kill the junior." "Of course," the blood-robed middle-aged man responded, and immediately he and the yellow-robed man transformed into streaks of bloodlight and yellow light, respectively, and rushed into the wilderness. As outsiders, they were like newborn calves unafraid of tigers, and their awe of the wilderness was not as profound as that of the native cultivators of the heavenly spirit realm. If it were a golden core cultivator from the heavenly spirit realm, they would definitely not venture into the wilderness so easily. After venturing into the wilderness for thousands of miles, the two arrived above a large swamp where water vapor was rising. The two descended with a burst of light above the great swamp. The burly man in yellow robes, Zheng Kun, immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this desolate land truly is a treasure trove. Even just traveling, we've encountered several third-tier demonic beasts with extraordinary bloodlines, obtaining several demonic cores and top-grade blood food. Once we've firmly established ourselves in the heavenly spirit realm, our beast demon palace must definitely get involved here. Because of their cultivation techniques and expertise, the beast demon palace has always had a great need for demonic beast resources. Moreover, the beast demon palace sometimes doesn't care about the quality of the demonic beast's bloodline, but rather values the usefulness of the demonic beast's supernatural abilities and spells. After all, even if they've absorbed a low-level demonic beast's bloodline, it won't affect their cultivator's future development into the Purple Mansion and core formation. Essentially, they are still human cultivators, relying on their spiritual roots and cultivation techniques to determine their cultivation speed and potential. Therefore, wild and untamed lands like the desolate lands, inhabited by various demonic beasts, are very important to them. If they could claim a piece of land here as the Beast Demon Palace's Beast Garden to cultivate various demonic beasts, the disciples of the Beast Demon Palace would have a much wider range of choices, and the overall strength of the sect would improve accordingly. As for the yellow-robed man himself, the several third-tier demonic beasts and their corpses he had killed along the way were also a considerable gain. At least in the Yuanmo territory, it would not have been so easy for him to find so many third-tier demonic beasts. The blood-robed middle-aged man had been yielding to the yellow-robed man along the way because he needed his help. Now, upon hearing his words, he did not continue the conversation, but looked at the water below with a look of surprise and said, "Strange, why did that junior choose such a watery place as a hiding place? Could it be that there is some danger underwater? That is indeed strange." You should know that the water veins beneath this water are crisscrossed, which is the most taboo place for us cultivators who practice earth. Earth is a type of martial arts technique. Isn't he tying his own hands by hiding down here? The yellow-robed man, Zhou Chun, also showed a look of surprise and suspicion as he said this. Then, as if remembering something, he looked at the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe and said, "Why don't you send a blood-bone puppet down to scout the situation, fellow Taoist Yan?" "Alright, I'll give it a try." The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe nodded slightly, and immediately patted his storage bag at his waist, taking out a blood-bone puppet. Of course, the blood-bone puppet he took out was not a 4th-tier puppet, but only a high-grade 3rd-tier puppet. At this moment, he threw the puppet into the swamp and then used his divine sense to control the puppet to dive towards the place where Zhou Chun was hiding. This was one of the advantages of a puppet's body. Even without knowing water repelling techniques, it could easily dive into water thousands of feet deep thanks to the strength of its own material. However, this naturally caused quite a commotion. So, before this high-grade 3rd-tier puppet could even reach the vicinity of Zhou Chun's hiding place, it was discovered by a mid-grade 3rd-tier water demon and attacked it. In the water, the bloodbone puppet's strength was somewhat diminished. Even with the divine sense control of a golden core cultivator, it couldn't quickly eliminate the mid-grade 3rd-tier water demon. Moreover, after the battle had been going on for a short while, a blue beam of light suddenly shot out from the depths of the water, instantly shattering the bloodbone puppet into pieces. "How is it? Fellow Taoist Yan, have you discovered anything?" Above the water, the yellow-robed giant Zhou Chun, hearing the muffled groan from the blood-robed middle-aged man, knew that his bloodbone puppet was probably gone, and immediately inquired about the situation. "My puppet encountered a mid-grade 3rd-tier water demon shortly after going down. After a fierce battle, it was destroyed by an attack from a 4th-tier demon beast, and it didn't even have time to reach that junior's location." The blood-robed middle-aged man didn't hide anything and immediately recounted his discovery. Upon hearing his description, Zhou Chun, the burly man in the yellow robe, suddenly had a glint in his eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Yan, do you know what level of cultivation that 4th-tier demonic beast that attacked you was?" "I didn't see it in the rush, but I estimate it's not a high-grade 4th-tier demonic beast." The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe shook his head slightly and answered softly. Then, both he and Zhou Chun suddenly focused their gazes, as if they had discovered something, and they both shouted and activated their divine powers to protect themselves. Boom! Boom! Just as the two golden core stage demonic cultivators had finished their defenses, two water blue lightning balls burst out of the water and exploded beside them. The powerful explosive force caused both of them to be thrown back dozens of feet before they were able to stand up again. What a fierce, sunflower water divine lightning! This demonic beast's cultivation has reached the middle grade of the 4th tier, and its strength should not be underestimated. Zhou Chun, the burly man in the yellow robe, held a large earth yellow seal magic weapon in his hand, surrounded by yellow light, and said his discovery in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe quickly replied, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you hold this beast back. I, Yan, will personally go into the water and kill that brat. What do you say?" "All right. I'll give it my best," Zhou Chun, the burly man in the yellow robe, shouted, immediately throwing his earthen yellow magic seal into the air. A burst of yellow spiritual light erupted from the seal, transforming into a yellow spear under his divine sense and shooting towards a certain spot underwater. Then, he formed hand seals, raised his hand, and pressed down, sending a giant earthen yellow palm, condensed from yellow light, crashing down onto the water like Mount I. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe, having received his consent, instantly transformed into a streak of blood-red light and flew away, then plunged directly into the water, attempting to bypass the battlefield and reach Zhou Chun's hiding place. But as it turned out, this was utterly ineffective. The probing attacks of the yellow-robed giant, Zhou Chun, were all swallowed up by a massive whirlpool after he entered the water, without even touching the aquatic beast's true form. Meanwhile, the blood-robed middle-aged man was immediately bombarded by several lightning balls formed from sunflower water divine thunder, upon entering the water. Clearly, the aquatic beast was fiercely protective of its territory, unwilling to allow any golden core cultivators near its lair. Faced with this situation, the two golden core demonic cultivators found themselves in a difficult position. They didn't want to fight a mid-grade 4th-tier demonic beast head-on, especially on its home turf. However, the blood-robed middle-aged man couldn't let his son's killer go unpunished. After a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe quickly flew away from the water and then transmitted his voice to the burly man in the yellow robe. Zheng Kun, fellow Taoist Zhang, let's join forces to deal with this beast first. Let him see our power, and then I, Yan, will find an opportunity to expose that junior's form, so that this beast will back down and let us deal with him. Alright, let's do as you say, fellow Taoist Yan. The burly man in the yellow robe, Zheng Kun, immediately agreed. Then the two of them displayed their skills, each unleashing their magic weapons to launch a fierce attack on the water monster. Under their combined attack, the true form of the water monster was quickly revealed. It was a giant blue-black turtle. This turtle was enormous, more than 30 feet long from head to tail, and its aura was almost comparable to that of a 4th-tier high-grade demon beast. What kind of demonic beast is this? Fellow Taoist Zhang, do you recognize it? The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe looked at the giant turtle that had erected a blue water curtain to block his attack, and asked the yellow-robed giant Zheng Kun about the giant turtle's situation with great surprise. Although he was knowledgeable, he really couldn't recognize the origin of this giant turtle. Unexpectedly, after hearing his question, Zheng Kun, a golden core cultivator from the Beast Demon Palace who could identify all beasts, shook his head repeatedly and said, I can't tell the origin of this demon either. It may be a demonic beast that has mutated and evolved from some kind of 3rd-tier demonic beast. Never mind that, let's work together to break its shell first, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe said, and suddenly threw the white bone blood banner in his hand into the air. He quickly formed hand seals and released a burst of magic power. The banner instantly transformed into a flag spear and flew towards the giant turtle. Seeing this, the burly man in yellow robes, Zheng Kun, let out a low shout and pointed his finger. The earthen yellow seal in the sky suddenly swelled in size, transforming into a gigantic seal tens of feet wide, which crashed down upon the water below. The combined attack of the two magical treasures instantly changed the landscape. The blood-red banner spear, upon touching the blue water curtain, immediately unleashed countless rays of blood-red light, turning the entire waterway into a lake of blood. The blue water curtain then began to shatter inch by inch. But at this moment, the giant turtle raised its head and spat out a powerful blue beam of light, which shot out and collided with a blood-red banner spear. After a brief stalemate, the blood-red banner spear was actually forced away. But at this moment, the earthen yellow seal had already crashed down. However, the giant turtle showed no panic whatsoever. A surge of blue light appeared above its shell, drawing upon the surrounding water elemental energy to instantly form a massive water curtain barrier that held the falling giant seal aloft. Earthshaker, at that moment, a loud shout echoed from above the marshland. The giant seal, previously held by the water curtain barrier, suddenly flashed with yellow light, releasing an astonishing tremor. In an instant, the once stable water curtain barrier cracked, finally shattering with a deafening bang. The giant seal then slammed unimpeded into the giant turtle's shell. This blow clearly pained the giant turtle, causing it to let out an agonizing scream before its body erupted with blue light, sending the giant seal flying. But at that moment, the blood-red banner spear, now blasted away, returned, its even more ferocious strike piercing the giant turtle's blue light and embedding itself deeply in its left forelimb. Then, the white bone blood banner activated its blood-sucking and blood-transforming divine power, causing the giant turtle's essence blood to surge uncontrollably towards the banner. The pain and fear it experienced were even greater than before. Terrified, it hurriedly spat out a blue demon core, striking the banner with its power, finally managing to blast the blood-sucking magic weapon away. However, after these two injuries, it knew it was no match for the combined strength of the two human cultivators before it. So, it quickly moved, using a water escape technique to leave its original spot and flee directly towards its lair. Its lair was located in a deep abyss at the bottom of the water. If the two human cultivators dared to go there, it might be able to fight them again. As a 4th-tier demon beast with considerable intelligence, the giant turtle naturally understood how to utilize its advantages. Faced with the giant turtle's escape, the blood-robed middle-aged man and the yellow-robed giant Zheng Kun did not try to stop it, knowing they couldn't. Chase? Now that this beast is out of our way, let's see what tricks that brat has up his sleeve, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe shouted, taking the lead and riding on his crimson light to pursue the giant turtle. Although the burly man in the yellow robe, Zheng Kun, didn't want to go into the water, seeing that their objective was nearing completion, and for the benefits promised by the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe, he had no choice but to follow. Damn it! Even this giant turtle isn't a match for that old demon. Somewhere underwater, Zhou Chun sensed the giant turtle's chaotic retreat towards its lair and immediately cried out in alarm. He had carefully chosen the vicinity of this giant turtle's lair as his hiding place. Mainly, the giant turtle liked to sleep, making it easy for him to infiltrate its vicinity undetected. Moreover, the giant turtle's strength, approaching that of a high-grade 4th-tier demonic beast, made it the strongest demonic beast he could find within thousands of miles. As for the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters, how could Zhou Chun possibly go there? He feared he would be captured or killed first. His plan was that if the giant turtle could fight the blood-robed middle-aged man and his group for a day or two, it should attract other 4th-tier demonic beasts or Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators from thousands of miles away. Then the blood-robed middle-aged man and his group would certainly be in deep trouble. But he hadn't expected the giant turtle to be so useless, fleeing back to its lair in less than half an hour. Now, Zhou Chun was trapped, unable to show his face. What should we do now? What can we do? Inside the underwater cave, Zhou Chun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, at a loss for what to do. His strength was indeed unmatched within the Purple Mansion stage, but against a golden core cultivator, being able to withstand a few moves was already something to boast about. Should I really risk using that move? A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhou Chun's eyes, and he reached for the spirit beast pouch at his waist. He actually had another risky move, to let the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye come out and actively deal with the 2 golden core demonic cultivators. This wasn't hoping that the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye could lure away the 2 golden core demonic cultivators or injure them. Rather, it was to have the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye be surrounded and killed by the 2 golden core demonic cultivators, forcing the giant turtle to intervene with all its might. After all, the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye was a dragon with superior dragon bloodline aptitude. Without knowing the inside story, the giant turtle would most likely not dare to let such a dragon clan genius die outside its lair, otherwise, it couldn't afford to incur the wrath of the dragon clan. But if we choose to do that, we will be putting Legiato in a life-or-death situation for nothing. Chapter 460 A Nest of Snakes and Turtles. Boom! A deafening thunderous explosion resounded from the bottom of the deep lake, accompanied by a surge of silver lightning. A clear, long dragon roar followed, conveying a sense of anger and grievance. Deep within the water, a 4-clawed thunder dragon, radiating an aura comparable to a high-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast, its body crackling with lightning, stood alone, facing the attacks of 2 golden core stage demonic cultivators. To be honest, both the blood-robed middle-aged man and the yellow-robed giant Zhang Kun were initially bewildered by this 4-clawed thunder dragon's sudden attack, wondering who had given it the audacity. However, the blood-robed man quickly recalled the battle that had previously defeated his blood-bone puppet, remembering the lightning python that had attacked it with lightning magic. He concluded that the lightning python was actually this thunder dragon in disguise. Having reached this conclusion, the blood-robed man naturally wouldn't hold back against a 4-clawed thunder dragon before him, immediately unleashing his full power to kill it. However, in the deep water, the thunder flood dragon, Bye-Bye, constantly dodged and weaved using its lightning escape technique, making it difficult for even the 2 golden core stage demonic cultivators to strike it in just a few moves. The commotion it caused quickly alerted the giant turtle. Like the 2 men in blood robes, the giant turtle was utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of a strange 3rd-tier thunder flood dragon near its lair, unsure where Bye-Bye had come from. But just as Zhou Chun had predicted, upon discovering that the thunder flood dragon Bye-Bye was actually a genius of the flood dragon clan with superior bloodline aptitude, the giant turtle immediately lost its composure. As an aquatic demonic beast, it was among the most subservient to the flood dragon clan of Dragon Abyss. The flood dragon clan itself was extremely domineering. In their eyes, 4th-tier demonic beasts of other races were less important than an ordinary 3rd-tier flood dragon of their own clan, let alone a genius like the 4-clawed thunder flood dragon. If the Jialong clan were to learn that a 4-clawed thunder dragon had died outside its old turtle's lair, the old turtle would likely not survive either. Therefore, seeing the thunder dragon in dire straits under the threat of 2 golden core stage demonic cultivators, it could no longer stand idly by and roared as it joined the battle. It seemed to be saying, "Young master, don't panic, this old servant is here." In short, with the giant turtle joining the battle, the thunder dragon could safely retreat. However, to protect Zhou Chun, it didn't heed the old turtle's advice to immediately flee the waters, but instead retreated to the vicinity of Zhou Chun's hiding place, forcing the giant turtle to do its best to prevent the two golden core stage demonic cultivators from approaching, a truly exhausting experience for the giant turtle. Fortunately, the battlefield was now in deep water, and the yellow-robed giant Zhou Chun's earth elemental magic was somewhat restricted by the environment, making it difficult to maintain even 80% of his strength. The blood-robed middle-aged man was less affected, but he too was weakened by the environment. Conversely, the giant turtle's combat power was significantly enhanced in this environment, especially its vortex technique, which created a massive vortex underwater capable of swallowing all attacks, making it difficult for the yellow-robed man's earth and yellow seal magic weapon to escape its confinement. Even so, in a 2-on-1 situation, the giant turtle was still occasionally struck on its demonic body by the two golden core stage demonic cultivators, suffering some damage. Damn it, has this beast gone mad? Why is it so protective of that junior and his spirit pet? At the bottom of the deep lake, the yellow-robed man, Zhou Chun, while fiercely attacking the giant turtle, spoke with a frustrated expression, expressing his confusion. It must be because of that four-clawed thunder dragon. The giant turtle is protecting it. We need to find a way to expose that junior's identity and let the giant turtle know it's been deceived. The blood-robed middle-aged man saw through it all, revealing the truth in a single sentence. However, despite knowing this, the giant turtle's obstruction made it extremely difficult for the two to achieve this. Several attempts ended in failure. Finally, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe gritted his teeth and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, Yan, will use a divine power to trap this giant turtle. You seize the opportunity to force out the junior hiding over there, alright, as long as this giant turtle doesn't interfere, Zhang, will definitely make that junior pay." The burly man in the yellow robe, Zhou Chun, agreed without hesitation. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately threw the white bone blood banner in his hand, spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto it, and then rapidly formed hand seals, casting a series of spells on this natal magic weapon. As the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe activated his spells, stimulated by his blood essence, the white bone blood banner seemed to undergo some kind of transformation in an instant, its aura rising dramatically. A high-grade magic weapon, the burly man in the yellow robe, Zhou Chun, changed his expression slightly, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Magic weapons also have different levels, and are divided into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and top grade. Generally speaking, when a golden core cultivator's natal magic weapon is first successfully forged, no matter how precious the materials used or how skillful the forging technique, it can only be considered a low-grade magic weapon. Whether this natal magic weapon can be upgraded to a mid-grade magic weapon, and how long it takes to achieve this, depends on the materials used in its forging and the golden core cultivator's cultivation level. Some natal magic weapons using inferior materials can only be upgraded to mid-grade magic weapons when the golden core cultivator's cultivation reaches the mid-golden core stage. However, some natal magic weapons using superior materials only require the golden core cultivator to patiently cultivate them with their own inner energy and mana for several decades or even 100 years, and are not limited by the golden core cultivator's cultivation level. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe is at the mid-golden core stage, and his white bone blood banner magic weapon has long been cultivated to a mid-grade magic weapon. Moreover, because the materials used initially were not bad, it is now only half a step away from becoming a high-grade magic weapon. At this moment, driven by the power of his life essence, the grade of this magic weapon was forcibly elevated to the superior grade, possessing the true power of a superior grade magic weapon. Of course, this elevation was only temporary, and it would cause some damage to the magic weapon's essence, delaying the time when the magic weapon would truly advance to the superior grade. This shows how strong the blood-robed middle-aged man's desire to kill Zhou Chun was. And with each grade advancement of a magic weapon, its power would increase dramatically. The power of a superior grade magic weapon was vastly different from that of a mid-grade magic weapon, much like the difference between a mid-stage golden core cultivator and a late-stage golden core cultivator. At this moment, after the white bone blood banner was temporarily elevated to a superior grade magic weapon, its blood-red banner surface immediately released an extremely viscous and rich blood light. When this blood light came into contact with the lake water, it was as if real blood had fallen into the water, turning the water into blood water, already possessing the power to stain solid matter. The blood-robed middle-aged man raised his hand and pointed at the giant turtle, and the white bone blood banner, carrying the viscous blood light, rushed straight towards the giant turtle. The giant turtle seemed to sense the danger and immediately activated its innate divine power, manipulating the water to form a massive blue vortex, attempting to trap the white bone blood banner within. However, the moment the blue vortex swallowed the white bone blood banner, it was quickly stained crimson by bloodlight and broke free from the giant turtle's control. When the giant turtle realized the danger, the crimson vortex suddenly reversed course and swirled back towards itself. This time, it had essentially reaped what it sowed, directly suffering a painful blow from its own divine power. A series of roars echoed from the sea of blood, the trapped giant turtle's unwilling cries. Seeing that the blood-robed middle-aged man had successfully trapped the giant turtle, the yellow-robed giant Zhou Chun swiftly moved, rushing towards Zhou Chun's hiding place. In just a dozen breaths, he arrived near Zhou Chun's location, then, ignoring the thunder flood dragon bye-bye there, directly unleashed his great seal magic weapon, smashing it towards the underwater cave where Zhou Chun was hiding. Rumble. With a deafening roar that shook the earth, a huge crater was smashed into the ground near the underwater cave where Zhou Chun was hiding. He was forced to reveal himself. However, Zhou Chun had already used the dragon transformation secret technique once again, transforming into a dragon man covered in silver dragon scales. Could your supernatural power, young man, be the legendary dragon transformation secret technique? Are you perhaps a spy planted by the dragon transformation sect within the Heavenly Spirit Alliance? Zhou Chun, the burly man in yellow robes, looked at Zhou Chun, who was covered in silver dragon scales and had dragon horns on his head, and exclaimed in surprise, stunned by his transformation. The Yuan demon realm had been invading the Heavenly Spirit realm for nearly 20 years, and with the corpse demon sect, a traitor, also involved, they were naturally aware of the war between Jinguo and the dragon transformation sect. They had even initially sent people to the dragon transformation sect's headquarters to win them over, hoping that the dragon transformation sect would send troops to cooperate with them in the Jinguo direction, or grant them passage. However, the dragon transformation sect wasn't stupid. Why would they do such a thing? The main enemies of the dragon transformation sect were the various factions of the Jing kingdom. If they were to help the Yuan demon realm, they would be making enemies of the entire Xianling realm. If the Yuan demon realm's invasion failed, they could simply walk away. The dragon transformation sect, on the other hand, would have to bear the wrath of the entire Xianling realm. Even if the Yuan demon realm's invasion succeeded, the dragon transformation sect was fundamentally different from these demonic cultivators. Their strengths were unequal, and there was no way they could gain any advantage from them. Unless the dragon transformation sect's leader was hopelessly stupid, he would never agree to this. Even if he agreed, the Flood Dragon clan might not. Although they hadn't managed to win over the dragon transformation sect at the time, the demonic cultivators of the Yuan Demon Legion were still familiar with the sect and its famous dragon transformation secret technique. The yellow-robed giant, Zhou Chun, was a golden core cultivator from the Beast Demon Palace. How could he not know all this? So when he saw Zhou Chun use the third level of the dragon transformation secret technique to transform into Dragon Man, he was confused. His first reaction was to think of Zhou Chun as a spy planted in Jing Kingdom by the dragon transformation sect. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Chun's heart stirred, and he had the idea of stalling for time. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Since you know this, why don't you retreat quickly? Otherwise, this place is less than 2,000 miles away from our sect's headquarters. Our elders will arrive soon, and then you won't be able to leave even if you want to. HMPH, don't try to scare me with your words. I'm not easily frightened." The yellow-robed giant Zhou Chun's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. He directly raised his palm and a yellow, misty magical hand reached out to grab Zhou Chun. At the same time, he coldly chuckled, "Regardless of whether you, Junior, are a spy for the dragon transformation sect or not, I, Zheng, have fulfilled my request by capturing you and handing you over to fellow Taoist Yan. Whether to kill or release you is up to him." From his words, it was clear that he largely believed Zhou Chun's story. After all, Zhou Chun not only cultivated the dragon transformation secret technique, but was also fleeing towards the dragon transformation sect's headquarters. His current actions made it hard to believe he wasn't a member of the dragon transformation sect. Zhou Chun naturally noticed this as well, and his heart leaped with joy, feeling even more determined. With a thought, the golden light demon slaying mirror unleashed a beam of golden light, striking the massive magical hand. Then, he activated the silver lightning claws he wore, unleashing a thick bolt of silver lightning that struck the magical hand. Meanwhile, Lei Jiao Bai unleashed the heavenly thunder / ultimate move. With this combined effort from master and servant, they actually managed to shatter the magical hand. Seeing this, Zhang Kun, the burly man in the yellow robe, also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although that magical hand wasn't some kind of supernatural power, but merely something he had condensed from his own magical power, it was still equivalent to an attack from an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator. It was astonishing that Zhou Chun and his servant could so easily neutralize this attack. But then a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly formed hand seals, yellow light surging from his hands, quickly forming an earthen yellow circle which he then raised and struck at Zhou Chun. This time, it wasn't a casual attack, but rather the use of some kind of grappling technique. However, Zhou Chun had already released a giant tiger puppet. The giant tiger puppet opened its mouth and spat out an incomparably sharp golden blade of light, slashing at the earthen yellow circle. With a strike, the earthen yellow circle was instantly shattered in midair. These youngsters have quite a few tricks up their sleeves, Zhang Kun, the burly man in the yellow robe, muttered to himself. He simply raised his hand and hurled the large seal magic weapon at Zhou Chun and the puppet tiger. Although his cultivation was still at the early golden core stage, this large seal magic weapon, after more than 200 years of refinement, had become a mid-grade magic weapon, possessing extraordinary power. Given the puppet tiger's current state, it probably wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few of his attacks before its spiritual energy was exhausted. But at that moment, the giant turtle used the power of its demon core to forcefully break through the sea of blood and burst out. Moreover, upon discovering that he was aiming the magic weapon at the four-clawed thunder dragon, the giant turtle also risked its life to instantly use water escape to reach the front of the earthen yellow seal magic weapon, opening its mouth and spitting out its own demon core to bombard the seal. For demon beasts, the demon core is somewhat similar to cultivator's natal magic weapon, an extremely powerful weapon. The giant turtle was only one step away from advancing to the 4th tier high grade, and its demon core was no less powerful than a high-grade magic weapon. Caught off guard, the yellow-robed giant Zhang Kun was struck by its demon core. His natal magic weapon immediately dimmed and flew back to his side with a mournful cry, clearly damaged. It would take him several years of arduous cultivation to recover. This wouldn't have been a big deal in the past, as a few years would pass in the blink of an eye for a golden core cultivator. But now, Zhang Kun was in the army, frequently clashing with cultivators of the same level. Damage to his natal magic weapon was a serious matter. Heartbroken, he couldn't help but curse, "That damned beast. Is that kid your son? Why is it fighting so desperately?" He didn't know that if it were only for his son, the giant turtle might not have fought so fiercely. After all, it had lived for so many years and had many offspring. The death of one or two wouldn't matter. However, the four-clawed thunder flood dragon, bye-bye, absolutely could not die here. Otherwise, the giant turtle itself might lose its life, and even its entire clan might be wiped out. The giant turtle knew perfectly well which was more important. While continuing to fend off the attacks of the two golden core stage demonic cultivators, the giant turtle looked at Zhou Chun, who was being protected by bye-bye, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. It lived not far from the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters and was naturally familiar with the Sect's cultivators. In fact, several of the Sect's elders had previously been on good terms with it, often sending it food and drink. What puzzled it was that it seemed to have never heard of any thunder flood dragons within the Dragon Transformation Sect, so how could Zhou Chun now be cultivating the Dragon Transformation secret technique using thunder flood dragon blood? Moreover, the four-clawed thunder flood dragon, seemingly a superior being, appeared quite concerned about the safety of its servant, Zhou Chun. Of course, despite its doubts, with Zhou Chun's testimony, the giant turtle was even less likely to doubt bye-bye's true identity. After all, why would someone who wasn't an important member of the Flood Dragon clan come to the Dragon Transformation Sect to collect resources? And at this moment, it also believed it had figured out Lei Jiao Bye-bye's reason for not running away. Lei Jiao Bye-bye was furious at the actions of the two Golden Core demon cultivators and wanted it to hold them off while the Golden Core elders of the Dragon Transformation Sect arrived to surround and kill these two audacious scoundrels. Understanding this, the giant turtle's fighting spirit soared even higher, determined to show off in front of Lei Jiao Bye-bye. Soon, even Zhou Chun noticed that the giant turtle's fighting spirit had clearly changed, and it was fighting much more vigorously than before. This infuriated the two demon cultivators, who cursed incessantly. Zhou Chun also vaguely guessed the giant turtle's intentions and was delighted to watch the show. He not only watched but also occasionally had the giant tiger puppet intervene to help the giant turtle, creating trouble for the two demon cultivators. After fighting for some time, suddenly the two humans and one demon on the battlefield simultaneously changed their expressions and looked towards a certain spot above. Then, a black figure flashed, and a three-headed giant python, its entire body jet black, suddenly emerged from the water's surface and submerged. Judging from its aura, this was clearly a low-grade 4th-tier demonic beast. A three-headed black serpent. I never expected to find such a rare demonic beast here. The yellow-robed giant, Zhou Chun, recognized the three-headed python that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield at a glance, and exclaimed in surprise and delight. However, no sooner had he spoken than the three-headed python turned all six of its eyes to him, its gaze filled with chilling intent. Then, the middle head opened its mouth and spat out a beam of black light, emitting a strong, foul stench, which shot towards Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in alarm, "Not good. This demon is also coming for us." He hurriedly activated his protective magic, creating a thick, dense yellow spiritual light to shield himself. But the black light struck the yellow spiritual light, instantly penetrating most of it, then dissipating into poisonous liquid that corroded the remaining yellow spiritual light. The giant turtle seemed quite familiar with the three-headed python. Upon seeing this, it immediately hissed in greeting before focusing its attention on the blood-robed middle-aged man. This sudden turn of events greatly surprised Zhou Chun. He couldn't understand why the three-headed black snake had suddenly joined the battle. 4th-tier demonic beasts each had their own territories, and these territories were not far apart. So even if the giant turtle had sent its minions to summon the three-headed black snake, it shouldn't have arrived so quickly. This was also the question on the minds of the blood-robed middle-aged man and the yellow-robed giant, Zhou Chun. Clearly, with the three-headed black snake joining the battlefield and choosing to attack them, their hopes of killing Zhou Chun became even slimmer. This infuriated the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe, who couldn't help but complain to the burly man in the yellow robe, Zhou Chun, "These three-headed black snakes must be the backers of that third-tier demon beast you killed earlier, fellow Taoist Zheng. They've come looking for revenge by following the auras we left behind." Hearing this, Zhou Chun, the burly man in the yellow robe, was also displeased and replied with a dark face, "Fellow Taoist Yan, what do you mean by that? Are you blaming me?" "It's not that I'm blaming you, fellow Taoist Zheng. Just now, I trapped that giant turtle, and you clearly had a chance to kill that junior, so why did you hesitate and miss the opportunity?" The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe said he wasn't blaming anyone, but his questioning tone clearly placed the blame on Zhou Chun, the burly man in the yellow robe. Faced with his questioning, the burly man in yellow robes, Zhou Chun, was also incredibly aggrieved. He simply told the truth, "It's not that I'm dragging my feet, but that kid is clearly a spy planted by the Dragon Transformation Sect within the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. I was only thinking of the bigger picture when I decided to capture him alive. Who knew that you, fellow Taoist Yan, would let that giant turtle escape so quickly, causing damage to my natal magic weapon?" He then shifted the blame back to the middle-aged man in blood robes, blaming him for not trapping the giant turtle for longer and for damaging his natal magic weapon. This infuriated the middle-aged man in blood robes, who almost cursed him out. Fortunately, he remembered that he had asked him to come and help, so he didn't actually say anything. However, with each of them harboring resentment and a rift already formed, it was clear that they could no longer work together. In fact, by now, both of them knew that even if they worked together, they could only barely protect themselves and had no power to kill Zhou Chun, who was being heavily protected by the giant turtle. But if they couldn't kill Zhou Chun, should the blood-robed middle-aged man still fulfill the promises he made to the yellow-robed giant Zhou Chun? He was clearly unwilling to do so, feeling he'd been taken advantage of. That's why he blamed the yellow-robed giant Zhou Chun for missing the opportunity, causing the entire mission to fail. The yellow-robed giant Zhou Chun also saw this, so he absolutely wouldn't admit his mistake. After all, not only had he accompanied him on this long journey, but the damage to his natal magic weapon alone required compensation from the blood-robed middle-aged man. In short, both harbored their own ulterior motives, and their fighting spirit waned. Finally, after exchanging a few words, they suddenly flew towards the water's surface together, seemingly trying to escape. Seeing this, The three-headed black snake didn't hesitate to give chase, unwilling to let the two leave easily. However, the giant turtle hesitated, turning its gaze to the thunder dragon Bye-Bye. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly instructed the thunder dragon Bye-Bye to signal the giant turtle to pursue the two, not letting the three-headed black snake get separated. Then he and Lei Jiao Bye-Bye followed behind the giant turtle and flew towards the water. It seems there's a typo correction feature now. If you see any typos while reading, please help correct them and mark them. I'll see them in the back end and fix them. Chapter 461 The List of 7 Heroes, the Name of the Dragon Tamer. In the desolate wilderness, above unknown waters, the three-headed serpent and the giant turtle emerged one after the other, with Zhou Chun and the thunder flood dragon following behind. Both the blood-robed middle-aged man and the yellow-robed giant, Zhou Chun, couldn't help but show disappointment. They had originally intended to make a final stand, creating an opportunity through escape. If only the three-headed serpent pursued them, they could quickly join forces to severely injure the low-grade 4th-tier demonic beast. If the three-headed serpent and the giant turtle pursued them together, they could create a distance, first drawing the two 4th-tier demonic beasts away, then the blood-robed middle-aged man could personally use his blood escape technique to quickly return and kill Zhou Chun with lightning speed. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun seemed to have seen through their plan, directly joining the pursuit alongside the giant turtle. As a result, the two golden core stage demonic cultivators not only had no chance to kill Zhou Chun and his servant, who were well protected by the giant turtle, in battle, but also faced the possibility of being surrounded and killed by golden core stage cultivators from the dragon transformation sect, who might arrive soon. Up until now, they had never doubted that Zhou Chun wasn't a spy for the dragon transformation sect. Fellow Taoist Yan, let's go. If you're truly unwilling, you can always spread the word about this kid's spy identity when you get back, ensuring he can never return to the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, and making his entire family pay for your son's death. The yellow-robed giant, Zhou Chun, was determined to retreat and immediately tried to persuade the blood-robed giant. He had only come to help, not to risk his life. Things had escalated far beyond the danger the blood-robed man had described when he asked for help. He didn't want to lose his life here. The blood-robed man, of course, understood Zhou Chun's intention to retreat. He was still somewhat unwilling to give up, but he knew that even if he continued to promise anything, unless he could immediately fulfill it, Zhou Chun probably wouldn't agree again. After all, in the hearts of these demonic cultivators, nothing was more important than their own lives. After giving Zhou Chun a long, reluctant look, he nodded helplessly and said, as fellow Taoist Wang says, let's each use our own methods to retreat. He then formed hand seals and used the blood escape technique to escape the battlefield. The yellow-robed giant, Zhou Chun, transformed into a streak of yellow light and flew swiftly towards the shore. Seeing this, the three-headed black snake relentlessly pursued Zhou Chun, biting him tightly. The giant turtle, however, stopped its pursuit and turned to look at Zhou Chun and the thunder flood dragon Bye-Bye. Its intelligence was considerable. It had discerned during the earlier battle that the two human cultivators' target seemed to be Zhou Chun. It also vaguely guessed that it might have been used as a shield by Zhou Chun. This naturally made it very unhappy. However, it had been fighting two golden core stage demonic cultivators, so even if it discovered this, it couldn't pursue the matter. Now that the two golden core stage demonic cultivators had retreated, it finally had time to deal with the situation. After scrutinizing Zhou Chun and his servants for a while, it raised its head and hissed, asking Lei Jiao Bye-Bye a series of questions. There's no unified language among demonic beasts, at least not below the 5th-tier Demon King level. However, at the 3rd and 4th tiers, even beasts of different races can communicate seamlessly through divine sense, much like cultivators. Therefore, Bye-Bye definitely understood what the giant turtle was saying. It acted as a translator, relaying the giant turtle's meaning to Zhou Chun. The giant turtle's words were simple. First, it asked if Zhou Chun and his servants had brought the two golden core stage demonic cultivators there. Then, it asked if Zhou Chun was a member of the dragon transformation sect. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou Chun had Lei Jiao Bye-Bye admit to these things. It also had Lei Jiao Bye-Bye express its gratitude to the giant turtle and say it would report to its elders about the giant turtle's selfless help that day. Sure enough, upon hearing that Bye-Bye would report this to the elders of the dragon clan, the giant turtle's initial resentment at being used as a shield quickly dissipated. The giant turtle immediately let out another hissing sound, indicating that it was its duty, and warmly invited Zhou Chun and Lei Jiao Bai to visit its lair. Zhou Chun naturally didn't want to be a guest at the giant turtle's lair. However, he feared that a direct refusal would arouse the giant turtle's suspicion, and even more so, that the blood-robed middle-aged man might be persistent, deliberately hiding in the distance to hunt him down after he left. So, after hesitating for a while, he persuaded Lei Jiao Bai to agree. Then, master and servant, led by the giant turtle, headed to its lair. As it turned out, Zhou Chun's decision indirectly saved his life. After escaping using the blood escape technique, the blood-robed middle-aged man was indeed unwilling to accept that his mission had failed, and stopped hundreds of miles away, silently sensing his changing location. If he were to leave the giant turtle's protection and head towards the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters, the blood-robed middle-aged man would risk everything to pursue and kill him before truly retreating. Unfortunately, after waiting for nearly half an hour and confirming that he was still in the swamp and hadn't moved much, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe could only sigh in reluctance and leave, completely giving up. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun's visit was also filled with trepidation. During his conversation with the giant turtle and the thunder dragon, Bai revealed that he had connections with the golden core cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect and even offered to personally escort them to the sect's headquarters. This terrified Zhou Chun. If this imposter dared to go to the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters, wouldn't he be walking into a trap and courting death? So, after much persuasion, he managed to convince the giant turtle to abandon the idea. After nervously maneuvering with the giant turtle in its lair for over an hour, Zhou Chun estimated that enough time had passed and bid farewell to the giant turtle. Then, under the giant turtle's watchful gaze, he flew towards the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters. He dared not go to the actual headquarters of the Dragon Transformation Sect, but whether to deceive the blood-robed middle-aged man or the giant turtle, he still had to fly in that direction. However, after flying several hundred miles, he immediately switched to running on the ground, riding his golden-winged tiger to travel across the land to avoid being discovered by the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators. He stopped about 500 or 600 miles away from the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters. He dared not go any further, intending to stay nearby for 2 days until the blood-robed middle-aged man returned to Feng Kingdom before moving on. These 2 days of waiting undoubtedly made Zhou Chun extremely anxious, fearing that the blood-robed middle-aged man would pursue him again. Therefore, he was on high alert all day long, not daring to be distracted for a moment. After these 2 anxious days, Zhou Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief and then hurriedly fled towards Longyuan's. Although he could actually cross the wilderness directly to the Feng Kingdom's front lines and ask his direct superior, Wei Yuang, to help remove the Blood Soul Guide locator, Zhou Chun was more afraid that if he approached Feng Kingdom, the blood-robed middle-aged man would sense his presence and launch another pursuit. Therefore, he preferred to take a longer route for peace of mind rather than risk it again. Just as Zhou Chun began his journey home, the blood-robed middle-aged man, back in Feng Kingdom, spread the news that he was a spy for the Dragon Transformation Sect originally. The blood-robed middle-aged man thought that once this news spread, it would cause a huge uproar within the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, leading to the annihilation of Zhou Chun's family. However, unexpectedly, after the news spread, the Heavenly Spirit Legion quickly issued a denial, claiming that Zhou Chun's knowledge of the Dragon Transformation secret technique was due to being forced to learn this secret art while infiltrating the Dragon Transformation Sect, with the consent of the 3 major sects of Jin Kingdom. Therefore, Zhou Chun was not only innocent but also meritorious. This denial not only enraged the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe, realizing he had been completely fooled and missed the best opportunity to kill Zhou Chun, but it also greatly enhanced Zhou Chun's reputation. Therefore, after confirming Zhou Chun's survival, on his way back to his family, he was swiftly added to the 7 Heroes of Heavenly Spirit and officially bestowed the title Young Master of the Dragon. Overnight, the name Young Master of the Dragon, Zhou Chun, spread throughout the Heavenly Spirit Legion's various outposts and subsequently to the various countries of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. However, amidst this surge of attention, the news that Zhou Chun possessed a 4-clawed thunder dragon was not overlooked, creating a turbulent undercurrent of speculation. It's a 4-clawed thunder dragon. That kid's silver lightning python not only successfully transformed into a dragon, but it even possessed such a quality. He's been hiding it so well, so very well. At King Lian Temple, Queen Wheezy was also shocked to learn that Zhou Chun's spirit pet, Bai, had successfully transformed into a dragon, and a four-clawed thunder dragon at that. Then, his expression changed several times, and he muttered to himself with a gloomy face, "Why is he deliberately hiding this? Is he just using it as a trump card to catch the demonic cultivators off guard, or, recalling what his junior brother had said to him earlier, and the changes in Zhou Chun's attitude?" Qing Wheezy couldn't help but narrow his eyes. At this moment, he had to admit that he had misjudged something. Zhou Chun's growth rate was simply too fast, and now it seemed to have exceeded his control. Now that kid has officially joined the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits, he's received tremendous attention. If we try to touch him now, the Moonwheel Sect will probably be the first to reject, but we really can't let this kid grow any further. Otherwise, once he truly achieves core formation, it will be even harder to deal with him. It seems we have to find a way to kill him on the battlefield. Qing Weizi's eyes flashed with a cold light as he began to plot against Zhou Chun. For him, this was a time of great turmoil for the Kinglian sect, and he had to eliminate any factor that might shake the sect's rule. He was willing to endure some criticism for this. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Zhou Chun's superior, Wei Yuang, was also extremely surprised to learn that he possessed a four-clawed thunder dragon. No wonder he was able to kill Jiang Zhong and Yan Wuji, two outstanding geniuses of the demonic path, he muttered to himself, finally understanding why Zhou Chun was so fierce when dealing with demonic cultivators, and why Zhou Chun could do what the other 7 heroes of heavenly spirit couldn't. Then, as if he had thought of something, he couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile and chuckled softly, "Tisk tisk tisk, a four-clawed thunder dragon that will surely become a 4th-tier high-grade demonic beast in the future. Even in our sect, this would be something that would alarm the Supreme Elder, enough to enhance the foundation of an entire sect, a small Zhou family, now possessing 2 winds and thunder dragons. Is this an opportunity or a calamity? It's hard to say. Now, Qing Weizi must be feeling extremely uneasy. As a golden core cultivator of the Moonwheel sect, he was clearly aware of the current situation of the Azure Lotus Temple. He also knew that in this special period, the Azure Lotus Temple absolutely did not want a powerful vassal to emerge under its command. Now, with the Zhou family possessing both wind and thunder dragons, they undoubtedly have a slight chance of threatening the Kinglian Temple in the future. The Zhou family previously went to great lengths to hide a golden core cultivator and a four-clawed thunder dragon, showing they knew they couldn't be too conspicuous, but the current war has forced them to show themselves. If they can survive this war, with Zhou Hengchen's accumulated resources, he should have a 70–80% chance of successfully forming his core. We might really see a good show then. Wei Yuang smiled slightly, revealing a look of anticipation. On the other side, when the Su family patriarch and Jiang Hao learned that Zhou Chun possessed a four-clawed thunder dragon, he was once again shocked. "Good lad, really good lad. He actually kept it from me, and even from his Taoist partner. He's truly unfilial." After recovering from the shock, the Su family patriarch was so angry that he glared and cursed Zhou Chun for being unfilial, even deceiving his own wife. But to say he was truly angry was another matter. After all, with his shrewdness, he naturally understood Zhou Chun's intention in concealing the truth. If he were in Zhou Chun's shoes, he would certainly have made the same choice. His real regret was perhaps why he had insisted on keeping the two families so separate and had kept Su Yazhen in the Su family to cultivate. Otherwise, if Zhou Chun and Su Yazhen had truly become a normal Taoist couple, Zhou Chun's relationship with the Su family would certainly be much closer now, and perhaps he wouldn't have kept this matter a secret from Su Yazhen. Fortunately, there's still a chance. Now that the kid's trump card has been exposed, it will definitely arouse the Kinglian Temple's suspicion and attract many malicious eyes. If the old man and the Su family can provide him with enough help at this time, we can also make up for the unpleasantness between the two sides in the past. The Su family patriarch's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he saw the key point at a glance. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, who was still fleeing for his life in the wilderness, was of course unaware that he was now among the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit and had also obtained the flamboyant title of Young Master of the Dragon Riding Clan. He bypassed the headquarters of the Dragon Transformation Sect, traveling tirelessly for several days before finally arriving at the Zhou family's stronghold at Kiu Mountain in the wilderness. He rested there for a day, then went to the ice cave to replace his heavenly frost bees, before returning to Lanzhou via the underground waterway. Upon returning to Lanzhou, Zhou Chun didn't go to the nearby Jilfang Ridge, but went directly to Tuayin Ridge. Although he was unaware of the discussions within the Heavenly Spirit Alliance regarding him, he knew that Jilfang Ridge, now occupied by Kinglian temple cultivators, was not his first option. He needed to return to Tuian Ridge first, learn about the changing situation from Zhou Ming, and then make a further decision. Thus, upon returning to Tuian Ridge and meeting Zhou Ming, he quickly learned about the evolving situation. Clearly, Zhou Chun was quite surprised to hear that he had been included among the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit and given the title Dragon Riding Prince, although he felt that after killing Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji, he had a high chance of officially becoming a member of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirit. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. However, in Zhou Chun's eyes, the title Dragon Riding Prince was not only flashy but also harbored malicious intent, a deliberate attempt to flatter and destroy him. After all, with the revelation of how he escaped from the blood-robed middle-aged man, and the revelation of the true identity of the 4-clawed Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye, it was hard to say what the Dragon Transformation Sect, whom he had unwittingly used as a shield, and the Flood Dragon clan of Dragon Abyss would think. At this time, he was still using the title Dragon Riding Prince to kill enemies and eliminate demons on the battlefield, being praised and admired by many cultivators. It was inevitably suspected of slapping the face of the Dragon Transformation Sect and the Flood Dragon clan. It was definitely inviting hatred upon himself. I never thought that even after hiding everywhere, we still couldn't keep the secret. Zhou Chun exhaled with a grim expression, showing no joy at having become one of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits. Frankly, he wasn't ready to reveal his true identity. He had originally planned to wait until he successfully formed his corps before making it public. But things didn't go as planned, and he was forced to expose himself now, despite his late-stage Purple Mansion cultivation. Nothing in this world is perfect, Zheng Chun. If you want to achieve great things, you'll inevitably encounter things that aren't planned. Fortunately, you're safe and sound, and have returned to the family. That's a stroke of luck. As for the potential dangers of the 4-clawed Thunder Flood Dragon being exposed, with your current achievements and status, you should be safe for now. No one would dare to risk offending you at this time, Zhou Ming comforted Zhou Chun, telling him not to worry too much. He had also been deeply troubled by this matter these past few days, pondering many things. But in front of Zhou Chun, he would only offer encouragement and comfort to this most outstanding junior of the Zhou family. Even with his comfort, Zhou Chun couldn't be optimistic. He could only smile bitterly and say, although that's true, once Bye-Bye's identity is exposed, whether it's the Kinglian Temple, the Hulong Sect, the Jialong clan, or the demonic cultivators, they could all become enemies of my Zhou family. He sighed. What merit does my Zhou family possess to be able to contend with these 4 families? Hearing his words, Zhou Ming was speechless. Indeed, what merit did the Zhou family, a small cultivation family, possess to have offended 4 such behemoths? This was perhaps the tragedy of small and medium-sized forces in the cultivation world. A small family wanting to develop and grow into a large family, whether intentionally or unintentionally, will inevitably touch upon the interests of the original forces. The Zhou family had benefited greatly from the Azure Jiao kicking and the Thunder Jiao Bye-Bye, acquiring substantial profits for the family through these 2 dragons. Naturally, one must bear the consequences and the potential troubles that wielding the dragons might bring. It's rare to find something that only brings benefits without paying a price. Every benefit comes with a hidden cost. Now, only this war can save the Zhou family. In this state of war, neither the Dragon Transformation Sect nor the Dragon Clan should risk completely offending the Heavenly Spirit Alliance by launching a large-scale attack on the Zhou family. As for the Kinglian Temple, I have now fulfilled my agreement with King Wheezy, and I will continue to fight under his name as a disciple. Even if he wants to harm me, he won't dare to do it openly, much less attack the Zhou family before harming me. As for the demonic cultivators, since I rose to power by stepping on their corpses, they will never let me and the Zhou family go. Whether Bye-Bye's foundation is exposed or not doesn't really affect their retaliation against us. Therefore, the key for the Zhou family to break the deadlock lies in this war. We must make good use of the special nature of the war to gain enough leverage to face the Kinglian Temple, the Hulong Sect, and the Jialong clan in the future. Zhou Chun spoke slowly and solemnly, revealing the key to breaking the deadlock. As the weak, to deal with the strong, one must be good at borrowing power and influence. The Zhou family has actually done quite well in this regard before. Zhou Chun has repeatedly gained benefits for himself by borrowing power and influence from various forces. But this time is different from the past. This time, the momentum and power he needs to borrow are far greater than before. The key is that in the past, Even if he failed to leverage external forces, he only failed to gain any benefits. This time, if he fails to do so, it will plunge both himself and the Zhou family into utter ruin. Then what do you want to do, Zhou Chun? Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Chun and asked solemnly. He knew that he couldn't offer any subjective advice on this matter, he could only offer Zhou Chun some suggestions and fill in any gaps in his understanding. We need to leverage external forces. The Moonwheel Sect, the Su family, the Li family, the Yu family, and the Zhu family in the Yang Sect region, which has cooperated with our Zhou family, are the forces we are most likely to be able to leverage. Qing Xiao Zhenren of the Qinglian Temple already has a short lifespan. He may not be able to survive this war. If he passes away, the Qinglian Temple will just be a force with a large number of Golden Core cultivators. It may not be able to do anything to the other Golden Core families. In terms of the overall situation, I need to achieve more military exploits in the future. I need to let all the cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Legion know that Zhou Zheng, I have made unparalleled contributions in the battle to defend the Heavenly Spirit realm. In this way, whether it's the Azure Lotus Temple or the Dragon Transformation Sect, if they want to kill me, they will have to consider how to silence public opinion after killing me. If the Heavenly Spirit Alliance still has any face, they must seek justice for me and give the world an explanation. Of course, it would be best if I could successfully form my Golden Core before the war ends. At that time, my Golden Core cultivation will be an important bargaining chip for the Heavenly Spirit Alliance to protect me, Zhou Chun said slowly in a low voice, expressing his general thoughts. After hearing his words, Zhou Ming seemed to have thought about it and quickly nodded, saying, well, if we ask the Moonwheel Sect for help, we might as well go all the way. We can send a few promising young children from our families to the Moonwheel Sect, and then promise that we can send some of the dragon-born demon beasts we cultivate to the Moonwheel Sect, and even offer some of our family's beast-taming techniques as a token of our sincerity. If that can be done, that would be even better. Zhou Chun nodded slightly and did not refuse. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If the Zhou family can survive this calamity and become a Golden Core clan, what do these sacrifices matter? He quickly said, then let's leave it at that. I'll first take stock of the spoils from killing the demonic cultivators, and then I'll personally take those corpses to the Moonwheel Sect to pay my respects to Senior Master Baiyu. Chapter 462 Inventorying the Goods, the Golden Winged Tiger's Opportunity. To Yunling. Since Zhou Chun had previously killed 4 Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators in the Desolate Spirit Desert, it would be quite time-consuming for him to inventory their spoils. To save time, he simply asked Zhou Ming to help him. Of the 4 demonic cultivators' storage bags, the blue-haired demonic cultivator and blood fiend Prince Yan Wuji were the most wealthy. The blue-haired demonic cultivator had previously served on the 7 fiends of the primordial demons and enjoyed using his wind escape technique to ambush and kill weaker Purple Mansion stage and mid-stage cultivators. His storage bag contained a vast amount of treasures. Zhou Chun alone collected over 89,000 spirit coins usable by the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. He also found 11 third-tier magic weapons, 15 third-tier magic talismans, and various pills and miscellaneous items. However, the truly valuable items left behind by this person numbered 5. One of the items was his unique curved sword magic weapon, which was not only incredibly sharp but also possessed the ability to break spells and shields. It was practically a tailor-made magic weapon for him, and a true weapon for crushing weaker opponents. The green-haired demonic cultivator had used this pair of curved swords and his own wind escape technique to easily mow down early and mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivators at close range. The second treasure was something Zhou Chun found on his corpse, a purplish-black jade pendant that he carried close to his body. The green-haired demonic cultivator was able to quickly regain his senses after being attacked by Zhou Chun's god-slaying sword because this pendant had worked. This was a rare treasure that could automatically protect its owner after being attacked in the spirit or consciousness. Zhou Chun could also use this item. With it, he would hardly have to worry about being controlled by those late-stage Purple Mansion demonic cultivators from the Valley of Bewitching Love in the future. The third treasure was something Zhou Chun was very familiar with, a core formation spiritual item, Extreme Yang Fire Spirit Liquid. Given the strength and cultivation level of the green-haired demonic cultivator, it wasn't surprising that he possessed such a core formation spiritual item. In fact, it would be surprising if he only had one. The fourth treasure was the demon core of the green-haired demonic cultivator's deceased spirit pet. A demon core from a low-grade 3rd-tier Earth elemental demonic beast was undoubtedly a good tonic for the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone. Zhou Chun directly fed it to his spirit pet as a reward for its previous loyalty in saving its master. The 5th treasure was a spiritual fruit. It was a purplish-red spiritual fruit that the green-haired demonic cultivator had specially preserved in a spirit-sealing jade box. It looked like a tomato, felt soft to the touch, and contained pure spiritual energy. Zhou Chun didn't actually recognize this purplish-red spiritual fruit, but when he took it out, the exotic fragrance it emitted made his spirit pets restless. The golden-winged tiger, in particular, was filled with longing for this purplish-red spiritual fruit, constantly conveying its desire to him. After communicating with his spirit pets, Zhou Chun learned that they all felt that eating the purplish-red spirit fruit would bring them some benefit, and their bloodline instincts made them crave it. So, after hesitating for a while, he fed it to the golden-winged tiger. Of his 4 spirit pets, only the golden-winged tiger's cultivation remained at the 2nd-tier high-grade demon beast level, without any progress for many years. He had originally intended to obtain a 4 spirits blood transformation pill for it to break through in the Great Zhou Kingdom, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and for various reasons, the matter was long postponed. Now, with only the cultivation of a 2nd-tier high-grade demon beast, the golden-winged tiger was barely even useful as a mount, becoming practically invisible. This made Zhou Chun sigh whenever he thought about it. Now that he had the opportunity to help it advance further, Zhou Chun naturally wanted to prioritize it. Of course, Zhou Chun was never one to favor one over another. After the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle and the golden-winged tiger both benefited, Zhou Chun naturally couldn't leave out the thunder flood dragon Bye-Bye, who had also made a great contribution. He immediately fed it the 3rd-tier high-grade silver-armored dragonfish demon pill that he had originally intended to use to refine the dragon spirit pill, helping it break through to the 3rd-tier mid-grade demon beast realm. As for the wood spirit, there was nothing useful for it at the moment, so he could only promise to take it to certain places in the wilderness to cultivate in the future. After taking stock of the gains from the green-haired demon cultivator, Zhou Chun then continued to take stock of the gains from blood fiend Prince Yan Wuji. In terms of strength and status, Yan Wuji was stronger than the green-haired demon cultivator, so his gains were naturally not small. Leaving aside the demonic artifacts he used, even if they were still usable, Zhou Chun couldn't use them, including the valuable pseudo-magic treasure. These things could only be handed over to the Heavenly Spirit Legion as spoils of war for killing his opponents, or one could be kept as proof of his honor. However, Yan Wuji's storage bag contained quite a few usable items. Among the items, there were approximately 140,000 spirit coins usable by the Heavenly Spirit Alliance, 8 3rd-tier magic artifacts, 14 3rd-tier magic talismans, and a quantity of pills. There were also 2 talisman treasures, judging from their design, likely seized from cultivators within the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. Zhou Chun also found a spirit pill, the Purple Dust Pill, which aids in opening the Purple Mansion, and 7 Foundation Establishment pills in the storage bag. These were probably spoils of war, unearthed by some unfortunate individuals who had exchanged them but hadn't yet given them to their descendants. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun didn't find any core formation spirit items in the Blood Fiend Young Master's storage bag. He may have entrusted these treasures to his father for safekeeping. Furthermore, Yan Wuji's storage bag contained many demonic items, including spare magic artifacts, pill materials, and other items, none of which appeared to be ordinary. Unfortunately, Zhou Chun had no use for these items and wouldn't use them to aid the enemy. Therefore, upon closer examination, the blue-haired demonic cultivator's storage bag actually yielded a greater harvest. Zhou Chun then inspected the storage bags of the 2 demonic cultivators he had killed in the desolate spirit desert. This time, he shook his head in disbelief. These 2 storage bags from the Yuanmo realm were almost entirely filled with unusable demonic items. It seems the demonic cultivators from the Beast Demon Palace and the Corpse Demon Sect are more lucrative. Next time we go to the battlefield, we'll have to prioritize taking care of these 2 families' cultivators, Zhou Chun concluded after tallying his spoils. He then entrusted the Purple Dust Pill and the Foundation Building Pill to Zhou Mingde, who was in charge of the family, for safekeeping. He then packed the demonic items into a separate storage bag and headed to the Moon Wheel Sect. Maintaining secrecy was crucial for this trip to the Moon Wheel Sect, so Zhou Chun disguised himself and took nearly 2 days to reach the sect's gates. He didn't dare use his real name directly, but instead handed over a token given to him by his aunt, Su Yunyang, to contact this Golden Core Elder of the Moonwheel Sect. Because it was a token from a Golden Core Elder of the Sect, the Moonwheel Sect disciples receiving Zhou Chun outside the mountain gate dared not neglect it and quickly delivered the token to Su Yunyang. Upon seeing the token, Su Yunyang inquired about the situation and understood Zhou Chun's intentions. She quickly had a disciple lead Zhou Chun to her cave dwelling. However, after the disciple led Zhou Chun to her cave dwelling and ordered the disciple to leave, Su Yunyang's previously calm expression instantly changed. She looked at Zhou Chun with a mocking smile and said sarcastically, "Oh, look who's here. The renowned dragon-riding young master has actually deigned to grace my humble abode. I am truly humbled and honored." Hearing her sarcastic words, Zhou Chun could only manage a bitter smile. He had actually anticipated this when he arrived. After all, no matter how many legitimate reasons he had, choosing to deceive even his Taoist wife was itself a form of distrust and insult. As Su Yuzhen's maternal relative and the elder who loved her most, Su Yunyang naturally had to condemn his behavior on behalf of her niece. Faced with Su Yunyang's sarcasm, he could only smile bitterly and bow, saying, "And, please forgive me. Regarding concealing the four-clawed thunder dragon, I was indeed wrong. You may scold or beat me, I will accept it without question. I only beg you to forgive me once and give me a chance to correct my mistakes." However, Su Yunyang was not so easily appeased. Faced with his apology, she coldly replied, "I dare not accept such a statement from young Master Yu Long. How could I, Su Yunyang, a mere survivor hiding in the rear, dare to scold or beat young Master Yu Long, who has made great contributions to the Heavenly Spirit Alliance? How could I have the right to scold or beat such a meritorious contributor as you?" Hearing her words, it was clear she was genuinely angry, not simply wanting to reprimand Zhou Chun. This was the difference between her and the Su family patriarch. The Su family patriarch, for the sake of the Su family, even though he loved Su Yuzhen and was angry that Zhou Chun had concealed the matter of the four-clawed thunder flood dragon, would at most make a few sarcastic remarks and let the matter drop if he saw Zhou Chun, perhaps not even mentioning it. However, Su Yunyang was a Golden Core Elder of the Moonwheel Sect. Even if Zhou Chun successfully formed his Golden Core in the future, his status and position would still be inferior to hers, and she had no need to care about Zhou Chun's future achievements. Therefore, if Zhou Chun displeased her, she dared to get angry directly without any hesitation. Zhou Chun understood this as well. Therefore, seeing that she was truly angry, he knew that merely offering a few words of apology would not appease her anger. He needed to show sufficient sincerity with real money. So, he immediately reached into his storage pouch at his waist, and a jade box appeared in his hand. Then, holding the jade box in both hands, he handed it to Su Yunyang and said, "I know that I shouldn't have kept Bai's transformation into dragon a secret from Yuzhen. So, after my lucky return, I haven't dared to face Yuzhen at the Su family. And, you are Yuzhen's closest relative, and I can only beg you to help me explain and plead with her, asking her to forgive my deception this time, and to deliver this extreme Yang Fire Spirit liquid to her." He then added in a low voice, "If Yuzhen still refuses to forgive me, please tell her that after the war ends, if I am lucky enough to survive on the battlefield, I will personally go to the Su family's gate and kneel to beg for her forgiveness." Sure enough, after hearing his sincere words, Su Yunyang's eyes showed emotion, and her expression softened. She glanced at the jade box in Zhou Chun's hand, looking at him with suspicion, and said, "This kind of core formation spiritual item, you're not keeping it for yourself when you form your own core, are you really willing to give it to Yuzhen?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "I dare not deceive you, and I previously killed corpse fiend General Zhang Zhong and obtained a yin-yang fu lingdan. This time, after killing blood fiend Prince Yan Wuji, the Alliance should bestow upon me another core formation spiritual item. If I work hard in the future, I should be able to collect another core formation spiritual item for myself." Hearing him say this, Su Yunyang actually believed his sincerity. However, she did not accept the gift, but simply stared at him and said calmly, "Whether you are sincere or just trying to appease me, this is not something I should accept." She then looked at Zhou Chun and instructed him, "If you truly wish to apologize and repent, why wait until later? Go to the Su family yourself with this gift to apologize to Yuzhen. Would that show more sincerity?" Upon hearing her words, Zhou Chun knew that her anger had subsided. He was immediately delighted and respectfully replied, "Yes, thank you for your guidance, and I will go to apologize and repent to Yu Zhen as soon as I return. Alright, this matter is between you two, it's not my place to meddle. You came to see me not just to discuss this, was it? Su Yunyang waved her hand, deflecting the question, and then inquired about Zhou Chun's true purpose. She knew, of course, that Zhou Chun's visit to the Moonwheel Sect instead of going to the Su family meant he needed her help. This was the basis for her previous aggression towards Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately followed her lead, saying, Auntie, you're not an outsider. Besides asking for your help in pleading with Yu Zhen, I also have something I'd like you to consider. Speak. Su Yunyang glanced at him, her tone indifferent, seemingly unmoved by his sweet words. Zhou Chun ignored this and immediately revealed his plan to leverage the situation to break the deadlock, mentioning his desire to ask a master from the Moonwheel Sect to help resolve the blood-soul induction. Anyone with eyes could see the Zhou family's current predicament, let alone Su Yunyang. With Su Yuzhen's connection, Su Yunyang certainly wouldn't stand by and watch Zhou Chun and the Zhou family perish. Therefore, Zhou Chun told her this not only to show sincerity but also because he knew there wouldn't be any dire consequences. Hearing him reveal such a secret and important matter, Su Yunyang's attitude indeed became more friendly, and she basically believed his sincerity. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded slightly to Zhou Chun and said, Your idea is not wrong, but whether it can be accomplished depends on your and your Zhou family's own fate. As for the sect master, I will send a message for you, but whether he is willing to meet you is not up to me. Although she was a golden core elder of the Moonwheel Sect, she didn't actually have much say in important sect affairs. After all, there were more than 20 golden core elders like her in the Moonwheel Sect, and each of them had more seniority than her, the newly formed elder. Therefore, the only way she could help Zhou Chun was to pass on a message to the true leader of the Moonwheel Sect, Master Beiyu. Zhou Chun understood this and immediately nodded, saying, Junior understands, Auntie, just help me send the message. Su Yunyang then immediately took out a communication flying sword and sent a message to Master Beiyu, informing him that Zhou Chun was in his cave. Shortly after sending the message, she received a message from Master Beiyu via his flying sword. After reading Master Beiyu's message, she immediately looked relieved and said to Zhou Chun, Master Uncle has agreed to see you. I'll take you to see him now. She then led Zhou Chun to the main hall of the Moonwheel Sect. Not long after, Zhou Chun met Master Beiyu, arguably the most powerful cultivator in the Jing Kingdom. The sect leader of the Moonwheel Sect. Master Beiyu didn't appear old, his long black hair was casually draped behind him, and his face exuded an air of great authority. He sat upright on a crescent-shaped Kimen chair, and after Zhou Chun finished bowing and paying his respects, he looked at Zhou Chun and slowly said, Young friend Zhou, you have made great contributions this time and been ranked among the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits, which has greatly boosted the morale of our Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. Our sect has also given an account within the alliance. In fact, I should thank you, young friend. Zhou Chun did not expect that he would say such a thing first. After a slight pause, he hurriedly bowed and said, Senior, you flatter me. With my meager cultivation, I am already content with just a word of praise from you. How could I dare to accept your thanks? Seeing his cautious demeanor, Master Beiyu chuckled and said, Hey, young friend Zhou, don't be modest. As far as I know, your actions have already reached the ears of several senior commanders of the Heavenly Spirit Legion. They have heard of your name and greatly admire your performance. Otherwise, you wouldn't have earned your title as one of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit so quickly. Such a thing? Hearing Master Beiyu's words, not only Zhou Chun but also Su Yunyang, who was listening in the hall, couldn't help but show surprise. Zhou Chun was filled with joy. He wasn't afraid of the nascent soul cultivators paying attention to him, he was afraid of failing to attract the attention of those powerful figures. As long as he had the attention of these powerful figures, those who wanted to harm him with schemes and tricks would have to consider the consequences of their schemes being exposed. However, he still uttered the words, This junior is terrified, maintaining a very humble posture. Seeing this, Master Beiyu knew he was still somewhat reserved, so he took the initiative to look at him and said, Young friend Zhou, could you tell me the details of your operation in the desolate spirit desert? Although I have learned some information, I know nothing about what you did. Yes, this junior obeys, Zhou Chun replied, and immediately recounted how he participated in the operation and how he was subsequently ambushed by the demonic cultivator reinforcements. He also recounted how he killed the green-haired demonic cultivator and blood fiend Prince Yan Wuji, concealing the god-slaying technique before explaining it in detail. He then briefly described how he used the treacherous Deep Valley to temporarily avoid the attack, and how he used the giant tiger puppet to scheme and kill the Bloodbone puppet. He then emphasized how he used Lei Jiao Bai's identity to force the giant turtle to help him defend against the attack of 2 golden core stage demonic cultivators. Regarding his return to Jing Kingdom, he stated that he would take the Yunzhao route. His account was almost entirely true, with only a small portion being false. Unless Master Baiyu could confront the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe, it would be impossible to detect his lies. Moreover, he wasn't lying, he was simply deliberately avoiding revealing information about the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle. Having heard Zhou Chun's account, Master Baiyu clapped his hands in astonishment, praising, "Tisk tisk tisk, brilliant, truly brilliant. Just from your account, young friend Zhou, one can understand how perilous your mission was. Yet, young friend Zhou, you managed to escape danger with your wisdom and courage, relying on external forces. You truly are courageous and resourceful, possessing both wisdom and bravery." The words were full of admiration for Zhou Chun. Su Yunyang, who was also hearing Zhou Chun recount this experience for the first time, looked at him with shining eyes, her gaze filled with admiration. She was increasingly satisfied with her niece's husband. This junior was simply lucky. If it weren't for that deep valley densely filled with gold and evil energy, if it weren't for that giant turtle demonic beast, if it weren't for the 3-headed black serpent that came to retaliate, this junior would probably have already died at the hands of that golden core demonic cultivator, Zhou Chun said with a look of relief, not ignoring Baiyu's Henren's praise, but still maintaining a degree of humility. This made Baiyu's Henren's impression of him even better. Victory without arrogance, composure in the face of danger, and with good fortune by his side, he is indeed a promising talent capable of great things. No wonder King Wheezy is wary of him. Master Baiyu's eyes gleamed as he looked at Zhou Chun, making his own assessment. He then stopped probing and directly addressed Zhou Chun, saying, "According to Junior Nephew Su, you have come to our sect to seek an audience with me. May I ask what it is?" Hearing him finally bring up this matter, Zhou Chun's spirits lifted. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior, you are wise. I have come to see you to ask for your help in removing the blood-soul guiding secret technique that I have been afflicted with. In addition, I wish to offer the corpses of the demonic cultivators I have killed and the related demonic artifacts to you." Hearing this, Master Baiyu looked at him meaningfully and said, "If it's for these 2 things, you should go to fellow Taoist King Wheezy. Isn't he your master? I think he would be happy to help you with these things." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled wryly and said, "Senior is too kind. What's the story behind my master-disciple relationship with Abbot King Wheezy? Outsiders may not know, but surely you, Senior, are aware? Back then, when I asked him for a protective item, he was already angry with me. After my cultivation broke through to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, I wanted to exchange some magical artifacts with him, but he refused. I'm afraid that if I go to see him now, not only will the hidden dangers on my body remain unresolved, but he will also take away my 4th-tier puppet and steal the spoils I fought so hard for." With these words, he directly tore off the veil of pretense and laid his cards on the table. Therefore, after speaking, he knelt down before Master Baiyu, bowed deeply, and said, "Senior, I know that I and the Zhou family are now on the verge of disaster. If we are not careful, we will be doomed. I beg you to lend a helping hand and save us. If you can help us today, we will be forever grateful for your kindness and that of the Moonwheel Sect. We will always be willing to be your and the Moonwheel Sect's sharpest weapon, fighting for you and the Moonwheel Sect in all directions." Chapter 463. Inside the main hall of the Moonwheel Sect, Master Baiyu narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Zhou Chun kneeling and begging to sell himself into submission to his sect. He wasn't surprised that Zhou Chun would make this choice. In the current Jing Kingdom, only their Moonwheel Sect could help Zhou Chun and his family out of their predicament. But why would their Moonwheel Sect accept Zhou Chun and his family's offer of allegiance? What benefits would accepting their allegiance bring them? Thinking of this, Master Baiyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "Young friend Zhou should know that our sect is not short of cultivators willing to serve us. If I were to accept your Zhou family on behalf of our sect, I would be breaking the agreement and tacit understanding between the 3 major sects. Fellow Taoist King Wheezy and King Lian Temple will certainly express strong protests." This wasn't him trying to glorify himself and the Moonwheel Sect, it was the truth. In fact, with the Moonwheel Sect's foundation and power, as long as they made their announcement, there would definitely be many golden core families and golden core cultivators willing to serve them. Their own sect had many golden core cultivators, and they were never short of people to command. Under such circumstances, there was really no need to tear off their mask and make a fool of themselves in front of outsiders for the sake of Zhou Chun and the Zhou family, especially against a powerful force like the Qinglian Temple. However, despite this fact, Zhou Chun still felt quite aggrieved and upset after hearing Baiyu Henren's words. If it weren't for the circumstances, why would he be so humbly begging Baiyu Henren to take him in and help him? Wouldn't it have been better to be the Zhou family patriarch and develop the family properly in Lanzhou? This only fueled his resentment towards King Huizi and the Qinglian Temple. All along, he and Zhou Ming had only wanted to revive and revitalize the Zhou family. They had never considered challenging the Qinglian Temple's rule. But King Huizi and the Qinglian Temple had relentlessly pressured them, treating the Zhou family as an unstable factor and trying to eliminate them. This unreasonable behavior was truly frustrating and infuriating. Zhou Chun gritted his teeth, his emotions churning, before respectfully replying, "Yes, this junior understands. Given your and the Moonwheel Sect's strength and resources, whether the small Zhou family submits or not won't have much impact. However, you surely won't deny that if this junior and the Zhou family submit, it will still be beneficial to the Moonwheel Sect. Moreover, our future potential is certainly unmatched by many Golden Core families. As for the matter of offending the Green Lotus Temple by accepting this junior and the Zhou family's submission, I believe that with the strength and foundation of the Moonwheel Sect, the Azure Lotus Temple certainly wouldn't dare to say much. Perhaps they would even breathe a sigh of relief." Zhou Chun paused slightly before continuing, "Although the Zhou family doesn't have any other great abilities, we do have some experience in taming demonic beasts. If you, senior, are willing to accept the Zhou family, we will certainly serve the Moonwheel Sect as herders for generations, providing them with various demonic beasts for transportation. Becoming a special supplier of demonic beasts to the Moonwheel Sect is like the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley supplying spiritual herbs to the Azure Lotus Temple. This is the bargaining chip Zhou Chun and his family are offering. Just as wealthy families employ grooms and gardeners, large sects like the Moonwheel Sect also need cultivation families with similar skills to help them with these tasks. Many sects even specifically train such families to undertake these tasks. In this way, they don't have their own disciples do these jobs that interfere with cultivation, while still enjoying the various conveniences, a win-win situation. For the Zhou family, while this would mean becoming a complete vassal of the Moonwheel Sect and losing face, it would also grant them genuine protection and trust. Given the Moonwheel Sect's size and strength, even if the Zhou family produced 3 or 5 golden core cultivators in the future, they wouldn't need to worry about the Zhou family's ability to threaten them. They would only be happy to have more cheap henchmen to use. Sure enough, after hearing Zhou Chun's words, Master Baiyu also showed a thoughtful expression. Not just anyone could be a servant of a powerful family. If it were the Zhou family of the past, even if they wanted to be a supplier of beasts to the Moonwheel Sect, Master Baiyu might not have been interested. After all, the best beasts the Zhou family could openly cultivate back then were only a mid-grade 3rd-tier fire god Jackal and a green dragon that had miraculously swallowed the inner core of a green dragon and successfully transformed into a green dragon. In terms of the level of beast cultivation, they couldn't even compare to the various beast-taming inheritances collected by the Moonwheel Sect itself. However, Zhou Chun has now actually cultivated a 4-clawed thunder dragon, and it's said he's also cultivated an earth elemental turtle demon with considerable strength and potential. This is quite extraordinary. After all, even within the dragon race, a 4-clawed thunder dragon is a genius, its status far surpassing that of ordinary pure-blooded dragons. A 3rd-tier dragon of this level cannot be cultivated simply by consuming a dragon-transforming herb or a 3rd-tier dragon demon core. Even if luck played a significant role, it's enough to demonstrate that the Zhou family, or rather Zhou Chun, possesses unparalleled abilities in cultivating demonic beasts. Moreover, now that they possess the Wind and Thunder twin dragons, the Zhou family will undoubtedly experience a small boom in dragon-blooded demonic beasts, capable of cultivating a group of exceptionally powerful dragon-blooded demonic beasts. When the 4-clawed thunder dragon eventually grows into a 4th-tier dragon, its scales and blood will even benefit golden core cultivators. Thinking this, Master Baiyu slowly nodded and said, "What young friend Zhou said makes some sense. The Zhou family does indeed have some commendable skills in raising and taming beasts. If they could focus on cultivating and providing demonic beasts and spirit pets for our sect in the future, it would certainly benefit our disciples greatly. When he said this, Zhou Chun almost thought he agreed. But unexpectedly, after he finished speaking, he quickly changed the subject, saying, however, the current situation is complicated. Under the current circumstances, all the countries and sects in our Xianling realm have put aside their prejudices and grudges and are working together to resist the invasion of the demonic sects of the Yuanmo realm. It is absolutely inappropriate for me and my sect to take the initiative to do something that would disrupt the unity of the various sects in Jingguo under the current circumstances. Therefore, under the current circumstances, I am afraid that I and my sect cannot accept the Zhou family's allegiance and provide them with protection. His meaning was obvious. As the largest sect in Jingguo, the Moonwheel sect could not take the initiative to do something that would disrupt the unity of the people in the current situation. Therefore, it was impossible for him and the Moonwheel sect to take over the Zhou family from the Qinglian temple. The main concern here is the presence of Master King Xiao. After all, Master King Xiao's lifespan is nearing its end, and he's extremely concerned about the status and succession of Qinglian temple after his death, making him very sensitive in certain matters. If the Moonwheel sect were to undermine Qinglian temple at this time, directly seizing the vassal families that originally belonged to Qinglian temple, it's hard to say how Master King Xiao would react. Therefore, Master Bei'er and the Moonwheel sect would absolutely not do something so risky for the sake of Zhou Chun and the Zhou family. However, there's no need to explicitly tell Zhou Chun this, otherwise, Zhou Chun might feel that the Moonwheel sect is afraid of Qinglian temple, thus diminishing their prestige. Zhou Chun didn't expect that even after lowering his stance so much, he would only receive such words from Master Bei'er. His expression immediately turned very ugly. He swayed slightly, then said in a low voice, "This junior understands. In that case, this junior will take his leave and will not disturb you any longer, senior." With that, he stood up, bowed to Master Bei'er, and turned to leave. Su Yunyang, who was standing to the side, saw this scene and her eyes immediately showed a look of pity, but after glancing at Master Bei'er's calm expression, she still did not dare to plead for him. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Master Bei'er spoke again, "Young friend Zhou, there's no need to be in such a hurry. I haven't finished speaking yet." Hearing this, Zhou Chun, who had been looking disappointed and dejected, suddenly felt a glimmer of light in his eyes. He quickly turned around, bowed respectfully, and asked, "Senior, do you have any further instructions?" Master Bei'er smiled and said, "Although the situation forces us to temporarily prevent the Zhou family from joining us, I greatly admire you, young friend Zhou, and I am very optimistic about the Zhou family's future potential. Therefore, helping you eliminate the threat of the Blood Soul Guide and having junior brother Wei Yuang take care of you on the battlefield is not a problem." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was overjoyed, and his hope was rekindled. Since Master Bei'er was willing to help him eliminate the threat of the Blood Soul Guide and was willing to have his superior, Wei Yuang, take better care of him, it meant that he still intended to accept the Zhou family. This was undoubtedly good news. He immediately bowed and thanked him, saying, "This junior thanks you for your kindness, senior. I will always remember your great kindness and never forget it. Come, sit down first. I will check the condition of that Blood Soul Guide for you." Bei'er's Henrin beckoned and got straight to the point. Zhou Chun was naturally more than happy to do so and immediately sat down cross-legged beside him, as instructed. Then, as Bei'er's Henrin said, he opened his mind and let him place a finger on his brow, guiding his divine sense into his purple mansion. Normally, opening one's purple mansion to an outsider is a very dangerous thing, especially since the other party is a golden core cultivator. If Bei'er's Henrin had any ill intentions at this moment, he could destroy Zhou Chun's purple mansion and take his life with a flick of his finger. But since the two sides' cultivation levels were vastly different, it didn't matter. After Bei'er's Henrin's divine sense entered Zhou Chun's purple mansion, he quickly saw the layer of blood-red demonic light swirling around his soul. Fortunately, Zhou Chun had not yet had time to reassemble the god-slaying sword, otherwise this supernatural power would probably have been discovered by him as well. Fortunately, Master Bei'er had no intention of probing the soul of a late-stage purple mansion cultivator like Zhou Chun. After observing Zhou Chun's soul for a moment with his divine sense, he withdrew it from his body, then withdrew his finger and nodded slightly, saying, "Yes, it is indeed the blood soul guiding secret technique of the demonic path." He then explained to Zhou Chun, "This blood soul guiding secret technique directly locks onto cultivator's soul, making it extremely tricky and difficult to remove. Even ordinary golden core cultivators would need a year or two to slowly refine and remove it. If you want to help someone resolve this blood-soul guiding, generally speaking, only a nascent soul cultivator can ensure success. At this point, he smiled smugly and said, however, I happen to have cultivated a divine ability of our sect that can easily help people resolve this technique. The divine ability that Master Uncle mentioned, could it be our sect's secret divine ability, moonlight purification? Su Yunyang, who had not uttered a word throughout, finally spoke up, looking at Master Baiyu with surprise and expressing her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Master Baiyu chuckled and said, hey, junior nephew Su is right, it is indeed this divine power. Hearing this, Su Yunyang immediately smiled and said to Zhou Chun, Zhengjin, you should quickly thank your sect leader uncle. This, moonlight purification, divine power is something that only the sect leader and his successor can cultivate, apart from the supreme elders. For you to have the sect leader personally use this divine power to help you purify yourself is definitely a great fortune. Zhou Chun was originally curious about what the moonlight purification, divine power was, but upon hearing Su Yunyang's words, he realized something and hurriedly thanked Master Baiyu again as she instructed. But Master Baiyu waved his hand and said, to use the moonlight purification, divine power, it's best to do it at night when the moon rises. There are still more than 2 hours until moonrise. Junior sister Su, please take young friend Zhou to the side hall to rest. Yes, junior nephew obeys, Su Yunyang respectfully replied and immediately led Zhou Chun to the side hall. As soon as the two entered the side hall, Su Yunyang dismissed the several outer sect disciples with key refining cultivation who were serving there. Then, with a smile, she said to Zhou Chun, Zheng Chun, you've really hit the jackpot this time. I never expected our sect leader to value you so much, willing to personally use the moonlight purification, divine power to dispel the blood-soul attraction for you. Hearing this, Zhou Chun looked thoughtful and said, Auntie, since you say so, it seems the moonlight purification, divine power is more than just dispelling the blood-soul attraction. There must be other benefits, of course, otherwise why would only the sect leader and his successor be able to cultivate this divine power? Su Yunyang nodded, and then explained the uses of the moonlight purification, divine power to Zhou Chun. According to Su Yunyang, the moonlight purification, divine power is a top-tier auxiliary divine power in the world. This divine power draws pure moonlight power to cleanse and purify the cultivator's physical body and soul. Whether you are afflicted by a rare poison, your body is contaminated by an intractable magical force, you are marked with a soul-locking mark like the blood-soul guide, or you have even accidentally been tainted by turbid evil energy, the moonlight purification, divine power can cleanse and purify all. Moreover, even without being contaminated by harmful substances, after a normal cultivator receives the moonlight purification, divine power to cleanse and purify their body and soul, any hidden injuries or ailments, as well as residual poisons from elixirs, will be completely cleansed and removed, restoring both body and soul to a pure state. Therefore, in the Moonwheel sect, any cultivator who wishes to form their core can apply to have the sect leader perform the moonlight purification, divine power once to cleanse and purify their body and soul, allowing them to attempt the core formation process in the best possible condition. Su Yunyang had experienced the moonlight purification, divine power before forming her core, so she was well aware of its benefits. After explaining the benefits of the moonlight purification, divine power to Zhou Chun, she said with a touch of emotion, you should know that even for disciples of our sect, unless they are breaking through to the golden core stage, it takes at least 100,000 points of sect merit to ask the sect leader to use the moonlight purification, divine power even once, and for those outside the sect, anyone who wants the sect leader to help them use the moonlight purification, divine power once must prepare a generous gift and a favor to get the sect leader's help. When Yuzhen is about to form her golden core in the future, her aunt, will also ask the sect leader to use the moonlight purification, divine power for her so that she can form her golden core in the best possible condition. After hearing her words, Zhou Chun finally understood what kind of opportunity she had encountered this time. Still somewhat puzzled, he asked, since the moonlight purification, divine power is so powerful, why does the Moonwheel sect stipulate that only the sect leader and his successor can cultivate it? Is it to prevent it from being leaked and allowing outsiders to learn it as well? Hearing his question, Su Yunyang immediately shook her head gently and said, Of course, there is an element of secrecy involved. But the bigger reason is that to master this divine power, one needs the assistance of a treasure from our sect. It is said that after each person successfully cultivates this divine power with the help of the treasure, it needs to accumulate power again for a long time, so it simply cannot be popularized. Zhou Chun understood upon hearing this and wisely refrained from further inquiring about what the treasure was. He knew in his heart that even Su Yunyang herself probably didn't know what the treasure was. However, he was secretly astonished at this moment and couldn't help but admire the formidable foundation of a major sect like the Moonwheel sect. In terms of the true value of a divine power, like moonlight purification, he was afraid that only the 9 transformations of the Holy Spirit, Moon Toad chapter, which he couldn't cultivate yet, could barely be compared to it. Even the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual pales in comparison. How many extraordinary people are there in this world? The Moonwheel sect possesses the divine power of moonlight purification, so do other forces of similar level also have similar divine power lineages. Compared to these truly ancient and powerful forces, my Zhou family is indeed just a bunch of commoners. We still have a long way to go. Zhou Chun couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. His eyes opened once again. At least before this, neither he nor the other cultivators in the Zhou family had ever heard of the name or use of the moonlight purification, divine power. This was clearly a secret accessible only to certain golden core cultivators, and one that was not convenient to reveal to the outside world. Who among ordinary cultivators could imagine that the dreaded turbid energy, besides being purified with certain special spiritual pills, could be purified by such a simple and effective divine power? Zhou Chun firmly believed that if a key refining cultivator obtained the moonlight purification, divine power to cleanse and purify their physical body before foundation establishment, even without foundation establishment pills or spiritual items, their success rate would likely increase by 10 to 20%. With foundation establishment pills, even cultivators with low-grade spiritual roots would have a 60% chance of successfully establishing their foundation. If he could master this divine power, the Zhou family's success rate in cultivating foundation establishment and purple mansion stage cultivators would certainly be much higher than that of normal families, if not golden core stage cultivators. There should be some kind of limitation on its use, otherwise the Moonwheel sect wouldn't just have a few more purple mansion stage cultivators than the Flame Sun sect and the Azure Lotus Temple, but several times more, he thought to himself, feeling that this might be more normal. But he was increasingly looking forward to the spellcasting that evening. After waiting in the side hall for more than 2 hours, as the moon was high in the sky, Zhou Chun and Su Yunyang returned to the main hall. "Come with me." Master Bei'er glanced at Su Yunyang and Zhou Chun, then, without uttering a word, led them away from the main hall and headed to a certain spot on the mountain top. The three stopped before an altar at the summit. The altar was an octagonal structure, seemingly constructed of some special black jade, engraved with numerous silver-white moon symbols and silver spiritual patterns. At Master Bei'er's signal, Zhou Chun walked to the center of the altar, sat cross-legged, and began meditating, clearing his mind and closing his eyes. Master Bei'er looked up at the full moon in the sky, then cast a spell with both hands, which landed on the altar. Instantly, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force, the moonlight that had been scattered across the earth began to surge towards the altar. The moonlight shining on this area also became much denser. Soon, Zhou Chun on the altar was bathed in a silvery white moonlight. Just then, Master Bei'er suddenly leaped into the air, appearing above Zhou Chun's head. Immediately, with a solemn expression, he formed hand seals, absorbing the moonlight surging from all directions and gradually forming a silvery white ball of moonlight before him. As time slowly passed, the ball of moonlight before Master Bei'er grew larger and larger, seemingly replacing the full moon in the sky to form a new moon. At the same time, mysterious silver runes appeared within it. Then, Master Bei'er raised his hand and touched his brow, revealing a silver crescent moon mark. A beam of silver light shot out from the crescent moon mark on his brow and landed within the ball of moonlight before him. Instantly, like the finishing touch on a painting, the ball of moonlight before him quickly came to life, truly transforming into a silvery white full moon. Master Bei'er held the full moon in his hand and tossed it towards Zhou Chun. The silvery white moon flew down towards Zhou Chun, quickly engulfing him. At that moment, Zhou Chun felt a cool sensation throughout his body, as a vast, cool, water-like power surged into his body through every pore, flowing into his purple mansion and sea of consciousness. The layer of blood-red light surrounding his soul quickly faded and dissipated under the sudden influx of silvery white power. His soul, bathed in this silvery white power, felt exceptionally comfortable. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Zhou Chun began to wholeheartedly cultivate the secret technique of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method. While he was meditating and cultivating the secret technique, the Moon-Toed Pearl, which had remained inactive within his Danshan, suddenly began to stealthily absorb the moonlight power flowing into his body, like a thief. Fortunately, this treasure only absorbed the moonlight power flowing into Zhou Chun's body and did not touch the moonlight power outside, otherwise it certainly would not have escaped the notice of Master Beiyu, a late-stage golden core cultivator. After about a quarter of an hour, the moonlight power surrounding Zhou Chun dissipated completely. However, he remained focused on cultivating the secret technique of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method and did not wake up. Strange, why did the moonlight power dissipate so quickly this time? Is it because this kid is meditating and cultivating some supernatural power? Master Beiyu looked at Zhou Chun, who is meditating with his eyes closed on the altar, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then he hesitated for a moment, but still did not release his divine sense to disturb Zhou Chun's cultivation. He simply instructed Su Yanyang, "Nephew Su, wait here for him to wake up, and then take him to see me. I still have something to ask him." Chapter 464 Commendation and Rewards. Su Yanyang's words were not an exaggeration at all. The cleansing and purifying effect of the moonlight purification on a cultivator's physical body and soul was truly astonishing. After Zhou Chun underwent this divine power's cleansing and purification, not only was the blood-red demonic light in his purple mansion sea of consciousness, which had been like a bone-deep infection, completely purified and dispelled, but even some residual pill toxins from his long-term use of pills to enhance his cultivation, as well as the minor hidden injuries and ailments accumulated in his body during previous cultivation and battles, were all cleansed, purified, and revealed. Moreover, taking advantage of the moonlight's power to cleanse and purify his soul, he also managed to cultivate the second level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method to the minor completion stage. When he regained consciousness, he only needed to briefly sense his own condition to reveal a look of satisfaction and joy. At this moment, he felt better than ever before. From his body to his soul, he was full of vitality. His condition was off the charts. How was it? Auntie wasn't lying, was she? Are you satisfied with the effects of the moonlight purification, divine power? Su Yanyang, who was waiting outside the altar, smiled as she spoke to Zhou Chun after he woke up. Satisfied, very satisfied. No wonder you speak so highly of this divine power, Auntie. Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly, echoing Su Yanyang's words. If he had been somewhat skeptical of Su Yanyang's words before experiencing it firsthand, he now had no doubts whatsoever. Since you're satisfied, let's go. Master Uncle still has some questions for you. Su Yanyang waved her hand and turned to return to the sect leader's hall. After the two returned to the sect leader's hall, Zhou Chun again expressed his deepest gratitude to Master Beiyu. After inquiring about his situation, Master Beiyu nodded to him and said, "Young friend Zhou, now that the hidden dangers have been eliminated, you should return to the battlefield as soon as possible to serve the Alliance and fulfill your duties to achieve further merits." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, Junior will follow your instructions, Senior. I will immediately return to Commander Wei's command upon my return." Seeing that he had agreed, Master Beiyu continued, "There is one more thing. Young friend Zhou, your cultivation of the dragon transformation secret technique was something you were forced to do, and it made great contributions to the Jing Kingdom. Therefore, our various sects can let it go. However, young friend Zhou, you must remember one thing. The dragon transformation secret technique is ultimately a forbidden technique that all sects in the Jing Kingdom are prohibited from cultivating. I do not want every cultivator in the Zhou family to cultivate this technique in the future. Do you understand? The Zhou family now possesses the Wind and Thunder twin dragons and Lin Hongyu, the former protector of the dragon transformation sect. It can be said that if they wanted to, they could become another small dragon transformation sect at any time." Master Beiyu certainly didn't want to see the Zhou family go down that path, because then he and the Moon Wheel sect would have no choice but to abandon the Zhou family. Zhou Chun naturally understood the dangers of spreading the dragon transformation secret technique within the Zhou family, and immediately replied solemnly, "This Junior understands, Senior. Please rest assured, this junior guarantees that I will not spread the cultivation method of the dragon transformation secret technique within the Zhou family. Young friend Zhou, you are a smart man. I won't say more about this. Master Bayar nodded slightly, then looked at him with curiosity and said, before you leave, young friend Zhou, could you release that four-clawed thunder dragon for me to see? I also want to know how you were able to cultivate such a superior dragon. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied without hesitation, of course. After saying that, he raised his hand and patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the thunder dragon baby. The thunder dragon baby was originally slowly digesting the power of the third-grade high-quality silver-armored dragonfish demon core in the spirit beast pouch, and was somewhat bewildered when Zhou Chun suddenly released it. The aura emanating from the two golden core cultivators, Beiyu's Henren and Su Yanyang, instantly made its scales tense. Fortunately, Zhou Chun calmed it down in time, and it obediently lay in the hall, allowing the two golden core cultivators to observe and examine it. I dare not deceive you, senior. The reason why my spirit pet baby was able to evolve into a four-clawed thunder dragon is because I found a 1,000-year-old dragon transformation grass for it, and then went to the great Zhou kingdom to have someone refine it into a dragon transformation pill for it to swallow. In the process of transforming into a dragon, it triggered the fish leaping over the dragon gate phenomenon, which is why it was able to successfully transform into such a form. Just as Beiyu's Henren was examining the thunder dragon baby with a gleam in his eyes, Zhou Chun took the opportunity to reveal the reason why the thunder dragon baby evolved into a four-clawed thunder dragon. Now that the four-clawed thunder dragon had been exposed, there was no need to hide these secrets from Beiyu's Henren. After all, while the 1,000-year dragon transformation grass might not be difficult for true person Beiyu to obtain, the fish leaping over the dragon gate phenomenon was something that could only be encountered by chance and was impossible to obtain, even for a nascent soul stage true person. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's explanation, true person Beiyu couldn't help but nod in understanding, saying, so you've encountered the legendary fish leaping over the dragon gate phenomenon. No wonder a mere snake dragon could transform into a four-clawed dragon. Having understood the secret of Bai's transformation, true person Beiyu lost interest in examining the four-clawed thunder dragon before him. After all, he himself was a late-stage golden core cultivator. A mere third-tier low-grade four-clawed thunder dragon was merely a novelty to him. He immediately waved his hand, saying, all right, young friend Zhou, you can put it away now. Yes, Junior obeys, Zhou Chun replied, then put the thunder dragon back into his spirit beast pouch. Afterwards, true person Beiyu gave him some more instructions before having Su Yanyang lead him away. After bringing Zhou Chun back to her cave, Su Yanyang stared at him for a while before saying softly, all right. Now that your business is done, take advantage of the remaining time and quickly go to the Su family to apologize to Yu Zhen. Don't hurt her too much. Her tone and feelings seemed complicated at this moment, and she had no desire to say much more to Zhou Chun. Perhaps it was because she had witnessed Zhou Chun's conversation with Beiyu's Henren in the sect leader's hall, which had changed her opinion of him. Zhou Chun, of course, was unaware of Su Yanyang's thoughts. Although he hadn't fully achieved his purpose in coming to the Moon Wheel sect, he had accomplished most of it. There was indeed no need to linger here any longer. So, after hearing Su Yanyang's words, he thanked her repeatedly and left the Moon Wheel sect's mountain gate. Half a day later, Zhou Chun appeared at the Su family in Jiangzhou, but he didn't appear openly. Instead, he entered the Su family in disguise. Inside the Su family's mountain gate, Zhou Chun naturally apologized profusely to the Su family patriarch and Su Yuzhen, presenting them with a extreme Yang Fire Spirit liquid as a gift. Seeing his sincere attitude and the fact that he offered a core formation level spiritual item, and since they weren't particularly upset about him concealing the four-clawed thunder flood dragon, the Su family patriarch and Su Yuzhen quickly and generously let the matter drop, not pressing the issue further. Having received the benefits, the Su family patriarch readily agreed that if Zhou Chun ever needed their help, he should speak frankly. As long as his assistance wouldn't bring annihilation upon the Su family, he would certainly lend a hand. With this promise from the Su family patriarch, Zhou Chun felt reassured. This way, he could at least rely on the Su family, his in-laws, adding a bargaining chip to his future dealings with various parties. After spending a day at the Su family's residence, Zhou Chun returned to Tuyun Ridge and explained his gains from his trip to the Moon Wheel sect to the anxiously waiting Zhou Ming. This result is quite good. At least it gives you more confidence in achieving your core formation. Zhou Chun. Zhou Ming nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Zhou Chun's gains from the Moonwheel Sect trip. Then, in a heavy tone, he said, I've thought it through these past few days. As long as you, Zhou Chun, successfully achieve your core formation, even if things become hopeless, as long as you can successfully lead a group of Zhou family members out of Jing Kingdom, my Zhou family still has a chance to rise again. Zhou Chun didn't respond to his words. Relocating a family is not as easy as most people think. Not to mention finding a new family stronghold, all the connections and businesses they had built in Jing Kingdom would be severed and destroyed. Moreover, when that time came, their enemies wouldn't allow the Zhou family the opportunity to slowly relocate their people and resources. They would definitely try every means to ambush and kill them. Even if Zhou Chun could eventually lead a group of his family members out of the encirclement and flee to another country with his powerful cultivation, having lost a significant number of family members and resources, rebuilding the Zhou family in a foreign land would undoubtedly present them with countless difficulties. Let's not forget the resistance and suppression the Zhou family faced when they migrated to Jing Kingdom. At that time, the Zhou family would not only face suppression from local forces but also the threat of being wiped out by their rivals in Jing Kingdom. Therefore, the saying if this place doesn't want me, there are plenty of other places that will is only something a carefree, independent cultivator could say. For a cultivation family or sect, relocation is never considered unless it's truly a matter of destruction. In the end, Zhou Chun simply brushed the matter aside, replying in a deep voice, this junior must return to the battlefield first. I'll trouble the Supreme Elder to take care of the family here. Go ahead, and be careful yourself. Those people who want to deal with the Zhou family will first target you. Zhou Ming sighed softly, nodded slightly, and gave the usual instructions. Afterwards, Zhou Chun didn't stay long at the family headquarters and returned directly to the front lines of the Fen Kingdom. At this time, the hidden danger of the Blood Soul Guide on Zhou Chun's body had been eliminated, and he no longer needed to worry about being attacked by the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe at any time. Therefore, shortly after entering Fen Kingdom, he reverted to his original appearance. At this time, Zhou Chun was already quite famous. Upon seeing his true appearance and hearing his name, the Heavenly Spirit Legion patrolling cultivators who encountered him on the Fen Kingdom battlefield instantly became extremely respectful, their eyes filled with awe. Zhou Chun could now truly feel the benefits of becoming one of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. In this way, he returned to his headquarters camp without any obstacles. Inside the camp command post, although Wei Yuang had already learned of Zhou Chun's safe return from true person Beiyu, upon learning that Zhou Chun had officially returned, he also gave him great respect by personally leading the 2 deputy commanders out of the command post to welcome Zhou Chun into the command post with the highest honors. Commander, I, Zhou Zhengzhen, have completed my mission and returned to report. Please give me your instructions. Inside the hall, Zhou Chun bowed formally to his superior, Wei Yuang, completing the final step of the formal reporting process. Wei Yuang clapped and praised, Good, Zhengzhen, you've worked hard. Please take a seat. Thank you, Commander, Zhou Chun replied, offering no further modesty, and took his seat at the lower end of the table. Things were different now. He was a newly minted Dragon Prince, one of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. Even though his cultivation was still at the Purple Mansion stage, he was now qualified to sit alongside Golden Core cultivators. This was one of the special rewards the Heavenly Spirit Legion bestowed upon these meritorious cultivators. As soon as Zhou Chun sat down, Wei Yong looked at him with a beaming smile and praised him highly. Zheng Chun, your display of divine might in the desolate spirit desert, where you consecutively defeated Wind Demon Mu Fengyan and Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji, has now spread throughout the alliance. Even the commanders have heard of it and are very satisfied with your performance, indicating that they will reward you. He couldn't help but laugh as he added, even I and my camp have benefited greatly from your achievement. Then, he suddenly stood up and nodded slightly to Zhou Chun, saying, now that you have successfully returned, I will first inform you of the commendation you have received from above. Yes, Your Majesty, I am all ears. Zhou Chun quickly rose and bowed in response. Immediately, Wei Yong took out a roll of golden cloth from his storage bag, spread it out with both hands, and read aloud, Zhou Zhengzhen, a cultivator from Jinggo, is upright and righteous, possessing the means to subdue demons and eliminate evil. Since his debut, he has first slain demons like Zhang Zhong and Su Qinglan, and later demons like Mu Fengyan and Yan Wuji, achieving remarkable feats and gaining widespread fame. He deserves commendation. Now, in the name of the Xianling Legion and the Xianling Alliance, we hereby commend Zhou Chun, a cultivator from Jingguo, as the fifth of the 7 heroes of Xianling, bestowing upon him the title of Young Master of the Dragon, and granting him a 4th-tier magic talisman and a talisman treasure as encouragement. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Chun quickly and respectfully replied, Junior Zhou Chun thanks the Alliance and Legion for the commendation, and thanks all the seniors for the commendation. Upon seeing this, Wei Yong immediately stepped forward and handed over the commendation letter to him. He took the item from Wei Yong's hand, helped him up, and said, This is just a special reward from the Legion and the Alliance for your meritorious service. How your merits in the mission will be calculated and rewarded will depend on your submission of relevant documentation. He then solemnly assured him, Don't worry, as long as you can provide proof of your achievements, I will definitely fight for you and ensure that no one deducts a single point of your merit. Hearing this, Zhou Chun quickly replied, Yes, I understand. Thank you for your kindness, Commander. He then handed over his storage bag containing numerous materials for demonic artifacts and the corpses of demonic cultivators, along with his special image recording bead. He then received the 4th-tier magic talisman and talisman treasure from Wei Yong as a reward from the Legion. After finishing the official business, Wei Yong dismissed the 2 deputy commanders and then spoke with Zhou Chun about personal matters. After setting up a soundproof barrier, Wei Yong said solemnly to Zhou Chun, Zheng Chun, you have made a great contribution this time, and you will certainly reap great rewards. However, this will also attract some covetous eyes and schemes. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun nodded gravely and said, This junior understands. The 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit have always been a fixed position. Now that I have occupied one of those positions, it will naturally arouse envy and jealousy from those who want to take it, and some people will try to scheme against me. At this point, he couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly, especially since my relationship with King Wheezy is not difficult to investigate. I'm afraid King Wheezy won't be able to protect and help this junior anymore. That's right, and the situation might be much more complicated than you imagine. Wei Yong nodded and immediately revealed some information. You probably don't know, but of the Purple Mansion stage cultivators who went on the mission to the Desolate Spirit Desert with you, a full 40% did not return safely, including Yang Xiangshan, who was originally listed among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. In addition, although Gu Jianyan and Peng Wuji returned successfully, they were both injured and will probably need a year and a half to recover. Hearing Wei Yong's words, Zhou Chun was slightly surprised. He really didn't know this news. If this was true, it would be the first time that any of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit had perished, and the impact would be enormous. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, and he couldn't help but look at Wei Yong and ask, Commander, do you have any advice for me? My method is to feign injury. Pretend you have internal injuries and need to recuperate for half a year. I will take care of that for you. After half a year, when the situation changes and you are no longer under the spotlight, it won't be too late to go back to the battlefield to kill the enemy and eliminate demons. Wei Yong smiled slightly and gave his suggestion. Feign injury? Zhou Chun's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately nodded and replied, This junior understands. In the Desolate Spirit Desert, I was corroded by the Golden Fiend Key, which damaged my Danshan meridians. I need to recuperate for a year and a half to recover. Upon hearing this, Wei Yong clapped his hands and laughed. That's right. Since you need to recuperate, then do it here at the headquarters. I will arrange a cave with abundant spiritual energy for you to recuperate in peace. The affairs of the 1st Brigade will be temporarily handled by the 2 deputy commanders. After saying this, the 2 smiled at each other, and the matter was settled. This is what's known as having connections in high places, making things easier. As the commander of the 1st Battalion, Wei Yong had Zhou Chun as his subordinate. If Wei Yong was willing to give Zhou Chun the green light, many things could be easily resolved. For example, Zhou Chun's leave to recuperate could be approved directly by Wei Yong, as long as it wasn't beyond his authority, without needing anyone else's consent. After all, the 1st Battalion commander was already a high-ranking official in the Heavenly Spirit Legion. The only people above Wei Yong who truly had authority over him were the nascent soul stage cultivators, who held the title of commander. And nascent soul stage cultivators wouldn't bother with such a trivial matter as a Purple Mansion stage cultivator's leave request. The Heavenly Spirit Legion had originally reorganized the cultivators from various countries and sects into different groups precisely to prevent such situations. But rules are rigid, while people are flexible. If someone above was willing to exert influence, some rules would cease to exist. After discussing things with Wei Yong and drafting a plan, Zhou Chun simply didn't return to his own unit and moved directly into the cave dwelling arranged by Wei Yong. The cave dwelling was built to the specifications of a golden core stage cultivator, and it was fully equipped. After inspecting everything, Zhou Chun took out one of his own array formations and set it up. He then released the 3 demonic beasts, the golden winged tiger, the thunder flood dragon Bai, and the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone, allowing them to sleep and digest the spiritual energy in the main hall and spirit beast chamber of the cave. He then examined the 4th tier magic talismans and talisman treasures that the Heavenly Spirit Legion had rewarded him with. Among them was a low-grade 4th tier magic talisman. The primordial golden light talisman, a defensive talisman capable of withstanding several full-force attacks from a golden core cultivator in the early stages of cultivation. The first talisman was a purely offensive one, the Fire Key Rin sword, said to be made from a mid-grade magic weapon, making it more powerful than ordinary talismans and offering a bonus against demonic cultivators. The 2 talismans Zhou Chun had previously obtained from Yan Wuji's storage bag were a balanced offensive and defensive talisman, the Cloud Brocade Handkerchief, and an offensive talisman, the Black Dragon Bottle. Both were likely made from low-grade magic weapons and had been used, their remaining power diminished. After examining the talismans, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, "My magical artifact abilities are now basically mature. Besides the Fire Key Rin sword, these 2 talismans are largely useless. Rather than letting them gather dust in my hands, I'd better give them to the Supreme Elder and Brother Yuang." The exposure of the Thunder Dragon, while causing him considerable trouble, had also allowed him to fully unleash his combat power. From now on the battlefield, aside from concealing the origins of the golden armor mountain-bearing turtle stone, he had nothing left to hide and could unleash his full power. These 2 low-grade magic treasures made into talismans were indeed of little use to him. They were useless against weaker opponents and almost useless against stronger ones. Thinking this, Zhou Chun checked his remaining 3rd-tier magic talismans, then took out some along with the 2 talisman treasures and entrusted Wei Yong to have them delivered to Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Shenggang, 2 close clansmen. As for the other members of the Zhou family, Zhou Chun wasn't their caretaker. Once on the battlefield, their fate was entirely up to them. Meanwhile, the various demonic artifact materials and demonic cultivator corpses that Zhou Chun had surrendered were being tallied by the rewards department, along with the low to mid-level demonic cultivators he had killed on the battlefield, and their merits were calculated. Subsequently, with the intervention of a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Moonwheel Sect, the rewards for Zhou Chun's merits were quickly drafted after consulting with him. 2 months after he returned to the front line, all of them were delivered by special personnel to Wei Yong's command post, where they were personally handed over to Zhou Chun. Chapter 465 Third Order Golden Winged Tiger. During the ambush in the desolate Spirit Desert, Zhou Chun only killed 2 Purple Mansion stage demon cultivators from the Yuanmo realm, but his spirit pets and demonic insects killed numerous low to mid-level demon cultivators. Therefore, with his recording beat as proof, the Merit Rewards Department's calculations showed him to be among the top performers in the operation. And considering his later kills of Wind Demon Mu Fengyan and Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji, his merits could easily rank him first among Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Therefore, after the Merit Rewards Department confirmed his achievements, the rewards were substantial. First, there were 4 demon slaying tokens, as Wei Yong had mentioned. These were incredibly valuable, if Zhou Chun wanted to exchange them for spiritual items to aid in opening his Purple Mansion, such as the Mysterious Heart Purple Rejuvenation Pill. 1 demon slaying token could easily be exchanged for 1 pill. Even strategic resources like 4th-tier low-grade magic talismans and spirit crystals could be obtained through exchange. Therefore, the reward of 4 demon slaying tokens was generally satisfactory to Zhou Chun. Then came the extra reward for killing Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji. At Zhou Chun's request, his extra reward for killing Blood Fiend Prince Yan Wuji was replaced with a one-time use secret treasure, the Blazing Sun Divine Light Talisman. This Blazing Sun Divine Light Talisman, though called a talisman, was actually crafted more like a thunder pearl. It was created by a cultivator who had mastered the Blazing Sun Divine Light divine ability, sealing its power within a special J talisman, allowing other cultivators to unleash this divine ability by activating the talisman. The Blazing Sun Divine Light Talisman, in Zhou Chun's possession, was a high-quality example. If used properly, it could definitely severely injure a golden core early-stage cultivator. With this item, combined with his existing 4th-tier puppet and newly acquired 4th-tier magic talismans and talisman treasures, Zhou Chun would have a fighting chance even against another early-stage golden core demonic cultivator. As for why he didn't exchange it for a core formation item, the reason is quite simple. Zhou Chun now possesses the 5-element spirit fruit and the yin-yang harmony pill, making it difficult to find another item that doesn't overlap with their effects and can significantly aid in the success of core formation. Furthermore, exchanging it for a core formation item would only attract attention and make people covet his wealth, while exchanging it for the Blazing Sun Divine Light Talisman would deter those with designs on him, instilling fear and apprehension. In short, Zhou Chun was quite satisfied with the rewards from the Heavenly Spirit Legion and personally expressed his gratitude to Wei Yuang, who had contributed greatly to the process. He then carefully stored away the rewards and continued his arduous cultivation in his cave. This 6-month period of rest was an excellent opportunity. Zhou Chun not only needed to reforge the God-slaying sword and diligently cultivate the Heart Lotus Orthodox Method secret technique, but his spirit pets also needed to seize this opportunity to improve their strength, including the Thunder Flood Dragon, which was reabsorbing heavenly lightning power to replenish its energy. With Zhou Chun focused on recuperating in seclusion, even those on the demonic path who desperately wanted his head were powerless against him while he remained hidden in seclusion. Of course, for the entire battlefield and the entire Yuanmo Legion, Zhou Chun was insignificant, not even a thorn in their side. Aside from the demonic cultivators whose friends and family he had killed, who were more concerned with how to fight tomorrow, the other demonic cultivators were more focused on the battle itself. For the demonic cultivator leadership, the greater concern was how to recruit new reinforcements after the ambush and annihilation of their own, and how to defend against a full-scale counterattack from the Xianling Legion. In the Battle of the Julan Desert, although the Xianling Legion also lost many elite troops, its gains far outweighed its losses, almost completely annihilating the enemy's reinforcements from their homeland. Without the addition of these fresh troops, the Yuanmo Legion was simply no match for the Xianling Legion in large-scale battles. Therefore, in the past 6 months, the battlefield situation had undergone a dramatic reversal. The Yuanmo Legion, which had initially launched a fierce offensive, was now on the defensive, relying on its various strongholds to resist the Xianling Legion's counterattack. The Xianling Legion, whose counterattack was incredibly powerful, seized this opportunity to recapture considerable lost territory, significantly boosting their morale. Although Zhou Chun didn't participate in the counterattack, he maintained a close watch on the war, obtaining relevant information promptly. From his observations, he noticed that, perhaps spurred by his inclusion among the 7 heroes of Xianling, the renowned Zifu stage cultivators were noticeably more active in the war. There were even instances of them cooperating to hunt down cultivators from the 7 Yuanmo fiends. Furthermore, rumors about him were circulating within the army. These rumors were, in fact, partly true and partly false. Some knew he was using the pretext of recuperating from injuries to avoid the limelight, so they spread rumors that he was faking his injury to avoid battle, saying he was unworthy of his position and didn't deserve to be one of the 7 heroes of Xianling. Some even said he shouldn't be called Dragon Riding Prince but rather Turtle Prince. Fortunately, these rumors were ultimately just baseless gossip. Zhou Chun's achievements were genuinely recognized by the Legion and Alliance, and cultivators weren't easily fooled like ordinary mortals. So, aside from some cultivators deliberately assigned tasks, those who had past feuds with the Zhou family, and a few jealous cultivators who intentionally spread these rumors, most cultivators didn't take them seriously. Zhou Chun naturally didn't care about these rumors either. He even laughed when he heard them, seemingly mocking their baseness. After nearly half a year of recuperation, just as Zhou Chun was about to emerge from seclusion, the golden-winged tiger finally underwent a transformation. That day, Zhou Chun was meditating when he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in the spirit beast chamber where the golden-winged tiger was sleeping. He quickly stopped his cultivation and rushed to the scene to investigate. Inside the stone chamber, the golden-winged tiger lay sprawled, its wings drooping, its head resting on its chin. Meanwhile, cyan and golden spiritual light intertwined and flickered on its body, constantly colliding and merging. At the same time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounding the cave began to converge and surge into the stone chamber, being absorbed into the golden-winged tiger's body. All these signs indicated that the golden-winged tiger's breakthrough had reached a critical juncture. Subsequently, a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the golden-winged tiger's body, which was then transformed into its own magical power. The cyan and golden spiritual light on its body became increasingly dazzling, gradually filling the entire stone chamber. Even Zhou Chun could no longer see the details clearly through the dense spiritual light. He could only retreat outside and patiently wait for the changes on the golden-winged tiger to end. After waiting outside for 3 days and 3 nights, the strange phenomena on the golden-winged tiger finally ended completely. Zhou Chun soon saw the golden-winged tiger's new appearance. Inside the stone chamber, a giant tiger covered with the golden and cyan stripes lay on the ground, exuding a sharp and domineering aura. If Zhou Chun hadn't already reached the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm and wasn't the giant tiger's master, he would likely have been affected by this domineering aura. However, Zhou Chun's eyes clearly showed surprise as he looked at the giant tiger. Where were the wings? That was his first thought. He carefully examined the tiger's flanks, but indeed found no trace of wings. If he didn't know that the giant tiger before him was originally a golden-winged tiger, he would have definitely thought it was just a normal tiger demon without wings. But Zhou Chun knew that the golden-winged tiger's wings wouldn't disappear just because it evolved to the 3rd tier. Because they were body parts like limbs and a tail, they couldn't simply disappear because of a breakthrough in cultivation. So where did the wings go? Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed as he examined the golden-winged tiger, trying to find its missing wings. After observing carefully for a while, Zhou Chun finally made a discovery. He found that where the wings had originally been on the golden-winged tiger's flanks, 2 white stripes resembling the pouches of marsupials had suddenly appeared, almost invisible without close inspection. He probed with his divine sense and, although he could tell it wasn't a pouch, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation of power. Could the golden-winged tiger's missing wings be hidden inside? This thought arose in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If that were the case, the golden-winged tiger's evolved powers would be truly something to look forward to. Zhou Chun glanced at the still sleeping golden-winged tiger, resisting the urge to immediately wake it and ask for details, and quietly left again. 7 more days passed, and the golden-winged tiger finally awoke from its slumber on its own. Upon noticing this, Zhou Chun immediately returned to the spirit beast chamber where it resided. After communicating with the golden-winged tiger, Zhou Chun immediately learned all the changes it had undergone after its evolution. The first and most gratifying change was that, with the help of the mysterious spirit fruit, the golden-winged tiger had finally completely fused the bloodline power of the winged tiger and the golden sword tiger within its body, forming its own unique golden-winged tiger bloodline. Although it was currently unknown whether this golden-winged tiger bloodline could be passed down normally, it would from now on completely sever ties with the winged tiger and the golden sword tiger, 2 intermediate-level demonic beasts. Just as the Thunder Flood Dragon had completely severed its ties with the Silver Lightning Thunder Python in terms of bloodline, this change was undoubtedly a great boon to the golden-winged tiger's future cultivation, signifying that it had completely broken free from the burdens and constraints of 2 intermediate-level demon beast bloodlines. Furthermore, after this evolution, the golden-winged tiger had gained an additional special attribute. Yes, a spatial attribute. In the cultivation world, the special attribute was undoubtedly an extremely rare one. Human cultivators didn't have the concept of an empty spiritual root in their spiritual roots. They only knew of a very, very small number of cultivators who could awaken special physiques capable of manipulating special power. Even among demon beasts, those capable of awakening special attributes were extremely rare and renowned. Human cultivators without special attributes could only manipulate special power through special magical artifacts, treasures, or formations, or only after reaching the nascent soul stage. Of course, although the golden-winged tiger had awakened a special attribute, compared to its original wind and metal attributes, this third attribute had a very weak impact on it. Currently, it only possesses 2 special attribute abilities. One is the special pouch, a storage-type divine ability that allows it to conceal its wings, as well as other living or inanimate objects. The other is the flash movement technique, somewhat similar to the teleportation divine ability that only nascent soul cultivators can master when their nascent soul leaves their body, but the distances they can move are dozens of times greater. The golden-winged tiger can only move a few dozen feet using the flash movement technique, while a nascent soul cultivator can teleport thousands of feet. Nevertheless, the flash movement technique is undoubtedly an excellent life-saving divine ability. Moreover, As a special attribute divine ability, this divine ability is difficult to interrupt or intercept. Even if the golden-winged tiger is trapped by certain formations or binding divine abilities, there is a considerable chance it can teleport out directly. In addition to these two special attribute abilities, the golden-winged tiger's original wind and metal attribute abilities have also greatly improved after its evolution. Now it has also acquired three very good divine abilities. One is Wind of Imprisonment, where the golden-winged tiger's wings can release two wind orbs that, if they hide a target, will form a massive whirlwind that imprisons the target within. Another is Golden Light of Sky Rending, where the golden-winged tiger can spit out a golden ball of light, which transforms into countless sharp golden rays to attack the target, whether attacking a single person or a large number of targets. The third is Storm of Destruction, where the golden-winged tiger can condense numerous golden light blades and cyan wind blades to inflict devastating damage on the target. This move consumes a great deal of its mana, and its duration depends entirely on its remaining mana. Including the life-saving ability Flash of Space, the evolved golden-winged tiger's strength, if not surpassing Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye and Golden Armored Mountain-Bearing Turtle Shi Tao, is at least not much weaker than them. Moreover, the emergence of special attributes means that the golden-winged tiger will only grow stronger with further evolution. It's not particularly strange for a demon beast to awaken a new attribute during its evolution, but to awaken such a rare special attribute is truly remarkable. I wonder if it's a change brought about by the two bloodlines within its original body, or a change caused by this newly formed bloodline. Zhou Chun was secretly amazed after learning about the golden-winged tiger's evolution. If the original golden-winged tiger was merely a relatively rare mutated demon beast, then after evolving the special attribute, both its strength and rarity underwent a qualitative leap. Furthermore, with the golden-winged tiger's successful evolution, all four of Zhou Chun's spirit pets were finally at the same level as him again. In future battles, the golden-winged tiger could finally be of some help, no longer having to sit idly in the spirit beast pouch. It's a pity time doesn't allow it, otherwise, if I could wait another year or two, Bye-Bye would definitely be able to break through to the middle rank of the third tier, and his strength would once again achieve a qualitative leap. Although he thought this, Zhou Chun quickly put all the spirit beasts back into the spirit beast pouch and then announced that he had recovered from his injuries and was leaving seclusion. 6 months was the maximum time Wei Yong could give him. Now it was time for him to emerge from seclusion and step onto the battlefield, once again making those demonic cultivators tremble at his appearance. I'm out of luck today, I'm feeling a bit unwell, like I have a mild cold. Also, I'm leaving this city in a few days to go back to my hometown, and there are some things I need to finish up, so my writing time has been affected. I'll catch up in a few days. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Prioritizing the Overall Situation. Your subordinates respectfully welcome back, Commander. When Zhou Chun returned to the 1st Battalion's encampment, Cheng Ximing and all the cultivators of the 1st Battalion, who had been notified in advance, were already lined up in the encampment, eagerly awaiting his return. Upon seeing him ride back on a golden-winged tiger, these people, led by the two deputy commanders, Cheng Ximing and Yu Feng, bowed and saluted to express their welcome. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chun couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, not particularly impressed by Cheng Ximing's obsequious behavior. However, he naturally couldn't show it on his face, and simply waved his hand, saying, "Brothers, you're too kind. I'm just returning to rejoin the battle, there's no need for such formalities." Then he dismissed everyone, only allowing the two deputy commanders to accompany him to the command post within the encampment. "Commander, are you displeased with my arrangements this time?" "I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted to." Upon entering the command post, Cheng Ximing, observing the situation, nervously tried to explain the purpose of his earlier arrangements. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Chun shook his head slightly and said, "Vice Commander Cheng, there's no need to say more. How could I not know you meant well? It's just that I've always disliked excitement and the limelight, and I have no intention of blaming you." After saying this, he sat down in the main seat. After hearing his explanation, Cheng Ximing seemed to understand something, chuckled a few times, and relaxed. Just then, Yu Feng, who was usually silent in front of Zhou Chun, suddenly looked at Zhou Chun and asked, "Commander, you've returned to the team. Is there another mission coming up soon?" This change surprised both Zhou Chun and Chang Zhiming. Then Zhou Chun said calmly, "Vice Commander Yu, what makes you say that? This subordinate is just guessing." Yu Feng replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Hearing this, Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes and then said in a deep voice, "Then this commander will tell you that your guess is untrue. This commander has not yet received any missions." "Yes, this subordinate understands," Yu Feng replied, and then said nothing more. Seeing this, Zhou Chun frowned and then ignored him, instead inquiring about the team's situation with Chang Zhiming. It wasn't until half a month after Zhou Chun returned to his unit that he received a new mission. This mission required half of their 1st Battalion to participate in a crucial assault. Zhou Chun could lead the team himself or assign a deputy commander to lead it. This mission presented Zhou Chun with a difficult choice. Wei Yong had given him the option, showing him great respect and consideration. However, he had many things to consider. This assault involved not only Wei Yong's battalion but also 2 other battalions, meaning there would be many unpredictable events on the front lines. If Zhou Chun led the team personally, it would be an excellent opportunity to assassinate him. But if he didn't go, he would undoubtedly miss a chance to earn merit, and people might think that after being named one of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits, he had become cowardly and lost his ambition. Time was of the essence for Zhou Chun. He only had less than half a day to think it over. After much hesitation, Zhou Chun decided to proceed cautiously, sending Chang Zhiming with half his men to support the battlefield while he remained at headquarters. As long as he was on the battlefield, he wouldn't lack opportunities to earn merit. There was no need to rush for glory and give others a chance to attack him. Having made this decision, Zhou Chun personally escorted Chang Zhiming and the others out of the camp, then waited patiently for their battle results. With the demonic cultivators weakened, victory was highly probable. However, Zhou Chun was unaware that shortly after seeing Chang Zhiming and the others off, news reached a group of demonic cultivators. Excellent. Now that person only has half his forces stationed at the camp, and the golden core cultivator protecting him has gone to the front lines. This is the perfect opportunity to kill him. In a sinister demonic palace, a handsome young demonic cultivator, after reading the news, couldn't help but smile coldly, revealing a smug grin. This person was none other than the netherworld prince Yin Shaoshan, whom Zhou Chun had met on the battlefield. As one of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, Yin Shaoshan harbored a murderous intent towards Zhou Chun after learning that Zhou Chun had killed Yan Wuji, the blood fiend prince, who was on par with him. It wasn't that Yin Shaoshan and Yan Wuji had a good relationship, on the contrary, they were previously at odds and had a very poor relationship. However, because they were both members of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons and representatives of their respective sects, many in the primordial demon legion compared the two, and neither could gain the upper hand. Now that blood fiend prince Yan Wuji was dead, such comparisons were meaningless. However, those former supporters of blood fiend prince Yan Wuji refused to admit defeat, even believing that if Yin Shaoshan, the netherworld prince, were to encounter Zhou Chun, he would be even more vulnerable against Zhou Chun's 4-clawed thunder flood dragon. While this argument had merit, it still greatly angered the proud and arrogant Yin Shaoshan. Furthermore, with a Yuanmo legion offering an extremely high bounty for Zhou Chun's head, Yin Shaoshan naturally harbored murderous intent towards him. Killing Zhou Chun would not only silence those who said his netherworld prince was inferior to the blood fiend prince, but also grant him a substantial reward and solidify his reputation as the strongest among the 7 Yuanmo fiends. It was a triple win. Therefore, over the past 6 months, Yin Shaoshan had done a great deal of work, specifically monitoring Zhou Chun's movements. In the process, he had even recruited a group of demonic cultivators willing to join him in killing Zhou Chun. After all, he wasn't stupid. He knew Zhou Chun's 4-clawed thunder flood dragon was indeed his natural counter, and Zhou Chun possessed countless other powerful defensive techniques. Killing Zhou Chun alone was definitely out of the question. Upon learning the latest information about Zhou Chun through his intelligence channels, Yin Shaoshan immediately began sending out numerous messages to gather his forces. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun probably hadn't expected that even hiding in his base would attract the attention of demonic cultivators. He wasn't alerted by the alarm until the demonic cultivators appeared outside the encampment. When Zhou Chun left his residence, he saw hundreds of demonic cultivators surrounding the encampment. These cultivators were at least at the foundation establishment stage, and their leader was a golden core stage cultivator. Among them were also renowned Purple Mansion stage cultivators from the Yuan Demon Legion, such as Netherworld Prince Yin Xiaoshan and white-haired blood demon Jie Changshen. Zhou Chun even saw the leopard-tailed demons who had escaped from his grasp. These people have come specifically for me. Upon seeing these familiar demonic cultivators, Zhou Chun immediately understood why they were there. Then, his heart sank. He sensed something was wrong. Clearly, since the enemy had come specifically for him, they had likely prepared ample means to deal with him. And most of his trump cards had now been exposed. This battle was likely to be perilous. However, he was a man of great experience. Although he had a bad feeling, he showed no sign of panic in his actions. He first activated the formation with all his might to defend against the demonic cultivator's attack, while simultaneously sending out several thousand-mile communication talismans to request reinforcements from the camp headquarters and other nearby outposts. He also launched several types of distress fireworks into the sky, making them visible within 100 or 2 miles. The Heavenly Spirit Legion had deployed numerous patrols outside their various outposts. Any patrol that saw the distress fireworks would immediately help send messages to other outposts, creating a beacon fire communication effect. However, Zhou Chun also knew that since the enemy had come specifically for him, it meant they had already considered this possibility. He might not be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. This was something not only Zhou Chun knew, but everyone else certainly knew as well. Outside the camp, upon seeing Zhou Chun's distress fireworks, Yin Xiaoshan, the Netherworld Prince who orchestrated the entire operation, burst into laughter, saying, "Ha ha ha, Zhou Zhengzhen, don't bother struggling. Since I've come specifically for you, I've made ample preparations. Don't expect anyone to come to your rescue in time. You're doomed today." Hey, fellow Taoist Yin is absolutely right. No one can save you today, you little brat. After today, there will be no more dragon-riding prince. Jie Changshen, the white-haired blood demon, also chuckled smugly. The leopard-tailed witch, her eyes filled with murderous intent, said, "Zhou Zhengzhen, you killed my friend and stole my magic weapon that day. Did you ever imagine you'd die by my hand one day? Today, I will avenge fellow Taoist you and the others." Zhou Chun's expression remained unchanged as he listened to their words. He'd seen it all. The situation he'd faced before, being relentlessly pursued by the blood-robed middle-aged man, was far more dangerous than this. While the current situation was perilous, it hadn't reached that point yet. He ignored the demonic cultivator's clamor, simply patting his spirit beast pouch at his waist and releasing the Thunder Flood Dragon, instructing it to prioritize eliminating the Foundation establishment stage demonic cultivators while the formation was still intact. The formation at the 1st Brigade's encampment, while not a forbidden grand formation, was still on par with the 5 Directions Miro formation on Zhou family's 9 Peaks Ridge, even stronger defensively. Even with a Golden Core early-stage cultivator and several powerful Purple Mansion late-stage cultivators among the enemy, holding them off for a while wouldn't be a problem. However, since Yin Xiaoshan and his group had come specifically to deal with Zhou Chun, they had naturally put considerable effort into breaking the formation. Among the cultivators they brought were many from the Corpse Demon Sect and the Yin Ghost Sect, who released a large number of refined corpses and evil spirits as aids when attacking the formation. In addition, some cultivators from the Beast Demon Palace released numerous demonic beasts and poisonous insects to join the attack. Although Lei Jiao Bai was able to restrain those refining corpses and ghosts, he was still outnumbered and couldn't manage the situation. Moreover, the demonic cultivators were sparing no expense in using talismans and thunder beads to assist in breaking the formation as quickly as possible. Therefore, in less than a quarter of an hour, the protective formation of the 1st Battalion's camp began to crumble and could no longer hold out. Just then, Deputy Commander Yu Feng suddenly shouted, "Commander, the enemy's offensive is fierce, and we are afraid we cannot hold out for long. Please make a decision as soon as possible." Hearing his words, many cultivators from the 1st Battalion turned their gazes to Zhou Chun, their eyes filled with anticipation. These cultivators of the 1st Battalion were filled with awe and admiration for Zhou Chun, who had repeatedly created miracles since taking office. Now, after Yu Feng's reminder, they realized that what seemed like a hopeless situation might not be truly hopeless. Zhou Chun, the commander who had repeatedly created miracles, might be able to create another one this time. But upon discovering this scene, Zhou Chun's face immediately darkened. He stared at Yu Feng with a gloomy gaze and said in a deep voice, "A decision? What decision? Deputy Commander Yu, do you perhaps have a brilliant plan to repel the enemy?" Yu Feng, however, seemed oblivious to the change in his expression and replied confidently, "This subordinate dares to speak frankly, but these demonic cultivators outside seem to have come specifically for you, Commander. If you weren't in the garrison, they might not be attacking it so fiercely." Hearing this, many cultivators from the 1st Battalion changed their expressions, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at the two commanders. Few cultivators who came to the battlefield were fools. On the contrary, most were worldly wise. If previously they had only been driven by a desire for survival, leading Yu Feng to develop somewhat unrealistic expectations of Zhou Chun, then Yu Feng's words now made them sense the infighting within the higher ranks. In this situation, the only two cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage within the camp were at odds with each other and plotting against one another, which made the other cultivators in the camp even more panicked. This manifested in their noticeably slower response to the demonic cultivators' attacks from outside, no longer as resolute as before. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Chun's anger flared. He coldly stared at Yu Feng and said, "Does Deputy Commander you mean to expel me from the garrison? This subordinate has absolutely no such intention. I only wish to beg the commander to have mercy and save my life and the lives of these 200+ brothers." Yu Feng bowed deeply to Zhou Chun, saying, "I beg the commander to consider the bigger picture and take the initiative to break through." "The bigger picture? Do you really know what the bigger picture is?" Zhou Chun looked at Yu Feng with a sneer, his eyes flashing with cold light, and said, "Let me tell you, I am the bigger picture." After saying that, he swept his gaze across the other cultivators of the 1st Battalion and said, "You should know what a significant blow it would be to my Heavenly Spirit Legion if I were to perish here. How rampant these demonic cultivators outside would spread this matter. Can you bear the responsibility for the consequences?" These words made the cultivators' expressions change slightly, and they dared not answer. Regardless of whether Zhou Chun's words were reasonable, as the commander of the brigade and the person with the highest cultivation level, who would dare to say to his face that their life was more important than his? Even Yu Feng's expression changed, seemingly not expecting Zhou Chun to say such a thing. But what made him change color and even fear was yet to come. Zhou Chun suddenly spoke again, "However, what Vice Commander you just said reminded me. Why did those demonic cultivators arrive so soon, right after Vice Commander Cheng and the others left? Is there a traitor among us?" As he spoke, Zhou Chun's gaze clearly fell on Yu Feng. Many cultivators were also influenced by him and their gazes shifted to Yu Feng, their eyes also filled with surprise and doubt. Seeing this, Yu Feng couldn't help but shout angrily, "What does the commander mean by this? Do you suspect me of being a traitor?" "I didn't say that. Why is Deputy Commander Yu so agitated? Are you feeling guilty?" Zhou Chun said sarcastically, his eyes cold. His gaze intensified Yu Feng's unease, and he couldn't help but shout angrily, "Zhou Zhengchen, don't push your luck. Whether it's me pushing your luck or you feeling guilty, you know the answer," Zhou Chun said, then sternly ordered, "Now, I order Deputy Commander Yu Feng and I to each lead a team to break out of the encirclement. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot." Hearing this order, Yu Feng was immediately filled with shock and anger, shouting loudly, "No, this is settling a personal score. I refuse to accept this. I will not obey your order." As he spoke, he even summoned his magical weapon. Seeing this, Zhou Chun sneered and nodded, "Very good. You're the first person to dare openly defy my orders and attack me." With that, he patted his spirit beast pouch, releasing the golden-winged tiger and the golden-armored mountain-carrying turtle stone. "Kill him," Zhou Chun coldly shouted, immediately unleashing the golden flame demon-slaying blade and the golden light demon-slaying mirror to attack Yu Feng. "You dare? I am a true disciple of the Fire Cloud Palace. If you dare," Yu Feng roared hysterically, seemingly unable to believe that Zhou Chun would actually attack him. But before he could finish speaking, he was overwhelmed by the various attacks from Zhou Chun and his spirit pets. The result was obvious. Facing 4 opponents alone, Yu Feng couldn't even withstand 2 rounds of attacks before being killed on the spot by Zhou Chun's single strike. This scene deeply shocked all the cultivators in the camp. No one expected that before the demonic cultivators outside could even breach the defenses, their 2 high-ranking members would engage in a fierce battle, and Zhou Chun would ruthlessly kill Yu Feng without hesitation. After killing Yu Feng, Zhou Chun collected his belongings and body, then looked at the crowd and shouted, "Yu Feng colluded with the enemy, disobeyed orders, and launched a rebellion by attacking his superiors. He has now been executed on the spot by this commander, and you are all witnesses. Yes, your subordinate is willing to testify." A cultivator, seemingly intimidated by Zhou Chun's imposing presence, involuntarily agreed. Then the other cultivators seemed to awaken from a dream, hurriedly echoing, "Your subordinate is also willing to testify." At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten the demonic cultivators attacking the formation outside, forgotten the dangers outside, and only wanted to survive in front of Zhou Chun. They were afraid that if they dared to utter a word of dissent, they would follow in Yu Feng's footsteps. Zhou Chun, however, clearly hadn't forgotten the threat from outside. After swiftly dealing with the troublemaker Yu Feng, he immediately ordered in a deep voice, "Now, I, the commander, will personally break through the encirclement to lure those demonic cultivators away. You must all hold the formation with all your might and await reinforcements." It was obvious that the cultivators of the 1st Battalion were utterly astonished and shocked upon hearing his words. Previously, Zhou Chun had righteously declared that he was in charge of the greater good, that his life was more precious than any of theirs. Now, he suddenly offered to break through and lure away the demonic cultivators. This drastic change was truly bewildering. However, Zhou Chun ignored their astonishment. He first gathered his numerous spirit pets, then punched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence. Immediately afterward, his hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals, unleashing the blood escape technique, the most proficient technique of the Bloodbone Sect's demonic cultivators. Because the protective formation blocked the view of the outside cultivators, they didn't know what was happening inside, only that the formation's resistance had suddenly weakened considerably. This made them extremely happy, thinking that the formation was about to be broken. Just then, a streak of crimson light suddenly burst forth from the formation, instantly escaping through a gap where no Purple Mansion cultivators were present, and flashed away into the distance. Seeing this, the early-stage Golden Core demonic cultivator's expression changed immediately, and he shouted, "That Junior!" He broke through using the blood escape technique. Before his shout even finished, he waved his natal magic weapon, the 100 Ghosts 1000 Souls banner, and a gray-black demonic light instantly pierced the air, striking towards Zhou Chun, who had transformed into a streak of crimson light and was fleeing. However, Zhou Chun seemed to have anticipated this, and while flying, he still activated a high-grade 3rd-tier water element talisman, transforming it into a phantom of a blue-black giant whale that swallowed a gray-black demonic light. Although the giant whale phantom was quickly dispersed by the gray-black demonic light, it also deprived the demonic light of the opportunity to continue pursuing Zhou Chun. "Chase him. We absolutely can't let that brat get away." Finally regaining his senses, young master of the netherworld Yin Xiaoshan roared with a grim expression, immediately recalling his 3-headed demon attacking the formation and pursuing Zhou Chun. White-haired blood demon Jie Changshen, seeing this, also followed without hesitation. Only the leopard-tailed demoness hesitated for a moment before deciding not to follow, instead leading the remaining 20 or 30 Foundation establishment cultivators to continue attacking the 1st Battalion's encampment. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, having broken through the encirclement using his blood escape technique, knew that such an escape technique alone was insufficient to evade the pursuit of Golden Core cultivators. Therefore, after escaping only about 100 miles, he landed directly in a valley. He then reached into his storage bag, and a dark green banner-like magical artifact appeared in his hand. He swiftly channeled his magic power, activating the dark green banner artifact. With a shake, a vast expanse of dark green poisonous mist surged forth, quickly obscuring an area of several dozen feet around it. A dozen breaths later, a powerful gray-black demonic light shot from afar, instantly sweeping away the dark green poisonous mist. However, Zhou Chun was nowhere to be seen. This scene surprised the early-stage Golden Core demonic cultivator from the Yin Ghost Sect. Then, as if understanding something, he coldly sneered and took out an earth-yellow talisman from his storage bag. He immediately activated the talisman, transforming it into a giant earth-yellow hammer that slammed heavily onto the ground near the valley. Rumble. Instantly, the earth below shook violently, as if a dragon had overturned. However, what made the early-stage Golden Core demonic cultivator from the Yin Ghost Sect's expression change drastically was that this mountain-shaking earth-shaking talisman, specifically designed to interrupt earth escape techniques, failed to shake Zhou Chun, who was hiding underground, out. Just then, Yin Xiaoshan, who was chasing from behind, shouted loudly, "Uncle Lu, quickly use the ground-gazing compass. We can't let that brat get away." "Understood," the early-stage Golden Core cultivator from the Yin Ghost Sect replied in a low voice, and immediately took out an earth-yellow compass magic tool from his storage bag, raised his hand and cast a stream of magic power into it to activate it. Then he threw it to the ground. As soon as the earth yellow compass magic tool touched the ground, the pointer on it began to spin rapidly, and soon it pointed in a certain direction. Seeing this, the early-stage golden core cultivator from the Yin Ghost sect revealed a sinister smile and shouted, "Damn brat, let's see where you run now." With that, he put away the earth yellow compass magic tool and, guided by it, chased after it in the direction of the compass pointer. Chapter 467 Evil Spirits Steal Souls, Blood Demons Take Lives. Young Master of the Netherworld Yin Shaoshan and his group had even prepared a special magical artifact capable of tracking Earth. Earth is a type of magical technique that allows one to escape through Earth. This surprised Zhou Chun slightly. He suspected that the other party might be preparing a treasure to interrupt Earth techniques. However, he wasn't overly concerned. The golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone's Earth technique was extremely advanced. Ordinary magical artifacts designed to interrupt it were unlikely to be effective. However, the fact that the enemy could pinpoint the direction of his Earth escape made him feel pressured and threatened. When the golden core stage demonic cultivator first caught up, he used the new mountain-shaking and earth-shocking talisman directly above Zhou Chun's location. The powerful shockwave almost blew Zhou Chun out of the ground. Fortunately, the golden armored mountain-bearing turtle stone's bloodline talent was strong enough to weld itself underground, thus withstanding the powerful shockwave. However, due to the existence of the earth-gazing compass, the golden core stage demonic cultivator quickly found the direction the stone had fled. This time, instead of using the mountain-shaking and earth-shocking talisman, he directly unleashed his natal magic weapon, releasing two evil spirits comparable to those at the late-stage Purple Mansion realm, which pounced towards the stone's location. These two evil spirits had no physical form, meaning they would encounter minimal resistance from mud and rocks while burrowing underground. In a short time, the two evil spirits reached Zhou Chun. Due to the unique underground environment, Zhou Chun couldn't simply release the Thunder Dragon to attack the two evil spirits. The stone's earth elemental magic attacks were also largely ineffective against them. Fortunately, Zhou Chun himself could also use some lightning techniques. He immediately unleashed the Dragon Transformation secret technique, activating his pair of silver lightning claws to unleash streaks of silver lightning upon the two evil spirits, quickly killing one and severely injuring the other, who then fled. However, Zhou Chun knew that this was only a temporary reprieve. The danger was far from over. There's still a deputy commander at the battalion headquarters. If I can stall until he arrives, this crisis will be over, he thought to himself, but he was deeply uneasy. Just like the Netherworld Prince Yin Shaoshan had boasted before, since he had planned this all along and chosen to act today, he must have made thorough preparations. Whether the deputy commander at the battalion headquarters could even leave the headquarters, or even if he would leave at all, was a question. Zhou Chun knew very well that those who wanted him dead on the battlefield were definitely not just Yin Shaoshan and his demonic cultivators. There were definitely many people in the Heavenly Spirit Legion who wanted him dead as soon as possible. At least Yu Feng, whom he had killed, definitely had this thought. As for killing Yu Feng on the spot, Zhou Chun didn't regret it at all. This man had long been at odds with him and had always treated him perfunctorily. This time, he even tried to morally blackmail him and force him to his death. He deserved to die. Even if he wasn't the traitor who leaked the information. Zhou Chun had 100 reasons to kill him based on his past actions alone. On the surface, seeing one of the two evil spirits he had released dead and the other severely injured, the golden core demon cultivator seemed to be losing face. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he growled, "You really think you can hide underground like a coward and I can't do anything to you?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and patted his storage pouch, instantly producing a long, black cone-shaped magic weapon. He tossed the weapon into the air, chanting incantations as he unleashed a beam of gray-black demonic light. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the cone transformed into a streak of black light and instantly burrowed into the ground. In just a dozen breaths, the black cone had penetrated hundreds of feet into the earth, appearing directly near Zhou Chun and his servant. The golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone was the first to detect the object's arrival, immediately activating its divine power to transform the surrounding mud and rocks into indestructible gold and stone. However, this did not stop the black, long cone-shaped magical artifact from penetrating, only slowing its speed. Seeing this, Stone quickly gathered the Earth's spiritual energy to form layers of yellow light barriers to block it. But those defensive light barriers were still pierced through one by one, unable to truly stop it. Left with no other choice, Stone could only spew out a ball of golden magnetic light towards the black, long cone-shaped magical artifact, finally halting its unstoppable momentum. But at this moment, the black, long cone-shaped magical artifact suddenly burst forth with dazzling black light, and then suddenly exploded. In an instant, the golden light dissipated in the explosion, and fragments of the magical artifact with extremely strong penetrating power shot out in all directions, many of which directly reached Zhou Chun. And a dark blue-black demonic light mixed in with the fragments of the magical artifact, rushing straight towards Zhou Chun himself. Because he was deep underground, Zhou Chun's divine sense couldn't easily spread out. By the time he realized something was wrong, the dark blue-green demonic light was already upon him. He had no time to think and hurriedly raised the golden light demon-slaying mirror in his hand, unleashing a beam of golden light at the dark blue-green demonic light. The golden light clashed with the dark blue-green demonic light, and a shrill ghostly howl suddenly rang out. Then, a ghostly phantom with a blue face and fangs dispersed the golden light and directly entered Zhou Chun's body. Possessed by the ghostly phantom, Zhou Chun's eyes instantly lost their color, and his entire consciousness focused on his purple mansion soul. Inside Zhou Chun's purple mansion, a blue-faced, fanged demon was cackling and launching a fierce attack on his soul. This demon wielded a black steel fork and spewed eerie green ghost fire, relentlessly assaulting Zhou Chun's soul. Meanwhile, the golden lotus robe worn by Zhou Chun's soul shone brightly, forming a golden shield to resist the demon's attacks. For a short time, Zhou Chun's soul seemed completely unaffected by the evil spirit's attacks. However, Zhou Chun knew in his heart that every attack from the evil spirit was damaging his purple mansion sea of consciousness. Therefore, he had to kill it as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and immediately raised his hand, and an invisible sword appeared in his hand. With a divine sword in hand, Zhou Chun's soul aura changed instantly. He silently activated the god-slaying technique and swung the sword. Instantly, an invisible sword aura landed on the blue-faced evil spirit, severing it in two in an instant. However, this blue-faced evil spirit seemed to possess some kind of immortality within his purple mansion sea of consciousness. After being severed, it quickly reassembled, only its aura weakened slightly. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's soul trembled slightly, and then, without hesitation, he threw the sword in his hand. This time, the god-slaying sword itself was activated, piercing straight through the blue-faced evil spirit's body and annihilating its consciousness along with it. Once consciousness is severed, the so-called immortality naturally ceases to exist. Zhou Chun's previously closed eyes snapped open, revealing a terrifying glint. But then his expression darkened, and his aura became noticeably weaker. It turned out that although he had successfully killed the evil spirit possessing him, he had still suffered some damage to his vital energy and internal injuries. Crucially, his refined god-slaying sword had also been consumed, leaving him one less trump card. Golden core cultivators are indeed formidable. It seems that simply dodging won't work, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, his face grim, truly feeling immense pressure. Relying on the earth. Earth is a type of magic escaping technique. Of the golden armored mountain carrying turtle stone, he could avoid the enemy's attacks on the ground, but this also limited his and his other spirit pets' combat power. Especially deep underground, he was practically deaf and blind, completely unaware of the enemy's attack methods and unable to prepare in advance. The defensive magic of the golden armor mountain carrying tortoise stone was constantly hampered when dealing with the Yin Ghost Sect cultivators, failing to provide the intended protection. Zhou Chun might be able to handle this once or twice with his own abilities, but repeated occurrences would likely lead to his inevitable downfall. Looking at the ground, after Zhou Chun slew the blue-faced, fanged demon that had entered his purple mansion sea of consciousness, the golden core stage demonic cultivator immediately sensed it and roared in shock and anger. What a junior! Even the soul-snatching demon couldn't subdue him. The Yin Ghost Sect cultivators were renowned for their exorcism and ghost-raising techniques, and the various demonic spirits they crafted possessed all sorts of mysterious and powerful abilities. The soul-snatching demon that had possessed Zhou Chun was a type of demon specifically designed to steal souls. Such demons were difficult to refine, but once successfully refined, they possessed extremely strange and powerful possession abilities. An ordinary purple mansion stage cultivator, upon being attacked by such a demon, might have their soul devoured, and their body controlled by the demon. This meant that Zhou Chun had already successfully cultivated the Heart Lotus Orthodox method and mastered the God-slaying Great Technique, a secret art of spiritual attack, which allowed him to so easily slay the soul-snatching evil ghost within his purple mansion sea of consciousness. Seeing the soul-snatching evil ghost, which he had painstakingly refined, killed by Zhou Chun, this golden core demonic cultivator from the Yin Ghost sect was both shocked and enraged. He immediately prepared to unleash even more powerful attacks on Zhou Chun. But at that moment, he suddenly seemed to notice something and hurriedly looked in a certain direction. Dozens of miles away, a fiery red streak of light was rapidly flying towards them, its speed clearly indicating it was at the golden core level. Not good. It's a golden core cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit Legion, he exclaimed, his expression changing. Hearing his exclamation, Yin Shaoshan, the Netherworld Prince who had just caught up, also changed his expression drastically, roaring angrily, "This isn't possible. I clearly already." He stopped mid-sentence, as if realizing something, and quickly stopped himself. However, the shock, anger, and suspicion on his face did not diminish in the slightest. Clearly, the appearance of this golden core cultivator had greatly exceeded his expectations. After a change in expression, the golden core demonic cultivator quickly and decisively said, "Let's retreat." Since a golden core cultivator has appeared, today's operation is doomed to fail. His decision was undoubtedly very decisive. But this decision was difficult for Yin Shaoshan to accept. For this operation, Yin Shaoshan didn't know how many connections he had used, how much thought and effort he had expended. If he gave up just like that, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? He couldn't help but retort, "I think that newcomer is just a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Uncle Lu, it shouldn't be difficult for you to hold him off for a while. I only need half an hour, and we can retreat in half an hour." His words were full of resentment, clearly unwilling to leave just like that. However, after hearing his unwilling words, the golden core demonic cultivator rebuked him without any politeness. "Foolish. Since a golden core cultivator has appeared that exceeded our expectations, it means that the Heavenly Spirit Legion was prepared. If you don't retreat now, you might not have the chance to leave when you want to." Without waiting for Yin Shaoshan's reaction, he put away the earth-gazing compass magic weapon and then shook the 100 Ghosts 1,000 Souls banner magic treasure, and a dark black demonic cloud appeared beneath his feet. After doing all this, he shouted at Yin Shaoshan and white-haired blood demon Zheqiang Shen, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get up here." Hearing this, Zheqiang Shen hurriedly transformed into a streak of blood light and landed on the dark black demonic cloud. Seeing this, Yin Shaoshan could only reluctantly follow and fly into the cloud, being carried away by his fellow disciple. As soon as they fled, the golden core stage cultivator who was on his way immediately objected. "Where do you think you're going, you demon?" A powerful shout rang out from afar, and a fiery red beam of light instantly shot through the air towards the dark black demonic cloud. Seeing this, the golden core stage demonic cultivator from the Yin Ghost sect hurriedly waved his demonic banner, also condensing a gray-black beam of light to meet it. Boom! The two beams of light, one red and one black, met in midair, instantly causing a violent explosion. Then, amidst the interplay of the two colors, the fiery red light quickly gained the upper hand, sweeping away the gray-black demonic light. However, the dark black demonic cloud had already taken the opportunity to fly more than 10 miles away, completely unaffected. At this rate, unless the golden core cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit Legion could suddenly double his speed, he would have a hard time catching up with the golden core demonic cultivator. But just then, Zhou Chun's figure suddenly appeared on the ground. He looked at the fleeing demonic cultivator and then at the pursuing flames, quickly understanding what had happened. Then, without hesitation, he patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye. Immediately, a silver lightning bolt flashed in the sky, and the Thunder Flood Dragon Bye-Bye used its lightning escape technique to chase after the dark black demonic cloud, its speed even surpassing its own. Lightning escape is one of the fastest escape techniques. If it were just Bye-Bye on its own, a golden core cultivator in the early stages would have a hard time killing it unless they launched a surprise attack. Unfortunately, its lightning escape technique couldn't carry others with it, otherwise Zhou Chun would truly be fearless against any golden core cultivator in the early stages. Seeing Lei Jiao Bye-Bye rapidly pursuing him using lightning escape techniques, the golden core stage demonic cultivator was both shocked and enraged. "Damn beast, you're courting death," he roared, immediately shaking the 100 Ghosts 1,000 Souls banner. A surge of dark, malevolent energy erupted from the banner, condensing into a black tiger that pounced towards Lei Jiao Bai. Unexpectedly, Lei Jiao Bai had no intention of engaging the malevolent tiger. He used his incredibly fast lightning escape techniques to evade it, leaving it behind, and continued his relentless pursuit of the dark demonic cloud. This sight filled the golden core demonic cultivator with a sense of foreboding. He hurriedly ordered Yin Xiaoshan and Jie Changsheng to attack Lei Jiao Bai as well. However, Lei Jiao Bai skillfully dodged their attacks with his exquisite lightning escape techniques, repeatedly avoiding them. It finally caught up with the dark, demonic cloud, which was several miles away. This time, the silver dragon didn't continue its escape by transforming into lightning. Instead, it gathered its strength, opened its mouth, and spat out a silver lightning ball. The moment the silver lightning ball left the dragon's mouth, it appeared in front of the dark, demonic cloud. Not good. The golden core stage demonic cultivator seemed to sense something and hurriedly shook his 100 Ghosts 1,000 Souls banner, releasing a dense dark demonic light to protect himself and his two juniors. Immediately afterward, a loud boom resounded, and the raging silver lightning instantly enveloped the dark, demonic cloud. Ha ha ha, well done. Young friend Zhou's name Dragon Riding Prince is indeed well deserved. Meeting him is even more impressive than hearing about him. The fiery red light chasing from the sky burst into delighted laughter upon seeing this, its words revealing undisguised admiration for Zhou Chun. Under the bombardment of Lei Jiao Bai's heavenly divine thunder, the golden core stage demonic cultivator, though not truly harmed, was inevitably interrupted from his escape. By the time he emerged from the silver sea of thunder with Yin Xiaoshan and Jie Changsheng, the pursuing fiery red escape light had closed a considerable distance. What angered him even more was that Lei Jiao Bai, without any hesitation, directly used its thunder escape technique to desperately create distance, giving him no chance for revenge. I'll hold that old monster off for a while, you two hurry and escape. Glancing resentfully at the silver dragon, the golden core stage demonic cultivator quickly made the right decision. After making his decision, he released his two juniors and then stepped forward to meet the fiery red escape light. Seeing this, Yin Xiaoshan and Jie Changsheng exchanged a glance and immediately used their escape techniques to flee in different directions. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately issued a new order to Lei Jiao Bai. Silver lightning flashed across the sky, quickly chasing after the streak of blood-red light. He chose to pick on the weakest link, between Yin Xiaoshan, the netherworld prince, and Jie Changsheng, the white-haired blood demon. Zhou Chun naturally preferred to deal with Jie Changsheng. After all, Yin Xiaoshan was not only stronger but also had more trump cards, and he might even possess the secret technique Blood Soul Guide for protection. Having suffered such a loss at the hands of the blood fiend Prince Yan Wuji, Zhou Chun no longer had such a strong desire to kill such enemies. He no longer needed to prove himself by killing such enemies, nor did he need to truly offend every demonic force, making all 5 demonic sects want to eliminate him. Leaving behind the white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng was enough to warn those demonic cultivators not to even think about infiltrating enemy territory to ambush him. Seeing Lei Jiao Bai relentlessly pursuing him, Jie Changsheng, the white-haired blood demon, was both shocked and enraged, cursing, "Damn brat, why are you so fixated on me?" He had already witnessed Lei Jiao Bai's speed. Even a golden core cultivator in the early stages couldn't match its explosive power. How could he be confident of escaping its claws? In his shock and fury, he could only grit his teeth, burning his own essence blood, and desperately flee using his blood escape technique. After witnessing the power of the heavenly divine thunder, Jie Changsheng no longer believed he could be a match for Lei Jiao Bai. Therefore, he had no intention of resisting and only wanted to escape the pursuit using his blood escape technique. However, even with his blood escape technique at full power, his speed was still slightly slower than the thunder escape technique. After chasing and fleeing for over 100 miles, Jie Changsheng was forced to close to within 10 miles of Lei Jiao Bai. Then, bolts of silver lightning began to bombard him relentlessly. He could dodge one, but not the second or third. He was quickly forced to abandon his blood escape technique, his face pale as he activated his magical artifact to defend against Lei Jiao Bai's attacks. At this point, Lei Jiao Bai stopped fighting him head-on and simply engaged him in a prolonged battle, preventing him from escaping. Jie Changsheng naturally understood Lei Jiao Bai's intention. "Damn beast, you forced me into this." Seeing Zhou Chun's golden light drawing ever closer, Jie Changsheng was truly desperate. He raised his hand and patted his storage pouch at his waist, instantly revealing 5 strange bone blades in front of him. These blades were only 1 finger wide and 1 finger long, their blades severely curved, and the hilts were small skulls with crimson bloodshot eye sockets, looking extremely sinister. After hesitating for a moment while staring at the 5 bone blades, Jie Changsheng's eyes hardened, and he suddenly plunged them all into 5 vital spots on his chest, leaving only the skulls exposed. Then, his hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals, and he rapidly chanted some obscure incantation. After the hand seals and incantation, the 5 bone blades embedded in his body suddenly emitted a dense, bloody light. The 5 skulls serving as the hilt seemed to come alive, their mouths opening and closing, emitting eerie laughs. Immediately, Jie Changsheng let out a scream, his once ruddy face instantly losing all color, turning deathly pale, and his vital energy rapidly draining away. In just a few breaths, this once vibrant late-stage purple mansion cultivator had become nothing more than skin and bones. His condition was beyond description. But Jie Changsheng still clung to his last breath, his hands trembling as he formed the final incantation, and he hissed, "With my blood, I offer sacrifice to your spirit. Blood demon, quickly reveal your form." As his shout fell, 5 streaks of blood-red light shot from his chest, transforming into 5 humanoid demons with blood-red horns and blood-red armor. These 5 humanoid demons possessed auras comparable to early-stage purple mansion cultivators, and their auras were interconnected, clearly indicating they were adept at teamwork. And indeed they were. The moment these 5 humanoid demons appeared, each transformed into a streak of blood-red light and pounced towards Lei Jiao Bai. Their speed was lightning fast, almost comparable to lightning escape techniques. Lei Jiao Bai initially didn't pay much attention to these demons whose auras weren't particularly strong. But after clashing its claws with one of the approaching demons, it immediately learned its lesson. This time, in the clash of claws, it easily sent the demon flying, and the released lightning power dimmed the crimson light on its body. However, a strange power surged into its body through the dragon claw, instantly causing its blood to surge wildly, as if it were about to burn. At that moment, the other 4 blood demons surrounded it, each grinning and swinging their crimson bone claws at its dragon body. Seeing this, Lei Jiao Bai couldn't help but tremble, and immediately roared, unleashing bolts of silver lightning that blasted towards the blood demons. Even though it was covered in smoke from the lightning strikes, the blood demons didn't retreat an inch, landing their blood claws on it and tearing off several large pieces of its dragon scales. At the same time, the strange power surging into its body drove it mad with pain, and it instantly went insane, its eyes bloodshot as it rampaged through the air, completely ignoring the commands of its master, Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Jie Changsheng, the white-haired blood demon, finally revealed a smug smile on his withered face. But his smile lasted only a few breaths before he spotted Zhou Chun, who was less than 20 miles from the battlefield. Seeing this, he couldn't help but growl in a hoarse voice, "Damn brat, next time I'll definitely kill you." Then he swiftly transformed into a streak of blood-red light and continued his escape. At the same time, the 5 blood demons, bound by Jie Changsheng's orders, continued to attack and intercept Lei Jiao Bai and the arriving Zhou Chun. Chapter 468 Capturing the Blood Demon. That white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng. As expected, any demonic cultivator who has ever been among the 7 fiends of the primordial demons possesses a few unique skills. Zhou Chun, who had just arrived, looked at the fleeing figure with deep surprise in his eyes. He had fought fiercely with this white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng on the battlefield many times before, and originally thought he had already figured out the other's methods. But he never expected that the man still possessed such a unique skill. If this man had used this unique skill back then, Zhou Chun, who was only at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm at the time, might have actually lost his life at his hands. But now, Zhou Chun glanced at the 5 blood demons, then directly patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist and released the golden-winged tiger, then had it continuously use the flash through the sky technique to chase after Jie Changsheng. The blood sacrifice that catalyzed the 5 blood demons had already drained 60 to 70% of Jie Changsheng's essence and vital energy, and now he dared not use the blood escape technique anymore. Therefore, the golden-winged tiger was more than capable of catching up with him. Zhou Chun himself activated his magical artifact to attack the 5 blood demons, rescuing the berserk thunder dragon Bai. The blood demons, after all, were monsters catalyzed by absorbing Jie Changsheng's essence and vital energy. Even though their supernatural powers were strange and difficult to defend against, their own magical power was dwindling with each use. After Zhou Chun joined the attack, these monsters were quickly exhausted, reverting to 5 bone blades. After destroying the 5 blood demons, Zhou Chun immediately cast a calming and focused spell on Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye, helping it regain its senses. With Zhou Chun's help, Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye, which had been in a frenzied state, finally gradually suppressed the strange power injected into its body by the blood demons. Bye-Bye, you rest here first, I'll go avenge you. Zhou Chun comforted his injured pet and hurriedly chased after Jie Changsheng in the direction he had fled. On the other side, Jie Changsheng originally thought that with the 5 blood demons holding off Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye, he should be able to escape with his life today. Little did Zhou Chun expect that he would have another trump card in his hand, the Golden Winged Tiger. When he discovered that the Golden Winged Tiger was chasing after him like a teleporter, he was terrified. At this moment, due to the catalytic summoning of the blood demon, 6 or 7/10 of his essence and vital energy had been drained, and his actual combat strength was probably only equivalent to a cultivator in the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. How could he dare to fight against the obviously extraordinary Golden Winged Tiger? He didn't even care about the consequences of doing so and recklessly activated the blood escape technique again. The Golden Winged Tiger's flash aerial technique was more exquisite than the thunder escape technique in short distance movement, but it was far less effective than the thunder escape technique for long distance attacks. Once Jie Changsheng used the blood escape technique, the pursuing Golden Winged Tiger could only watch helplessly. However, remembering that this was the first time it had served its master after advancing to the 3rd rank, the Golden Winged Tiger was unwilling to give up. Therefore, although it no longer used the flash of space technique, which was disproportionate to its consumption and gains, it still didn't give up and continued to fly towards the blood-red light. As a demon beast with wings and wind attributes, the Golden Winged Tiger's flight speed, while not comparable to those of purely flying demon beasts, was still much stronger than many demon beasts and cultivators of the same level. Furthermore, its sense of smell was extremely keen. Although it couldn't catch up with Jie Changsheng's escape light, it could easily follow his escape route. After chasing for a while, Zhou Chun also transformed into golden light and caught up. Then, Zhou Chun landed on the Golden Winged Tiger's back and used the magic grafting secret technique to forcibly elevate the Golden Winged Tiger's magic cultivation to the upper 3rd rank, greatly increasing its speed as it continued its relentless pursuit of Jie Changsheng's escape route. After chasing for 200 or 300 miles, Zhou Chun finally caught up with Jie Changsheng. However, at this point, Jie Changsheng no longer needed Zhou Chun to capture him. It turned out that the man had exhausted his vital energy and fallen into coma. If Zhou Chun hadn't discovered him, he might not have had a chance to wake up again. Of course, for him, perhaps dying would have been better. That's good too. With his survivor, we might be able to find out who leaked the information. Zhou Chun looked at the unconscious Jie Changsheng on the ground, his mind racing. He immediately took out a blood-replenishing pill and gave it to the man. Then he collected all the man's belongings, cast a sealing spell on him, and then carried him onto the back of the Golden Winged Tiger. When Zhou Chun, with a captive, joined up with Lei Jiao Bye-Bye and returned to the initial battlefield, the battle between the 2 golden core cultivators was still undecided. However, it was clear that the owner of the fiery red escape light had gained an absolute advantage, and victory was only a matter of time. At this moment, Zhou Chun also saw the man's face clearly. He saw that the man was an old man in red robes whom he didn't recognize at all, and he should not be a golden core cultivator from Jing Kingdom. His natal magic weapon was a fiery red feather fan, which could unleash raging flames with a single wave. Its power seemed no less than Lin Honggaiu's flame dragon ring, and perhaps even surpassed it by a considerable margin. The Golden Core stage demonic cultivator from the Yin Ghost sect was completely powerless against him, only able to constantly dodge and weave to defend against his attacks. Seeing Zhou Chun return with Jie Changsheng captured, the demon's expression changed drastically, inwardly cursing him as a complete hindrance. Then, unwilling to linger any longer with the red-robed elder, he immediately shook the 100 Ghosts 1,000 Souls banner in his hand, instantly releasing the thousands of wronged souls and evil spirits contained within. A mournful wail echoed through the sky, and a dark curtain of light instantly enveloped an area several thousand feet wide. Within the curtain, ghosts danced wildly, like 100 ghosts parade at night, a mere trick, all show and no substance. The red-robed elder sneered, immediately channeling his magic power into his feather fan and unleashing a burst of crimson flames that transformed into a fire phoenix, swooping down upon the dark barrier. Wherever the fire phoenix passed, darkness vanished, and all the ghosts perished. But before the red-robed elder could revel in his triumph, dozens of black ghostly figures suddenly burst forth from the dark barrier, fleeing in all directions. "Demon, don't run!" Realizing he'd been tricked, the red-robed elder roared, his hands flashing out in a series of fine, hair-like fire needles that shot towards the black ghostly figures. In the blink of an eye, all the false ghostly figures were pierced and shattered by the fire needles. Only the true demonic cultivator remained unaffected, continuing his escape. Seeing this, the red-robed elder immediately transformed into a streak of fire and gave chase, his speed surpassing even the demonic cultivators. And so, the two, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly disappeared from Zhou Chun's sight. Seeing this, Zhou Chun hesitated briefly before swiftly turning back towards his headquarters. Since white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng had been captured and netherworld prince Yin Shaoshan had been frightened away, Zhou Chun saw no need to seek refuge elsewhere. He could simply return to check on the situation at his headquarters. However, when Zhou Chun arrived at his headquarters, the scene before him caused his expression to darken, and a terrifying glint appeared in his eyes. The former headquarters of the 1st Brigade was littered with bloodstains and broken limbs. Most of the buildings were destroyed, but not a single corpse was to be seen. This situation was familiar to Zhou Chun. Almost every stronghold breached by demonic cultivators was like this. All the intact corpses of cultivators would be taken away to serve as training materials for the demonic cultivators. Though I did not kill Bo Ren died because of me, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, his face grim. Then, bowing deeply to the ravaged encampment, he said, "Brothers, rest assured, I, Zhou, will avenge you tenfold in the future." He lacked the ability to save the dead, but he could certainly kill the demonic cultivator who orchestrated this affair. Since Yin Shaoshan had managed to find his encampment, he could naturally use the Heavenly Spirit Legion's intelligence system to locate the leopard-tailed witch. The leopard-tailed witch thus became Zhou Chun's second target after blood fiend Prince Yan Wuji. Zhou Chun waited at the 1st Battalion's encampment for half an hour before the first rescue team arrived, led by the deputy commanders of the 3rd and 5th Battalions, who were from the same battalion as him. 2 mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivators led over 100 Foundation establishment cultivators as reinforcements, a formidable force. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, it was too late. However, they seemed oblivious to their own tardiness. Upon seeing that Zhou Chun was the only one waiting on the ruins of the 1st Brigade's encampment, the 2 Purple Mansion stage cultivators who had come to provide support exchanged glances and immediately asked him, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, where are the enemies? Why are you alone here? Where are the other Daoists of the 1st Brigade?" "That's a good question, fellow Daoists. I would also like to ask you too. Since your respective encampments are only 300 or 400 miles from here, why did you take so long to arrive?" Zhou Chun looked at the two with a gloomy expression and said in a low, deep voice, "It has been more than an hour since I sent you two a distress message." Hearing his questioning words, the two immediately became indignant. The deputy commander of the 5th Battalion immediately replied in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, you're mistaken. After receiving your report, we didn't dare delay for a moment and immediately gathered our men to come here. However, fellow Taoist Zhou, you should also know that many of our battalions have been drawn away to participate in the attack on the demonic cultivator's stronghold. Even if we come to support the 1st Battalion, we must first arrange our own affairs at our own base to avoid any feints or surprise attacks on our main base by demonic cultivators. Moreover, to prevent the enemy from ambushing our reinforcements, our two teams dare not come alone. We need to communicate with each other, assemble, and proceed together, which naturally consumes a considerable amount of time." As soon as he finished speaking, the deputy commander of the 3rd Battalion also nodded hurriedly, saying, Yes, fellow Taoist Zhou is absolutely right. We didn't delay at all. If fellow Taoist Zhou doesn't believe me, you can wait for the commander to return and send someone to investigate this matter. HMPH, even if you don't tell me, I, Zhou, will report this to the commander." Zhou Chun snorted coldly, glancing at the two men before deciding not to waste any more words with them. He believed they wouldn't deliberately delay the rescue, but they certainly hadn't gone all out. He could guess some of their true intentions, so he had no intention of arguing with them further. The two men were naturally quite dissatisfied with his attitude, but mindful of his fearsome reputation, they dared not press the matter further. Having found themselves at a loss, they each led their men back to their camp. About half an hour after they left, a fiery red light suddenly appeared outside the 1st Battalion's camp, revealing the figure of the red-robed elder with mid-stage golden core cultivation. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly bowed and said, "Junior Zhou Chun greets Senior, thank you for saving my life." The red-robed elder waved his hand and chuckled, "Hey, young friend Zhou, no need to be so polite. I was merely acting on someone's behalf. If you want to thank someone, you should thank your commander, fellow Taoist Wei." "So it really was arranged by Wei Yuang?" Zhou Chun's heart stirred, but he said sincerely, "Commander, I naturally thank you, but I will never forget your life-saving grace." "Alice, if you say that, young friend Zhou, I should feel ashamed." The red-robed elder sighed softly, and said with a guilty expression, "That demonic cultivator's escape methods were extraordinary. Although I severely injured him, he still managed to escape." After speaking, he glanced at the ruins of the 1st Brigade's camp and sighed again. "Moreover, I failed to save the camp here, young friend Zhou, and many fellow Daoists lost their lives at the hands of the demonic cultivator. I am truly ashamed of failing fellow Taoist Wei's entrustment." "It's not your fault, Senior. You arrived quickly enough. It's just that my cultivation and strength are insufficient, and I was unable to protect the safety of my brothers." Zhou Chun shook his head repeatedly, hurriedly taking the responsibility upon himself, not daring to truly blame his savior. He knew perfectly well that since Wei Yong had entrusted this red-robed elder with his protection, their relationship must be quite close. How could he let the red-robed elder bear the responsibility for a failed rescue? In a low voice, he said, "The dead are gone. I have no other thoughts now but to avenge the brothers who fell today." The red-robed elder, experienced and shrewd, understood his meaning immediately and nodded in agreement. "Young friend Zhou is absolutely right. Life and death are unpredictable on the battlefield. Since we are powerless to save the dead, we can only do our best to avenge them and kill the enemy. Only in this way can we comfort their spirits in heaven." "Exactly." Zhou Chun nodded in agreement, then looked at the red-robed elder with a serious expression and said, "This time, I captured that white-haired blood demon Zhechangshen. This fiend has an extraordinary status and may know how those demonic cultivators learned of my whereabouts and how they bypassed our defenses to reach our headquarters before revealing their location." Hearing this, the red-robed elder immediately clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Excellent. Then I will try to search his soul to obtain relevant information." I went back to my hometown today. It took more than 8 hours by car, and I changed trains 3 or 4 times. I was really tired, so I can only write 4,000 words for now. I will make up the word count in a couple of days. Chapter 469 Zhou Ming's Breakthrough. The red-robed elder who came to Zhou Chun's rescue, according to his own introduction, was from the Three Wonders sect of Shen Kingdom, named Liu Boyang, and had been friends with Wei Yong for hundreds of years. Entrusted by Wei Yong, he secretly oversaw operations within the camp, ready to rush to Zhou Chun's aid upon receiving his distress signal. It was precisely his timely arrival after receiving the signal that prevented Zhou Chun from directly engaging in battle with a golden core stage demonic cultivator. Now, at Zhou Chun's request, he immediately began a soul search on the still unconscious white-haired blood demon Zhechangshen. In the quiet room, Liu Boyang sat cross-legged, his hands forming hand seals, and quickly placed his palms on Zhechangshen's head, his eyes closed as he began searching Zhechangshen's soul. Zhou Chun stood guard outside. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Liu Boyang withdrew his hands and slowly opened his eyes. "How is it? Senior Liu, did you discover anything?" Zhou Chun waited a while, and seeing that Liu Boyang showed no intention of speaking, he couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Liu Boyang immediately spoke slowly. "A restriction has been planted deep within his soul, preventing him from accessing some important memories. Fortunately, he can still glean quite a bit about recent events." At this point, his expression darkened, and he continued in a heavy tone, "Young friend Zhou, you're right. These demonic cultivators were able to pinpoint this place precisely to ambush you. It was indeed a carefully planned scheme. Someone tipped them off, or even deliberately let them pass through multiple lines of defense." Who tipped them off and opened the back door?" Zhou Chun roared angrily, his face contorted with rage. Guessing is one thing, but guessing becoming reality is another. He had fought diligently on the front lines against the invasion of the Yuan Demon Legion, shedding blood and sweat for the Shining Legion, only to be betrayed by his own people. Anyone would be furious. Many people believe that if someone lives a long life, sees many things, and gains experience, their emotions will be well controlled, and they will be indifferent to everything. But that's all wishful thinking. As long as one is still a human being, and unless one has cultivated some special technique or supernatural power that has rendered them heartless and devoid of humanity, then no matter how rich one's experiences are, one will still have their own joys and sorrows. In fact, the longer a person lives, the more likely they are to become capricious due to their many experiences. Things that ordinary people care deeply about, they might not care about at all. But certain trivial matters that ordinary people don't care about might be extremely important to them. A simple example, a wealthy man leaves a large sum of money outside his door and goes to sleep at night. Although he is prepared for the money to be stolen the next morning, when he opens the door and finds it gone, he will definitely feel negative emotions. Then he can indifferently shake his head and sigh that people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Or he can angrily mobilize his energy to find the thief. No matter which choice he makes, he cannot deny that he was angry because his money was stolen. Like Zhou Chun now, even though he has already guessed that someone must have betrayed the information to the demonic cultivators. Now that his suspicions were confirmed, he couldn't help but feel angry and disheartened. He could, of course, control his emotions and remain silent. But he didn't need to. Liu Boyang wasn't his subordinate, nor one of his Zhou family's younger generations. He was his elder, a complete stranger with whom he had little interaction. He didn't need to deliberately control his emotions to show he had the composure to remain unmoved even in the face of adversity, to appear sophisticated or resolute. On the contrary, by indulging his emotions and expressing his anger, he wouldn't suppress himself and would more easily be perceived as a person of character, making him more likable and relatable. After all, most people don't want to deal with someone who is overly calculating and secretive. It's normal to behave differently in front of family, friends, superiors, subordinates, juniors, strangers, and enemies. Zhou Chun would be humble and polite in front of close elders, unafraid to reveal some of his flaws. In front of ordinary friends and family, he would appear knowledgeable, capable, and trustworthy. Before his superiors, he is humble and polite, carefully discerning their intentions and flattering them. Before his subordinates and juniors, he is both authoritative and approachable, always keeping his word, possessing exceptional abilities, and commanding respect. Before strangers and enemies, he can act freely depending on the situation, without needing to overly concern himself with his words and actions. He is like this, and other cultivators can naturally be like this too. In fact, in the cultivation world, many low to mid-level cultivators like to imagine what the lives of high-level cultivators are like. But the reality of golden core cultivators is completely different from what they imagine. Some golden core cultivators feel they have reached their limit in this life and indulge themselves, indulging in pleasure, taking in many concubines, and enjoying fine food, wine, and women like a living hell every day. Some golden core cultivators may become engrossed in a particular cultivation technique, devoted to mastering it. Others may be obsessed with wilderness adventures, enjoying venturing into various dangerous places for challenges. These golden core cultivators aren't necessarily smarter or more cunning than key refining cultivators. However, the power they wield allows them to completely overwhelm key refining cultivators, rendering their supposed intelligence and cunning a joke. This is the allure of the cultivation world. In the mortal world, intelligent people can control the resources of a nation, or even a world, through their wisdom. But in the cultivation world, wisdom only gives you a slight advantage in the early stages. The further you progress, the less important it becomes. The cultivation world values cultivation strength. And the strength of cultivation strength isn't entirely determined by intelligence. In short, Liu Boyang wasn't surprised to see Zhou Chun angrily questioning him about the informant, nor did he harbor any ill will towards him. He simply shook his head slightly and said, "The specifics were all handled by that netherworld prince Yin Xiaoshan. Jie Changsheng only knows about these circumstances, he doesn't know the specific details." His tone then turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "However, if such a thing truly happened, and if those people did such a thing, we'll eventually find something out. They won't be allowed to escape justice forever." Zhou Chun frowned upon hearing this. It wasn't that he didn't believe Liu Boyang's words, but he knew in his heart that without concrete evidence, Investigating only those who indifferently allowed the demonic cultivators to enter the country would make it extremely difficult to find the big fish above. The final result would likely be dealing with some small fry and then letting the matter rest. But even knowing this would be the case, there was nothing he could do now. He could only continue to wait for an opportunity. Next, Zhou Chun and Liu Guoyang, along with white-haired blood demon Jie Changxing, went to the camp headquarters to await Wei Yong's return. Zhou Chun didn't give up searching for any surviving cultivators from the 1st Battalion, hoping to find survivors and understand what happened after he left. He also needed a survivor to testify that his killing of Yu Feng was in accordance with battlefield rules. His efforts paid off. After 2 days of searching using his connections, Zhou Chun actually found 2 survivors. Both were Foundation establishment cultivators. After the camp's formation shattered that day, they and other cultivators used their own survival methods to escape, managing to hide. With these 2 witnesses in hand, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief and immediately bestowed upon them top-grade healing and replenishing pills to restore their energy. After waiting at the camp for over half a month, Wei Yong and his group finally broke through the demonic cultivator's stronghold. However, Wei Yong, who already knew what had happened at the rear, felt little joy. After sending a deputy commander to lead the main force back to the camp, he personally went ahead and returned to the camp. Zheng Chun, rest assured, now that this has happened, I will definitely petition the higher authorities for a thorough investigation. We will not let the brothers of the 1st Battalion die in vain. Inside the battalion command post, Wei Yong, upon seeing Zhou Chun, didn't even ask for details before solemnly declaring his commitment. Zhou Chun was deeply moved and immediately bowed deeply, saying, "On behalf of the fallen brothers, I thank you, Commander. With your words, Commander, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." "Well, now, Zheng Chun, tell me about what happened that day." Wei Yong nodded, then inquired about the events of that day. Zhou Chun immediately began his account from the appearance of the demonic cultivator, recounting the events in detail, including his own thoughts on deciding to kill Yu Feng on the spot. He claimed that the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle's Earth is a technique that allows one to escape underground, was due to his use of a beast-taming secret technique and the fusion of his spirit pet's aura, which allowed him to be carried underground by the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle. Compared to treasures, a secret technique is undoubtedly a more difficult excuse to expose. After all, he couldn't very well ask Zhou Chun to hand over the secret technique to him. As expected, Wei Yong didn't dwell too much on the Earth technique, only expressing interest in Zhou Chun's killing of Yu Feng and capturing Jie Changxing in battle. After listening to Zhou Chun's account, Wei Yong lowered his head and pondered for a while before looking up at him and saying, "According to what you said, Zheng Chun, you can't really say you were wrong to kill Yu Feng in battle, but Yu Feng was, after all, a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, and from a major sect like Fire Cloud Palace. Even if you were in the right and had witnesses, I'm afraid Fire Cloud Palace might not let it go easily." He then smiled slightly and said, "Fortunately, Zheng Chun, you captured Jie Changxing alive. With the information obtained from searching his soul, even if we can't definitively prove Yu Feng's treason, we can still make Fire Cloud Palace swallow this bitter pill and temporarily have no more reason to make things difficult for you." From his words, it was easy to tell that he wasn't displeased with Zhou Chun killing Yu Feng and genuinely supported Zhou Chun. Hearing this, Zhou Chun felt slightly relieved and then spoke frankly, "Actually, I did regret it afterwards. If I hadn't killed Yu Feng, perhaps with him guarding the garrison, those brothers wouldn't have perished." He then shook his head and said, "But Yu Feng's actions at the time made it impossible for me to think too much. I could only cleanse the garrison first." Upon hearing this, Wei Yong immediately waved his hand and said, "You didn't do anything wrong. If I were in your shoes, I would definitely have dealt with such a malicious fellow first, lest I be harmed by him later. As for those cultivators who died in battle, we can only say that they were unlucky and destined for this calamity." Obviously, compared to Zhou Chun, Wei Yong, who had seen many of his subordinates die in battle, was already used to such things and was not moved by the deaths of these low to mid-level cultivators. After a moment's thought, he looked at Zhou Chun and said, "This incident has served as a reminder to us. Given your current condition, it seems unsuitable for you to lead an army out to guard the front lines alone. I will recommend you to the higher authorities as the inspector of this camp. From now on, you will only be responsible to me." The inspector was originally a leisurely position, and in terms of power, it was incomparable to Zhou Chun's current position as the commander of the 1st Battalion. However, Zhou Chun had not come to the battlefield to fight for power or enjoy the feeling of wielding great authority. Therefore, he had no objection to Wei Yong's decision and immediately nodded in agreement. This subordinate will obey the commander's orders. Wei Yong was also decisive in his actions. Once he made the decision, he quickly submitted a memorial to the higher authorities to transfer Zhou Chun to the position of inspector of this camp, and it was approved without much resistance. Afterward, Zhou Chun settled in the camp headquarters, focusing on his cultivation while waiting for the results of the investigation into the traitor. After waiting for 2 or 3 months, the investigation results that Zhou Chun had been waiting for finally came out. Just as he had expected, without factual evidence, relying solely on investigations of suspicious individuals was insufficient to uncover any truly significant figures. The so-called investigation results revealed 3 Purple Mansion stage cultivators suspected of treason. One with conclusive evidence was executed, while the other 2, due to insufficient evidence, were merely stripped of their positions and reassigned to the trapped camp. On the surface, the investigation ended there. As compensation and reward for Zhou Chun, his capture of the white-haired blood demon Jie Changsheng earned him another demon-slaying token. Even though Zhou Chun was dissatisfied with this outcome, he could only silently accept it. He also asked Wei Yong to help gather information about the leopard-tailed demoness, silently awaiting his chance for revenge. Wei Yong disagreed with this idea, believing it unnecessary. However, seeing Zhou Chun's strong desire, Wei Yong didn't try to dissuade him further and could only agree. But the subsequent news forced Zhou Chun to temporarily abandon his desire for revenge. Because the leopard-tailed witch didn't hold a fixed position in any particular team, she had relatively free movement, making it difficult for him to find her permanent residence. After all, the Heavenly Spirit Legion's intelligence network couldn't continue to work for him indefinitely to settle personal scores. And so, time passed day after day, and soon another 3 years had gone by. During these 3 years, Zhou Chun couldn't continue his previous miracles. His fame had spread too widely. Whenever he appeared on the battlefield, ordinary Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators dared not fight him. They either fled for their lives or were entangled in battle by cultivators at the 7 Yuan Demon Fiends level. As a result, although Zhou Chun fought more than 10 times in these 3 years, he only killed 7 Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators, and his battle merits were not many. However, because he had killed so many famous demonic cultivators, his ranking among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit remained rock solid and unchallenged. Because he consistently maintained his ranking among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirits, he received 1 demon-slaying token as a reward each year, and now he possesses 8 demon-slaying tokens, more than many golden core cultivators. Although Zhou Chun himself didn't achieve many battle merits, his gains over the past 3 years were considerable. First, Lei Jiao Bai successfully advanced to a mid-tier 3rd-tier demon beast after refining the demon core of the 3rd-tier high-grade demon beast, the silver-armored dragonfish. Meanwhile, the golden-armored mountain-bearing turtle Shi Tao, after refining a 3rd-tier low-grade earth attribute demon core, accumulated cultivation to the peak of a 3rd-tier low-grade demon beast. Even without external assistance, it would break through in about 10 years. At the same time, Zhou Chun received 2 pieces of good news. First, Lin Weiner, who had taken the mysterious heart purple return pill and opened her Purple Mansion for the 2nd time, successfully opened her Purple Mansion and became a Purple Mansion cultivator. Second, Zhou Ming finally overcame the barrier of his minor realm through persistent effort, breaking through to the late Purple Mansion stage. Upon learning the good news that Zhou Ming had broken through to the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, Zhou Chun was overjoyed and even entrusted Wei Yong to deliver the few remaining dragon spirit pills he had. Zhou Chun himself had broken through his cultivation barrier using a breakthrough pill, and he dared not take any more pills to accelerate his magical power accumulation. However, Zhou Ming hadn't taken many pills in years, so he could easily use dragon spirit pills to quickly advance his magical power to its limit and then attempt to break through to the core formation stage. Yes, Zhou Chun wanted Zhou Ming to also attempt to break through to the core formation stage. The Zhou family currently had surplus core formation materials. The Extreme Yang Fire Spirit Liquid and Extreme Cold Ice Marrow Liquid, obtained from Corpse Fiend General Zhang Zhong, had effects that overlapped with the 5-element Spirit Fruit, so Zhou Chun wouldn't need them when he formed his core. Therefore, it was perfectly acceptable for Zhou Ming to try as well. If he succeeded, it would be a huge windfall. Even if he failed, it would still be a sign of respect for Zhou Ming, a patriarch-level figure in the family. He dedicated his entire life to the Zhou family, never taking advantage of them. In his old age, he deserved to be supported by the family. Meanwhile, in the 3 years of war, the Heavenly Spirit Legion had recovered nearly half of its lost territory. The Yuan Demon Legion's offensive had lost momentum, no longer as fierce as before. But now a problem arose. Because the Yuan Demon Legion had lost half of its controlled territory, they had consolidated their forces and built an even stronger defensive line. For the Heavenly Spirit Legion to break through this remaining defense and completely drive the Yuan Demon Legion out of the Heavenly Spirit territory would be extremely difficult. The war between the two sides thus once again reached a stalemate. However, this time the Heavenly Spirit Legion had to figure out how to completely defeat the Yuan Demon Legion and drive them out of the Heavenly Spirit territory, while the Yuan Demon Legion had to figure out how to hold on to this last stronghold and retain hope of continuing to invade the Heavenly Spirit territory. Inside the Jingyang Sect's mountain gate in Fang Kingdom. Just as the frontline battle reached a stalemate, more than 20 nascent soul stage cultivators on the front lines of Fang Kingdom gathered here for a high-level meeting. At the meeting, a middle-aged man clad in golden armor said in a deep voice, "The reason has now been clarified. The reason why the number of reinforcements sent by the demonic cultivators has decreased is because the special teleportation channel they came from was inexplicably interfered with and malfunctioned, making it impossible to send over large numbers of cultivators as before. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity and, before the interference of that special teleportation channel is eliminated, drive them into the desolate spirit wasteland in one fell swoop, completely closing that special teleportation channel." Not long after these words fell, an old Taoist in white robes wearing a black lotus crown frowned and interjected, "Fellow Taoist Tu Ling, you speak so lightly. But have you considered that the number of nascent soul stage demons coming to our heavenly spirit realm is not much less than ours, and many possess bizarre supernatural abilities? Their actual combat strength is even superior to many of our fellow Taoists. If we really rush into fight to the death, if we win, that's fine, but if we lose, this excellent situation will be lost, and those demonic cultivators will reverse it again, in my opinion, rather than gambling on that probability. It's better to gamble that those demonic cultivators cannot eliminate the interference of the special teleportation channel at all, or even, the teleportation channel will automatically collapse and destroy itself, completely extinguishing their will to stay in the heavenly spirit realm." Upon hearing the white-robed old Taoist's words, the golden-armored man's eyes widened, and he glared at him angrily, shouting, "Master Key, don't you find your suggestion laughable? To entrust the outcome of a war to unknown factors, even a key-refining cultivator wouldn't think that way. I never expected you, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, to have such a naive idea." "How, you say my idea is naive? I'd say your idea is insane. Only a madman would have such a crazy idea. We've finally cultivated to the nascent soul stage, enjoying thousands of years of lifespan. How can we risk our lives like those low-level cultivators?" The white-robed old Taoist smiled coldly, refuting the golden-armored man's accusations without mercy, showing no mercy and revealing his true thoughts. For nascent soul cultivators like them, sometimes, conversations are truly like those of infants, requiring no restraint or beating around the bush, just speaking freely. Anyway, no matter how fiercely they argued, they rarely actually fought. Even if they did fight, it was difficult to determine life or death. Why not live more freely and comfortably? As for the argument between the two nascent soul stage cultivators, the other nascent soul stage cultivators were not surprised, and no one was in a hurry to take sides. As nascent soul stage cultivators, there was no intelligence on the battlefield that was beyond their reach, so many of them already had their own ideas before attending this meeting. The difference was that some people were deep in thought and unwilling to easily reveal their thoughts, while others did not care to reveal their thoughts first and seek like-minded people for themselves. At this point, after a heated argument that could not be resolved, the golden-armored man simply stopped arguing with the white-robed old Taoist and turned his gaze to a cultivator sitting at the head of the hall. It was a white-haired old man wearing a purple robe, whose aura was deep and unfathomable, subtly surpassing that of all the cultivators in the hall. When the golden-armored man's gaze fell upon the purple-robed elder, his expression immediately became much more serious, and he spoke with great respect. "Master Kung Su, what are your thoughts? You personally inspected its special teleportation channel, so your understanding of it should be far deeper than that of a coward like Master Key. Do you think it's possible for it to collapse on its own? Upon hearing this, a nascent soul stage cultivator immediately echoed, "Indeed, Master Kung Su, you are a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, quite proficient in the Dao of space. Why don't you also share your views for our reference?" Exactly. Master Kung Su, as a dignified cultivator, your words carry far more weight than ours. Let you share your opinion first, and then we can all express our opinions and vote to make a decision. I would also like to hear Master Kung Su's insightful opinion first. It turned out that the purple-robed elder was actually a very rare late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The status of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was clearly extraordinary. Even the nascent soul elders in the hall, who were at the same level, fawned over them, their words noticeably more restrained. Faced with the requests of these nascent soul elders, the purple-robed elder, Master Kung Su, glanced at everyone with a slight glint in his eye before speaking calmly. "Very well, since you all want my opinion, I'll say a few words first." His words immediately fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Soon, only Master Kung Su's calm voice echoed throughout the hall. "It is true that I once ventured deep into the demon's lair and approached that special teleportation channel. At the time, I considered this stable channel, transformed from a rift in opposing spaces, to be a miracle of the cultivation world. Even a nascent soul cultivator would likely struggle to achieve such a feat. Back then, I believed that unless I attacked it at close range with all my might, it would be virtually impossible to destroy it. Therefore, if the channel itself were functioning properly, I wouldn't have agreed to a hasty all-out attack, as the chances of destroying it would be slim. But now that the special teleportation channel has been inexplicably interfered with and is malfunctioning, perhaps even a mid-nascent soul cultivator could have the chance to destroy it. So, I believe we should indeed try organizing an attack to see if we can manage to destroy that special teleportation channel. 7,000 words today, not counting makeup. I'll try to reach 8,000 words in the next 2 days to make up for the missing words." Chapter 470, The 10,000 Ghosts Slaughtering Immortal Formation. There are only 2 nascent soul stage cultivators in the heavenly spirit realm, and Kung Su's Henrin is the strongest among them in terms of both seniority and ability. His statement caused many nascent soul stage elders to ponder his words, seriously considering their feasibility. In truth, for these nascent soul stage elders, as long as they existed and their sects and families remained, the disciples lost on the battlefield were insignificant. As long as they could provide a stable supply of resources, the Lost Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion stage cultivators could be re-established and nurtured within 100 or 200 years. Optimistically, the war could even help them weed out the weak and select the truly worthy seeds for cultivation. Therefore, regardless of the previous situation on the battlefield, they remained calm and unperturbed. Some elders even treated the war like a gambling game, privately placing bets on various treasures as a form of entertainment. However, if these nascent soul stage elders also joined the battle, the war would change dramatically. These nascent soul stage cultivators, though unlikely to perish easily, each possessed several trump cards for survival, including the unparalleled art of nascent soul separation for escape. However, the fall of even one nascent soul stage cultivator would be a major disaster. The death of a single nascent soul stage cultivator could lead to the decline or even annihilation of a powerful sect. It's no exaggeration to say they didn't just lie for themselves. Therefore, when Master Kung Su proposed organizing a sabotage of the special teleportation channel, these nascent soul stage cultivators had to seriously consider its feasibility and safety. Everyone knew that if they headed straight for the special teleportation channel, the demonic cultivators would undoubtedly defend it fiercely. Even nascent soul stage cultivators would risk perishing in the battle. This is a matter of great importance. I believe this matter needs further discussion with fellow Daoists before a decision can be made. After an unknown period of silence, one nascent soul stage cultivator suddenly spoke up, expressing his opinion. This opinion was subsequently agreed upon by the majority. It was clear that when it came to their own safety, these nascent soul stage elders became extremely cautious, unlike their usual casual conversations. Kung Su's Henrin, however, was not in a hurry, calmly replying, "I'm merely offering my opinion. The final decision rests with all the alliance members through a vote." This was a rule established when the alliance was founded. The meeting ended shortly afterward. Zhou Chun, of course, was unaware that preparations for the final battle of the war had already begun. He had already arrived at the front lines with his unit. As for the entire frontline battlefield, they didn't care what the nascent soul stage elders decided. As long as they didn't receive a ceasefire order from the Alliance's highest levels, the cultivators responsible for the frontline offensive would continue to focus solely on killing the enemy and eliminating demons. Therefore, with the demonic cultivators now retreating their positions, Wei Yong and the other battalion commanders were all trying to carve out a piece of their territory. Recently, Wei Yong and several other battalion commanders plotted to capture a key demonic stronghold. Therefore, Zhou Chun, his ace fighter, was also transferred to the front line, hoping he could play a key role in the battle. The Yinzhuan Cave stronghold we are attacking this time is a villa established and managed by the Corpse Demon Sect for 500 or 600 years. Originally, there was at least one golden core stage elder of the Corpse Demon Sect stationed there. Now, it has become an important supply point for the three major demonic forces of the Corpse Demon Sect, Yin Gui Sect, and Bloodbone Sect. There are no fewer than 5 golden core stage demonic cultivators stationed there. According to the intelligence we obtained from our inside sources, there are at least 8,000 demonic cultivators in the Yinzhuan Cave stronghold. Among them, there are estimated to be 6 or 7 golden core stage demonic cultivators and 50 or 60 purple mansion stage demonic cultivators. If we can take this stronghold, it will definitely deal a heavy blow to the Yuan Demon Legion and greatly deplete their war potential. In a quiet room, Zhou Chun and Wei Yong were alone. Zhou Chun was listening to Wei Yong explain the situation of the mission. He had just been transferred from the rear and was indeed unfamiliar with the mission details. Wei Yong had specifically summoned him here, and now he was being summoned for a private talk, clearly with a special purpose. After briefly explaining the mission, he began to discuss the task assigned to him. I sent you here, Zheng Chun, because according to intelligence, that netherworld prince Yin Shaoshan is very likely also at this Yinzhuan Cave stronghold. He's quite an old rival of yours, and I hope you can take him down this time. Wei Yong now understood at least 80% of Zhou Chun's true strength. Therefore, he knew very well that as long as Zhou Chun went all out and had a suitable opportunity, taking down Yin Shaoshan, the netherworld prince, wouldn't be too difficult. After all, Zhou Chun's Thunder Flood Dragon was a natural counter to his opponent, rendering his demonic arts useless. Faced with Wei Yong's arrangement, Zhou Chun nodded slightly and said, if given the opportunity, killing Yin Shaoshan shouldn't be difficult for me. He then added in a low voice, however, this fiend Yin Shaoshan likely possesses a secret technique like blood soul guidance, so I must consider this if I kill him. Hearing this, Wei Yong immediately replied decisively, don't worry about that. As long as you can kill Yin Shaoshan, upon your return, I will personally ask a senior to help you dispel this secret technique, ensuring you are not disturbed by it. If that's the case, then I have no more concerns. I will await your orders, Commander. Zhou Chun nodded, his expression resolute. Seeing this, Wei Yong couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He immediately promised Zhou Chun some more benefits before leaving. After seeing Wei Yong off, Zhou Chun narrowed his eyes, recalling what Wei Yong had just said about the Yinzhuan Cave. 50 or 60 purple mansion stage cultivators, at least 5 or 6 of them should be purple mansion stage cultivators from the Bloodbone Sect, he muttered to himself, unconsciously raising his hand to touch his storage bag, a determined look appearing in his eyes. Half a month later, suddenly, 5 battalions of the Heavenly Spirit Legion mobilized simultaneously, heading straight for the demonic cultivator stronghold of Yinzhuan Cave, and within 2 days, they had completed the encirclement of the demonic cultivator stronghold. As the war progressed, the Heavenly Spirit Legion's battalions could no longer maintain full strength, and the strength of the 5 battalions was now just over 20,000. But this was still a very large number. After all, the entire Heavenly Spirit Legion only had a few 100,000 active personnel. Around a mountain range shrouded in gray clouds, Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators, in large units, formed battle formations and launched a fierce attack on the protective formation of Yinzhuan Cave. Because these battle formations were almost identical, when the attack was launched, only long magical spears or giant magical swords, each several dozen feet long, could be seen shooting towards the gray clouds. Each attack caused turmoil within, putting the forbidden array to a tremendous test. The demonic cultivators inside the Yinzhuan Cave, naturally, were unwilling to sit idly by. They too formed battle formations or attacked individually, unleashing various demonic powers to counterattack the cultivators outside. These counterattacks posed a significant threat to cultivators below the Golden Core stage. Moreover, because the array blocked their vision in divine sense, and they had to maintain the battle formations operation. Many attacking cultivators simply didn't have time to defend or dodge. Ultimately, only powerful cultivators like Zhou Chun and some golden core stage cultivators could help intercept these attacks. Even so, attacks from the demonic cultivators continued to break through the defenses, causing immense casualties among the crowd. But this is war. War rarely has true victors. Most victories are achieved at the cost of many enemy casualties. Therefore, no one would pity the dead and wounded cultivators. Those cultivators who hadn't been attacked continued to faithfully carry out their superiors' orders, relentlessly attacking the Yinzhuan Cave's protective array. At the earliest, 2 days, at the latest, 3 days. This Yinzhuan Cave's forbidden array should crumble. Zhou Chun, while intercepting and resisting the attacks shooting out from within the array, observed its changes and made his judgment. The forbidden array's defensive power was indeed extremely strong. If the number of attackers was insufficient, or their strength lacked, it would be difficult to break through even after months or years. However, if faced with a large-scale enemy attack, even the forbidden array couldn't withstand it for long. Currently, the number of Zhou Chun's 5 battalions was more than enough to launch a saturation attack on a protective array of the Yinzhuan Cave's level. Only a forbidden array of the Qinglian Temple's level could withstand such an attack. Such a forbidden array, with its formation connected to the entire spiritual vein, possessed an almost inexhaustible energy source, making it difficult to break through a war of attrition. Therefore, the real difficulty in breaching the Yinzhuan Cave, this stronghold of demonic cultivators, lies not in its protective array, but in the demonic cultivators' reinforcements. Zhou Chun and his group must break the Yinzhuan Cave's protective array and annihilate the demonic cultivators inside before a large number of reinforcements arrive. Otherwise, once the large number of demonic cultivators arrive, they will have no chance of achieving their objective. The task of intercepting the demonic cultivator reinforcements is now being carried out by other battalions. 1 day, 2 days. Just as Zhou Chun predicted, after 2 days of continuous fierce attacks, the Yinzhuan Cave's protective array was already teetering on the brink of collapse. According to intelligence, several groups of demonic cultivator reinforcements were currently tied up en route and would not be able to reach the Yinzhuan Cave stronghold for another day or 2. All aspects of the situation were favorable to Zhou Chun and his group. At this time, Zhou Chun also slightly conserved his strength, preparing to unleash a massacre after the array broke. After attacking for another half day, just after midnight, the Yinzhuan Cave's protective array could no longer hold and shattered with a crash. Several gaping holes appeared in various places, and under the fierce attack of the attacking cultivators, the gaps widened until the entire formation lost its effectiveness due to the destruction of many key points. Meanwhile, the demonic cultivators inside seemed to have been prepared, and before Zhou Chun and his group could charge in, they had already split into several groups and broken out. The time to eliminate demons and defend the righteous path is now. Soldiers of the Heavenly Spirit Legion, follow me to kill the traitors. A powerful and majestic voice rang out from the sky, and then Wei Yong and more than a dozen golden core cultivators bravely charged forward, heading straight for the Yinzhuan Cave stronghold. Inside the Yinzhuan Cave, several golden core demonic cultivators also displayed their supernatural abilities to meet these golden core cultivators, creating an opportunity for the other demonic cultivators to break out. Zhou Chun acted only slightly slower than Wei Yong and the others. He stood on a golden armored mountain tortoise stone, flanked by a dragon on his left and a tiger on his right, and charged directly at the nearest group of demonic cultivators breaking out. Damn it, it's dragon riding Prince Zhou Hengjin, that killing star, that damned Zhou Hengjin, how could I have run into him? Where's fellow Daoist Yin? Quickly, get him to come and hold off this killing star Zhou Hengjin. Among the demonic cultivators breaking through the encirclement, seeing Zhou Chun, accompanied by a dragon and a tiger, charging towards them, many who recognized him paled, shouting in panic as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. From questioning Zhou Chun, to affirming him, and then to fearing him, this was the mental journey of those Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators on the battlefield over the years. Now, wherever Zhou Chun appears, demonic cultivators who see him immediately react with a kind of stress response, just like the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators seeing the members of the 7 fiends of the primordial demons. What terrifies these demonic cultivators most about Zhou Chun is that once he sets his sights on them, even using blood escape technique might not be enough to escape. Therefore, upon discovering Zhou Chun blocking their way, the demonic cultivators who were breaking through immediately panicked. Some even changed direction and attempted to break through. Some people stopped in their tracks. No one dared to truly confront Zhou Chun. This was the influence of a figure at the level of the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits. An influence built upon countless corpses of demonic cultivators. The idea that only the 7 fiends of the primordial demons could rival the 7 heroes of heavenly spirits had already taken root in the hearts of low to mid-level cultivators on both sides. Therefore, if such a figure appeared on the battlefield and the other side lacked a counterpart of equal caliber, morale would plummet. However, this time, Yin Xiaoshan, the prince of the netherworld stationed in the Yinzhuan cave, did not step forward to challenge Zhou Chun. At this moment, Zhou Chun saw that the demonic cultivators were intimidated by his fierce reputation, and he once again felt the benefits that fame brought him. Naturally, he would not hold back because of this. With a wave of his hand, the golden flame demon controlling blade slashed at a bloodbone sect demonic cultivator. Lei Jiao Bai Bai and the golden winged tiger, without his command, also seized upon a bloodbone sect demonic cultivator and began to attack. Seeing this, the cultivators from the corpse demon sect and the yin ghost sect were overjoyed. They showed no intention of advancing and retreating together, and without a word, they bypassed Zhou Chun and fled, offering no help whatsoever to the bloodbone sect cultivators. Zhou Chun, naturally, wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could leave all the demonic cultivators alive, so he didn't offer any assistance to the fleeing demonic cultivators, focusing solely on killing the bloodbone sect demonic cultivators. Damn Zhou Chun, why are you only targeting our bloodbone sect members? We have no grudge against you. A bloodbone sect demonic cultivator glared at Zhou Chun angrily, furious at his differential treatment. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately sneered, if you want to know the reason, then you should ask Elder Yan of your bloodbone sect. He chased me relentlessly back then. He naturally wouldn't reveal the real reason, but he didn't mind giving the bloodbone sect golden core stage demonic cultivator who had pursued him a piece of his mind. Not long after the exchange, Lei Jiao Bai Bai first killed the bloodbone sect demonic cultivator, then came to help Zhou Chun. With Lei Jiao Bai Bai's assistance, Zhou Chun quickly killed the demonic cultivator whose cultivation had been suppressed by his heart-to-heart golden lock secret technique. Meanwhile, about 20 miles away, a bloodbone sect demonic cultivator who was trying to escape using the blood escape technique was forcibly stopped by the golden winged tiger using a series of flash techniques. When he was forced to fight the golden winged tiger, the tiger suddenly flapped its wings, and 2 azure wind balls flew towards him. Seeing this, he instinctively activated a blood banner magic weapon, releasing a blood-colored light barrier to protect himself. However, the 2 wind balls suddenly merged into one in front of him, creating a huge azure hurricane tornado that imprisoned him inside. Before he could break free of the hurricane, the golden winged tiger had already flashed back to his vicinity twice. Then, a blue light suddenly flashed beneath the golden winged tiger's wings, and 6 demonic bees with rings of blue stripes flew out. These bees immediately unleashed 6 arrows of white, icy energy at the bloodbone sect demonic cultivator trapped within the hurricane tornado. By this time, Zhou Chun's keeping of the heavenly frost bees was no secret. Upon seeing this, the bloodbone sect demonic cultivator let out a desperate scream, no, no. Before he could finish speaking, the 6 arrows of icy energy had already pierced through the hurricane tornado, freezing him solid. The golden winged tiger then dispelled its supernatural powers, charged forward, and ripped the bloodbone sect demonic cultivator's head off. When the golden winged tiger returned to the battlefield with the demonic cultivator's corpse, Zhou Chun and Lei Jiao had already killed another purple mansion stage cultivator from the corpse demon sect. But just as Zhou Chun was about to go find Yin Xiaoshan, the netherworld prince, a sudden change occurred. A series of ghostly wails and howls suddenly erupted from the Yinzhuan cave stronghold, followed by a surge of countless ghostly figures and refined corpses that rushed towards the living people present. Not only were the cultivators of the Heavenly Spirit Legion attacked by these ghostly figures and refined corpses, but even the demonic cultivators were not spared. However, most of the demonic cultivators possessed the ability to command corpses, and many of the ghostly figures and refined corpses, sensing the aura emanating from them, shifted their targets to the cultivators. Therefore, the majority of the ghostly figures and refined corpses still targeted the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators. The sheer number of these ghostly figures and refined corpses was overwhelming, countless and densely packed, like an army of ants continuously surging out from the Yinsha cave beneath the Yinzhuan cave. Even though most of them were weak enough to be easily killed by a key refining stage cultivator, Their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Thus, the Heavenly Spirit Legion, which had initially held a clear advantage, was instantly thrown into chaos, unable to form a pincer movement to annihilate the breaking out demonic cultivators. Some cultivators from the Yin Ghost Sect and the Corpse Demon Sect even took advantage of the chaotic night of 100 ghosts and 10,000 corpses, releasing their own refined evil spirits and corpses to launch a counterattack against the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators. Among them, young master of the Netherworld Yin Shaoshan stood out the most. This fiend and 17 Yin Ghost Sect cultivators at the Purple Mansion stage each wielded a black banner, forming a secret battle formation of the Yin Ghost Sect, the 10,000 Ghost Slaughtering Immortal formation, forcibly enslaving the surging Yin Ghosts into ghost soldiers within the formation, providing power support for this battle formation. Caught off guard, hundreds of cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit Legion were instantly swept into the 10,000 Ghost Slaughtering Immortals formation, turning into dried corpses along with 4 Purple Mansion stage cultivators within. Their life essence was devoured by the myriad ghosts within the formation, and even their souls transformed into vengeful spirits. This scene terrified many Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators, and they all turned and fled in haste. Just then, a loud shout came from the sky. "Where is Inspector Zhou Chun? You are hereby ordered to command the entire army and vanquish the demons and ghosts." Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Chun immediately recognized it as his superior, Wei Yong, issuing the order. He didn't even bother to consider whether Wei Yong had the authority to order him to command the entire army, and hurriedly replied loudly, "Your subordinate Zhou Chun obeys." Then, he led his 2 pets, the dragon and the tiger, straight towards the 10,000 Ghost Slaughtering Immortals formation. Of course, Zhou Chun wasn't foolish enough to directly enter the formation. Halfway there, he began to shout loudly, "All soldiers of the Heavenly Spirit Army, listen to my command. Anyone with the means to vanquish demons and slay ghosts, step forward and join me. I will lead you all to vanquish demons and slay ghosts." He then continued, "The rest of you, leave this place immediately and continue to hunt down fleeing demonic cultivators. Anyone who dares to slack off will be executed without mercy." At this moment, Zhou Chun's influence was evident. Upon hearing his order, many cultivators who were not under Wei Yong's command moved at the sound of his command, spontaneously moving towards him or retreating. These people didn't think about anything else, they truly regarded him as the supreme commander present, wholeheartedly obeying his orders. When he arrived in front of the 10,000 Ghost Slaughtering Immortal formation, more than a dozen Purple Mansion stage cultivators and dozens of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators had already gathered behind him. Yin Shaoshan, of course, had also noticed Zhou Chun's presence long ago. Seeing Zhou Chun leading his team to break the formation, he couldn't help but shout, "Zhou Chun, everyone says you're my nemesis. Do you dare enter the formation and fight me today?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun retorted coldly, "Yin Shaoshan, you don't need to provoke me. Since I've led my team here, I'm here to take your head to console the fellow Daoists who died at your hands." With that, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, releasing a low-grade 4th-tier puppet that he had rarely used in recent years. "I didn't manage to write 8,000 words today. I have to get up early for a blind date tomorrow. I'll see if I can make up for it then. It's only the 12th, there's still plenty of time, don't worry." Chapter 471 Zhou Ming's Golden Core Formation Opportunity. Zhou Chun hadn't used his 4th-tier puppet for a long time. When he was being hunted by the blood-robed middle-aged man, he had almost completely exhausted the spiritual energy in the 3 spirit crystals that powered the puppet, rendering this trump card temporarily useless. In the past 3 years, he had been slowly recovering 2 of the spirit crystals by absorbing spiritual energy in his cave, while exchanging the other one with Wei Yong for a fully charged spirit crystal. Before attacking Yinzhuan Cave, Wei Yong had given Zhou Chun another spirit crystal. Therefore, he now possessed 2 fully charged spirit crystals. 2 fully charged spirit crystals were enough to support the 4th-tier low-grade puppet at full power for 2/4 of an hour. Therefore, facing Yin Shaoshan's taunts, Zhou Chun didn't hesitate to pull out this trump card, which was already known to everyone. He leaped and landed on the back of the giant tiger puppet. Then, he had the Thunder Flood Dragon fly into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds to prepare for the Heavenly Thunder Guidance divine power. Go. Kill him. Yin Shaoshan knew the power of the storm once the Thunder Flood Dragon stirred up the wind and clouds, so he immediately shouted and charged towards Zhou Chun and the others. The 10,000 Ghost Slaughtering Immortals formation, composed of 18 array flags, moved like a dark beast under the control of Yin Shaoshan and the other 18, rapidly engulfing Zhou Chun and his group. Wherever they flew, the sky and earth were shrouded in gray-black clouds and ghostly mist, filled with the incessant wails of countless vengeful ghosts. However, compared to Zhou Chun's speed, the formation's movement was indeed slow. If Zhou Chun wanted to dodge, the so-called 10,000 ghost slaughtering immortals formation would never catch him. But Zhou Chun couldn't dodge. If he did, Yin Shaoshan and the others would inevitably manipulate the formation to break out, and no one would be able to stop them. Many more cultivators would be devoured by the vengeful ghosts within the formation. This consequence was something Zhou Chun couldn't afford. Therefore, he could only face the challenge head-on and confront the 10,000 ghost slaughtering immortals formation head-on. With a slight hand seal, lightning crackled around him, and he instantly transformed into Dragon Man. The lightning power and powerful physique gained from using the dragon transformation secret technique prevented many possessing evil spirits from approaching him, and also better resisted the corrosive influence of yin energy. Then, he raised his claw and swung it, causing a crimson pearl to suddenly burst into flames, embedding itself in the back of his head, radiating a blazing fire to dispel the darkness and filth. This crimson pearl, a magical artifact called the evil repelling fire spirit pearl, was something Zhou Chun obtained from the relics of the white-haired blood demon Zhechangshen. Although it was only a mid-grade third-tier magical artifact, the evil repelling fire it released was extraordinary, proving remarkably effective against demonic cultivators like those from the Yin Ghost Sect. Therefore, Zhou Chun used it as a supplementary defensive measure. Having prepared himself, he immediately ordered the giant puppet tiger beneath his feet to attack the engulfing black curtain of darkness. The giant tiger puppet didn't have many attack methods. Its first move was to unleash a massive golden orb of light that blasted into the black curtain, detonating with a deafening roar. As the orb exploded, a powerful golden storm tore a huge gap in the black curtain, like a large pancake being bitten in half. But as the golden light faded, countless ghostly figures danced and surged within the gap, quickly repairing it. Clearly, a single attack at the golden core level was insufficient to truly break the 10,000 ghost slaughtering immortals formation. Seeing this, Zhou Chun wasn't discouraged. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. Since the giant tiger puppet could tear apart this battle formation, with his abilities, even if trapped inside, he would surely be able to break free. Therefore, he didn't hesitate any longer and shouted loudly, "All soldiers, follow me in charge to break through the formation." With that, he took the lead, riding the giant tiger puppet into the 10,000 ghost slaughtering immortals formation. Upon entering the grand formation, Zhou Chun instantly felt as if he were in a ghostly realm, surrounded by the sounds of ghostly wails and various ghostly figures. Some ghostly figures tried to approach him, but were instantly reduced to wisps of smoke by the light of the evil repelling fire spirit pearl on his body. Many other evil spirits dared not approach him easily, only manipulating their yin energy from afar to create various ghostly beasts and weapons to attack him. However, very few attacks were able to penetrate the evil repelling fire spirit pearl and reach him. At the same time, Yin Shaoshan's sinister voice echoed from all directions. "You actually dared to break into the formation, Zhou Chun. You really have a lot of guts. Then enjoy the killing move I've prepared for you." As the words fell, three imposing evil spirits suddenly appeared in front of, behind, and above Zhou Chun. These three evil spirits were the same three evil spirits that Zhou Chun had seen Yin Shaoshan command during his battle on the battlefield. However, under the enhancement of the 10,000 ghost slaughtering immortal formation, these three evil spirits, originally only comparable to late-stage purple mansion cultivators, now faintly possessed the aura of golden core stage ghost kings. As soon as they appeared, they each unleashed their attacks on Zhou Chun. The fire-breathing evil spirit in front of him opened its mouth, and a stream of eerie green ghost fire instantly transformed into a fire python several dozen feet long, rushing towards Zhou Chun. The evil spirit behind Zhou Chun also opened its mouth, and jet-black poisonous water poured out from its belly, transforming into a jet-black water dragon that also rushed towards Zhou Chun. At the same time, the evil spirit appearing above Zhou Chun, covered in scales and horns, with a ferocious grin, wielded a black steel fork and pounced down on Zhou Chun, seemingly intending to pierce him with its fork. Faced with this three-pronged attack, Zhou Chun quickly responded. But then, the giant tiger puppet he sat on opened its mouth and spat out more a ball of golden light, which struck the ghostly fire python, instantly shattering it into countless sparks, rendering it powerless. At the same time, Zhou Chun brought his claws together, and as the silver beast claws in his hands clashed, silver lightning burst forth, striking the evil spirit above and forcing it to hastily swing its steel fork to block the lightning strike. Immediately afterward, a golden mirror appeared above Zhou Chun's head, and sharp demon-slaying golden light shot towards the poisonous water dragon behind him, directly scraping off a layer of flesh. Then, golden light blades and cyan wind blades swept out, all surging towards the poisonous water dragon. It turned out that the golden winged tiger also activated its destruction storm divine power to assist its master. In this way, with Zhou Chun and his spirit pet puppet working together, the first wave of attacks from the three evil spirits was completely blocked. However, this offensive was merely the three-headed demon's most conventional tactic. The true power of the 10,000 ghost slaughtering immortal formation had yet to be unleashed. Therefore, Zhou Chun showed no joy. Instead, he silently revealed his other trump cards. Just then, Yin Xiaoshan's smug voice rang out again. "Hey, those were just appetizers, now let me show you the real feast." As if in response, drops of pitch-black rain suddenly fell from the sky, encompassing Zhou Chun and his spirit pet puppet within its attack range. These seemingly insignificant raindrops contained an extreme chilling ghostly energy. Once they touched a cultivator's magical artifacts or protective spells, they would immediately corrode and corrupt them. This subtle, pervasive attack, seemingly less fierce than the three-headed demons, was far more unsolvable. Because unless the entire formation was broken, there was no way to stop the rain. Moreover, this rain was not the true feast Yin Xiaoshan spoke of. At most, it was just a decorative element. As the pitch-black rain fell, ghostly figures suddenly appeared all around Zhou Chun. These figures, initially just phantoms, suddenly solidified after being bathed in the black rain, their auras surging dramatically. Zhou Chun initially paid them no heed, assuming that even with the increased strength from the black rain, they would only be roughly equivalent to key refining stage cultivators, the strongest being a newly established foundation establishment cultivator. However, he quickly realized his mistake. These seemingly insignificant ghostly figures had only one attack method: self-destruction. Like moths drawn to a flame, they swarmed towards Zhou Chun and his servant, attacking them with self-destruction. If it were just a simple self-destruction, it wouldn't be so bad. With a golden armor mountain-bearing turtle stone and Zhou Chun's own powerful defenses, they wouldn't be too afraid. But the problem was that when these ghostly figures self-destructed, they not only created ordinary shockwave damage but also produced a howling sound that attacked the cultivator's soul, and both effects could stack. This was terrifying. Within a mere dozen breaths, thousands of ghostly figures self-destructed around Zhou Chun, the resulting explosive impact comparable to an attack from a golden core cultivator. Fortunately, Zhou Chun noticed something amiss and immediately activated his giant tiger puppet, releasing a golden light shield to protect himself and the golden winged tiger, thus avoiding harm. However, the damage to his soul was far beyond what this golden light shield could protect him from. Faced with this unprecedentedly powerful soul attack, the jade pendant magic artifact Zhou Chun had obtained from the snake demon Su Qinglin immediately activated automatically, releasing a cooling aura to help him calm his mind and focus his spirit. His soul also exerted its utmost effort to circulate the Heart Lotus Orthodox method, activating the lotus robe on his body to release layers of golden light to protect himself. After more than 3 years of diligent cultivation, Zhou Chun had already mastered the second level of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method, and was poised to break through to the third level. Therefore, his soul protection was now much stronger than before. If a Purple Mansion cultivator were to unleash a god-slaying sword on him now, he would definitely not lose his composure again. Faced with a howling attack that could tear apart the souls of ordinary Purple Mansion stage cultivators, his soul remained as steadfast as a lotus seed pod in a pond, unmoved by the fiercest storms, and he ultimately survived the ordeal unscathed. Realizing the perilous situation after surviving, Zhou Chun was unwilling to sit idly by and await his fate. At his command, the golden winged tiger opened its maw and spat out a massive golden sphere of light. The sphere exploded in midair, transforming into countless golden needles that shot towards the still surging ghostly figures. Any ghost pierced by the golden needles instantly self-destructed. Zhou Chun himself activated the golden cauldron profound light, transforming into countless golden needles that flew across the sky, piercing the ghostly figures. But at this moment, the three evil spirits, driven by Yin Xiaoshan, pounced again, launching another combined attack. This relentless barrage of attacks overwhelmed Zhou Chun, quickly forcing him to reveal a trump card. A streak of fire flew from his hand, swiftly transforming into a blazing flying sword. The burning flames vaguely formed the shape of a fiery kiln. This was Zhou Chun's reward, the talisman Fire Kiln Sword. The Fire Kiln Sword talisman was incredibly powerful, and as a fire attribute talisman, it also had a certain restraining effect on ghosts. The sword struck its first target, the evil ghost wielding a steel fork. Seeing the flying sword approaching, the ghost hurriedly swung its steel fork to meet it. However, its steel fork, capable of clashing head-on with a third-tier high-grade magic weapon, was easily severed by the flying sword, and then its chest was also struck hard. Fortunately, it was now empowered by the 10,000 Ghost Slaughtering Immortal formation, its strength comparable to Golden Core Stage Ghost King. Only then did it escape unscathed after being struck, howling in agony as it quickly transformed into a ghostly shadow and retreated. After severely wounding the evil spirit with a single sword strike, Zhou Chun immediately turned his sword to attack the fire-breathing evil spirit. However, the fire-breathing evil spirit, alerted by Yin Shaoshan, suddenly transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished, causing Zhou Chun's flying sword to miss its target. Within this 10,000 Ghost Slaughtering Immortal formation, the abilities of these powerful evil spirits were greatly enhanced in all aspects, whether in attack or escape. Regardless, Zhou Chun, having revealed his talisman, was temporarily out of danger. While manipulating the Fire Kiln Sword in conjunction with a giant tiger puppet to withstand wave after wave of attacks from Yin Shaoshan, he secretly muttered to himself. Logically, with him holding off Yin Shaoshan's power, the other cultivators who followed him in breaking the formation should have made some progress. But now he didn't sense any sign of the formation's power weakening. This was quite different from what he had expected. But since he was already here, Zhou Chun could only try to buy time and wait for Lei Jiao Bai to unleash his power. After delaying for another quarter of an hour within the formation, Zhou Chun finally heard the thunder. Suddenly, a large patch of dark clouds gathered in the pitch-black night sky, with lightning bolts dancing wildly within, a truly magnificent sight. A four-clawed thunder dragon swam and flew within the clouds, like a true dragon that could summon rain, its body accompanied by silver lightning, exuding a majestic aura. Suddenly, the silver dragon roared, and a thick bolt of silver-white lightning burst forth from the clouds, striking directly into the dark curtain of ghostly figures. Instantly, the ghostly figures cried out in agony under the lightning's impact, turning into wisps of smoke and dissipating, the dark curtain pierced by the silver-white lightning. Then, lightning rained down like a storm, bolt after bolt of lightning shooting down from the clouds, striking the ghostly figures within the dark curtain like a heavenly tribulation. This scene greatly boosted the morale of many cultivators in the Heavenly Spirit Legion, who immediately unleashed various fire and lightning spells to attack the Dark Curtain formation. Is it finally starting to weaken? Inside the formation, Zhou Chun listened to the thunder and quickly noticed that the amount of black rain falling from the sky was decreasing, and the number of gathering evil ghost shadows was also decreasing. All of this indicated that Lei Jiao Bai's attack was having an effect. After discovering this, Zhou Chun no longer held back and directly ordered several spirit pets to unleash their full power, and also had the giant tiger puppet frequently release golden core level attacks. Under this pincer attack, Zhou Chun quickly tore a hole in the black curtain above, seeing the outside world. However, he did not rush to escape, but continued to work inside the formation with Lei Jiao Bai and other cultivators to destroy the formation. After a while, the black curtain formed by the 10,000 Ghost Slaughtering Immortal formation was destroyed by nearly half, and the formation's power could no longer be maintained. But it was at this moment that Zhou Chun frowned and realized that Yin Shaoshan and those Yin Ghost Sect cultivators had disappeared without a trace. What happened? You are all outside, do you know how Yin Shaoshan and the others left? Zhou Chun looked at the cultivators outside and asked in a deep voice. Shortly after your Thunder Dragon Spirit Pet launched its attack, those demonic cultivators left. With Yin Shaoshan leading the way, none of us could stop them. A Purple Mansion stage cultivator answered Zhou Chun's question in a low voice. Hearing this answer, Zhou Chun was also stunned, and then frowned and said, then who was in charge of the formation? After speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked behind him. There, at the original location of the formation, several mummified corpses dressed in black robes stood like pillars, holding broken flagpoles in their hands. Puppet clones? Imitation formation flags, A glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he understood the reason. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. He was wondering why, given the powerful force that the 10,000 ghost-slaughtering immortal formation showed at the beginning, it only had such a small trick up its sleeve later. It turned out to be just a means to buy him time. Knowing that the Yinzhuan cave stronghold was beyond defense, Yin Xiaoshan had no intention of fighting him here. He only thought about how to break through and escape. Fine, you got lucky this time. Don't let me run into you again. Zhou Chun shook his head, no longer dwelling on the matter, and immediately led his spirit pets to attack in all directions, searching for other worthy targets. This continued until dawn, when the Battle of Yinzhuan Cave finally came to an end. In this battle, the demonic cultivators stationed in Yinzhuan Cave suffered heavy losses. Less than 20% of the tens of thousands of demonic cultivators escaped. On the other hand, the Heavenly Spirit Legion, including the cultivators lost in the previous 2 days, had a total of no more than 5,000 casualties, which was definitely a victory worth celebrating. In this battle, Zhou Chun once again displayed his divine might, single-handedly killing 6 Purple Mansion Stage demonic cultivators, including 2 late Purple Mansion Stage demonic cultivators. Such a dazzling achievement silenced those who had criticized his mediocre performance in previous years. However, only the war between low and mid-level cultivators had ended. The Golden Core cultivators were still fiercely battling in the sky, and it was unknown how long it would take to end. Zhou Chun and the others dared not venture into the battlefield of such beings. After destroying the Yinzhuan Cave stronghold, they retreated to a safe area to rest. However, Zhou Chun did not rest with the main force. Instead, he quietly used the earth. Earth is a type of magic used by the golden armored mountain turtle, technique to reach a desolate mountain hundreds of miles away. Inside a cave in the desolate mountain, Zhou Chun waved his hand and retrieved all the corpses of the Purple Mansion Stage demonic cultivators who had died at his hands. He then cut off their heads and placed them in a wooden box. After doing this, he patted his storage bag at his waist, and a blood-red jade box appeared in his hand. He opened the jade box, and a blood-red light immediately flew out. As soon as the blood-red light flew out of the jade box, it joyfully landed on the neck of a corpse and entered the corpse through the severed neck. It could be vaguely seen that the crimson light was actually a leech-like worm. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. The corpse burrowed into by the leech-like worm rapidly lost its color and shrank, turning into a withered skeleton within a few dozen breaths. Soon, a crimson light emerged from the belly of this withered skeleton and continued its attack on another corpse. In just a quarter of an hour, the corpses of the 6 Purple Mansion Stage cultivators had been completely drained of their life essence and vital energy. At this moment, the leech-like worm, as if it had eaten its fill, flew back to the jade box in Zhou Chun's hand, curling up and remaining motionless. Upon closer inspection, one could see faint golden spiritual patterns on the worm's translucent, blood jade-like body. When curled up, it resembled a perfectly round pill. That should be enough. This time I fed it the life essence and vital energy of 6 Purple Mansion Stage cultivators, including the corpses of 4 Bloodbone Sect cultivators brimming with blood energy. It should be ready to mature by now. Zhou Chun gazed deeply at the worm in the box, muttering to himself. Then he closed the jade box and put it back into his storage bag. The worm in the jade box was called a Holy Spirit Blood Leech, an extremely rare and precious insect. Its original owner was Jie Changshen, the white-haired blood demon. Later, all of Jie Changshen's belongings fell into Zhou Chun's hands, and it became Zhou Chun's spoils of war. This item has no combat ability, but it is an immense opportunity for core formation. Jie Changsheng possessed a secret recipe that could refine a Holy Spirit Blood Leech into a Holy Spirit Blood Pill. Cultivators who consumed this pill would not only have their physical condition restored to its peak, but their blood essence would also continuously generate, providing great assistance during core formation. According to Jie Changsheng's own notes, if he consumed it, with a Bloodbone Sect's unique demonic art, he could maximize the effects of this Holy Spirit Blood Pill, directly increasing the success rate of core formation by nearly 30%. Even ordinary late-stage Purple Mansion cultivators could increase their core formation success rate by about 20% after consuming this pill. Therefore, since obtaining this item, Jie Changsheng had been frantically collecting the corpses of Purple Mansion cultivators to nourish this insect, hoping to make it mature as soon as possible. Unfortunately, just as he was cultivating the worm to about 70–80% maturity, he was defeated by Zhou Chun, and the Holy Spirit Blood Leech, which he had painstakingly cultivated, became Zhou Chun's spoils of war. After discovering the Holy Spirit blood leech among Jie Changsheng's belongings and understanding its purpose, Zhou Chun quickly resolved to fulfill Jie Changsheng's last wish. For the elderly Jie Changsheng, the Holy Spirit blood pill was his only hope for successfully forming his core. But for the equally elderly Zhou Ming, it was equally crucial. Zhou Ming was already advanced in years, and his body was beginning to decline, which would be a significant hindrance during his core formation. However, if he consumed the Holy Spirit blood pill, not only would his physical condition return to its peak, but his chances of successfully forming his core would also increase by 20%. Such benefits were perhaps even greater than those of the 5-element spirit fruit. Therefore, after learning the function of this Holy Spirit blood leech, Zhou Chun was determined to cultivate it to maturity. Jie Changsheng had already prepared the other auxiliary materials for refining the Holy Spirit blood pill. Once the Holy Spirit blood leech was successfully cultivated, and a master alchemist was invited to begin the refining process, the Holy Spirit blood pill could be easily produced. With this aid, along with other spiritual items, Zhou Ming's success rate in forming his core would reach 30–40%, making it a completely safe and worthwhile endeavor. Wow, it seems my luck with women is finally turning around. I've been chatting quite well with a girl I met online, and the person my family introduced seems interesting too. Looks like I might actually be able to complete my mission this year. Chapter 472 King Xiao Zhenren's Conditions. The battle at Yingxuan Cave ended in a resounding victory for the Heavenly Spirit Legion. Nearly 80% of the demonic cultivators stationed at Yingxuan Cave were killed or wounded, including 2 Golden Core stage demonic cultivators who perished and 2 others seriously injured. In contrast, the Heavenly Spirit Legion suffered only 1 Golden Core stage cultivator, seriously injured in a disparate counterattack by a Golden Core stage demonic cultivator, 2 others slightly wounded, and no one perished. This glorious victory greatly boosted morale. Wei Yong and other Golden Core stage cultivators who spearheaded the operation received commendations from multiple commanders and each amassed a considerable number of demon-slaying tokens. Zhou Chun, due to his outstanding performance and remarkable achievements on the battlefield, also received a demon-slaying token and numerous battle merits. Based on battle merit rankings, he had now risen to 3rd place among the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirit. Of course, these were only official battle merit rewards. His own gains from the fallen demonic cultivators were also substantial. For example, his spirit coins. Zhou Chun now possesses over 300,000 spirit coins. Before this, he had already stored hundreds of thousands of spirit coins in his cave at Tuyunling. He also has over 200,000 spirit coins in rewards yet to be claimed. At this rate, by the end of the war, he could easily have 1 million spirit coins. This is a stark contrast to Lin Hongayu's desperate attempts to raise spirit coins to purchase aids for core formation. It can only be said that war is indeed the fastest way to get rich. On the battlefield, as long as you keep winning, your wealth will snowball. In this battle at Yingxuan Cave, the demonic cultivators suffered heavy losses. Given their vengeful nature, they will certainly not let this go easily. Zheng Chun, you must be extra careful and it's best not to leave the camp easily. Inside the camp, after awarding Zhou Chun his reward on behalf of the Legion, Wei Yong gave him this special instruction. Wei Yong's current treatment of Zhou Chun is no longer merely due to the orders of Master Beiyu. He genuinely sees Zhou Chun as someone who safeguards his own interests. With Zhou Chun, one of the 7 heroes of Heavenly Spirits, serving him faithfully and as easily as an extension of his own limb, his role as commander has become much easier. In every major operation, he reaps significant benefits thanks to Zhou Chun, far exceeding the gains of other commanders. He cannot, both morally and logically, neglect a subordinate who consistently brings him substantial gains. Zhou Chun, naturally, doesn't ignore Wei Yong's overtures and quickly and solemnly thanks him. Your subordinate understands. Thank you for the reminder, Commander. Then, for the rest of the time, Zhou Chun obediently stays in the camp, cultivating and avoiding venturing out. Since he now directly obeys Wei Yong's orders, as long as he doesn't leave, no one can bypass Wei Yong to force him out of the camp. Over the next 6 months, things unfolded exactly as Wei Yong had predicted. The Yuanmo Legion, having lost its Yingxuan Cave stronghold, launched several targeted attacks on the Xianling Legion to boost morale. One of these attacks targeted Zhou Chun's battalion's garrison. Unfortunately, the Xianling Legion had already established its advantage and, being well prepared, didn't allow the Yuanmo Legion to gain much ground. Ultimately, the situation returned to a stalemate. Jing Kingdom, Kinglian Mountain Range. At the same spiritually rich Lingayan Lake, the two nascent soul stage cultivators, Yinayu's Henren and King Xiao's Henren, were still brewing and enjoying tea in their thatched courtyard. However, the atmosphere this time was much more somber than before. Finally, after drinking what seemed like the umpteenth cup of tea, true immortal Yinayu slowly raised his head and looked at true immortal King Xiao, saying, regarding fellow Taoist Kung Su's proposal, what has fellow Taoist King Xiao considered? Hearing this, true immortal King Xiao's expression immediately hardened, and he replied solemnly, to sacrifice oneself for the greater good of the cultivation world is naturally King Xiao's inescapable duty. Then, changing the subject, he continued, however, King Xiao's life not only belongs to himself, but is also closely related to the thousands of disciples of Kinglian Temple. If he cannot protect these younger generations, King Xiao will not be able to die in peace. True immortal Yinayu narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, and immediately said in a heavy tone, does fellow Taoist King Xiao mean he is dissatisfied with the conditions offered by fellow Taoist Kung Su and my Moonwheel sect? Fellow Taoist Yinayu can also think that way, true immortal King Xiao replied in a low voice, making no attempt to conceal anything. Seeing this, true person Silver Moon stared directly at him and asked, then what exactly do you want, fellow Taoist King Xiao? What are your conditions? Hearing this, true person King Xiao took a deep breath and then said in a deep voice, the Alliance and the Moonwheel sect must ensure that our sect's status remains stable for 200 years, and provide our sect with one nascent soul pill, or one nascent soul transformation pill. Extending it to 200 years is manageable, but the nascent soul pill and nascent soul transformation pill are simply impossible. True person Silver Moon said in a heavy tone, even if our surrounding countries were to jointly gather materials to refine such spiritual objects, it would only take hundreds or thousands of years to refine one batch, and each batch would only yield 5 or 6 pills. It's impossible for anyone to give one up to you. After saying this, he looked at true person King Xiao rather rudely and said, not to mention that fellow Taoist King Xiao is no longer here. Even during the years you were here, your Kinglian temple had never had a share of such spiritual objects. Although his words were somewhat harsh, they revealed the reality. While you can't say you absolutely can't do without a strong foundation, having one certainly makes things much better. Compared to the long-established Moonwheel sect, the Azure Lotus Temple, which only recently produced a true person King Xiao after a stroke of luck, is undoubtedly far inferior in terms of foundation. For example, when various sects jointly gather materials to refine the nascent soul aid pill, the Azure Lotus Temple is simply not qualified to participate. They simply cannot provide the essential materials for refining such a rare and precious pill. On the other hand, the Moonwheel sect almost always manages to obtain one such pill. The Flame Sun sect also frequently participates in such endeavors. True person King Xiao, however, is in a good mood and isn't angry at true person Yinayu's words. He spoke calmly, saying, just because the Moonwheel sect can't produce such a spiritual item doesn't mean fellow Taoist Kung Su can't. As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, I believe such a spiritual item wouldn't be difficult for him to obtain. Since fellow Taoist King Xiao has said so, I have nothing more to add. I will relay your words to fellow Taoist Kung Su. True person Silver Moon gave true person King Xiao a deep look, then rose and left. After leaving the Azure Lotus Mountains for hundreds of miles under true person King Xiao's watchful gaze, he turned back to look at the mountains, muttering to himself, King Xiao, you certainly know how to demand exorbitant prices. But war profits aren't so easy to make. Not long after, true person Silver Moon arrived at the Feng Kingdom battlefield and privately met with true person Kung Su, informing him of true person King Xiao's conditions. After hearing what true person Silver Moon relayed, true person Kung Su remained silent for a moment before looking at him and asking, fellow Taoist Silver Moon, how much lifespan does fellow Taoist King Xiao have left? Hearing this, true person Silver Moon was slightly taken aback, then replied in a low voice, it shouldn't exceed 20 years. 20 years of lifespan for a peak mid-nascent soul cultivator in exchange for a nascent soul transformation pill isn't unreasonable. True person Kung Su muttered to himself, then quickly nodded and said, alright, fellow Taoist Silver Moon, give him this nascent soul transformation pill, and agreed to his conditions. He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, taking out a cyan jade bottle and handing it to true person Silver Moon. Seeing him casually produce such a precious, nascent soul transformation pill, true person Silver Moon was astonished, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Is this the foundation of a late nascent soul cultivator? He murmured to himself, his feelings a complex mix. As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he was only one minor realm away from the late-stage nascent soul. However, this small realm difference now seemed like a major realm, an insurmountable obstacle. Late-stage nascent soul cultivators were among the most elite in this world, capable of holding their own even before reclusive nascent soul venerables. In fact, only cultivators of their caliber had the opportunity to meet these reclusive nascent soul venerables. Throughout the entire history of the Moonwheel Sect, only one late-stage nascent soul cultivator had ever appeared. That was 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. As for the true extent of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator's abilities, even Silver Moon True Person, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, wasn't entirely clear, as he couldn't afford to antagonize such a powerful figure. He only knew from the Sect's records that the abilities of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator were significantly different from those of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. While this difference wasn't as vast as the gap between the nascent soul and golden core stages, it was far greater than the difference between the mid-stage and early-stage nascent soul. If the Sect elders who left the records weren't exaggerating, then even if True Person Silver Moon used a Sect-inherited spiritual treasure like the Sacred Moon Wheel, he could at most fight a late-stage nascent soul cultivator for a while, provided the opponent didn't possess such a powerful inherited spiritual treasure. However, regardless of his complex feelings, True Person Silver Moon, after checking the pill in the jade bottle, immediately replied, "I understand. I will personally deliver this nascent soul transformation pill to fellow Taoist King Xiao." Then he quickly left Fen Kingdom. About half a year later, the commanders of the various camps of the Heavenly Spirit Legion were suddenly summoned to the Jingyang Sect's Mountain Gate for a meeting. After returning from the Jingyang Sect's Mountain Gate, these commanders quickly intensified the training of their troops. At the same time, a batch of newly recruited soldiers were added to the various camps, intensively practicing and mastering military formations. This unusual change led many to secretly speculate whether another large-scale war was about to begin. As for the final all-out attack, even Zhou Chun hadn't considered that possibility. After all, although the demonic cultivators were weaker, they still numbered around 60,000 to 70,000 and had numerous strongholds fortified. Launching a general offensive to decide the outcome in one battle seemed unrealistic. Even if it wasn't a final all-out attack, a large-scale war would be a test for every cultivator in the Heavenly Spirit Legion. The larger the scale of the war, the greater the unpredictability. In small-scale battles, everyone basically fought in pairs, each seeking out cultivators of the same realm to fight. In that case, as long as one's strength wasn't too weak, the chance of survival was not small. However, on a large-scale battlefield, there were relatively few such considerations. It was quite normal for a Purple Mansion stage cultivator to take the opportunity to slaughter a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, or for a Golden Core stage cultivator to casually kill a few Purple Mansion stage cultivators while fighting with someone of the same level. Therefore, on such a large-scale battlefield, whether one could survive depended not only on one's own strength but also on luck and keen observation. Zhou Chun also tried to get information from Wei Yuang, but this time Wei Yuang was very tight-lipped about the information. It was said that even the two deputy commanders were not clear about it. This situation alarmed him, and he hurriedly sent messages to Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Zhenggang, who were also serving on the battlefield, reminding them to take the upcoming battle seriously. He himself was also preparing for the upcoming battle. However, time did not give Zhou Chun and his men much time. Just 5 months after the new recruits joined the camp and had a basic grasp of the use of battle formations, the great battle broke out. On this day, the melodious alarm bells rang repeatedly in the camp, summoning all soldiers. Soon, with the sound of the bells, thousands of soldiers in the camp had all gathered. Wei Yuang did not say much at this time, but simply said, "Follow me," and then he and the two deputy commanders used large flying artifacts to pick everyone up. Before long, 80% of the cultivators in Zhou Chun's camp were on more than a dozen flying artifacts, and together they flew towards the territory controlled by the Yuanmo Legion under Wei Yang's leadership. Around the same time, the same scene unfolded in 20 or 30 battalion headquarters of the Heavenly Spirit Legion. Along the battlefield's border stretching for thousands of miles, hundreds of flying boats were engaged in a chaotic race. This dramatic change quickly alerted all levels of the Yuan Demon Legion's cultivators. All demonic strongholds immediately went on high alert. Given their current numbers, the demonic cultivators were essentially incapable of engaging the Heavenly Spirit Legion in a direct confrontation. Therefore, they could only hope to divert the Heavenly Spirit Legion's cultivators through their various strongholds and then defeat them one by one. On the other hand, while the Heavenly Spirit Legion launched a full-scale attack, they didn't disperse too much, concentrating their assault on 6 key demonic strongholds and sweeping away smaller strongholds along the way. Naturally, this war involving over 100,000 cultivators attracted the attention of many nascent soul-stage demonic elders, who couldn't help but observe the situation from the front lines. This was exactly the effect the nascent soul-stage elders of the Heavenly Spirit Legion desired. First update. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473: A Battle Between Great Cultivators. Feng Kingdom, Chunyang Valley. Chunyang Valley was originally the mountain gate of the Chunyang Sect, a major sect in Feng Kingdom. Due to its defeat in the Great War against the Corpse Demon Sect, the sect's nascent soul-stage patriarch perished, and the Chunyang Sect was subsequently wiped out by the Corpse Demon Sect, its sacred mountain grounds becoming their territory. After the Yuan Demon Legion invaded the Heavenly Spirit Realm, Chunyang Valley was ceded by the Corpse Demon Sect, becoming an important garrison point for the Yuan Demon Legion. Currently, Chunyang Valley houses over 5,000 demonic cultivators and is protected by a very powerful forbidden array. At this time, Wei Yong led his troops directly to the outskirts of Chunyang Valley and stationed them there. Within 2 hours of Zhou Chun's troops arriving, 2 more troops arrived in succession. Our mission this time is to attack, a full-scale attack. Don't worry about any reinforcements coming, because this is a full-scale offensive, and not many demonic cultivators can come to support this place. In the sky, Wei Yong and the other 2 commanders shouted orders, announcing the mission. It was actually a full-scale offensive war. Zhou Chun was also shocked upon hearing Wei Yong's words. Although a full-scale offensive was not like the final all-out attack, it was still the first time since the start of the war. This meant that as long as those nascent soul cultivators above did not call a halt, even if they broke through Spring Sun Valley, they would continue to fight elsewhere. This situation was fundamentally different from the previous separate attack on the Yinzhuan Cave stronghold. And time did not allow Zhou Chun to think too much. With the orders issued by Wei Yong and the other commanders, the attack quickly began. More than 10,000 Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators from 3 battalions gathered on the east side of Spring Sun Valley, spreading out in a fan shape to the north and south, and launched an attack on Spring Sun Valley all at once. The protective array of Spring Sun Valley was extremely powerful, with a depth of dozens of miles. The attacks launched by the Heavenly Spirit Legion landed within the formation, producing only a few sounds and having a very poor effect. Zhou Chun watched for a while and couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. Even though he didn't understand formations very well, he knew that if the attack continued like this, it would probably take a month to break through the formation. This was completely different from the battle at Yinzhuan Cave, because the spiritual veins of Chunyang Valley were far superior to those of Yinzhuan Cave. However, Wei Yong and several other commanders seemed unconcerned. Even though the attack was not going well, they remained calm and composed, showing no signs of anxiety. For several days, the situation on the battlefield remained unchanged, and there was no news of any important demonic cultivator strongholds being breached. This situation of much ado about nothing made people doubt whether the so-called all-out offensive war was really real. In fact, even the commanders like Wei Yong were full of doubts, not understanding why their superiors would launch such an untimely all-out offensive at this time. However, they had all received instructions from more than one nascent soul-stage cultivator, ordering them to carry out their missions. So even though they were full of doubts, they maintained an air of complete control, ordering their subordinates to carry out the instructions from above. On the 3rd day after the Heavenly Spirit Legion launched its full-scale offensive, a group of uninvited guests arrived in the desolate Spirit Desert. Led by the late-stage nascent soul cultivator Kung Su Zhenren, a strike team of 19 nascent soul cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit Realm had taken a roundabout route and infiltrated the desolate Spirit Desert. The nascent soul elders of the Yuan Demon Legion, who were confronting the Heavenly Spirit Legion's nascent soul cultivators on the front lines, never imagined that the full-scale offensive was merely a smokescreen to distract them. The real killing move was this 19-man team. At this point, the group of 19 nascent soul elders, after venturing an unknown distance into the desolate spirit desert, stopped in a deep ravine. After the group stopped, Master Kung Su glanced at the numerous old monsters and said in a low voice, "We are now less than 1,000 miles from Luankong Mountain. If we go any further, we will easily enter the vigilance range of some old demons. It's up to you, fellow Taoist Liuyan." Now, his gaze naturally fell on an old man in blue robes. The old man in blue robes solemnly replied, "I will certainly do my best." He then waved his sleeve, and a cloud of white smoke appeared before him. He then channeled his magic power, and the white smoke suddenly expanded 100-fold, enveloping all 19 nascent soul stage old monsters present. The white smoke then quickly faded and disappeared, along with the nascent soul stage old monsters within it. Within the vanishing white mist, a nascent soul stage elder, after surveying the area with his divine sense, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Tisk tisk tisk, truly worthy of being an ancient, long-lost spiritual treasure. Fellow Taoist Liuyans, Tai Cloud Mist Net, spiritual treasure, while lacking offensive capabilities, possesses unparalleled stealth and flight abilities. With such a treasure by your side, as long as you're not in the heavily guarded areas of various sects, you can go anywhere in the world. Hearing his envious words, the blue-robed elder calmly replied, "Fellow Taoist Wen, you flatter me. This treasure has only become a rare item in recent times. If the method of its crafting hadn't been lost, with fellow Taoist Wen's abilities, you would certainly be able to forge one yourself." Upon hearing this, the nascent soul stage elder surnamed Wen shook his head slightly, seemingly disagreeing with this assessment, and said again, "Fellow Taoist Liuyan, why bother?" Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, Master Kung Su suddenly interrupted him. "Alright, if fellow Taoist Wen wants to discuss these matters with fellow Taoist Liuyan, there will be plenty of time later. For now, let him focus on controlling his magic weapon to protect us." Upon hearing his words, the nascent soul stage monster surnamed Wen gave an awkward smile and fell silent. Soon after, the white cloud of smoke led the group of nascent soul stage monsters into a special region. The ground was covered with traces of fire and lightning strikes, and in some places, large craters had appeared out of nowhere, as if they had been burned, with the surrounding soil completely crystallized. Other areas were covered with sword marks, each hundreds of feet long and bottomless. Anyone who saw these things would know that a fierce battle must have taken place here, and the strength of the two sides must have been unfathomable. The methods of the ancient nascent soul venerables are truly unbelievable and inconceivable. An old monster in the nascent soul stage looked at the ravaged land and couldn't help but mutter. It is said that it is precisely because the power of these ancient nascent soul venerables caused too much damage to this world that the current nascent soul venerables dare not easily take action, lest, before he could finish speaking, he saw true person Kung Su look at him and say in a deep voice, "Be careful what you say. Fellow Taoist Kung Su is right. I was rash and spoke out of turn." The man was startled and quickly stopped talking, not daring to say anything more. It is also very necessary to keep the venerables' names hidden in the cultivation world. Although the nascent soul venerables all live in seclusion, it does not mean that they like to be talked about. Who knows if any of these 19 people will meet a certain nascent soul venerable one day. After continuing to venture a distance further, the group saw their destination in the distance. In the far distance on the horizon, a giant light gate emitting a faint white light stood in the sky, with many demonic birds circling and flying around it. Is that the modified special teleportation channel? It's unbelievable, truly awe-inspiring. Many nascent soul stage cultivators who were seeing this for the first time stared in shock at the giant portal, speechless. As the saying goes, the layman sees the spectacle, the expert sees the details. Only these nascent soul stage cultivators knew the incredible skill required to create such a special teleportation channel, and how profound the application of special principles was involved. After a long period of shock, true person Liu Wyan spoke up. "This is about my limit. If we get any closer, even with the keen senses of a great cultivator, the Tai cloud smoke net won't be able to conceal our presence." "It's alright, fellow Taoist Liu Wyan, you've already done a great service by bringing us here. We can just charge straight through for the rest of the way," true person Kung Su said softly. Then, his gaze shifted to King Xiao's Hunran, and he said solemnly, "Fellow Taoist King Xiao, your mission today is the most important. I hope you can successfully complete it, fellow Taoist Kung Su. Rest assured, I will repay your kindness with my life, King Xiao Zhenren replied calmly, his words causing many other nascent soul cultivators to turn their heads in surprise. Few knew about the private deal between Kung Su Zhenren and King Xiao Zhenren, so apart from a few like Yin Yu Zhenren, the others were unaware of it. Naturally, Kung Su Zhenren wouldn't leak the news before it was done. After reiterating the importance of this operation, Kung Su Zhenren ordered Liu Yan's Zhenren to rush towards the Gate of Light with all his might. At the same time, just as Liu Yan's Zhenren, wielding the Tai cloud smoke net, entered within 100 miles of the Gate of Light, a blood-red demonic light suddenly pierced the air, forcing Kung Su's Zhenren to personally shatter it. Then, the group was fully revealed. Fellow Taoists, proceed according to plan. Kung Su's Zhenren, having revealed himself, uttered a low shout. He immediately raised his sleeve, and 100 zang long azure wind dragon lunged towards the direction from which the crimson demonic light had come. Then, crimson light surged forth, and a crimson demonic sword, imbued with intense blood light, slashed at the azure wind dragon, instantly shattering it into pure spiritual energy. The owner of this crimson demonic sword was none other than a short child, less than 4 feet tall. This short child was handsome, with rosy lips and white teeth, and clear, bright eyes. He was very endearing. However, upon hearing his name, that endearment would immediately turn to fear. In the Yuanmo realm, the name of Blood Infant Ancestor was legendary, known to all. This late-stage nascent soul cultivator of the Bloodbone sect was infamous in the cultivation world for his unique appearance and bloodthirsty methods. It was said that the divine power he cultivated required him to drink human blood daily to increase its power. After becoming a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he even captured an early-stage nascent soul cultivator who had offended him and made him his blood slave, providing him with the finest blood daily. Within the Bloodbone sect, this late-stage nascent soul cultivator possessed over 1,000 blood slaves, many of whom were former disciples of the sect. For the Bloodbone sect disciples, becoming the blood slave of this sect patriarch was a punishment more terrifying than death. At this moment, he made a domineering entrance, annihilating Kung Su's Zhenren's divine power with a single sword strike. The Blood Infant Ancestor immediately looked at Kung Su's Zhenren with icy eyes and said, "Kung Su, did you launch such a massive offensive on the front lines just to create a diversion and cover your attack on the special gate? If that's the case, then you'll have to get past me first." Just as he spoke, figures flew in from all directions through the special teleportation channel, all nascent soul stage-old demons. Ultimately, 16 nascent soul stage-old demons appeared in the sky. This humble Taoist also wishes to experience fellow Taoist Blood Infant's demonic arts, Kung Su's Zhenren said calmly, then raised his hand, and a strangely shaped phoenix-winged weapon appeared in midair. This weapon resembled an eagle's wing, with a broad blade, blue and white in color, and feather-like patterns on both sides, as if it were a blade forged from feathers. The moment this treasure appeared, the wind attribute spiritual energy from all directions immediately converged upon it, automatically forming a blue and white bird, vaguely resembling the legendary heavenly phoenix. Keep in mind that this is the Desolate Spirit Desert, a region where spiritual energy is scarce or even non-existent. For this treasure to cause such a phenomenon upon its appearance in such a place demonstrates just how powerful it truly is. Upon seeing this, the Blood Infant Ancestor opposite him also changed his expression slightly, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a spiritual treasure! I didn't expect you to have refined your natal magic weapon to such a level." After speaking, his face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "However, I am no worse than you." Then, with a snap of his fingers, a sound like the cry of an infant immediately rang out from within the blood-red demonic sword, and dense blood light surged from the sword body, vaguely condensing into a faceless blood demon phantom. Immediately afterwards, the two great cultivators attacked almost simultaneously, activating their respective natal magic weapons to strike each other. The phoenix-winged weapon tore through the air, and the surrounding wind spiritual power transformed into countless tiny phoenixes accompanying it, like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. These phoenixes, though small, could easily kill a late-stage golden core cultivator, and even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator could be injured. In contrast, the blood-red demonic sword concentrated its power within its blade. Wherever the flying sword passed, ripples spread through the void, seemingly tearing it apart. These two late-stage nascent soul cultivators had unleashed their true power from the very beginning, showing no intention of testing each other. In the blink of an eye, The two incredibly powerful spiritual treasures clashed in midair. In an instant, the world lost its color, the sun and moon lost their light. An overwhelming power raged and erupted in midair, stripping ordinary cultivators of their sight, hearing, and even divine sense. Their vision blurred, filled with blue, white, and red hues, their ears were deafened, unable to hear anything, and any outward projection of their divine sense was torn apart. Within a radius of dozens of miles of the two late-stage nascent soul cultivators battle, no one else could remain. Even the residual power left deep marks on the ground, as if a golden core cultivator had blasted the earth with a magical weapon. In other words, even these aftershocks have the power to kill a golden core cultivator. Without my glasses, and with my severe astigmatism, my eyes get sore and swollen after writing on the computer for a while. I can only write 4,000 words for now, and I'll see if my new glasses arrive tomorrow. Chapter 474 Sword Key transforms into rainbow, primordial spirit controls the sword. Although it was 19 nascent soul stage cultivators against 16 nascent soul stage demons, the battle wasn't one-sided. This was mainly because the demonic cultivators included nascent soul stage demons from the Corpse Demon Sect and the Yin Ghost Sect, both of whom brought their sect's 5th-tier corpse refiners and 5th-tier ghost kings with them. Furthermore, a nascent soul stage demon from the Beast Demon Palace released a low-grade 5th-tier demonic beast. Therefore, there wasn't a serious imbalance in the 5th-tier power on both sides. Amidst the chaos of battle, nascent soul stage cultivators clashed fiercely, their various magical treasures gleaming and displaying terrifying power capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. At the nascent soul stage, cultivators' reliance on magical treasures not only didn't decrease, but actually increased. This is because magical treasures are not only powerful and fast, but they also conserve mana. Of course, certain special divine abilities still possess power that magical treasures cannot match. For example, some powerful demonic fire and true fire divine abilities, or life-saving divine abilities, are still irreplaceable by many magical treasures. At this moment, these nascent soul cultivators were engaged in fierce combat, a scene that perfectly matched some of the fantasies mortals had about immortals. With a wave of their hands, mountains crumbled and the earth split. They could manipulate clouds and rain with ease. It was fortunate that this place was the desolate spirit-severing desert, a barren land to begin with. If this were in Feng Kingdom or Jing Kingdom, so many nascent soul cultivators fighting would have the aftershocks enough to destroy thousands of miles of land, stop rivers from flowing, and shatter mountains. After a period of intense fighting, the previously relatively stable situation quickly changed. King Xiaozhanren, who had been fighting a mid-nascent soul demonic cultivator, suddenly flashed with silver light and instantly switched places with another early nascent soul cultivator from his side. Then, he spat a mouthful of blood onto his azure flying sword, and with swift hand seals, pointed at his opponent. The azure flying sword hummed and transformed into a streak of azure sword light, shooting towards his enemy. Opposite him, the 5th-tier corpse king, who had been fighting a nascent soul cultivator, hadn't even figured out why his enemy had suddenly changed when the sword rainbow shot towards him. Without time to think, it roared and swung its claws at the azure sword rainbow. The result was astonishing. The azure sword rainbow swept past, and the 5th-tier corpse king's arm, as hard as a spiritual treasure, instantly shattered, followed by its head. It's actually sword key transforming into rainbow, a nearby old demon exclaimed in shock, his face filled with astonishment. Sword key transforming into rainbow is an extremely advanced level of flying sword technique, even surpassing sword key transforming into silk. Many nascent soul sword cultivators struggle to master such a high-level sword technique. And every nascent soul cultivator who masters this advanced sword technique, if they possess a powerful spiritual treasure flying sword, has the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. In other words, with King Xiaozhanren's current cultivation at the mid-nascent soul stage, after unleashing such a sophisticated sword technique, his attack power had at least reached the late nascent soul level. This is why even a 5th-tier corpse king could have its arm severed and its head cut off with a single sword strike. However, the 5th-tier corpse king's vitality was already abnormally strong. Even with its head shattered by the sword rainbow, it wasn't completely killed. Corpse energy surged around its body, and the shattered arm and the flesh near its neck began to grow and writhe wildly, quickly regenerating an arm and head. But then, the azure sword rainbow descended again, landing directly on the 5th-tier corpse king's chest. A jet-black corpse bead was then blasted out of the 5th-tier Corpse King's body by the azure flying sword. The bead was covered in cracks and was on the verge of shattering. "Stop!" a furious shout rang out from not far away, emanating from the old demon of the Corpse Demon Sect, who was at the nascent soul stage. But as soon as he finished speaking, the azure flying sword surged with sword light, instantly shredding the corpse bead. For a 5th-tier Corpse King, its natal corpse pearl is as important as a cultivator's nascent soul. Once the natal corpse pearl shatters, it signifies the end of its life. After King Xiaozhenren killed the 5th-tier Corpse King with 2 sword strikes, he ignored the fury of the old demon of the Corpse Demon Sect, who had lost such a treasure, and charged straight towards the portal in the sky. "Stop him! Stop him quickly!" a nascent soul stage demon roared, immediately diverting his attention to unleash his magic weapons and divine abilities at King Xiaozhenren. However, the other nascent soul stage cultivators, having already received instructions, used every means to help King Xiaozhenren intercept these attacks. Even if 1 or 2 slipped through, they couldn't stop King Xiaozhenren's advance. Soon, King Xiaozhenren's figure arrived several miles away from the portal. "Hurry!" King Xiaozhenren formed a sword incantation, and his azure flying sword transformed into an azure sword rainbow, slashing towards the portal in the sky. However, the result was completely unexpected. The sword rainbow, said to be invincible, struck the gate of light, only to instantly reappear several miles away, utterly unable to harm it. This, Master King Xiao was stunned, completely taken aback by the situation. Unconvinced, he again unleashed the sword rainbow at the gate, but the result was the same. It was as if the gate didn't exist in the real world at all. It's special folding. "Try again with what I gave you." Just then, Master Kung Su's shout came from afar. Even from hundreds of miles away, he immediately understood the gate's imperviousness. A gate situated within folded space couldn't be destroyed by ordinary means. It required a powerful force capable of breaking space, or a special force that could disrupt its stability. Master Kung Su had anticipated this and had prepared a countermeasure for Master King Xiao. Hearing Master Kung Su's words, Master King Xiao immediately stopped thinking and raised his hand, producing a talisman covered in silver runes. He activated the talisman and thrust it forward. The silver runes on the talisman immediately shone brightly, leaping and flying from the paper as if alive, forming a silver sphere of light in mid-air before hurtling towards the portal. But at that moment, a black demonic light suddenly pierced through the air, shattering the silver sphere of light. A surge of silver light spread out, and the portal not far away seemed to be disturbed, trembling slightly. However, due to the presence of the black demonic light, this disturbance did not actually damage the portal. King Xiaozhenren reacted extremely quickly, immediately wielding a cyan flying sword and slashing towards a certain spot. Then, a clear ringing sound rang out, and the cyan flying sword was directly blocked by a pitch-black shield. Looking at the person wielding this pitch-black shield, it turned out to be another 5th-tier Corpse King. "No, not the Corpse King. You are the second nascent soul incarnation of Blood Infant Ancestor," King Xiaozhenren, after carefully sensing the aura emanating from the 5th-tier Corpse King, immediately saw through its true nature and exclaimed in surprise. "HMPH, your eyesight isn't bad. No wonder Kung Su placed his hopes on you." The avatar of Blood Infant Ancestor sneered, his gaze towards King Xiaozhenren filled with killing intent. "However, with me here, I will absolutely not give you a chance to destroy this special portal." Although he was only a second nascent soul incarnation, and his cultivation was not even at the mid-nascent soul stage, with his peak early nascent soul cultivation combined with the body of a mid-tier 5th-tier Corpse King, plus the support of his own late nascent soul cultivator foundation, he was confident that dealing with King Xiaozhenren, who was at the mid-nascent soul stage, was more than enough. Immediately, this demon engaged in a fierce battle with King Xiaozhenren. As a peak mid-nascent soul cultivator, King Xiaozhenren had already touched the threshold of the late nascent soul realm and possessed the top-tier sword technique Sword Key transforms into rainbow. His true combat strength was actually no less than that of the Blood Infant Ancestor's avatar. However, he had expended too much of his vital energy capturing Xiaozhenren's nascent soul, and even after decades of recuperation, he had not fully recovered. Moreover, besides his natal magic weapon, his flying sword, he hadn't brought any other magic weapons, especially his defensive spiritual treasure, the Azure Lotus Calamity Armor, which could compensate for his greatest weakness. Therefore, While he forced the Blood Infant Ancestor's avatar to defend with all his might with each attack, he himself was somewhat powerless to defend against some of the avatar's attacks. If the fight continued, it was difficult to say who would win. Crucially, even if he ultimately won, the prolonged battle might prevent him from completing his mission. If he failed to complete the mission, then the benefits promised to him by Kung Su's Henren would certainly have to be returned in full. Therefore, there was no need for Master Kung Su to urge him further. After exchanging blows for a while, Master Kung Su's expression changed repeatedly, and he quickly made a decision. Suddenly, he formed hand seals, and his physical blood and energy instantly converged into his nascent soul. Using a mysterious technique, he transformed all his blood and energy into nourishing vital energy to replenish his nascent soul. Under the nourishment of this vital energy from his body, which had been tempered by magical power for thousands of years, his nascent soul not only recovered from its old ailments but also grew 2 inches taller, reaching 8 inches. An 8-inch nascent soul. While not as tall as the 9-inch nascent soul of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, was still far taller than the 6-inch nascent soul of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. The size of the nascent soul itself represented the level of magical power. In other words, Master Kung Su's nascent soul magical power was now infinitely close to that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. This powerful magical power was enough to support him in unleashing a powerful killing move that he couldn't previously execute. After his nascent soul emerged from his withered body, he simply raised his hand, and the azure flying sword instantly flew back to him, which he grasped in one hand. Then, holding the flying sword, he chanted a profound incantation, frantically pouring all his magical power into the flying sword. Heaven's will is my will is the sword's will. A vast chant emanated from the nascent soul of the azure sky true man, and then his nascent soul suddenly merged with the azure flying sword, transforming into a 100-zang-long azure giant sword. Damn it, it's actually a nascent soul controlling a sword. The Blood Infant Ancestor avatar's expression changed drastically, cursing with a grim face, and then hurriedly roared, activating several magical treasures to meet the azure giant sword. At this moment, he could neither retreat nor dodge. Otherwise, with the power of this azure giant sword, it might not necessarily destroy the light gate, but it would certainly cause some damage to it. He was merely a second nascent soul incarnation. Even if he were to sacrifice himself, as long as he could stop true immortal Kung Su, it would be a worthy death. At that moment, the azure giant sword swept forward, shattering several magical treasures and spiritual artifacts in an instant, directly advancing to the incarnation of the Blood Infant Ancestor. Using the time bought by those magical treasures, the Blood Infant Ancestor incarnation had already fully activated his demonic arts, unleashing an incomparably powerful demonic divine ability. Dark demonic energy surged and churned, quickly condensing into a 100-zang-long black demonic dragon. Then, a dragon roar filled with murderous intent resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the black demonic dragon immediately raised its head to collide head-on with the incoming azure giant sword. For a moment, the azure sword light and the dark demonic light shone brightly in the sky. In the end, the azure giant sword prevailed, piercing straight through the demonic dragon's body and colliding fiercely with the demonic claws swung by the Blood Infant Ancestor incarnation. In this clash, the 5th-tier mid-grade corpse king body residing in the second nascent soul of the Blood Infant Ancestor was quickly shattered by the cyan giant sword, forcing his second nascent soul to rapidly teleport away to escape. However, the cyan giant sword also consumed most of its power, its original 100 zang length reduced to less than 30 zang. In this situation, it seemed insufficient to damage the spatial portal. Just as the Blood Infant Ancestor avatar was thinking this and breathing a sigh of relief, another unexpected event occurred. The cyan giant sword trembled, and Kung Su's Henren's nascent soul suddenly reappeared in midair. Then, under his control, the cyan giant sword abruptly flashed in front of the Blood Infant Ancestor's second nascent soul, startling him into teleporting away again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kung Su's Henren's nascent soul flew straight towards the spatial portal. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct his nascent soul. The Blood Infant Ancestor's second nascent soul's face suddenly changed drastically, and he roared angrily. Although he saw through Kung Su's Henren's plan, it was too late to stop him. Not only could he not stop him, but he also had to quickly teleport away to avoid being affected by the self-destruction of his nascent soul. All of this sounds complicated, but it actually happened in a very short time. In the blink of an eye, King Xiaozhenren's nascent soul had already reached the vicinity of the light gate. He dared not get too close, fearing that he would be inexplicably teleported elsewhere like the previous azure flying sword. Sensing that the distance was about right, he suddenly let out a long roar. "Fellow Taoist Kung Su, fellow Daoists, remember what you promised King Xiao. King Xiao is leaving." Before his voice faded, his nascent soul suddenly shone with a brilliant azure light, radiating an incomparably dazzling spiritual light. Then, like a balloon inflated to its limit, it exploded with a deafening roar. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and a vast wave of azure spiritual energy dyed the sky and earth azure. A nascent soul cultivator at the peak of the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, self-destructing their nascent soul. The power of this was something even late-stage nascent soul cultivators like Master Kung Su couldn't match when they went all out. After all, a nascent soul self-destruction instantly expels all of a nascent soul cultivator's magical power. No matter how high their cultivation level or how powerful their divine abilities, they couldn't possibly exhaust all their magical power in an instant. In fact, the reason nascent soul cultivators rarely engage in life or death battles is because they fear the opponent's nascent soul self-destruction, a mutually destructive move. Once the nascent soul leaves the body, it gains the ability to teleport, making it incredibly easy to get close to a target and detonate it. Therefore, unless they possess extremely powerful defensive treasures or divine abilities, or have a means to prevent nascent soul self-destruction, nascent soul cultivators usually don't push each other too far. Destroying the opponent's physical body is already their limit. Back then, if Master Xianjing hadn't recently advanced to the nascent soul stage and been unwilling to fight to the death, Master King Xiao would never have been able to capture him alive. In short, with King Xiaozhenren's self-destruction of his nascent soul, both sides on the battlefield simultaneously ceased their combat, turning their attention to the area obscured by azure light. A vast wave of azure spiritual energy swept across the heavens and earth for over 10 breaths before rapidly weakening and dissipating. The scene within gradually became clear to the nascent soul cultivators. King Xiaozhenren had vanished into nothingness, completely disappearing from the world. Only his azure flying sword remained on the ground, proof that such a peerless swordsman had once existed. However, with King Xiaozhenren's demise, this natal flying sword, which had accompanied him for over 1,000 years, was now shattered, its blade broken. No longer possessing any value for further refinement. The sword remained, but the sword shattered with a man's death. Perhaps in the future, in the heavenly spirit realm, King Xiaozhenren and his flying sword will be woven into a widely circulated story, letting people know that there once existed such a peerless swordsman who, to save the heavenly spirit realm, sacrificed his life to sever the bridge to the invasion of demonic cultivators. King Xiaozhenren's death was undoubtedly of great value. The portal that had once stood in the sky had vanished, leaving only a hazy, gray spatial rift. This spatial rift was the true form of the spatial teleportation channel. The previous portal was merely a manifestation of the demonic cultivator's power, created by using arrays and treasures to stabilize the spatial rift. King Xiaozhenren's self-destruction of his nascent soul undoubtedly rendered all the demonic cultivators' efforts futile, utterly destroying their hard work. This spatial rift might still possess teleportation capabilities, allowing demonic cultivators to travel to areas near the Yuanmo realm. But that was something no ordinary cultivator could accomplish. Even a typical early-stage nascent soul demonic cultivator might not be able to withstand it. Upon seeing this, a nascent soul stage elder immediately clapped his hands in great joy and exclaimed, "How magnificent is fellow Taoist King Xiao! Now that the teleportation channel is destroyed, let's see how these demons can still oppose our Xianling kingdom." These words immediately resonated with the other nascent soul stage elders, who echoed, "Fellow Taoist King Xiao is a true hero. We and the cultivators of the Xianling kingdom should forever remember his heroic deeds and sing his praises." That's right, that's right. True person King Xiao's heroic act must be known to all the cultivators of the Xianling kingdom, otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of his merit. In contrast to the nascent soul stage elders of the Xianling kingdom, the nascent soul stage demons were all extremely ugly, their mood utterly terrible. Their ability to cross the desolate spirit desert and conquer the Xianling territory relied on this stable spatial teleportation channel, capable of teleporting even a key refining stage cultivator tens of thousands of miles away with minimal cost. Without this stable special teleportation channel, demonic cultivators below the golden core stage would have virtually no chance of traversing the desolate spirit desert to reach the heavenly spirit realm, and thus no chance of invading it. Moreover, the destruction of this stable teleportation channel not only means that the Yuanmo realm can no longer send reinforcements and supplies here, but also completely cuts off the retreat route for the tens of thousands of demonic cultivators still on the Feng Kingdom battlefield. Aside from demonic cultivators above the Golden Core stage and some at the Purple Mansion stage, the fate of the vast majority of demonic cultivators seems sealed. If these low to mid-level demonic cultivators were to perish in the heavenly spirit realm, it would be a devastating loss for all the major demonic sects in the Yuan demon realm. These demonic cultivators, who had survived years of war, were, in a sense, more valuable and had greater potential for growth than some of their elite disciples left behind in the Yuan demon realm. Good, Kung Su. Good, King Seo, the blood infant ancestor. Being a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, had already recovered his senses while the other nascent soul stage demons were still contemplating the severe consequences of the destroyed special teleportation channel. He gritted his teeth, glared at Kung Su's Henren, and roared angrily, then shouted, "What are you all looking at? Leave these damned bastards here and make them pay the price." Before his shout even faded, he had already unleashed his blood-red demonic sword, fiercely attacking Kung Su's Henren, and even summoned his second nascent soul to assist him. Reminded by his words and seeing that he had taken the lead, the remaining demons roared and fiercely attacked their opponent. Previously, they were bound by guarding the special teleportation channel, thus being somewhat constrained and on the defensive. Now, freed from this responsibility, they could unleash their full power and fight the nascent soul stage elders of the Heavenly Spirit Legion. Facing the enraged and vengeful nascent soul stage demons, Master Kung Su decisively shouted, "No need to entangle with them. Let's retreat to the front lines and rejoin our fellow cultivators. These demons are like grasshoppers in autumn, they won't be able to hop around for much longer." With that, he began to move towards Fen Kingdom during the battle. Seeing this, none of the other nascent soul stage elders objected, and they all followed suit. This seemingly cunning move infuriated the nascent soul stage demons, yet they were somewhat helpless. They were already outnumbered, and nascent soul stage cultivators were extremely fast. Once they decided to shift the battlefield, it was difficult to restrict their movements. Ultimately, their only hope is that the nascent soul stage old demons stationed at the front lines can arrive as soon as possible, surrounding and trapping Kung Su's Henren and the other nascent soul stage monsters. The glasses won't arrive until tomorrow morning. Sigh. Chapter 475 Breaking the Formation, Crown Prince Ho Lin. Spring Sun Valley Battlefield. A communication flying sword pierced the air and landed in Wei Yong's hand. After reading its contents, he was overjoyed. He immediately shouted loudly, "Brothers, I have just received news that the nascent soul stage cultivators of our Shineling Kingdom have launched a surprise attack and destroyed the special teleportation channel transporting personnel and supplies from the Yuanmo territory. From now on, these demonic cultivators lingering in our Shineling territory will be rootless and unable to cause any more trouble." Before the shocked crowd could recover, he solemnly declared, "Now I hereby issue the decree of the senior cultivators, mobilize the entire army and launch the final assault." With that, he waved his hand and shouted, "Attack! All-out attack!" Boom! As Wei Yong's words fell, the soldiers of the Shineling Legion erupted in cheers. Everyone's face was filled with joy and excitement. Everyone knew what the war would be like once the Yuanmo realm could no longer send personnel and supplies to the Shineling realm. Perhaps declaring the Shineling Legion victorious now would seem arrogant. But to say victory was imminent was no exaggeration. For the vast majority of those involved in the war, the hope was for its swift end. Therefore, upon learning that the war was about to end and victory was theirs, the soldiers of the Shineling Legion were incredibly excited, their morale soaring. Is the war finally going to end? This is much sooner than expected. Zhou Chun's eyes flickered as he looked at his excited comrades, but he couldn't share their joy. For him, an early end to the war might not be a good thing. He was still unaware of King Xiao's Henren's demise, only thinking that if the war ended now, the Zhou family and he himself would be in deep trouble. But he also knew that whether he wanted the war to end so quickly or not, he couldn't change the fact that it was happening. The only thing he could do next was to fight with all his might to eliminate the enemy and gain as many merits as possible. While Zhou Chun was silently contemplating these things, the situation on the battlefield changed. As Wei Yuan relayed the decrees of the nascent soul stage cultivators and issued the order for a general attack, he and several other golden core stage cultivators suddenly reached for their storage pouches or removed their spirit beast pouches. In the blink of an eye, 4 fourth-tier puppets and 6 war behemoths appeared outside the battlefield. The so-called war behemoths are actually a general term for certain special types of demonic beasts. Any demonic beast that can be called a war behemoth possesses 3 characteristics. First, enormous size, the bigger the better. Second, strong defense, the stronger the better. Third, tenacious vitality, the more vigorous the better. Therefore, the 6 war behemoths released by Wei Yuan and the others were all enormous demonic beasts such as giant elephants, giant turtles, giant rhinoceroses, and giant crocodiles. Even the weakest of these demonic beasts was a mid-grade 3rd-tier demonic beast. The strongest demonic beast was a low-grade 4th-tier azure cloud rhinoceros. This azure cloud rhinoceros was nearly 60 zang long and over 10 zang tall, with a single horn 2 to 3 zang long. Its massive size alone was enough to leave countless key refining and foundation establishment cultivators speechless. After releasing these war beasts, Wei Yuan and the others didn't rush them into the formation. Instead, they each cast protective spells on them. These 4th-tier defensive spells, cast personally by golden core cultivators, were enough to allow the war beasts to better deplete the formation and the demonic cultivators' power during the charge. At the same time, Zhou Chun and the others received new orders to change their battle formation and prepare to launch a strong attack on Spring Sun Valley. Looking at the Heavenly Spirit Legion soldiers outside the formation, eager to launch their final assault, the demonic cultivators inside Spring Sun Valley were filled with dread, sensing impending doom. They had naturally heard Wei Yuan's earlier words. Although they harbored suspicions that it might be a lie deliberately fabricated by Wei Yuan, they were even more worried that it was true. And if things really developed to this point, would their current resistance still be meaningful? Without the support of personnel and supplies from the Yuanmo realm, what use would their isolated army be? Even if they could repel the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators outside, it would only temporarily avert their fate of being routed and losing their lives. It wouldn't truly change their destiny. Thinking of this, the demonic cultivators in Spring Sun Valley were filled with panic, and their morale instantly plummeted. Fortunately, there were still golden core stage demonic cultivators in Spring Sun Valley. Although these people were also shocked by Wei Yuan's words for a while, their cultivation was ultimately high, and even without a special teleportation channel, they could still cross the desolate spirit desert to return to the Yuanmo realm. Therefore, after the initial shock, they were able to regain their composure. They exchanged glances and whispered among themselves before one of the golden core stage demonic cultivators from the Valley of Bewitching Love spoke up. Don't be misled by the enemy. If the special teleportation channel were truly destroyed, our ancestors would surely have issued a decree informing us. Since we haven't received any decree yet, it means this matter is completely unbelievable. It's just a smokescreen released by the enemy to deliberately demoralize our troops. He used the Valley of Bewitching Love's bewitching techniques, and the demoralized demonic cultivators were immediately swayed, involuntarily believing him. This wasn't because he was truly powerful enough to influence and bewitch so many cultivators. Rather, deep down, the demonic cultivators didn't want to believe Wei Yuan's words. Now, guided by his reasonable words, they deceived themselves into believing him. However, although he had managed to restore morale, the golden core stage demonic cultivators in Spring Sun Valley knew in their hearts that what Wei Yuan said was likely all true. Otherwise, unless the Heavenly Spirit Legion's leadership had gone mad, they would never launch a full-scale attack like this. As for why they hadn't received decrees from their respective sects' patriarchs, they privately speculated that the patriarchs didn't want the news to leak out too quickly, lest their cultivators lose all will to fight and be easily wiped out by the Heavenly Spirit Legion. From the perspective of those nascent soul stage demons, even if their tens of thousands of disciples and grand disciples were destined to be abandoned and left behind in the Heavenly Spirit territory, they wanted them to kill as many Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators as possible before they died, preventing the Heavenly Spirit Legion from winning easily. Having understood the intentions of these nascent soul stage demons, how could they dare to easily abandon the Spring Sun Valley stronghold? After all, it was obvious that if the special teleportation channel was truly destroyed, every single one of those nascent soul stage demons would be furious. If they knew that their golden core stage demon cultivators had easily abandoned their stronghold and fled, they would likely vent their anger on these people. This risk was absolutely not to be taken. Therefore, the will to resist among the Golden Core stage demonic cultivators within Spring Sun Valley not only hadn't weakened, but was actually much stronger than usual. They were all determined to resist for as long as possible, even at the cost of injury, at least longer than other strongholds. Because of the array's obstruction, Wei Yong and the others outside were naturally unaware of what was happening inside Spring Sun Valley. After casting protective spells on the war beasts, Wei Yong and the others gave an order, and the 6 war beasts charged into the Spring Sun Valley array from 3 directions in pairs. Subsequently, Wei Yong and the other Golden Core stage cultivators personally followed behind the war beasts, charging into the array together. Seeing their commanders leading the charge, Zhou Chun and the others naturally didn't dare to falter. They all formed battle formations with their respective teams and charged into the Spring Sun Valley array. The Forbidden Array connects the spiritual veins and the Earth's veins. Unless attacked by an overwhelming force, breaking it from the outside requires continuously depleting the array's power until the spiritual energy from the veins can no longer sustain it. While this method is relatively safe, it is often time-consuming and prone to unforeseen complications. Besides this conventional method, there is another, faster way. As Wei Yong and his group are doing, they can directly enter the array and attack from within. Previously, attacks on the protective array of Spring Sun Valley from the outside were largely ineffective, with very low efficiency in depleting its power, let alone harming the demonic cultivators inside. However, once inside, the situation is completely different. Attacking from within the array, whether by their own forces or the demonic cultivators, places a huge burden on it, essentially allowing them to use the enemy's power to break the array. Moreover, among Wei Yong and the other Golden Core cultivators, there were array masters who could command the war beasts and themselves to attack the locations of the array's key points. However, while entering the array had many advantages for breaking it, the disadvantages were equally obvious. Previously, when they attacked from outside the array, they were basically only attacked by the demonic cultivators inside. The array itself had little chance of hitting them. But now, once inside, they would face the attack of the Forbidden Array. And the power of Spring Sun Valley's array was enough to threaten even late-stage Golden Core cultivators. Therefore, once inside, even Golden Core cultivators like Wei Yong would be in mortal danger. For example, at this moment, upon entering the array, a large expanse of gray-black ghostly mist engulfed everyone. This gray-black ghostly mist not only blocked vision but also possessed an extremely strong ability to isolate and shield divine sense. Those with cultivation levels below the Purple Mansion stage were unable to even project their divine sense outside their bodies within it. Even for a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator like Zhou Chun, whose divine sense was incredibly powerful, the distance his divine sense could extend from his body was suppressed to within 20 feet. Many early-stage Purple Mansion cultivators could only extend their divine sense a few feet away from their bodies. As a result, they were completely blind, unable even to see the location of their own troops. While the Golden Core cultivators like Wei Yong fared much better, they were still targeted and immediately subjected to a concentrated barrage of attacks from the Golden Core demonic cultivators and the power of the formations. If they hadn't been well prepared, many would likely have perished in the first round of attacks. All soldiers, listen to my command. Form ranks and follow the nearest war beast. If you can't see your target, focus on defense. Just as many Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators were panicking because they couldn't use their divine sense, Wei Yong's shout suddenly pierced through the thick ghostly mist and reached their ears. Upon hearing this, the cultivators, accustomed to obeying orders, immediately formed a defensive formation with their familiar comrades, just as they had practiced in drills, and began searching for the nearest war beasts by sound. However, the demonic cultivators controlling the formation within Spring Sun Valley were not about to let them pass so easily. With a surge of water-like power, the sounds within the formation vanished instantly, no matter how much noise they made. This immediately threw the cultivators who relied on sound to navigate into panic again, while the demonic cultivators within Spring Sun Valley seized the opportunity to launch a concentrated attack on certain areas of the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators. In just a few dozen breaths, hundreds of Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators had perished within the formation. Fortunately, such a large-scale silencing field consumed a great deal of energy, and with the formation now under immense attack, the demonic cultivators controlling it quickly had to prioritize attacking the Golden Core cultivators like Wei Yong and the war beasts. Zhou Chun had already disguised himself as someone else using the 100 Illusion Pearl magic artifact. This was Wei Yong's special instruction to him, a form of protection, and also intended to allow him to play an unexpected role at a crucial moment. Therefore, when faced with the overwhelming attacks of spells and magic artifacts, he didn't use his usual magic artifacts and related supernatural abilities, nor did he release his spirit pet. Instead, he used a few acquired magic artifacts for defense while forming a defensive formation with other cultivators. The defensive formation they formed was called the 5-element spirit turtle formation, which could gather various elemental spiritual energies to condense into a phantom spirit turtle to protect everyone within it. The more people in the formation, and the higher their cultivation level, the stronger the phantom spirit turtle's defensive power. Zhou Chun was forming the formation with hundreds of others. So the phantom spirit turtle's defensive power reached the 4th tier level. It could not only help them withstand attacks from the demonic cultivators within Spring Sun Valley, but also isolate the formation's influence to a certain extent, resisting attacks formed by the formation itself. However, their impressive performance quickly attracted the attention of powerful demonic cultivators. A late-stage purple mansion demonic cultivator with partial array control, upon discovering Zhou Chun and his group's situation, immediately cast a spell on the array flag in his hand and waved it towards them. Instantly, a jet-black sword aura, several dozen feet long, materialized out of thin air and slashed down towards Zhou Chun and his companions. The phantom spirit turtle seemed to possess sentience. It immediately transformed into a 5-colored light shield, its back radiating 5-colored spiritual light, blocking the sword aura. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Zhou Chun and the others forming the array felt a tightness in their chests, as if they had been struck hard with a sledgehammer, experiencing intense discomfort. Fortunately, aside from this discomfort, they felt no other adverse effects. The phantom spirit turtle had actually blocked the jet black sword aura attack. HMPH, you can withstand it once, but can you withstand it a second or third time? A gloomy and angry voice suddenly reached Zhou Chun and the others' ears. It was the demonic cultivator who was controlling the formation, who was enraged after seeing that the attack was ineffective. He immediately activated the array flags in his hand again, mobilizing more array power to launch an attack on Zhou Chun and the others, determined to annihilate them. Under his fierce attack, even though Zhou Chun and the others had fully activated the 5-element spirit turtle formation, the phantom of the spirit turtle formed by the combined power of everyone quickly began to dissipate. But at this moment, the ground beneath Zhou Chun and the others suddenly trembled violently, and at the same time, a loud booming sound rang out from afar. Affected by this, the attack formed by the array power collapsed on its own. What happened? Has the formation been broken? A cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit Legion cheered with surprise, thinking that the formation had been broken. Zhou Chun initially thought so too, but he quickly discovered that the formation was still operating and seemed to be fine. It must be that a key point in the formation was under heavy attack, forcing the cultivator in charge of the formation to divert most of its power to defend against the attack. He deduced based on the situation of his own 9 Palaces Yellow Dragon formation, and quickly came to a conclusion. This deduction relieved him. Since a key point had been discovered and was under heavy attack, unless the cultivator attacking the key point was eliminated, the demonic cultivator in charge of the formation would definitely have to fully activate the formation to attack those who attacked the key point in order to ensure that the formation would not break. This meant that they should be safe for the time being. Next, various booming and explosion sounds rose from many places inside the formation, as the war beasts and golden core cultivators launched a fierce attack on the formation. After Zhou Chun and the others went deep into the formation for dozens of miles, they gradually reached the vicinity of the real Spring Sun Valley. Suddenly, a dark, hazy wall of light appeared in front of them, connecting the sky and the earth without leaving any gaps. Seeing this, many cultivators with some knowledge of formations knew they had reached the inner boundary of the formation. Breaking through the barrier would allow them to enter the true Spring Sun Valley. Attack! Let's attack this formation barrier together and deplete its power, a purple mansion stage cultivator shouted, immediately launching several crimson fireballs at the light barrier. The fireballs, upon contact with the barrier, were instantly engulfed before they could even explode. This sight caused many cultivators to show fear, but most gritted their teeth and launched their attack. At this point, those who had entered the formation had no other choice. Even turning back to leave the formation was now impossible. Therefore, there was no other way but to fight to the death and break the formation. Zhou Chun thought the same. Hidden among the crowd, he attacked the light barrier while secretly pondering how to break the formation. In fact, he did have a way to break the formation. If you were to release the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone now, allowing it to burrow underground and disrupt the Earth's veins, the power of the Spring Sun Valley's protective array would be greatly reduced, making it vulnerable to attack by Wei Yong and his group. However, doing so would likely expose the true origins of the golden armored mountain-carrying turtle stone, bringing him endless trouble. Therefore, this was absolutely out of the question. Besides, even if he used all his methods, it seemed unlikely to significantly affect this forbidden array. The commander hasn't assigned me any specific tasks, which means he intends for me to act freely. If that's the case, I'd better continue to conceal myself. His eyes flashed, and after some thought, Zhou Chun decided not to rush to reveal his identity. With the current situation uncertain, revealing his identity too early would only provoke the killing intent of high-level demonic cultivators. The bounty on his head, young Master Dragon, Zhou Chun, was already the envy of even some golden core stage demonic cultivators. Having made up his mind, Zhou Chun calmly joined the attack on the light barrier, secretly observing the changing situation and looking for an opportunity. For the next 2 or 3 hours, the formation was in complete chaos, creating a tremendous commotion. Almost every moment, cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit Legion perished within the formation. Even many of the cultivators around Zhou Chun fell. As time passed, they simply couldn't maintain the 5-element spirit turtle formation while simultaneously attacking the light barrier. After all, everyone's cultivation level and magical power were different, making it impossible to keep the battle formation running indefinitely. However, after many Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators fell, the Spring Sun Valley's protective formation began to leak, and its foundation shook under the fierce attack of over 10,000 cultivators. Finally, perhaps due to immense pressure from other areas, the dark light barrier in front of Zhou Chun and his group, which had remained unmoved no matter how they attacked, began to change. The once impenetrable, pitch-black barrier of light suddenly dimmed and thinned considerably. Those with keen eyesight could even vaguely see through it, glimpsing the scenery within Spring Sun Valley behind it. This sight overjoyed the remaining cultivators, who unleashed their full power to attack the barrier. Even though the barrier had thinned considerably, it remained remarkably sturdy, withstanding their onslaught without showing any sign of breaking. Meanwhile, the demonic cultivators within Spring Sun Valley frantically unleashed their various attacks, attempting to prevent them from breaking through the formation and entering the valley. An opportunity. Zhou Chun's gaze was fixed on the now thinned barrier of light, various thoughts flashing through his mind. He considered this the golden opportunity. After a moment's hesitation, he acted decisively, immediately releasing the Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye, the Golden Winged Tiger, and the 4th-tier puppet giant tiger from his waist pouch and storage bag. It's him. It's young Master Dragon Zhou Chun. Upon seeing Zhou Chun's signature Silver Thunder Dragon spirit pet, both the cultivators from the Heavenly Spirit Legion and the demonic cultivators from Spring Sun Valley instantly recognized his true identity. Zhou Chun, however, ignored their opinions. After releasing his spirit pet and puppet, he took out the Fire Key Rin Sword Talisman. Then, with a loud shout, he and his spirit pet and puppet focused their attacks on the light barrier in front of them. The Thunder Dragon Bye-Bye was the first to unleash its power, directly striking the light barrier with a heavenly divine thunder, instantly causing the light barrier to shake violently. Then, the giant tiger puppet also opened its mouth and spat out a golden ball of light that landed on the light barrier and exploded with a bang. After these two powerful attacks landed, the area of the light barrier that was hit immediately caved inward, leaving only a thin layer. Then, Zhou Chun's Fire Key Rin Sword Talisman landed in that area, instantly cleaving through the last layer of light barrier. As soon as the opening appeared, the destruction storm unleashed by the Golden Winged Tiger poured out wildly, tearing several low to mid-level demonic cultivators to shreds in an instant. Seeing this, Zhou Chun shouted loudly, "The formation is broken. Brothers, follow me." Before his shout even faded, he first commanded his puppet tiger to rush to the edge of the opening, wielding its paws to widen it several times over. Then, Lei Jiao Bye-Bye and the Golden Winged Tiger quickly rushed out of the gap and into Spring Sun Valley, wreaking havoc. This scene ignited the blood of the survivors, and immediately a Purple Mansion stage cultivator shouted, "Charge! Follow fellow Taoist Zhou to kill the enemy and eliminate the demons." Instantly, Zhou Chun's call was met with overwhelming response, and he quickly led hundreds of Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators into Spring Sun Valley. As Zhou Chun's group took the lead and stormed into Spring Sun Valley, the chain reaction caused by his breaking through the array's light barrier quickly unfolded. Other cultivators, noticing the light barrier weakening again, also focused their attacks, tearing gaps in the barrier and rushing into Spring Sun Valley. Meanwhile, once inside Spring Sun Valley, Zhou Chun immediately unleashed the secret technique of the dragon transformation secret, transforming into a silver-scale dragon man and unleashing a killing storm alongside his spirit pets. He knew that powerful figures would soon arrive to stop him, so he needed to kill as many enemies as possible before they arrived. Now, every demonic cultivator he killed not only earned him battle merits but also reduced the threat to his allies still trapped within the array. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about anything else, he only needed to kill the enemy. His figure flashed through the crowd in the valley like a ghost. Any demonic cultivator below the Purple Mansion stage was torn apart by the silver lightning claws he wore on his hands, his killing efficiency no less than when he used magical weapons or spells. Even while charging into the fray, he didn't forget to wield the Fire Key Rin sword to slash at nearby Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators. At the same time, Lei Jiao Bai and the Golden-Winged Tiger also unleashed large-scale destructive spells, mowing down the lives of nearby low and mid-level demonic cultivators like cutting grass. In just a dozen breaths, 200 to 300 low and mid-level demonic cultivators had been slaughtered by the Master and Servant. Only a few Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators escaped, temporarily saving their lives. But soon, with the demise of those low and mid-level demonic cultivators, Zhou Chun and his servant's gaze fell upon them. Escape. Without hesitation, the few Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators immediately used their various methods to flee, showing no intention of staying to hold off Zhou Chun and his servant. The numerous demonic cultivators who had died at the hands of Zhou Chun and his servants in the past had already demonstrated with their own lives that this approach was extremely foolish. However, Spring Sun Valley was only so large, how could these people possibly escape? Lei Jiao Bai flashed with lightning, instantly catching up with a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivation level Beast-Taming Palace demonic cultivator, spitting out lightning that blasted the opponent into screams of agony. Golden-Winged Tiger, not wanting its second brother to steal the spotlight, also flashed, instantly using the Flash of Space technique to catch up with an early-stage Purple Mansion cultivation level Enchanting Valley demonic cultivator, then flapping its wings to unleash the Wind of Imprisonment divine power, trapping the cultivator in place. Zhou Chun himself summoned the Golden Light Demon Slaying Mirror, a beam of golden light piercing the air and striking a mid-stage Purple Mansion demonic cultivator, instantly tearing through the demonic aura protecting him and blasting him from the sky. Now, dealing with these ordinary Purple Mansion stage demonic cultivators, both Zhou Chun himself and his spirit pets were simply slaughtering them indiscriminately. The explosive performance of Master and Servant left the Heavenly Spirit Legion cultivators who followed behind dumbfounded and utterly shocked. For various reasons, Zhou Chun rarely engaged in large-scale massacres of low to mid-level demonic cultivators, except for the mission in the desolate Spirit Desert. After all, he also needed to give his other low to mid-level cultivators a chance to earn merit. Today's highly efficient slaughter was the first time he had displayed his terrifying strength in front of ordinary cultivators. Fellow Taoist Zhou, a Purple Mansion stage cultivator from the Heavenly Spirit Legion, swallowed hard, staring at Zhou Chun with shock and deep fear in his eyes. Even knowing that Zhou Chun was on their side, seeing the scattered limbs and flesh made them wonder who the real demonic cultivators were. Even though Zhou Chun noticed the abnormality in their gazes, he had no time to pay them any attention. His prediction was correct, experts were already coming to deal with him. Almost as soon as the three of them, Master and Servant, slew their respective opponents, a streak of crimson fire suddenly streaked down like a meteor, quickly landing on a mountain top thousands of feet away from Zhou Chun. It revealed a burly man clad in fiery red scales and sporting a single, purplish-red horn. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun instantly recalled a renowned figure among the demonic cultivators. He then solemnly asked in a deep voice, "Could you be Fire Key Rin Prince Qin Yan?" "Ha ha ha ha, indeed I am Qin," the burly man laughed, readily acknowledging his identity. Then, his eyes gleaming, he stared intently at Zhou Chun and said, "You are dragon-riding Prince Zhou Xiangchen? I have long heard of your name, but unfortunately, I have never had the chance to fight you. Today, a divine opportunity has presented itself. Let me see whether your dragon is more powerful, or whether my Fire Key Rin bloodline is stronger." He was known as the Fire Kirin Prince because he possessed the bloodline of the top-tier demonic beast, the Fire Kirin. In terms of bloodline potential, the Fire Kirin beast is definitely no less powerful than the four-clawed Thunder Flood Dragon. Furthermore, Fire Kirin Prince Qin Yan ranks first among the 7 fiends of the primordial demons, a position he has held for 7 or 8 years without ever being dethroned. This demonstrates his formidable strength. However, for Zhou Chun, this isn't what he fears most. What truly frightens him is that this Fire Kirin Prince Qin Yan is rumored to be related to a nascent soul-stage-old demon from the Beast Demon Palace, possessing a terrifyingly powerful background. Glass has arrived, time to catch up on the word count. 2,000 words today. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.